Jiang Chen was once the undisputed king of the entertainment industry. After dying from overwork, he is reborn in a parallel world. Traumatized by his past life, he vows to avoid the spotlight forever. He decides to live a cushy life, supported by his wife, the nation's sweetheart, Luowei. For 3 years, he has played the role of a washed-up writer with no talent. But during a live stream, Luowei accidentally reveals a discarded lyric sheet from Jiang Chen. The song, Letting Go, captivates the entire internet the moment she sings it. Jiang Chen just wants to keep his head down and enjoy his quiet life. But his wife is now on a mission to uncover all his secrets. His hidden empire is beginning to crumble. Chapter 1. Jiang Chen's darling wife. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths. But Jiang Chen? He married into the life of his dreams. He had become a master of the art of soft living. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle, like a soft embrace. Jiang Chen lounged on the rooftop balcony, a light magazine draped over his face. A cool breeze rustled the leaves of the potted plants beside him. On the small table next to his chair stood a glass of freshly squeezed juice and a plate of delicate pastries, his wife's idea of an afternoon snack. He considered himself lucky. After being reborn into this parallel world, he had married Luowei in a whirlwind romance. She was a national treasure as singer, actress, and variety show star all rolled into one. By 21, she had already broken records, her popularity soaring past 90 million fans. She swept awards shows, graced the cover of Time magazine, and was named the most beautiful face in China. Her future was limitless. With a wife like that, Jiang Chen didn't see the point in working. Not after his previous life. He had clawed his way to the top, working day and night for over 2 decades. But just as he reached the peak of his career, he collapsed and died from exhaustion right in the middle of an award ceremony. Now, the very thought of the entertainment industry made him break out in a cold sweat. He refused to go back. His wife could support them both. He saw no shame in that. For 3 years, he had kept his past a secret. He never told Luowei that he could sing, write hit songs, or direct blockbuster films. Instead, he played the part of a struggling writer. It was the perfect excuse to stay home. Who could question a writer searching for inspiration? Luowei was too busy to notice, anyway. She had left her old company and started her own studio. Her career was taking off like a rocket, and she was constantly traveling. They barely saw each other. But these past few days, she had been home. And Jiang Chen found himself escaping to the balcony more often than usual. They had bickered earlier that morning over something as trivial as how to eat tofu pudding. Now, she was sulking, and he had no intention of making things right. Sure, she was beautiful, but there was something about her eyes that reminded him of his former boss, the woman whose relentless demands had ultimately killed him. Seeing that face every day stirred up complicated feelings. Resentment, relief, and a strange sense of satisfaction. Let her be the breadwinner. He deserved this. If anyone asked why he hadn't produced a single book in 3 years, he had his excuses ready. Writer's block, poor mental state, the weather. He could always claim he was an artiste, above commercial success. After all, hadn't Chao Shuiqin spent 10 years writing Dream of the Red Chamber? Who was to say Jiang Chen wasn't doing the same? Inside the study, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting soft patterns across the desk. Luowei sat before her computer, a slim headset over her ears. She wore a simple but elegant dress, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail. On the screen, comments from her fans scrolled by in a steady stream. She had been discussing the delay of her new single when the topic shifted to her marriage. Everyone knew she had married Jiang Chen 3 years ago. The announcement had broken the internet. Who was this man who had won the heart of the nation's sweetheart? Fans had dug into his background, only to find nothing. No job, no money, no connections, just a handsome face. Luowei, what did you ever see in him? One comment read. Luowei's cheeks flushed slightly. She hesitated before answering, her voice soft. As good-looking. The chat exploded. Good-looking? Was that all? Fans were furious. You can do so much better. He's just using you. Divorce him, Luowei. She bit her lip. There was more to it than that, but she couldn't explain it. Not on a live stream. All she knew was that from the moment she met Jiang Chen, she had been drawn to him. But now, even she had to admit his lack of ambition was frustrating. She tried to steer the conversation back to her music. The new single will be delayed by about a week, she said apologetically. Work at the studio has been hectic, but I promise, it'll be worth the wait. Her fans were supportive, but the comments soon circled back to Jiang Chen. If he worked, you wouldn't have to be so stressed. You're carrying him. Luowei sighed. Just as she was about to end the stream, a new wave of comments appeared. Show us your wedding photos. We want to see you in your dress. She smiled. Despite everything, she loved those photos. All right, she said. They're in the desk drawer. She stood and pulled open the drawer. Inside were several thick wedding albums. But as she lifted the top one, a loose sheet of paper fluttered out. It was covered in handwriting she recognized immediately. Jiang Chen's. At the top of the page were 3 characters, letting go. Chapter 2, letting go. The paper was old, slightly yellowed at the edges. The handwriting was rushed, but confident. Is these a poem? Luowei wondered aloud. The comments section lit up. Jiang Chen writes poetry? 3 years. And this is all he has to show for it. But then someone noticed the numbers scribbled beside the lines. Wait, those look like musical notes. Luowei's eyes widened. She was a professional singer. She could read music. And this was a song. But she had never heard of it. She began to read the lyrics aloud, her voice softening with each line. I've walked this road, stopping and going, tracing the paths I took when I was young. But now, standing at the station's edge, I hesitate. The words were simple, but they painted a picture. A young person leaving home, full of dreams and doubts. The melody in her mind began to take shape. She hummed the notes softly, her voice clear and sweet. The tune was haunting, nostalgic. It felt familiar and new all at once. Her fans were captivated. This is beautiful. Is this your new song, Luowei? She shook her head, her eyes still fixed on the paper. She continued singing, her voice growing stronger. I once lost myself in the vastness of this world, drowned in its empty promises. I didn't know what was real. I didn't struggle. I didn't fear the laughter. The melody swelled, carrying the emotion of the lyrics. It was a song about youth, regret, and acceptance. About letting go. But just as the song seemed to be building to a climax, Luowei stopped. The page ended abruptly. The rest of the song was missing. The chat exploded. Where's the rest? Did he not finish it? This is torture. Luowei stared at the paper in her hands. She had never heard this song before. And when she searched for it online, she found nothing. No artist. No recording. Nothing. Which could only mean one thing. Jiang Chen hadn't just copied this song. He had written it himself. The live stream ended, but the chaos was just beginning. Clips of Luowei singing Letting Go went viral. Within hours, the song was trending across all major platforms. Everyone was asking the same question. Who wrote this? Fans dug deeper into Jiang Chen's past. But there was nothing to find. No history in the music industry. No known connections. Just a handsome man who had married a superstar. But now, doubts began to surface. What if he wasn't just a pretty face? What if he was hiding something? Luowei couldn't stop thinking about the song. The lyrics, the melody, they were too good to be some amateur's draft. This was the work of a professional. A brilliant one. She thought back to the past 3 years. Jiang Chen always seemed so relaxed, so content. He never seemed worried about money or success. He was always reading, listening to music, jotting things down in notebooks. She had assumed he was just killing time. But now she wondered. That night, she waited for him in the living room. When he walked in, she held up a sheet of paper. What is this, Jiang Chen? He froze, his eyes narrowing. For a moment, she saw something in his expression she had never seen before. Not laziness, not indifference, but fear. Then just as quickly it was gone. He shrugged, a lazy smile spreading across his face. Just something I scribbled down. Why? It's beautiful, she said. Where did you get it? I made it up. His tone was casual, but his eyes were guarded. It's nothing. Trash it. But Luowei couldn't let it go. She had spent her life surrounded by music. She knew talent when she saw it. And this was more than talent. This was genius. She thought about the delays in her own career, the pressure from her label, the struggle to find good songs. And here was her husband, casually writing a masterpiece. She looked at him, really looked at him. Who was this man she had married? And what else was he hiding? Chapter 3. Oh no, my song has been discovered. Sisters, I just searched for this song and found absolutely no information about it. When I looked up Qifeng Lo, all that appeared were news articles about the devastation caused by a typhoon. So, is this an original song? Written by Jiang Chen? Surely not. If it is an original composition, why would he conceal it in a drawer? The paper has already yellowed, indicating it has been stored for quite some time. Hasn't he spent 3 years without writing anything? How could he possess such talent? The live chat was abuzz with speculation. Luowei gently clutched the paper, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. This song was penned by Jiang Chen, but isn't he a writer? How could he compose music? Where did he acquire his knowledge of music theory? Even if Jiang Chen is a writer, he hasn't produced anything in 3 years. How could he create such high-quality lyrics and melodies? If he has written it, why hasn't he published it? What a waste for such a beautiful song to be hidden away. A myriad of questions raced through Luowei's mind, her delicate brows knitting together in confusion. A woman's intuition told her that Jiang Chen was concealing something from her. Yet, during their wedding, hadn't he sworn to be open and honest, hiding nothing? With this thought, she gently bit her lip. Then, gripping the paper, she took the camera and headed towards the balcony on the top floor. Was she going to confront Jiang Chen? The fans in the live chat grew excited. A spectacle was about to unfold. Jiang Chen was in for it. Let us see how he explains himself. That scoundrel, always provoking our Luowei. He must not be let off easily. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen lay in a chair, a magazine shielding his face from the glaring sunlight. The afternoon sun was incredibly pleasant, lulling him into a light slumber. He often napped at his leisure, lying down whenever he felt the need for rest. After all, Su Luowei wouldn't disturb him. This was a hallmark of a dedicated writer, a vital means of gaining inspiration. Suddenly, someone yanked the magazine away, allowing a harsh beam of sunlight to strike his face, causing him to frown involuntarily. With squinted eyes, he was about to speak when he suddenly spotted Su Luowei's lovely face before him, her expression serious yet adorably fierce. "Oh, wifey?" Jiang Chen sat up, fully aware that whenever his wife wore that stern expression, matters were rarely simple. He intended to say something, but recalling their ongoing Cold War, he stiffened his demeanor. A tofu pudding is definitely meant to be savory. He wouldn't easily concede on that front. "Look at this. What is it?" Su Luowei pouted and then handed him the paper. Jiang Chen took it, only to be rendered speechless. "Qifeng Le?" This was the very set of lyrics he had jotted down out of boredom while home alone. How did it end up in Su Luowei's hands? Oh no, could it be that Su Luowei had already discovered his songwriting talent? Panic surged within him like a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. After traversing into this world, he had contemplated re-entering the entertainment industry. Yet, perhaps due to the traumatic experience of his previous life, the mere thought of the relentless hustle of the entertainment world sent shivers down his spine, causing his heart to race and goosebumps to rise. It felt akin to a person afraid of heights being bound on a plane or a hydrophobe awakening in the vast depths of the ocean. He wasn't intentionally seeking to retaliate against Su Luowei. It was merely that he found himself at odds with the entertainment industry. The moment he attempted to engage with it, a flurry of anxiety would ensue. Though the entertainment world appeared glamorous, it was, in truth, a vast arena of fame and fortune where reputation, wealth, and accolades intermingled, whether one desired it or not. Stepping into this sphere meant being relentlessly propelled forward by various forces. Sometimes he wished to escape the exhaustion, but the realities of life left him with little choice. Amidst the intricate web of relationships, interests, and circumstances, work never ceased. Furthermore, his previous entanglements with a beautiful boss left him tangled in a web of complications, ultimately reducing him to a hapless workaholic. Jiang Chen felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Ahem. Where did you find this?" Su Luowei's unwavering gaze bored into him, yet she detected no signs of abnormality. "It was tucked away in the photo album of our wedding pictures. Darling, is this truly your work?" Yes. I wrote it during a moment of boredom." "What of it?" Jiang Chen's mind raced, weighing two options, to confess or to deny. What would happen if he confessed? And what if he chose to deny it? Yet, Su Luowei recognized his handwriting. With the evidence now before them, denial was futile. "Is this truly your creation?" Su Luowei's mouth fell slightly agape. Before questioning Jiang Chen, she had harbored doubts about whether he could produce such exceptional lyrics and melodies. After all, the quality of the song inscribed on that paper was undeniably high. Over the years, she had released a dozen songs, none of which could rival this one in quality. "But, you're a writer, right? How can you also write songs?" Su Luowei, clad in a charming woolen dress and fluffy slippers, her delicate ankles and calves on display, her ponytail swaying gently behind her, exuded a warm yet striking elegance. However, Jiang Chen felt as though he'd just consumed expired instant noodles. He had no time to appreciate her beauty. How could this hastily written draft have been discovered? What repercussions would arise if his songwriting ability was revealed? Returning to the entertainment industry? Gaining fame and retracing the steps of his previous life? Goosebumps threatened to engulf him once more. This was disastrous. I learned a bit in the past." "What? Did I hear that correctly?" This song is genuinely written by Jiang Chen. His admission seemed indisputable. Had he truly learned enough to compose such a piece? Was he merely boasting? Yet, the lyrics had been personally unearthed by Luowei. There could be no deceit in that. Nevertheless, despite the evidence, a lingering disbelief remained. "Me too. Jiang Chen could actually write such a brilliant song? It feels somewhat unscientific." The fans expressed their incredulity. Su Luowei gazed at Jiang Chen, equally astonished. This song was indeed written by him? Then why didn't you finish it? She pointed to the incomplete melody on the paper. Where's the rest of the chorus? Where could it possibly be? I was halfway through and got tired, Jiang Chen replied humbly. Ahem, wifey. Although I studied a bit of composition, my knowledge is quite limited, merely amateurish, and cannot compare to professionals. Thus, I haven't figured out the melody for the chorus yet. What? Su Luowei's mouth gradually widened, staring at him in disbelief. You learn so little? Amateurish level? Half-baked skills. Can one truly compose a melody akin to Qi Feng Liao? Can one craft lyrics such as the evening breeze stirs the white strands at your temples, soothing the scars left by memories? Are you truly speaking in human terms? What do you mean? Are you insinuating that we professionals are utterly ignorant of music and incapable of songwriting? Su Luowei's delicate visage, for reasons unknown, flushed slightly. During her university years, she had systematically studied composition and music theory, and even after her debut, she had not abandoned her studies in this realm. In her most recent album, 2 songs were indeed penned by her own hand. However, the popularity of those 2 songs was rather lackluster. Thus, to be precise, she fell under the category of the professional that Jiang Chen referred to, yet her skills were deemed inferior to those of a mere novice. She shot Jiang Chen an irritated glare, gritting her teeth. Then why didn't you tell me about your songwriting abilities? Jiang Chen's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, as he grappled with an answer he had yet to fully formulate, stammering. Ahem, didn't I just mention? I merely dabbled a bit, and my skills are quite rudimentary. Hardly worth mentioning, so I didn't bring it up. Another such response. Su Luowei clenched her teeth in frustration. She did not perceive Jiang Chen's demeanor as peculiar. Rather, she believed he was deliberately flaunting and mocking her. The adjectives rudimentary and hardly worth mentioning stung her ears. Though her fans continuously praised her songs, the data could not be fabricated. Those 2 songs were, in fact, the weakest links in the entire album. This matter had long been a knot in her heart. Therefore, Jiang Chen's words felt like veiled jibes directed at her. She extended her foot and stamped down hard on Jiang Chen. Subsequently, she sat down on a nearby chair, her expression stern as she gazed elsewhere. She was incensed. Chapter 4 Admitting Mistakes? Alas, Jiang Chen rubbed his instep, wincing from the pain. That little vixen sure knew how to stamp hard. He had initially intended to stand up and assert his dominance, making Su Luowei understand who was truly in charge. But upon seeing her slightly agitated countenance, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Could Su Luowei have uncovered the truth? Yet, he had no means to explain his phobia of the entertainment industry. He could not possibly disclose that he had traversed into this life due to the exhaustion of his previous one working in that very field. Not only could he compose songs, but he could also play the piano, write scripts, author books, and direct films. Ahem, Luowei, the matter is actually like this. He opened his mouth, but after a prolonged silence, he could not conjure a suitable excuse. Observing his stammering state, Su Luowei finally sensed something amiss. Jiang Chen's demeanor was decidedly abnormal. For reasons unbeknownst to her, when a woman contemplates unusual matters concerning her husband, her intellect often surpasses expectations, and her instincts become frighteningly accurate. Thus, Su Luowei almost instantaneously grasped the entire situation, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to him. Jiang Chen, have you been deceiving me all these 3 years? Jiang Chen's heart sank, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. My dear, it's not quite as you think. Su Luowei's eyes sparkled with contemplative light as she swiftly pieced together the entire narrative. Rising in indignation, you have been able to write songs all along, haven't you? Yet you've concealed it from me. There's a reason for that, dear. Please let me explain. Very well, go ahead. I shall listen to your explanation. Su Luowei placed her hands on her hips, her annoyance palpable. No woman would take kindly to discovering she had been deceived by her husband for 3 years. Jiang Chen sighed heavily, feeling a pang of discomfort. He had been enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap, and now he had been unexpectedly unmasked. Given the circumstances, it was best to admit his fault. Women could hold on to anger indefinitely. An early apology might yield some chance for forgiveness. Otherwise, if the little lady truly became furious, his leisurely days would be far from pleasant. I apologize, my dear. I should not have hidden my songwriting abilities from you. Su Luowei huffed disdainfully, her pretty face set in a frown. Then since you acknowledge your mistake, what shall you do moving forward? What to do? What else could he possibly do? For Jiang Chen, this was akin to a life or death question. If he replied, I shall henceforth work diligently, no longer slack off, but strive for excellence, it would be akin to signing his own death warrant. He had already endured enough toil in his previous life, after finally relishing a few years of leisure. How could he allow that to be cut short? Yet, If he provided any other answer, Su Luowei would undoubtedly be displeased. Jiang Chen ventured cautiously. Shall I prepare a meal for you? Su Luowei shook her head, her expression unyielding. Then shall I do 2 hours of housework? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei stomped her foot in frustration. You are far too lazy. Even when trying to placate me, you would only commit to 2 hours of housework. Darling, Jiang Chen retorted with conviction. Let me ask you, how do we calculate the wages for the housekeeper we employ? By the hour, right? And the chef? By the meal? Hence, if I were to undertake housework and cook, who would pay their wages? Who would support their grandchildren? We must not let our whims disrupt the happiness of others. Su Luowei was taken aback, staring at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. How did we suddenly start affecting the happiness of others? Wait, why do I also find Jiang Chen's reasoning somewhat compelling? Goodness, nonsense, where is the logic in that? I nearly fell for Jiang Chen's trickery. Luowei, he is trying to deceive you. Wake up, do not be hoodwinked by Jiang Chen. After a moment, Su Luowei regained her composure and was immediately infuriated. All right, you nearly led me astray once again. She glared at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with skepticism. Were you just trying to bamboozle me? Not at all. Good. Then I do not want you to do housework or cook. You're not angry? Of course not. Su Luowei huffed. I want you to write songs. Jiang Chen's expression tightened abruptly. Could it be that this version of Su Luowei also harbored ambitions of becoming a capitalist? Write songs? How on earth does one write a song? Let me think. Su Luowei huffed, her plan taking shape. Jiang Chen was far too cunning. If she asked him to do housework, he would undoubtedly conjure up various excuses to evade it. However, songwriting was an independent endeavor, and he could hardly shift the blame onto others. Henceforth, you must write 1 or 2 songs at home each month. Jiang Chen secretly exhaled in relief. At home, only 2 songs each month. What was there to be anxious about? As long as he was not thrust into the limelight as a star, working tirelessly every day, it seemed quite manageable. For him, songwriting, while challenging for others, was hardly a daunting task. In his previous life, he had spent decades in the entertainment industry. Although he had penned only a few songs, his mind was brimming with melodies, and crafting one would take him no longer than 5 minutes. With a hint of reluctance, Jiang Chen replied, all right. Su Luowei appeared to be slightly appeased, her anger dissipating. Jiang Chen sensed that the matter was drawing to a close. Who would have thought that Su Luowei's focus was not on launching him into the limelight, but rather on coaxing him to compose songs at home? It seemed the exploits of the beautiful capital boss from his past life had left no mark on this world. If there's nothing pressing, I'll catch a quick nap to seek some inspiration. He waved dismissively, stifling a yawn. As one ages, such habits become evident. Once his guard was down, drowsiness swiftly returned. It was quite disheartening to have his midday slumber interrupted, and he hoped to reclaim it soon. He picked up a magazine from the ground, aiming to retrieve the fleeting dreams that had slipped away. However, Su Luowei, with her striking eyes and pursed lips, seemed to feel that forgiving Jiang Chen so easily was too lenient. After all, this man had deceived her for 3 entire years to evade labor. No way. Su Luowei's delicate hand, which had momentarily relaxed, now crossed defiantly. You always fool me. Who has to say you won T-shirt again in a couple of days? What do you intend to do? I want to see you write. Right now? Jiang Chen lifted his head, bewildered as he gazed at Su Luowei. You want me to write now? For goodness sake, writing a song is not as simple as passing gas. Doesn't it require some contemplation? I don't care. You must write it now, and once it's done, you'll sing it for me. Su Luowei's face bore an expression of unyielding determination. Realizing the need to placate her, Jiang Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, fully aware of her intentions. Women often engage in such trivial pursuits. Was it really necessary to go through all this trouble, maintaining a cold war for an entire morning? Yet he understood that if he could just jot down a few pleasing lyrics and shower her with sweet words, Su Luowei's ire would surely fade. Otherwise, this matter would undoubtedly drag on indefinitely, with Su Luowei employing various methods to torment him: cold treatment, tantrums, deliberately picking fights, or even fasting until he surrendered and admitted his fault. After 3 years of marriage, he was determined not to falter on this straightforward question. He glanced over at the coffee table, where paper and pen lay ready, remnants from his playful paper airplane making the previous day. Sighing, he approached and picked them up, his expression one of discomfort. What song do you want me to write? Anyone can feign suffering. You've made a mistake. So you shall write a song of apology. It seems Su Luowei intended to be deliberately difficult. Apology? Indeed, I want to hear you sing a song of remorse. Crafting a song was not as simple as purchasing vegetables in the marketplace. It couldn't just be conjured at will. Jiang Chen felt utterly vexed. I don't care. You must sing it for me. Su Luowei was relentless, her small fist raised defiantly. No dawdling. Hurry up and write. I'm going to fetch my guitar from my room, and once you're done, you must perform it live for me. In the live stream, fans were fervently cheering. Well said, Luowei. That's the spirit. Don't forgive him easily. I always knew Jiang Chen was no good. I can't believe he deceived Luowei for 3 years. This scoundrel doesn't deserve forgiveness. He must be taught a lesson. Humph, in my view. Divorce would be the best option. Jiang Chen stood there, speechless, his expression one of disbelief as he watched Su Luowei stride away confidently to retrieve her guitar. A sigh of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had managed to navigate this hurdle. Su Luowei did not press him on why he was writing songs. She merely insisted he write. As long as he did not enter the entertainment industry, composing songs was hardly a burden for him. With a sense of ease, Jiang Chen reclined languidly on the sofa, pondering what song he might craft to bring a smile to Su Luowei's face. Apology? A tune surfaced in his mind. But he pursed his lips, dismissing it. What a ridiculous notion. A real man may err, but never admits to wrongdoing. After some contemplation, a thought suddenly struck him. When Su Luowei returned with her guitar, she found Jiang Chen had already spread out paper on the table, pen in hand, earnestly scribbling something. His brow furrowed intermittently, as if he were deep in thought. Seeing this scene brought a smile to Su Luowei's face. As a singer, she understood that writing a song truly requires considerable preparation, lyrics, melody, arrangement. Each step demands substantial time and effort. Sometimes, even after completion, one must endure numerous revisions. The 2 songs she had written took over a month just to perfect the lyrics, with the melody refined through her teacher's guidance, highlighting the inherent difficulty. Her insistence that Jiang Chen write a song of apology was merely a spur-of-the-moment, vexatious request, intended to make him realize his mistakes. How could he deceive her for 3 years in the name of laziness? What a rogue. Yet now, seeing Jiang Chen's troubled expression, her anger gradually dissipated, and she felt a pang of compassion. Writing a song on the spot was exceedingly challenging. Not even her teacher could accomplish that. Would Jiang Chen be angry at her for putting him in such a predicament? Having been married for 3 years, she knew Jiang Chen had a temper. If she pressed too hard, he might retaliate. If she continued her unreasonable antics, she might find herself the one facing punishment later. Perhaps it would be wise to find an opportunity to forgive him after all. With a blush on her cheeks, Su Luowei stepped closer, attempting to glimpse what Jiang Chen was writing. In the live stream, fans were clamoring, "Luowei, hold your ground. You must not show any mercy. This scoundrel is only thinking of taking advantage. He must be taught a lesson. Let him write. Let us see what nonsense he can produce. Make him sing. I want to record it to mock him later." As Su Luowei approached Jiang Chen from behind, she discovered that several lines had already been inscribed on the small sheet of white paper. Has Jiang Chen found inspiration in such a short time? She peered at the paper before him, observing that his writing was swift, resembling more a chaotic scrawl than a composition. His characters flowed freely, lacking structure, exuding an air of languor. After a few lines, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and with a sharp clap of his left hand on his thigh, he muttered an expletive. Damn it, why are there so many mosquitoes during the day? Su Luowei watched this scene unfold, her teeth clenched in frustration, her face paling with indignation. She had initially thought Jiang Chen was engaged in serious contemplation, only to realize he was merely fabricating nonsense, utterly misleading her. Su Luowei was infuriated, gritting her teeth, poised to utter something. Yet, Jiang Chen triumphantly placed his pen down with a snap, declaring, "All right, it's done." Su Luowei cast a glance at the paper, only to discover that the first line was somewhat legible, the moon's folly. The subsequent lines, however, were a haphazard scrawl that was nearly indecipherable, resembling a jumble of cats. Her ire intensified. He had barely written a few lines and was already finished. Moreover, The Moon's Folly was such a nonsensical title. She had clearly requested a song about recognizing mistakes. What did the moon have to do with it? Not only did he scribble carelessly, but he also strayed off topic. Jiang Chen turned around, a cheerful grin on his face, and asked, "Darling, where's the guitar?" He had already finished? Su Luowei maintained a stern expression. "You're quite fast." To her, Jiang Chen's smile appeared utterly dismissive. The time taken to retrieve the guitar and return was less than 5 minutes. In such a brief span, he claimed to have completed a song. Moreover, the handwriting on that paper looked like something a child would scrawl, utterly illegible. Naturally, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to Su Luowei's discontent, instead pulling out a cigarette from the drawer and lighting it. He had always had a penchant for smoking. Although he had curtailed it significantly after arriving in this new world, memories of the old days surged back. The experience of a sudden demise had left him with a significant aversion to the entertainment industry. Nevertheless, having traversed through the vicissitudes of that realm for decades, his mind was still filled with countless songs, each a classic in its own right. As a witness to that world, his words deserved respect. Although the lyrics were only a few lines, the essence was already encapsulated within. Writing a song sometimes does not require meticulous detail. It suffices to convey the emotion. Jiang Chen shared his nonchalant approach to songwriting. Just a few lines, of course, to cut corners. After all, the entire song was already etched in his mind. There was no need for excessive detail. Yet, he was unaware that his demeanor appeared rather infuriating in Su Luowei's eyes. Su Luowei was on the brink of exploding with anger. She knew Jiang Chen smoked, but she detested it. In the past, whenever he lit up, she would stealthily snatch the cigarette, but when he was distracted. Over time, his smoking had diminished. So why was he lighting a cigarette now? Was it a provocation aimed at her? Clenching her teeth, she felt an overwhelming urge to remove her slippers and deliver a stern reprimand to Jiang Chen. This scoundrel still did not recognize his mistakes. The fans in the live stream were equally incensed by Jiang Chen's nonchalance. Voicing their frustration, this dog of a man dares to be so dismissive. It's infuriating. He fails to recognize his errors. Look at how upset Luowei is. Luowei, do not indulge him. Pack your bags immediately and let him sleep on the street tonight. Being married means addressing issues calmly. I suggest heading straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Never trust him. This nonsense about writing songs based solely on feeling is pure deception. If he treats wooing his wife this casually, he is truly a scoundrel. Do not easily forgive him. Su Luowei certainly would not forgive Jiang Chen lightly. She coldly handed him the guitar. Have you truly finished? Of course. Just these few lines? The value of a song lies in its soul, not in the number of words. Jiang Chen's expression was filled with confidence. Reflecting on his past, he couldn't help but wonder how long it had been since he had sung a song earnestly. For 3 years, he hadn't performed in front of anyone, limiting himself to writing lyrics at home, reminiscing about the past, all to avoid retracing his steps back into the entertainment industry. Little did he expect to be caught in the act by Su Luowei today. Suddenly recalling, singing had become a distant memory. All right, sing. I'm listening. Su Luowei angrily moved to a nearby chair, crossing her arms, her expression frosty. This time, she was genuinely angry. Jiang Chen's demeanor was utterly unserious. Jiang Chen, however, remained oblivious to her emotions, his attention entirely focused on the guitar in his hands. The guitar, predominantly white, emanated a lustrous sheen akin to mother of pearl. Its curves smooth and exquisitely crafted, clearly an expensive piece. It was a New Year's gift from Su Luowei the previous year. Yet, he had never played it. After 3 years of neglect, as he once again cradled the guitar, he was astonished to find that the familiar, nostalgic sensation resurfaced gently. Jiang Chen observed the guitar in his hands, and his gaze gradually transformed. Memories from his past life coalesced and dissipated in his mind. How many years had it been since he played the guitar? He couldn't quite recall, but he remembered that in his youth, he had spent countless hours in the practice room, tirelessly honing his skills. During that time, he was merely an unknown in the entertainment realm, focused solely on hard work, music, and training. Though the days were arduous, they were also fulfilling and joyous. Various memories flooded his mind like a rapid slideshow, encompassing joy, pain, excitement, and disappointment. Holding the guitar close, he gently strummed the strings. The sound was delightful. This guitar had likely been tuned by the young lady, as the pitch was perfect. A faint smile of nostalgia and bittersweet reminiscence graced Jiang Chen's lips. No one knew the effort required to rise from a mere trainee to a top-tier star in the entertainment industry, but he did. Chapter 6. The Moon's Folly. It was precisely 3 in the afternoon, and the autumn sun was gentle and pleasant. Jiang Chen's villa was situated beside a park, and from the 3rd floor, one could gaze upon the distant park scenery, including a small lake. Su Luowei sat on the balcony, her heart too agitated to appreciate the beauty, casting a glance in Jiang Chen's direction, still seething with anger. She resolved that regardless of what Jiang Chen sang later, she would not easily forgive him. He must recognize his mistake. The sound of guitar strumming began to resonate. Su Luowei looked up, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chen still held onto the cigarette, yet he seemed somewhat different. His expression was earnest as he gazed at the guitar, as if greeting an old friend long unseen. Su Luowei recalled a few years back when she had accompanied her teacher to consult an esteemed veteran in the music industry. The elder was warm and approachable. But when he demonstrated, he suddenly transformed, revealing a shocking aura. At that moment, Jiang Chen evoked a similar, albeit distinct, feeling within her. Su Luowei's mouth slowly fell open. In the live stream, the barrage of comments gradually dwindled. A soft melody began to play as Jiang Chen lightly strummed the guitar strings. He did not wish to reveal too much, but as his fingers touched the strings, familiarity took over. The rhythmic, instinctive motions seemed deeply ingrained, impossible to alter. He sighed inwardly, his gaze becoming introspective, shifting from profound to clear. However, Luowei felt that the inexplicable sensation seemed to intensify. Jiang Chen had never played the guitar in front of her, and she had always assumed he was indifferent to it. Yet, upon discovering that he could compose songs, she pondered and eventually retrieved a guitar, for those who could write songs typically possessed the ability to play. What she did not anticipate was that Jiang Chen not only played the guitar, but appeared to be more adept than she was. Under the sunlight, Jiang Chen seemed to be engaged in a profoundly serious endeavor, which left Luowei questioning if she had indeed misjudged him. Was he genuinely engrossed in composing? But she had observed clearly that it appeared to be mere scribbles. Luowei clenched her fingers, her heart a whirlwind of curiosity and anticipation. What kind of song would he sing? Had he truly composed a piece? Given the brevity of the creative process, it seemed implausible. Finally, the prelude of the guitar concluded, and Jiang Chen's somewhat husky voice softly began, "It's all your fault. You fell for me so easily, making me unwittingly satisfied with the vanity of being loved." What? The moment Luowei heard the first line, she felt as though the world around her was spinning, the sun overhead dimming in a haze. A question mark emerged in her mind, followed by another. She gazed incredulously at Jiang Chen. What did he mean by "it's all your fault"? She distinctly remembered asking Jiang Chen to write a song for admitting mistakes. How had it transformed into her fault? Yet, Jiang Chen's expression was earnest, and his singing was sincere. "It's all your fault. Your affection for others is a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes. There always lurks an alluring tenderness that evokes both love and pity." One after another, "It's all your fault" struck Luowei like a heavy brick falling from the sky, causing her to feel dazed and furious, her beautiful fingers clenched tightly, her delicate face contorting in frustration. What did Jiang Chen's lyrics truly signify? She had requested a song for admitting wrongdoing, and he had written this instead? This scoundrel, who clearly bore responsibility for his actions, had the audacity to shift the blame onto her? Fine, he took 5 minutes to compose this. Infuriating. Utterly ridiculous. Did he expect to gain forgiveness with such a pathetic song? The resentment simmered within her. As long as Jiang Chen remained unpunished, she would endure daily vexation. "Friends, hold me back. I wish to confront him head on. Dear sir, in your noble absence, Luowei and I shall pay tribute to your memory each year." Fans were equally incensed, their focus fixated on "it's all your fault," each one fuming, wishing to stuff Jiang Chen into a sack and give him a good thrashing. Jiang Chen continued to sing, his hoarse voice resonating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at Luowei, his gaze seemingly laced with a hint of provocation, further inciting the fans' fury to a boiling point. However, as Luowei watched Jiang Chen singing, she found herself momentarily captivated. She noticed something different in his eyes, a glimmer of other emotions. The melody was rising, and a suppressed feeling seemed on the verge of release. For reasons unknown, her anger began to dissipate at that moment. Luowei's eyelashes fluttered as she realized. Through Jiang Chen's gaze, the message was clear: listen closely. At that moment, emotions soared to their peak. "I admit it's all the moon's fault. That night, you were so beautiful and gentle that in an instant, I wished to grow old with you." In just a few short lines, Luowei was rendered speechless. The meaning behind the lyrics seemed to transform entirely in an instant. Being a singer herself, she relished writing and analyzing lyrics, and she listened intently to Jiang Chen's words. "I admit it's all the moon's fault. That night, you were so beautiful and gentle that in an instant, I wished to grow old with you." An indescribable, overwhelming sensation surged within her heart. She had misunderstood. This was not a song for admitting mistakes, nor was it a song accusing her of wrongdoing. This was a love song. Had Jiang Chen, in those brief 5 minutes, not written an apology but rather a love ballad? Jiang Chen's voice continued. "I admit it's all the vows that led to this. Sweet as honey, they are the most moving." As Jiang Chen's song persisted, Luowei gazed at him, entranced. At this moment, he appeared to be lost in the melody. "It's all your fault. You fell for me so easily, making me unwittingly satisfied with the vanity of being loved." The same lyrics were repeated, yet this time, Luowei began to grasp their meaning. This was indeed a love song. Although every line proclaimed "it's all your fault," Jiang Chen was not attributing blame. He was articulating the reasons for loving her. As this realization washed over her, Luowei felt her cheeks unexpectedly flush. The song conveyed no apologies, yet it was more tender than any words of remorse. more enchanting than any declaration of love. This was a love song penned exclusively for her by Jiang Chen, for reasons unknown. Su Luowei's mind was suddenly filled solely with his voice. Her thoughts seemed to transport her back 3 years, to her first encounter with Jiang Chen. That night, he had carried a lost little girl under the moonlight, traversing a long distance. Throughout their journey, his tone was gentle as he shared jokes and fairy tales, comforting her and eliciting her laughter. For over an hour, Jiang Chen had shown no signs of complaint, even refraining from resting, diverting the little girl's attention with various means, patiently answering her every innocent and whimsical question. The little girl had not wept or become anxious. They shared a delightful time together. 2 hours later, he successfully returned the little girl home, parting with a simple wave, turning away without leaving a word. He presumed no one had witnessed his act of kindness. Yet, unbeknownst to him, concealed on the girl was a camera and microphone set by the production team. And she had been observing his every move from a nearby CAF. That was part of a show, the little girl a planned participant. She was a special guest. And every word Jiang Chen had shared with the child that night was recorded, every whimsical tale etched in her memory. According to the program's arrangement, after Jiang Chen returned the little girl home, she was supposed to appear and commend Jiang Chen for his brave act during an interview. However, on that occasion, she unexpectedly declined the program team's request. She suddenly wished to present herself to Jiang Chen in an alternative manner. Perhaps her refusal to appear meant that the footage related to Jiang Chen ultimately did not air. Subsequently, she and Jiang Chen hastily married. Now, Jiang Chen's melodious voice once again stirs her memories. The night she first met Jiang Chen, the moonlight was indeed beautiful and captivating. Thus, according to his words, her falling in love with Jiang Chen was entirely his fault. Su Luowei's cheeks flushed with a deeper hue, and her gaze towards Jiang Chen was imbued with tenderness. Perhaps it was the magical experience of that night that solidified her decision to marry Jiang Chen. What profound emotions could compel two individuals to pledge their lives to one another? I admit it was all due to the promises made, which, like sweet honey, are the most enchanting. No matter how steely one's heart, it can become as tender as a gentle caress. As the song gradually approached its conclusion, the sound of the guitar began to subside. Once the melody ended, the once bustling balcony fell into a profound silence. Neither Jiang Chen nor Su Luowei spoke. She quietly gazed at him, her eyes slightly reddened by the weight of past memories. Darling, shall we end the Cold War? Jiang Chen set down his guitar and smiled softly. Without hesitation, Su Luowei leaped into his embrace, her voice a mere whisper. All right. In the live stream, fans were left speechless, staring blankly at the two entwined before the camera. Wait, what on earth is happening? Jiang Chen had not penned an apology song nor expressed remorse. He even audaciously claimed that everything was Su Luowei's fault. How did she forgive him so readily? What sort of sorcery is this? Luowei, wake up. This guy merely scribbled a few lines on paper. The once vibrant live stream was now engulfed in silence. After a long while, someone slowly typed a comment on the screen. This song is rather lovely. Gradually, the barrage of comments revived. Who would have anticipated this was a love song? Was it truly composed in 5 minutes? Those scribbles on paper looked like doodles. This charming rogue has some skill in serenading women. Jiang Chen truly excels in this art, and Luowei is in danger. Honey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have argued with you or been angry. Su Luowei nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace, her voice soft and gentle. Jiang Chen caressed her head tenderly, assuring her, it's all right, I've already forgiven you. In the live stream, Su Luowei seemed genuinely moved by Jiang Chen's song, remaining nestled in his arms, unwilling to pull away. The entire live stream exuded a faint scent of romance, and everyone watched the scene before them, feeling a twinge of envy, unsure of what to say. The impact of Jiang Chen's recent song was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily dazed. As Jiang Chen held her, he felt the soft contours of her body, and his hands involuntarily began to wander. He glanced at the sun above, the warm and gentle rays lazily cascading over him. After experiencing a sudden death, his mindset and life aspirations underwent a profound transformation. No longer consumed by work, he now sought to prioritize life itself. His greatest regret from his previous life was lacking a family. After 2 decades in the entertainment industry, he had neither a partner nor children. Now, having married, he had accomplished a significant portion of his life goals. Yet, due to work commitments, he and Su Luowei had spent the last 3 years in a state of separation. Even when they met, they often quarreled over trivial matters. More importantly, the young lady seemed yet to fully transition from her youthful sentiments. Whenever he attempted to take a step further, Su Luowei's face would flush, her body would tense uncontrollably, and she would stutter. Although he yearned to advance their relationship, Seeing her in such a state of fear left him no choice but to relent. Perhaps today's opportunity would be just right. Clearing his throat, he gently pinched Su Luowei's delicate waist. Ahem, darling, I find the sunlight rather glaring. Shall we retreat to the room to continue our conversation? Su Luowei instantly understood his implication, her face aflame as she emerged from Jiang Chen's embrace, glancing upward to see the sun lazily retreating behind the clouds, seemingly disinterested in witnessing Jiang Chen's shamelessness. In the live stream, fans, overwhelmed by the romantic display, began furiously typing, "Scoundrel, where do you think your hands are going? Release my goddess immediately. Ah, I challenge you to a duel. Choose the time and place. Where's my weapon? Where did my weapon go?" Luowei, do not believe his deceitful words. He harbors ulterior motives. Hey, is anyone here? This person is acting lewdly. I suggest a swift execution. Su Luowei's cheeks turned even redder. Yet her demeanor and tone grew increasingly flustered. Wait, I'm meeting with Sister Jing. She needs to speak with me. The young girl's hair fluttered in the breeze, her appearance adorably charming, her face as red as a ripe apple. She averted her gaze, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, too timid to look up, and Jiang Chen could even discern her trembling eyelashes. He pondered in confusion. Why was she so nervous before even entering the room? Previously, she only exhibited such nervousness when they were indoors. Today, a mere pinch of her waist rendered her so flustered. Ahem, who is looking for you? Sister Jing? Who is Sister Jing looking for? Looking for me. Who else are you looking for? Looking for Sister Jing. Su Luowei realized too late that she had been teased. However, in her current state of disarray, she felt too overwhelmed to argue. No, I'm not talking to you. She stomped her foot, her face flushed as she bit her lip and pushed Jiang Chen away, turning to dash down the stairs. Chapter 8. Invisible wings. Jiang Chen touched his nose in bewilderment. Suddenly, he saw Su Luowei, already at the staircase, turn back with a crimson face to pick up the camera from the table. Hubby, I still want to do the fan wedding photos live. She stammered. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Was Su Luowei so shy and nervous merely because they were live streaming? He watched as the young girl fled, shaking his head in exasperation. He had finally found a moment to teach the capitalist a lesson, only to be interrupted by so many distractions. Why did these folks have nothing better to do than linger in the live stream all day? Were they preparing to illuminate the world? As he pondered, his phone on the lounge chair suddenly lit up. Hubby, it was a message from Su Luowei. The young girl, too shy to face him, had found a place to hide and was contacting him via her phone. How peculiar. What is the matter? Did you really write that song in 5 minutes? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with trepidation as he suddenly inquired about the purpose of such a question. Could Su Luowei possibly want him to debut in the entertainment industry? The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. Of course not. In truth, the inspiration for this song had been conceived long ago. He had merely completed it. It was no wonder that Su Luowei appeared to understand something. Indeed, to compose a song within a mere few minutes seemed rather surreal. However, Jiang Chen was speaking the truth. The song had existed in his mind for quite some time, and he had simply rendered it into its complete form. Su Luowei was taken aback to discover that Jiang Chen could indeed write songs. I had no idea you were so talented in songwriting. We had agreed that there would be no secrets between us. Are there more things you are hiding from me? Jiang Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Gazing at the words on the screen, he mused to himself that he was not only capable of writing songs, but also had some knowledge of playing the piano, screenwriting, and acting. If he were to debut, he could easily outshine the young stars in the market. Yet, if he were to say such things, it would surely jeopardize his life. Certainly not. He let out a bitter laugh, pressing down on his racing heart. Over the years, I have only written 2 songs, both of which you have discovered. Really? Indeed. Jiang Chen replied earnestly, though internally he felt a pang of guilt. I apologize, my dear wife, but to protect my own life, I must keep this a secret for now. I promise to prepare a couple more songs to make it up to you. Humph, if you deceive me again. Just wait and see. All right. Su Luowei finally believed him and ceased sending further messages. Jiang Chen felt a slight relief in his heart, setting down his phone and reclining slowly in his chair. The sun peeked through the clouds, casting a warm and comforting glow upon him. The feeling of anxiety gradually dissipated. In truth, for the past 3 years, he had contemplated writing a few songs for the little girl to aid her in her development. However, her progress in the entertainment industry had been remarkably smooth, with her fame increasing day by day and the household income steadily rising. Thus, he refrained from taking unnecessary actions. Revealing too many songs could lead to being thrust into the entertainment circle, which would be disastrous. Even if he were to share songs, it had to be done methodically and at a measured pace. Rushing would only expose him. As long as life was satisfactory, why pursue such a strenuous existence? He did not wish to lead a life of relentless toil, ultimately ending up with nothing. With the ideas in his mind, he could resolve any challenges Su Luowei faced whenever she encountered a bottleneck. This arrangement was already quite satisfactory, was it not? Life should not be solely about work. It should encompass enjoyment as well. The clouds drifted lazily across the sky, while the greenery on the balcony swayed gently in the breeze. Jiang Chen rested his hands behind his head, shifting to a more comfortable position and exhaling deeply. Perhaps it was best to lie down for a while. The magazine shielded him from the glaring sunlight, and he slightly squinted his eyes. After many years without singing, the recent song had felt delightful and invigorating. In just a few minutes, it had brought back a flood of memories from the past. In his youth, he had a passion for singing and dancing. Yet, his talent was not particularly remarkable, so in the company's practice room, he was always the last to leave. Facing the mirror, he sang song after song, repeating the motions tirelessly, always striving harder than anyone else. Ultimately, he ascended to the pinnacle of stardom. While those trainees with greater innate talent had long vanished from his sight, those years were arduous yet pure, as he immersed himself wholeheartedly in his dreams, chasing them with all his might. Although he ultimately lost his life, he felt no significant regret in his heart. The path was chosen by him. Although the road to becoming a superstar was fraught with challenges, it had allowed him to experience breathtaking vistas previously unseen. If he had not traversed that journey, given the chance to choose again, he might still embark on that path without hesitation. Suddenly, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Why was he reminiscing about his struggles? This was not good. Such a habit was detrimental. The old road of the entertainment industry was certainly not one he could return to, and the fear of sudden death left no room for such thoughts. Now, he had chosen a more leisurely path, lying down each day to savor life and time. So why dwell on distressing matters? He yawned, pulling the magazine back up to his face. Although his secret had slipped out a bit today, thankfully, the little girl had not made any excessive demands. Only one manuscript had been discovered. In his nostalgia, he had scribbled down many disorganized thoughts. It had been so long that he could not recall if he had cleaned it up. If a substantial amount of songs were uncovered in a short time, it would raise suspicions. He planned to select 2 songs to share next week or the week after at the latest. A pace of 1 or 2 songs a month was already quite rapid. Any more, and he might have to return to the entertainment industry, which would be life-threatening for him. Downstairs, in the study, faint sounds of Su Luowei conversing with her fans drifted up. Time seemed to flow lazily as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Jiang Chen rested his hands behind his head, letting out a quiet sigh. He must never write songs at home casually again. Life should be enjoyed, not a source of fright. Wait, did he write something absurd yesterday? He should have disposed of it. In the study, after finishing their text exchange, Su Luowei allowed the flush in her cheeks to gradually subside. Her earlier demeanor had been rather unpresentable. Luowei, the wedding photos. I haven't seen the wedding photos yet. Where are they? Could it be that Jiang Chen truly deceived me? Su Luowei sighed in relief. Selecting 2 wedding photo albums to share with her fans for a brief indulgence before eagerly bidding farewell and shutting down the livestream. In the ensuing moments, she returned to her desk, gazing at the 2 scraps of paper before her, her eyes still shimmering with a faint glow of disbelief. These 2 scraps, a lyric and melody from the song Chi Feng Le, which she had previously extracted from the wedding photo album, had likely been nestled within the album for over a year, their edges now slightly yellowed. And even the ink had faded considerably. The other scrap was the handwritten lyrics of Yu Liang Ri Da Hua by Jiang Chen. The paper remained pristine white. The ink vividly bold, though the center bore evidence of some grease stains, presumably remnants from Jiang Chen's chip-eating session yesterday. Su Luowei pouted slightly in displeasure before extending her delicate hand to gently touch the grease-stained area, feeling a pang of sympathy. Jiang Chen was utterly careless. After a brief attempt to wipe the stain, it faded a little. Her gaze then fell upon the hasty yet heartfelt lyrics. I admit it was all the moon's fault. The night was too beautiful and gentle that in an instant, all I wanted was to grow old with you. She read it softly, and the light of disbelief in her eyes only intensified. Is it truly possible that Jiang Chen composed this song within a mere 5 minutes? Although the inspiration had long been brewing, the outcome is nothing short of astonishing. Yu Liang Ri Da Hua expresses affection for a beloved from a remarkably unique perspective. It is all your fault. You have ensnared my heart. It is the enchanting beauty of the moonlight that compels me to wish for a lifetime with you. A fleeting sense of joy and sweetness blossomed within Su Luowei. It is somewhat regrettable that Jiang Chen has only penned 2 songs over the years. If only he could dedicate more time to his musical creations. She reminisced about Jiang Chen singing tenderly to her just moments ago, the warmth of his gaze deepening her feelings. After contemplating for a while, she rose and approached the cabinet, carefully placing the 2 pieces of paper into a lovely notebook. Just as she was about to return the notebook to the drawer, her phone suddenly buzzed. The screen illuminated, revealing a name. Her agent, Su Jingqiu, was calling. They had arranged to meet today. Hello, Jingjie. Hello, Luowei. I'm almost at your doorstep. On the verdant pathway of the community, a tall woman held her phone. Gazing at the elegantly arranged villas on either side, she sighed lightly and continued, I'm sorry, Yao Sikhan couldn't stay. He seems resolute in resigning. And he chose this moment when your new song is about to be released. What shall we do? He is our company's music director, and if he leaves, many matters will be delayed. I have been preoccupied with this issue all day. Let us discuss it when we meet. After ending the call, the woman exhaled deeply and continued onward. Not far away, a fountain statue was gushing with water, and each villa was surrounded by lush lawns, flower beds, and trees. The air filled with the delightful fragrance of blossoms and greenery. However, Su Jingqiu was not in the mood to admire the scenery. She walked briskly until she reached the grand entrance of a villa. Ding dong. Su Jingqiu extended her slender finger and pressed the doorbell. The melodious chime resonated, and she stowed her phone in her bag, casting a somewhat disinterested glance around. When her gaze landed on a nearby greenery, she paused, puzzled as she approached. What is this? Before her stood a bush shaped like a bear, with a paper airplane perched atop its forehead, looking rather peculiar and amusing. Was it the prank of some child? Su Jingqiu removed the paper airplane, intending to toss it into the trash, but upon closer inspection, she noticed faint writing peeking through. Curiosity piqued, she unfolded the paper airplane. On the creased little sheet were several short lines. The header read, In Xing de Qi Bang. In Xing de Qi Bang? Every time I am strong in solitude, every time, even when hurt, I do not shed tears. I know I possess a pair of invisible wings. Such brief lines. Could they be the work of a poet? Su Jingqiu scrutinized the content, finding the poem rather commendable, though the handwriting left much to be desired, crooked and carefree. Each stroke exuding a sense of languor. Who could have penned this? Su Jingqiu pondered, but decided not to dwell on it too much, tucking the paper into her bag. Never mind. I found it at Luowei's doorstep. I will ask her later. Chapter 9. The Genius Musician. Achu. Jiang Chen was startled awake by a sneeze, causing the magazine to slip from his hands. He blinked in astonishment as he sat up. Wait, something's amiss. The image of Su Luowei's flushed face resurfaced in his mind, and an inexplicable notion took root. Perhaps Su Luowei's embarrassment each time they grew closer was not merely due to nervousness or fear, but rather, was she allergic to romance? Over their 3 years of marriage, whenever they shared a space, he enjoyed creating a cozy ambience with soft lighting and fragrant candles, hoping to foster a warm and romantic environment for Su Luowei to relax. To his surprise, instead of easing her tension, it seemed to amplify it. Her cheeks would redden like a freshly steamed crab, and one could almost see steam rising from her. Initially, he believed her reactions stemmed from youthful shyness, but after several instances, he sensed something was amiss. While casual embraces posed no issue, why did such situations escalate at night? Did she perhaps harbor a psychological barrier that rendered her fearful when intimacy approached? Given Su Luowei's current status, he couldn't foolishly escort her to a hospital for treatment. Moreover, with her busy schedule, their opportunities to meet were scarce, and each encounter left her as rigid as a plank, hindering any progression in their relationship. He had been troubled by this conundrum, but the sudden reaction of Su Luowei earlier on the balcony illuminated the truth. During the day, without the ambient lighting or fragrance, merely a hug sufficed to render her face crimson. Previously, such embraces had not elicited such a dramatic response. The only distinction was that he had just sung a song, enhancing the romantic atmosphere. Thus, it appeared that Su Luowei was not afraid of intimacy per se, but rather had a heightened sensitivity to romance. With even the slightest romantic setting, she would grow tense, her face flushed, and her words tangled. Jiang Chen pondered this theory, his eyes wide in wonder as he gazed at the azure sky, slowly reclining. Could such an issue truly exist? Unbelievable. How had he never noticed this before? So, this is the true nature of Su Luowei? On the second floor of the villa, Su Luowei ended the call, touched her cheeks to ensure the flush had completely faded. Only then did she carefully place the notebook into the drawer, which she designated for important documents, secured with a delicate little lock. As she closed the drawer, the doorbell rang downstairs. She picked up her phone and made her way toward the staircase. Su Jingqiu, 10 years her senior, had been her steadfast agent since her debut. For significant matters, she would often come directly to discuss them. A year ago, She had departed from her original company to establish her own studio, and Su Jingchu had submitted her resignation alongside her, continuing as her agent at the new studio. For this, Su Luowei felt a deep sense of gratitude, even allocating a room for Su Jingchu in her villa, allowing her to stay overnight should their discussions run late. In essence, Su Jingchu was not merely an outsider. With a soft click, Su Luowei opened the door. Standing at the threshold was indeed the tall figure of Su Jingchu. Jingjia. Su Jingchu entered without formality after changing her shoes, expressing her frustration. I happened to hit the peak hour, and the traffic was horrendous. Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier. Let us have some water first. Su Luowei smiled as she handed her a glass of water. The two exchanged a few casual remarks as they made their way to the sofa. Sister Jing, what was that about on the phone just now? As the conversation shifted to work, Su Luowei gradually withdrew her previously carefree demeanor. Achieving the status of a rising star and being honored with the title of a national goddess within just a few years was not solely attributed to her looks. The effort she invested was no less than that of others. Half a year ago, her studio began evolving into a formal entertainment company, recruiting not only assistants and agents, but also several trainees. Consequently, she often appeared before others in the capacity of a boss. Over time, she unknowingly exuded the aura of a female CEO. However, strangely enough, regardless of her cool and commanding exterior, upon returning home to see Jiang Chen, she instantly reverted to a petulant, playful demeanor, often seeking to bicker and quarrel with him, relishing in the victory if she managed to win, and waiting for him to coax her afterward. Jiang Chen might indeed be her Achilles heel. Luowei, the situation is as follows. Su Jingchu sighed again. 2 days ago, our music director at Chunwei Entertainment, Yao Sikan, unexpectedly resigned. During this time, I have not only been trying to persuade him to stay, but have also been reaching out to potential replacements. Initially, there was some progress. Several music industry veterans expressed their willingness to collaborate. However, when I contacted them again today, I was baffled to find that they all changed their tune, stating they would not work with us at Chunwei Entertainment. When I inquired about the reasons, they were vague. Even Yao Sikan has completely stopped responding to my messages. Upon hearing this, Su Luowei frowned slightly. She was already aware of Yao Sichuan's resignation. Her new song was scheduled to be released in 3 days. Yet Yao Sikan had been delaying its production for various reasons. As the release date approached, he suddenly announced his departure, leaving her new song in a state of limbo, with neither lyrics nor melody completed, let alone the arrangement, production, promotion, and release. During a recent live stream, she had promised her fans that the new song would be postponed by a week, but even with the additional week, time was still pressing. She needed to find a new music producer immediately and work overtime to meet the deadline. Little did she expect that another piece of bad news would come from Sister Jing today. The music producers who had initially shown interest were now bailing on her, and finding new ones at this point seemed nearly impossible. Consequently, her new song was likely to be delayed once again. Repeatedly failing to deliver on promises to her fans would inevitably impact her popularity. Luowei, I suspect someone is sabotaging us from behind. Su Jingchu hesitated before speaking. Su Luowei nodded in agreement, her brow furrowed. She had sensed some irregularities as well. For the past 2 weeks, several announcements that had been prepared for newcomers in the company were suddenly intercepted, with unclear reasons, all of which were originally overseen by Yao Sikan. Coupled with the strange occurrences happening on Sister Jing's end, including multiple music producers backing out simultaneously, it was hard to believe that there wasn't someone orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Clearly, someone was deliberately targeting Chunwei Entertainment, and it was highly likely that this instigator was Yao Sikan. However, after pondering for a moment, she couldn't help but frown again. Yao Sikan was merely a music director. Despite his modest fame in the industry, it was implausible that he possessed the influence to command other music producers. There must be a larger force at play behind the scenes. The one causing the disruption is Yao Sikan, as well as other entertainment companies. She speculated. Su Jingchu was taken aback. Are you suggesting that other entertainment companies are involved? Su Luowei affirmed with a nod. Only other entertainment companies could wield such power to simultaneously contact multiple music producers, and only they would be willing to pay the price to persuade those producers to abandon their collaboration with us. Yao Sikan lacks the capability to achieve this. Chunwei Entertainment has been thriving lately, which must have encroached on the interests of some entertainment companies. They have colluded with Yao Sikan to catch us off guard just as my new song is about to be released. Su Jingchu, realizing the implications, was filled with indignation. Has he forgotten that when he was still relatively unknown, it was you who insisted on using his songs, allowing them to gain traction in the industry? Now that he has garnered some fame, he engages in such treacherous behavior. Su Luowei remained silent, contemplating her feelings. Yao Sichuan's betrayal weighed heavily on her heart. He was her senior from school, majoring in composition, when she first debuted and desperately needed songs. Her teacher had recommended Yao Sichuan as a collaborator. Given their connection, she had always approached their partnership with mutual support in mind, never anticipating that it would come to this. However, the most pressing issue at hand was not how to deal with Yao Sichuan. With the recent string of intercepted announcements for newcomers, the unexpected resignation of the music director, and the growing instability within the studio, rumors of Luowei Entertainment facing potential shutdown were already circulating among the trainees. Stabilizing the company was of utmost importance. The entertainment industry was inherently a cutthroat arena, rife with competition and intrigue. Yet, despite their rapid growth, they were still a relatively small company. It was perplexing why they would suddenly attract such overt hostility from another company. Luowei felt a twinge of confusion. She understood that making a name for oneself in the entertainment industry was no easy feat, and being targeted was inevitable. However, she had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. Luowei Entertainment was still not fully prepared for this. What should they do? Never mind, Luowei. There is no need to overthink it right now. After a moment of frustration, Su Jingshu looked at Luowei with concern. I'll reach out to a few other music producers as quickly as possible, regardless of which company is behind this. I want to see if the entertainment industry is truly theirs to dictate. With your current popularity, there are surely still those willing to write songs for you. If necessary, we can lower the quality of the songs just to get through this tough period. No, Sister Jing, if we do that, we'll be falling right into their trap. My song is not the priority. Luowei shook her head. Su Jingshu looked at her in confusion, wondering if the most urgent matter wasn't to resolve the situation with Luowei's new song. Luowei's beautiful eyes sparkled with contemplation as she quietly pondered. Her thoughts were crystal clear. She reviewed the betrayal of Yao Sichuan and the various incidents occurring within the company in her mind. They were targeting Luowei Entertainment, and the attack on my new song was merely the first step. However, this is not their true objective, for even if my new song is not released on time, it would merely result in a minor loss of popularity, which holds little significance. So what is their goal? To create chaos. Su Jingshu was somewhat taken aback. She had emerged from a major company and was seldom privy to the overt and covert rivalries between firms. Her forte lay in meticulously arranging affairs within the existing framework. Now, discussing the fierce confrontations between companies left her thoughts somewhat unsteady. Luowei Entertainment, having been established for less than a year, had a foundation that was still quite shallow compared to those major players in the entertainment industry. I suspect their intention is to ensure everyone sees the disparity between us and those prominent entertainment corporations. As long as people realize that Luowei Entertainment does not possess the potential to be a formidable force, that would suffice. But what benefit does this bring them? Luowei smiled slightly. Sister Jing, if everyone starts to recognize the shortcomings and decline of Luowei Entertainment when the true competition begins, do you think anyone will choose to stand by our side? Su Jingshu gasped, suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation. In the entertainment industry, each company resembles a vast pool. Any resources within the industry are akin to droplets of water within these pools, which can freely flow between them or be contained within a single pool. However, if all the water droplets suddenly learn that one pool is on fire, the water that flows in will evaporate entirely. Consequently, no droplets will gravitate towards that pool, and over time, even if that pool is not ablaze, its moisture will gradually dwindle. Without the nourishment of new droplets, a pool can only await a fate of desiccation and demise. What shall we do now? Luowei already had a plan in mind. First, we must promptly find a new music director for Luowei Entertainment to stabilize the internal situation of the company. Secondly, my new song must not be delayed further, and its quality must be assured. Otherwise, it will certainly become a target of attack. Su Jingshu appeared conflicted. I am confident in my ability to find a new music director, but accomplishing this in such a short time frame is somewhat challenging. It is already difficult for these prominent musicians to join within a week, let alone not delaying your new song. Luowei remained silent, her mind inexplicably conjuring a lazy image of a certain individual. That rogue seems quite adept at songwriting. Could he resolve my dilemma? Perhaps I should consider him as the new music director for Luowei Entertainment. But would he agree? Jiang Chen had been immersed in writing for several years, completely disregarding other job opportunities. Sister Jing, I actually have a tentative idea regarding the choice for the music director. She hesitated before continuing. I will attempt to discuss it with him. If he consents, it might just resolve our current predicament. With a candidate in mind, Su Jingshu was filled with curiosity. She was familiar with most renowned music producers in the industry and could not immediately conceive a suitable choice, unaware that Luowei had already found a direction. However, Su Luowei's expression was somewhat uncertain. His situation is rather unique, and I am not entirely certain. Let me converse with him first, and then I will inform you. Su Jingqiu observed her countenance and suddenly understood something. She hesitated before asking, Luowei, is this person relatively unknown? After contemplating for a moment, Su Luowei nodded. Jiang Chen is indeed somewhat known, but primarily for his negative reputation. He lacks prominence in the music scene. Su Jingqiu took a deep breath. Indeed, Su Luowei was planning to take an unconventional route. Since knowing Su Luowei, it had been evident that she was not one to adhere to stability. Although intelligent, her actions were anything but prudent. Even during her marriage, she chose an unreliable man and married young, ignoring all advice. Was this not self-sabotage? Now, having started a company, it seemed her temperament remained unchanged. Luowei, our current situation is indeed somewhat dire, but if we think carefully, we can still reach out to experienced music producers. Let us separate the issues of songwriting and appointing a music director, addressing them one by one. At worst, we may need to spend a bit more money. You cannot treat such matters lightly. Su Luowei smiled. Sister Jing, how could I jest with Chenwei Entertainment? The person I am considering may not be well known, but he is a genuine musical genius. While he may lack fame now, I believe he will soon gain recognition in the music industry. Upon hearing this, Su Jingqiu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. A genius? She had encountered many so-called geniuses. The entertainment industry was rife with them. Only those who could persist down this path would qualify as true geniuses. The rest were merely individuals. She furrowed her brow and continued to inquire. Has this person produced any notable works? Su Luowei pondered for a moment. Yes, he wrote a song today. With that, she fetched paper and pen. After a brief contemplation, she penned down the titles of two songs, The Wind Rises and The Moon's Mischief. The living room was enveloped in silence, save for the soft scratching of the pen against the paper. Su Jingqiu observed as Su Luowei wrote with remarkable speed. The lyrics and melodies of the two songs firmly etched in her mind. Within 10 minutes, the paper was filled with densely packed lyrics. Her handwriting was elegant and neat, far surpassing Jiang Chen's. Once completed, she held the paper up, inspected it, and, satisfied, handed it to Su Jingqiu. Su Jingqiu accepted the white paper and glanced at it, puzzled. The Wind Rises? The Moon's Mischief? I've never heard of these titles before. However, knowing these two songs were provided by Su Luowei, she patiently continued to read. The first piece, The Wind Rises. On this journey, I pause and proceed, following the traces of youth's drifting path. Just before stepping off the station, I find myself hesitating, unable to escape the bittersweet feelings of returning home. Still, in the cool morning light, I smile sweetly. Once, I encountered this world, lingering amidst myriad encounters, gazing at the horizon as if it were right before me, willing to brave fire and water to traverse it once more. Having read only halfway, Su Jingqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having been an agent for so long, she possessed some understanding of musical composition. The songs she had managed were no fewer than dozens. Yet, just by reading the lyrics to The Wind Rises, she recognized it as an exceptionally rare masterpiece of remarkable quality. Such lyrical prowess could not be produced without considerable experience from a seasoned songwriter. Luowei, which esteemed teacher authored this song? Su Jingqiu excitedly looked towards Su Luowei, addressing the writer with a respectful title. I believe if you are able to release this song in a week, there would be no issue at all. Gazed at Su Jingqiu's astonished expression and smiled gently, but soon shook her head with a hint of regret. This song is indeed beautiful, but it remains incomplete. The melody is only half finished. The esteemed old teacher currently lacks inspiration for the other half. Otherwise, if it were completed, it would surely gain fame in the music industry. Is that so? What a pity, Su Jingqiu sighed, feeling a touch of disappointment. Her gaze returned to the blank paper, focusing on another song. The moon is to blame. It is all your fault. You easily fell in love with me, leaving me unknowingly satisfied with the vanity of being loved. It is all your fault. Your affection for others is a temptation. It is all your fault. In your eyes, there always lies a hazy charm that evokes both love and pity. I admit, it is all the moon's fault. The night is so beautiful, and you are so gentle, that in an instant, all I desire is to grow old with you. This is a love song. At first glance, the lyrics may not seem particularly grand, but Su Jingqiu displayed her astonishment once more. She understood that within the realm of popular music, the market for love songs is vast, yet they are the most challenging to compose. The sheer number of songwriters creates fierce competition. To craft a distinctive love song, one must explore unconventional paths and evoke emotions that resonate with the audience. This song, The Moon is to Blame, expresses affection for a lover from a unique and relatable perspective, showcasing a remarkable level of completeness. The paper bore a full melody. As she hummed along, she immediately recognized its exceptional quality. The melody was catchy and captivating, with a clear and brisk rhythm. Such a high-quality love song, once released, would undoubtedly achieve widespread acclaim. Luowei, what about this song? You could sing it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Su Luowei. If they could present this song at the press conference in 10 days, the fans would surely be astonished. However, Su Luowei shook her head once more. Sister Jing, this song is indeed wonderful, but it is not suitable for me to sing, as it has already been performed by someone else. Huh, someone has sung it. Which singer? Why have I never heard of it? Su Jingqiu paused in surprise. She had been preoccupied with her duties as a music director and had not had time to watch Su Luowei's livestream. Oh, who else could it be but that guy? Su Luowei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently nudged Su Jingqiu. You needn't concern yourself with who it is. In any case, this song is not appropriate. This was a love song gifted to her by Jiang Chen. In her heart, this song would forever belong to him, and she only wished to hear him sing it. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not want to bring it out. All right, I understand. Su Jingqiu sighed again with regret. However, after reviewing 2 songs, she had gained insight into Su Luowei's musical prowess. The composer of these 2 songs must possess exceptional skill. Could this person truly be the legendary genius? As she pondered, Su Luowei began to instruct, Sister Jing, for the next couple of days, you need not reach out to other musicians. However, since you know many people, could you try to investigate which company is orchestrating this behind the scenes? We must not rest until we uncover the mastermind. Su Luowei clenched her teeth, speaking with a hint of resentment. They had already been bullied, and if they did not retaliate now, how could they ever navigate the entertainment industry in the future? All right, I will activate my connections and investigate as soon as I return. Su Jingqiu nodded solemnly in response. After bidding farewell to Su Jingqiu, Su Luowei locked the door and returned to the living room with the paper filled with lyrics and melody. Jiang Chen seemed to still be napping on the rooftop. She carefully stored the lyrics, sat on the sofa, rested her chin on her hands, and gazed out the window, lost in thought. She knew that as long as she handled the studio matters step by step, there was no need to rush. However, her desire for Jiang Chen to serve as the music director for Chunwei Entertainment was not a fleeting whim. When she discovered that he could write songs like The Wind Has Risen, she realized his talent for songwriting. Compared to writing prose, he was evidently more suited to compose music. After all, he had spent so many years writing without producing anything significant, while songwriting seemed to come to him effortlessly. In just a few minutes, he could complete a love song, something even her teacher could not achieve. Though inspired beforehand, she sensed that Jiang Chen wrote with remarkable ease. She was almost certain that once he began composing songs, he would surely gain recognition in the music world. Yet, compared to the matters at the studio, she was more concerned about ensuring Jiang Chen's talent did not go unnoticed. However, Su Luowei felt troubled by his attitude. Jiang Chen had been absorbed in writing for 3 years, keeping his songwriting hidden, likely to focus on his craft in peace. She had initially noted this and refrained from probing further. So how could she persuade Jiang Chen to abandon writing and join Chunwei Entertainment as the music director? Su Luowei frowned, racking her brain for a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her face flushed with a soft glow in her eyes. For 3 years, they had both been troubled by that matter. She did not wish to disappoint Jiang Chen, but she became utterly nervous at critical moments, leaving her feeling helpless. She even considered consulting a psychologist in private. What if she tried again today? With this thought, she abruptly stood up and cautiously made her way to the 2nd floor. She rummaged through a cabinet in her room and unearthed an exquisite little box. This contained the alluring lingerie Jiang Chen had previously purchased online, which he had longed for her to try on, yet she had declined due to embarrassment. This had been a small wish lingering in Jiang Chen's heart. Perhaps tonight. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became as her heart waged a fierce internal battle. But even if she donned the outfit, what if she became as tense and stiff as before? The more she pondered, the more flushed her cheeks grew. Clutching the small box, she quietly exited the room. Chapter 11. The Capitalists' Reward. The sun shone brightly. Jiang Chen had intended to reflect on the 3 years spent with the young girl and assess his suspicions. However, the gentle sunlight proved too comfortable, causing him to yawn and gradually slip into slumber. He did not know how long he had slept, but he awoke with a shiver, sensing a chill enveloping him. Sitting up, he gazed ahead in a daze. By now, the sun had fully set, leaving only a faint rosy glow on the horizon as nightfall approached. In the distance, many houses had lit their lights. Jiang Chen yawned again, lazily reaching for the juice on the table as he reclined in his chair, sipping through a straw while admiring the evening glow. This nap had been incredibly refreshing. Tonight, he could indulge in a few games. What should he do tomorrow? It had been a while since he went out. Perhaps he could go fishing? The weather seemed quite pleasant lately. As a writer, it is only natural to venture out in search of inspiration. Or perhaps to engage in a game of chess with the elderly gentleman at the community entrance. The last time, I unwittingly lost 3 consecutive games, much to the delight of those old men. This time, I am determined to reclaim my honor. Dear, it's time for dinner. Just as I was lost in thought, the voice of Luowei echoed from downstairs. Feeling a pang of hunger, Jiang Chen donned his slippers, stretched lazily, and descended the stairs. However, upon reaching the dining room, he paused in astonishment. Typically, the dining area was barren. Luowei was often too busy to cook at home. Yet tonight, the table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, neatly arranged cutlery, 2 elegant wine glasses, and a bottle of red wine. The lighting was somewhat harsh, illuminating his face like a glaring bulb. What on earth was happening? Jiang Chen pondered, bewildered. Luowei, even on her days off, rarely had the time to prepare such a feast. Their meals were usually dependent on the auntie who delivered food. Just then, he caught sight of Luowei emerging from the kitchen, bearing a dish. Clad in a snug apron with her silky hair neatly tied back, she resembled a gentle, dutiful housewife. Sit down, please, Luowei said shyly. Tonight is a reward. At her words, Jiang Chen's spirits soared. A reward? Could it be that his recent serenade had moved her? Thus, she had prepared this sumptuous meal to treat him? With a grin, he settled into the main seat, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. My dear, don't rush. Let me hold you for a moment. Wait, I haven't tea changed yet. Luowei protested, her face flushing as she attempted to free herself. Jiang Chen assumed she referred to her apron and released her. Go on, I'll wait here. With her cheeks aflame, Luowei hastily retreated. Not to the kitchen, but up the stairs, leaving Jiang Chen alone at the table. Gazing at the glaring bulb overhead, a thought struck him. They say women cherish romance. Yet Luowei had prepared this feast under such bright lights. Was it truly because of that? Slowly, he rose from his seat. 10 minutes passed, yet Luowei still had not descended. How could changing an apron take so long? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, intending to check on her. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase, causing him to look up in surprise. There stood Luowei, clad in a form-fitting black dress, its delicate fabric clinging to her skin, subtly accentuating her alluring curves. He recognized the dress well. It was one he had carefully chosen. The neckline perfectly showcased her collarbone and elegant neck, while the hem swayed gracefully with her movements, her fair legs gliding into view like a captivating landscape. This reward was indeed quite striking. Jiang Chen felt a rush of warmth, his thoughts momentarily lost. Husband, Luowei began. But her words faltered as she entered the dining room, her expression frozen in surprise. The once bright room was now softly illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting gentle shadows on the walls. Delicate candles burned quietly, their warm, golden glow dancing in the breeze, while the table was adorned with her meticulously prepared dishes, radiating color and fragrance. She stood transfixed, noticing the wine glasses beside each place, filled halfway with red wine that sparkled enticingly in the candlelight. Luowei's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. How could this be? Her cheeks felt ablaze, and her heart raced with an unfamiliar sensation. Husband, all of this is at you? Luowei's eyes widened in confusion as she realized not how she had ended up seated, but rather the significance of the scene before her. Jiang Chen too was taken aback. Luowei was already beautiful, but now, with her flushed cheeks and gradually clouding eyes, illuminated by the flickering flames, she resembled a lovely maiden intoxicated by the moment, exuding an irresistible charm. Could it be? He was astonished. Was Luowei truly sensitive to romance? All of these candles had been his doing, for a romantic dinner must be illuminated by candlelight. What began as a mere hypothesis had triggered a profound reaction from her. Yes, it's all my doing. Do you like it? Luowei stammered, seemingly unprepared for her own reaction. Jiang Chen observed her tongue tied and her nervousness palpable, unable to resist the urge to pinch her rosy cheek, which felt as if it had just emerged from a steamer, the blush spreading from her face down to her neck. Luowei appeared tense, her gaze bewildered as she looked at him. How could this be? In their previous encounters, Jiang Chen had assumed her nervousness stemmed from fear. Hence he refrained from advancing further, wary of leaving her with emotional scars. Yet now, clad in that enticing black dress, her fair skin barely concealed, her slender legs peeking out. Everything about her stirred his desires. Husband, Luowei. I gazed at him with a mix of vulnerability and helplessness, bewildered by her own feelings. This situation had never arisen before, save for those moments when Jiang Chen had contemplated mischief. What is this? Jiang Chen felt the flames of passion igniting within him. Though he had concealed his songwriting from Luowei for 3 years, she too had deceived herself during that time. It turned out she was not merely nervous, but rather sensitive to romance. Raising the glass of red wine from the table, he drank deeply, his eyes glinting like a wolf. 3 years. This mischievous girl had delayed him for far too long. Tonight, he would teach her a lesson. What are you going to do? Luowei exclaimed in surprise as Jiang Chen rose, sweeping her off her feet. The meal had yet to be served. After a tempestuous 2 hours, Jiang Chen finally carried Luowei downstairs. Her cheeks were flushed, her body languid, and her hair slightly tousled. He gently placed her back in her chair. After their tumultuous rendezvous, Luowei radiated an indescribable feminine allure. It's your fault. The food has gone cold. She chided him. Not to worry, a quick reheat will suffice. I'll take care of it. You rest for a bit. Jiang Chen replied with a grin, heading to the kitchen. Compared to the significance of their earlier encounter, what did a few cold dishes matter? A quarter of an hour later, he emerged from the kitchen with the food, and at last, their dinner began in earnest. Come, let us start with a bowl of soup. Jiang Chen, with great thoughtfulness, served Luowei a bowl of soup. The prolonged and intense exertions had indeed left both of them quite fatigued. Understanding the nuances of her character, he kindly turned off the ambient lights and discreetly disposed of the aromatherapy diffuser outside the door. Everything progressed even more smoothly than anticipated. Luowei shot him a playful glare, yet she did not refuse. Instead, she took the bowl and began sipping the soup delicately. After such an extended period, she found herself quite hungry. After some time, the dishes on the table had diminished significantly, and both were nearly satiated. It was then that Luowei stole a glance at Jiang Chen, seizing the opportune moment to broach the main topic. She had initially intended to be coy, but for reasons unknown, her words morphed into a habitual quarrel. Why did you put garlic in my bowl? Because I accidentally ate some earlier. So you expect me to eat it too? Chapter 12. The capitalist is very upset. Eating garlic is beneficial for health. The flickering candlelight illuminated Luowei's features, rendering her even more enchanting, yet no longer the gentle apple, but rather a fiery chili pepper. I refuse to eat it, and you are not allowed to sit cross-legged. Why not? Just because. Then I suppose it's fine if I don't sit like that. Jiang Chen shifted into a more relaxed posture. And you are not allowed to drink cola. Why? It's unhealthy. Jiang Chen's lips twitched, aware that Luowei had begun her unreasonable antics again. If you want me to comfort you, just say so, don't pick a fight. Who wants you to comfort me? Luowei, having her thoughts exposed, appeared somewhat vexed. In any case, you ate garlic today, so you are not permitted to hold me while sleeping. What do you want then? If you agree to one condition, I will forgive you. What condition? Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to take Luowei upstairs and lecture her, yet he adhered to her disposition and inquired. Our music director at Chunwei Entertainment has resigned. If you could join the company, I would forgive you. Jiang Chen was instantly taken aback. Wait, the entertainment industry, a job, music director? No way. Luowei is actually considering having him work in the entertainment industry? Is the capitalist's exploitation returning? In an instant, Jiang Chen felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and his fingers trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks. What is happening? The intense palpitation was sufficient to awaken any man to reality. He laid down his chopsticks. Are you serious? Of course. Luowei's beautiful eyes sparkled under the wavering candlelight, twinkling with pride. I was quite pleased with your performance today, and I believe you are fully capable of fulfilling the role of music director. Besides, working from home will only squander your talents. It would be better to develop directly in the entertainment industry. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Indeed, after Luowei discovered his songwriting abilities, she wanted him to work at the company. Although it was merely the position of music director, such matters often lead to more. Once he became the music director of Chunwei Entertainment, various forces would gradually propel him back onto his former path. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Dear, I actually don't like working in the entertainment industry. I inherently clash with it. If you need songs, I can write them at home. Going to work is out of the question. I do not like that place. No way. Luowei rolled her eyes in frustration. How can anyone be inherently at odds with the entertainment industry? I see you're just trying to be lazy and avoid work. Moreover, If you dislike the entertainment industry, why did you learn to write and sing songs in the first place? And you can write a song in 5 minutes? Jiang Chen opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. He certainly could not admit that his songwriting talent was innate. After a prolonged silence, he pinched his fingers to maintain composure. Dear, you misunderstood. That song was not written in 5 minutes. Su Luowei, bewildered, responded, wasn't it? I clearly watched you write it on the spot. Actually, I had written that song long ago. I just never told you. He sighed, stood up, and lifted the table, retrieving a small folded piece of paper from beneath the table leg, placing it before Su Luowei. Take a look. Su Luowei, puzzled, accepted and unfolded it. Upon seeing the content, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. For the dusty paper, when spread out, revealed the very song Jiang Chen had sung on the rooftop today. Yuliang Ridahua. The lyrics and melody were all there. Yet, she distinctly remembered that Jiang Chen had used this paper to prop up the table over a year ago. When did he write it? He actually used such a great song as a table prop? Su Luowei stared blankly at the paper in her hand, noticing the distinct creases, the slight yellowing of the color, and the dampness when touched, confirming that this paper had indeed been under the table for quite some time, making forgery impossible. Suddenly, she felt her mind was in disarray. This song had been written long ago? Then how long did it take you to write it? I can't recall. Anyway, it was quite a while. Jiang Chen gazed at the sky, lost in thought. 10 minutes? Or 20 minutes? In any case, it was not brief. How many songs have you written over the years? 2 songs. Jiang Chen silently apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, dear. I truly cannot take on the role of music director. If you need songs, I can write you 50 or 100 at home. But working in the entertainment industry is simply out of the question. Jiang Chen's complexion paled slightly, but under the soft yellow light, he managed to conceal it. Crafting a song is no simple feat. Just these 2 songs had consumed a considerable amount of my time. Over 3 years, I have only written 2 songs. And I fear that I am not suited for the position of music director. Su Luowei stared in shock at Jiang Chen, who was now denying everything. Her thoughts completely in disarray. What? Yuliang Ridahua was written long ago by Jiang Chen? He took 3 years to write only 2 songs? So, his abilities are truly not suitable for the role of music director? How can a music director write only 2 songs in 3 years? A competent music director, regardless of quality, should produce at least 10 songs a year. With Jiang Chen's pace, he is utterly unqualified for the role of music director. So what was he doing tonight? Jiang Chen forced a smile. Dear, you know that my dream is to become a great writer, to create works that can be passed down through the ages. This has always been my dream. If I cannot achieve it, I cannot sleep at night. Can you understand? Su Luowei watched Jiang Chen speak passionately. For reasons unknown, her heart gradually filled with irritation, and she felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on him and bite him. I cannot understand. She huffed angrily at Jiang Chen, then stomped her foot in frustration and stood up, enduring the pain as she marched upstairs. Her desire for Jiang Chen to become the music director at Luowei Entertainment was not born out of her inability to solve those issues, but rather out of a wish not to let Jiang Chen's talents go to waste. However, the situation now is entirely different from what she had imagined. Jiang Chen gazed at the little girl's retreating figure, feeling a strong urge to say something. Yet, the images of sudden death flashing in his mind and the overwhelming sensation of palpitations rendered his face pale. What on earth is happening? Was everything fine just this afternoon? How could it be that just a few hours later, he is expected to work in the entertainment industry? And why did that damn music director resign so abruptly? Is it true that his wife has been taken to Thailand to become a ladyboy? Jiang Chen sat in his chair, cursing the entire Yao family. Before letting out a resigned sigh, he had no idea how to explain his fear of the entertainment industry to Su Luowei. Who has ever developed a phobia of the entertainment world without having set foot in it? This could easily lead to discussions of past lives. Forget it, forget it. He might as well inconvenience Su Luowei a little and compose a few more songs at home to make amends. This should also resolve the issue of the music director's departure. While he pondered this, a moment later, Su Luowei's somewhat annoyed voice echoed from upstairs. Hurry up and eat. Wash the dishes after you're done. At 10 o'clock that night, Su Jingqiu returned home. As she rummaged through her bag for her keys, she inadvertently pulled out a paper airplane inscribed with the words invisible wings. Oh no, how did I end up giving this to Luowei? She lightly tapped her forehead in realization. Never mind. After all, I need to visit her tomorrow morning. I can give it to her then. With that thought, she shook her head and returned the paper airplane to her bag, retrieving her keys to open the door. The next morning, Su Luowei rose early. She had been quite upset with Jiang Chen the previous night, although upon reflection, it seemed unfair to blame him entirely. After all, he was merely a writer. and producing 2 songs within 3 years was already commendable. Yet for some reason, she remained angry, to the point of hardly speaking to him all night. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still lazily sleeping upstairs, as was his habit of not waking up before 10 o'clock. Being a writer requires a constantly alert mind. She took a large sip of water in frustration and then looked out the window, feeling dejected. In truth, she had considered Jiang Chen's words from the previous night. No music director would only produce 2 songs in 3 years. A music director is responsible for the entire company's musical output. And the artists in the studio are not solely her concern. Many newly signed artists also require musical works. If Jiang Chen were to become the music director for Luowei Entertainment under such high pressure, it could potentially backfire and undermine his creative confidence. Luowei sighed softly. After all, Jiang Chen was only 24 and not a professional. Managing to craft 2 high-quality songs was already quite a feat for him. It would be unwise to insist on the music director role. They should seek out other seasoned professionals in the industry. Just as she was deep in thought, the doorbell rang. Luowei set down her water glass and opened the door. Jiangchen stood at the entrance, her demeanor a whirlwind as she held a shoulder bag and chatted on the phone, finally hanging up after a considerable time. Luowei, I've arranged everything for the studio. How did your conversation with that music teacher go yesterday? She asked, changing her shoes. Luowei's expression suddenly stiffened, and she hesitated before responding. I didn't negotiate well. What? Jiangchen exclaimed, puzzled. What happened? She had assumed that Luowei felt confident enough to approach that music producer. After some thought, I realized he doesn't seem suitable for the role of music director. Luowei sighed. Luowei, could you tell me who this music producer is? Someone who can write 2 such high-quality pieces should not be obscure in the entertainment industry, Jiangchen inquired, stepping inside after changing her shoes. Luowei hesitated for a while. It was about Jiang Chen, and she was somewhat reluctant to reveal it. However, since the wind rises and the moon's mischief would eventually be released, she couldn't keep it a secret forever. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, it's Jiang Chen. What? Jiangchen's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. Jiang Chen. Isn't he a writer? He can write songs? She couldn't help but add. What kind of writer? In 3 years, he hasn't written anything at all. He's just a freeloader. If it weren't for Luowei supporting him, he might be begging on the streets by now. How could someone like him possibly write songs? Naturally, she refrained from voicing these thoughts in front of Luowei. But her expression betrayed her skepticism. Luowei pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. Jingjia, those 2 songs were indeed written by Jiang Chen. This was precisely why she had been reluctant to mention Jiang Chen. Those around her seemed to hold a strong opinion about him. Whenever his name came up, the reactions were always intense. Wait, Jiangchen suddenly seemed to recall something. Luowei, you aren't seriously considering making Jiang Chen the music director of Luowei Entertainment, are you? She was taken aback. No way. Luowei, absolutely not. How could Jiang Chen be the music director? You know what kind of person he is. If he takes that position, it will surely lead to chaos. And please, don't let personal feelings interfere with work. Jingjia, please calm down. I discussed this with Jiang Chen yesterday, and he declined. It was only when Jiangchen paused that Luowei found her opportunity to speak. He declined? Jiangchen was surprised, and then immediately smirked. Thank goodness he did, otherwise Luowei Entertainment would be ruined under this slacker's management. Luowei nodded, feeling somewhat dejected as she sank into the sofa. Seeing her expression, Jiangchen exhaled in relief. It's for the best that he didn't agree. Listen to my advice. Jiang Chen truly isn't suited for the role of music director. It's far too critical. You know his status at home over the past 3 years. If he truly had talent, how could he not have produced anything in that time? The circumstances surrounding those 2 songs are still unclear, but your marriage to Jiang Chen is your personal matter. I can't stop you. But making him the music director is out of the question. Luowei looked at Jiangchen, who appeared tense, unsure how to explain, and could only nod helplessly. I understand, Jingjia. She had come to realize that if Jiang Chen had only written 2 songs in 3 years, he indeed was not fit to be the music director of Luowei Entertainment. All right, Luowei, don't fret too much. Every cloud has a silver lining. We will find a solution for the music director position. I have thought of several industry veterans. I will contact them shortly. Luowei nodded. By the way, Luowei, I found this paper airplane at your doorstep yesterday. Since it had writing on it, I didn't throw it away. Take a look and see if it belongs to you. Jiangchen suddenly recalled something and took out a paper airplane from her bag. What paper airplane? Luowei asked as she accepted the paper airplane, unfolding it in her hands. Initially, she presumed it to be merely a child's toy. However, upon noticing the familiar handwriting on the paper, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The paper bore a series of short lines that seemed strikingly familiar. Just yesterday, she had encountered something similar and instantly recognized it as Jiang Chen's handwriting. The content read, "Invisible wings every time. I am strong amidst the solitude. Every time, even when deeply hurt, I do not shed tears. I know. I have always had a pair of invisible wings to carry me away, flying over despair." Had it not been for the events of yesterday, Luowei might have thought this to be an odd poem composed by Jiang Chen. But now, she understood that these were lyrics. As she continued to read, her heart raced with trepidation. "I finally see. All dreams are blooming, the youth in pursuit." The songs resound loudly. As a professional idol singer, she possessed a keen sensitivity to lyrics. Often, a mere glance at the words would allow her to discern the quality of a song. After a brief perusal of the lyrics, she sensed a subtle melancholy woven within. The lyrics were beautifully crafted. The only regret was that the melody was absent from the paper. Thus, was this Jiang Chen's third song. The morning sun danced with the gentle breeze, fluttering the curtains by the window. A lovely figure stood by, appearing somewhat irate. "Luowei, do you recognize this paper airplane?" Su Jingqiu inquired curiously. Luowei gritted her teeth, clutching the paper tightly, her eyes glinting with a dangerous aura. "I do. Of course I do. Just yesterday, I saw a similar one." Su Jingqiu was momentarily taken aback by Su Luowei's furious demeanor. What could possibly make her so angry? Was there something special about this paper airplane? Who wrote this? Who else but Jiang Chen? Su Luowei snapped, glancing down at the creased paper. The paper was pristine white, the ink clear and vivid, evidently penned recently. Most importantly, she was aware that Jiang Chen had been flying paper airplanes on the rooftop 2 days prior, and she had even advised him not to toss them around carelessly. The truth dawned on her in an instant. The content on this paper was written by Jiang Chen just 2 days ago. Fuming, Su Luowei bit her silver teeth, realizing that the scoundrel Jiang Chen had deceived her once again. He claimed to have written only 2 songs in 3 years. If this man had indeed penned merely 2 songs over 3 years, then what was the meaning of this content? "Luowei, is this poetry truly written by Jiang Chen?" Su Jingqiu asked, struggling to keep pace with the unfolding situation. Su Luowei nodded in affirmation. Su Jingqiu's mouth fell agape. This rascal could compose such verses? Yet, after a brief moment, she became somewhat dismissive. What good were beautifully written verses if they couldn't be turned into money? Wasn't it still up to Luowei to support him while he wrote these useless things? No wonder he had yet to publish any works. Just then, Su Luowei, visibly irritated, interjected, "These are lyrics by Jiang Chen. If nothing unexpected occurs, this is likely his third song." "Lyrics? This is a song," Su Jingqiu exclaimed, looking at Su Luowei in surprise. She had always thought the content on the paper was merely copied poetry. Su Luowei nodded, about to speak further when Jiang Chen ambled down the stairs. He yawned heavily, clad in pajamas, and strolled into the living room with an air of laziness. "Wife, I'm hungry. Where's breakfast?" He approached the dining area only to find it devoid of breakfast, leaving him puzzled. Typically, when Su Luowei was home, she would have breakfast ready at this hour. What was different today? Turning around, he noticed Su Jingqiu and Su Luowei seated on the sofa, their gazes directed at him with an unusual complexity. "Ah, old Shu is here too," he lazily greeted, raising a hand. As Su Luowei's manager, Su Jingqiu had visited their home before, so he recognized her. However, his words made Su Jingqiu's lips twitch involuntarily. Indeed, her name contained the character Chu, but generally, those younger than her addressed her as Sister Jing, while those older would call her Xiao Jing. Only Jiang Chen, since their first meeting, had persistently called her Old Chu, which sounded rather unappealing. Despite how many times she had asked him to stop, he had never heeded her. Taking a deep breath, she turned her head slightly, choosing not to engage with Jiang Chen any further. Su Luowei's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Chen, mistaking her silence for lingering anger from yesterday, approached her with a playful grin. "Hey, wifey, still upset?" Su Luowei's face, however, appeared even colder. "Did you sleep well last night?" "I slept splendidly," Jiang Chen replied, deliberately inching closer to her. He intended to charm her today and smooth over yesterday's events. Su Jingqiu observed silently, thinking to herself that Jiang Chen had an audaciously thick skin. "Oh, really?" Su Luowei responded without much change in her expression. "However, I didn't sleep well last night. I woke up early this morning and found a paper airplane at our doorstep." She lightly shook the paper in her hand, adding with suspicion, "Strangely, this paper airplane has some nonsensical writing on it, and the handwriting seems familiar. Darling, do you know what this is about?" Jiang Chen froze momentarily, glancing at the white paper in Su Luowei's hand with its vaguely familiar writing. His heart sank. "No way. The thing I wrote the other day should have been disposed of. How did it end up outside?" Did it get blown away while I was napping? And I didn't notice? How could it have been found by Luowei? What kind of luck is this? This is infuriating. Jiang Chen's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. Old wife, let me explain. He smiled at Luowei. Go ahead, I'm listening. She replied with a smile that seemed devoid of any anger. However, Jiang Chen knew this was a sign that she was genuinely upset. If he continued to downplay the situation, she might truly explode. After a brief internal struggle, he decided to abandon his attempts at evasion and admitted his fault outright. I'm sorry, wife. I misspoke yesterday. In the past 3 years, I've actually written 3 songs. The birth of one lie often necessitates 10 more to cover it up. Jiang Chen thought to himself with a silent chuckle. I'm truly sorry, my dear girl, but I find myself at a loss for words regarding this matter. The seasoned man, having been married for 3 years, remains remarkably composed, apologizing one moment, and then seemingly unfazed as he veers off course the next. Luowei feels an overwhelming urge to seize Jiang Chen's wrist and bite it fiercely. However, with Su Jingchu still present, she can only glare at him in frustration. Jiang Chen, just how long do you intend to deceive me? My dear wife, this is merely a misunderstanding. Jiang Chen awkwardly chuckles. I assure you, this will be the last song. Luowei grits her teeth, taking several deep breaths before feeling a modicum of relief. Yet, as she contemplates what to say next, she realizes with some exasperation that she seems to have little leverage over Jiang Chen. After all, writing 2 songs in 3 years versus 3 songs in 3 years doesn't present a significant difference. It still precludes Jiang Chen from taking on the role of music director. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I shall return to my work. For some reason, my creative inspiration is particularly strong today. Jiang Chen, sensing the atmosphere, decides to make a hasty retreat. However, Luowei is not yet willing to let him off the hook, biting her lip and insisting, wait, there is still something to address. Taking a deep breath, she waves the sheet of paper in her hand, saying indignantly, you can leave only after singing this song. After collecting her thoughts, she comes to understand that Jiang Chen is inherently lazy, and pressing him further would be futile. Although he has deceived her, he has at least contributed in some way. The song written on the paper suits her perfectly, providing a timely solution to her current predicament. As for the position of music director, she merely needs to find a suitable candidate before the new song's release. Not a problem. Jiang Chen breathes a sigh of relief, signaling an okay with his hand. After all, it is just a single song. It does not hold great significance. He is aware that Luowei's anger has substantially dissipated. Once the song is performed, he plans to say a few sweet words to charm her, and this incident will be forgotten. Later, he can take the time to write a few proper songs for Luowei, ensuring he remains the most dazzling figure in the community. When Jiang Chen returns to the living room with his guitar, he finds Luowei's expression considerably improved. He smiles, cradling the guitar, gently strumming its strings. In the living room, the 2 women watch him with curiosity. Su Jingchu's eyes brim with confusion. Can Jiang Chen truly write and sing? How could she have overlooked this talent? However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's demeanor gradually shifts to one of seriousness. As long as he is not required to work in the entertainment industry, singing a few songs at home is hardly a chore. Sensing Jiang Chen's transformation, Su Jingchu finds herself momentarily taken aback. Luowei, too, holds her breath, fixated on Jiang Chen. The inexplicable spark she felt from him the previous night seems to resurface. Jiang Chen adjusts his posture and expertly plucks the guitar strings. A cascade of notes fills the air. This is merely a sound check. Su Jingchu watches as Jiang Chen's fingers dance across the strings, her eyes widening. She has never witnessed such a sound check technique, yet she can intuitively grasp its complexity, for his movements are not only swift, but also exude a palpable rhythm. The notes ring out in a rapid succession, creating a dense tapestry of sound, and in mere moments, the sound check concludes. He appears to surpass even professional singers in skill. After completing the sound check, Jiang Chen slowly closes his eyes, searching for the emotional depth required for singing. Luowei and Su Jingchu exchange glances, both astonished to find that Jiang Chen's approach leaves no room for criticism. Moments later, Jiang Chen's eyes flutter open, and he gently strums the guitar. A melody imbued with a tinge of melancholy begins to resonate. Luowei listens intently, nodding in agreement. The prelude carries an inexplicable sadness, yet the melody is irresistibly catchy. Then, Jiang Chen begins to sing, his voice slightly husky. I have forgotten how long it has been since I last heard you tell me your favorite story. The mournful yet raspy tones envelop the room. But Luowei and Su Jingchu are momentarily stunned. For Jiang Chen is singing a song entirely different from the one inscribed on the paper airplane. Chapter 15. Fairy tale. The hall falls into a brief silence, the only sound being Jiang Chen's raspy voice, tinged with sorrow. Luowei picks up the lyrics once more, scrutinizing them to confirm she has not made an error. The song written on the paper is titled Invisible Wings, and its lyrics bear no resemblance to what Jiang Chen is currently singing. What song is Jiang Chen performing now? I have pondered for a long time, and I am beginning to panic. Have I done something wrong again? You cried and told me that fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen continues with the lyrics, and both Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's eyes widen in astonishment. They realize that although they have never encountered these lyrics, the song seems quite melodious. Jiang Chen's vocal prowess is unexpectedly impressive. His voice is captivating, with clear and precise enunciation, and he masterfully conveys both emotion and pitch. Su Jingchu gazes at Jiang Chen in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. As a talent agent, she possesses a keen eye for recognizing artistry. She had initially seen the potential in Su Luowei and was certain this beautiful and innocent girl would rise to fame, which is why she has committed to being her agent. However, now she senses an entirely different aura emanating from Jiang Chen. Composed, professional, and self-assured. What is this? She struggles to articulate this sensation, yet she recalls that such a feeling is typically reserved for encounters with a select few top-tier stars in the entertainment industry. Is this truly the Jiang Chen she once knew? Moreover, isn't he merely a mediocre writer? I can never be your prince. Perhaps you will never understand. Since you declared your love for me, the stars in my sky have all ignited. Jiang Chen remains blissfully unaware of the astonished expressions on the faces of the two women. He slowly closes his eyes, as if transported back to his youthful high school days. That year, during the school anniversary celebration, he passionately sang this very song on stage, dedicating it to the girl he admired. Beneath the flickering lights and amidst the cacophony of cheers, his classmates called out his name. That year, he experienced the pangs of first love, confessing his feelings in the boldest way possible. The girl was beautiful, her smile revealing two adorable little canine teeth. That night, she accepted his confession, and they began their journey together. The carefree days of youth and the sweetness of first love are truly nostalgic. Alas, such bliss was fleeting. Merely a month later, the girl transferred to another city due to her father's job relocation. On the night of their farewell, he wept, alone in his room, singing this song until the late hours. In the hall, Jiang Chen's voice continues to resonate, yet his emotions remain tightly restrained. Suppressed. It felt as though one were awaiting the opportunity for an eruption. At last, I am willing to transform into the angel you adore in a fairy tale, extending my arms to become wings that guard you. You must believe that we shall end up like in a fairy tale, with happiness and joy as the conclusion. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu stared blankly at Jiang Chen, their minds momentarily ceasing to ponder. The climax of this song, though merely a tranquil melody, seemed to convey an excruciating sentiment. A subtle sadness stirred within, causing one's heart to tremble. The lyrics and melody exuded a poignant love and regret. You must believe that we shall end up like in a fairy tale, with happiness and joy as the conclusion. You cried to me, saying, fairy tales are deceitful. Jiang Chen's singing continued, yet Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's eyes gradually reddened. If nothing unexpected occurred, it appeared that Jiang Chen had once again composed a remarkably high-quality love song. Finally, the song's resonance gently faded. The hall fell into silence. Jiang Chen waited quietly for a moment, allowing the emotions to subside before exhaling softly and setting down his guitar. Observing the two women on the sofa, now in a stupor, he retrieved a cigarette from his pack and lit it with a flick. This was a prop he had prepared in advance to enhance his image. The white smoke swirled as Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, tilting his head slightly upward to gaze at the ceiling, as if contemplating the meaning of life. This pose appeared melancholic, and he felt quite satisfied. He relished the dazed expressions on Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's faces. Indeed, a performance by a top-tier artist should leave an audience in awe. He turned nonchalantly, taking a seat. Now was the time to accept the flowers and applause. He was ready to embrace the honors that belonged solely to him. However, oddly enough, after waiting for quite some time, the anticipated praises did not resound. What was amiss? He looked ahead in confusion, only to see Su Luowei wiping the corners of her eyes before gazing at him in bewilderment. Darling, what song did you just sing? Fairy tale, he replied. Isn't it written on the paper? Su Luowei picked up the sheet and glanced at it, then expressionlessly placed it before him. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Jiang Chen leaned in, puzzled, examining the paper. The handwriting was unmistakably his, yet the title at the top boasted 5 flamboyant characters, In Xing de Qi Bang, seemingly emanating a shimmering golden light. Jiang Chen's expression froze in shock. His mouth hung open, and the cigarette but slipped from his fingers, scattering sparks upon impact. What the hell? What on earth is happening? He distinctly remembered writing a song imbued with gentle sorrow just the day before. No, wasn't it fairy tale? How did it morph into Yin Xing de Qi Bang? At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as though his brain had been struck by a meteor, his head spinning, and the world upside down. Damn it, he had mixed them up. Both songs were suffused with subtle sadness. But what he had written on the paper was Yin Xing de Qi Bang, not fairy tale. It mattered not. Luowei revealed a breathtaking smile, crouching down to retrieve the cigarette but from the floor, gently patting his shoulder. Darling, I will give you time this time. You can think it over slowly. Once you've devised an explanation, share it with me. Luowei extinguished the cigarette with determination and tossed it into the trash can. Then, with a serene expression, she ascended the stairs. Jiang Chen gazed upward as if devoid of cognitive ability, his expression vacant. At this moment, he felt as though 100,000 imaginary horses were galloping through his heart. What on earth is going on? How could he have mixed them up? Simultaneously, he regretted not checking that piece of paper earlier. Had he done so, he might have avoided such a foolish mistake. Regret, indeed. Meanwhile, Su Jingqiu inhaled deeply, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Jiang Chen. His performance today had left her utterly stunned. This song, Fairy Tale, coupled with Jiang Chen's voice, which rivaled that of top singers, made her nearly certain that if he were to debut with this song, he would achieve immediate fame. When had this man become so talented? Had he been deliberately concealing his abilities all along? If sorrow had a name, Jiang Chen mused, it ought to be Fairy Tale. The weather atop the building was splendid. The sunshine bathed him warmly, while the gentle breeze stirred the greenery on the balcony, producing a soothing rustling sound. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Chen's spirits plummeted to an abyss. He slumped in the lounge chair, gazing at the azure sky, his eyes devoid of light. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. One mistake can lead to a cascade of errors. If he could relive that moment, he would meticulously scrutinize that piece of paper from beginning to end. Thus, he would never have sung the wrong song. However, the world offers no remedy for regret. After wallowing in despair for 5 minutes, he reluctantly confessed the truth to his wife. Yes, he could write songs, and he had composed far more than 3 in the span of 3 years. Ultimately, he won Luowei's forgiveness, but, under the pressure of her outburst, secured the position of music director at Chunwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen silently gazed at the sky, heaving a sigh. Once again, he was being exploited by a beautiful capitalist. His writer's life had been progressing well. How had it suddenly taken this turn? Darling, thank you. In the sunlight, Luowei's eyes twinkled like crescent moons as she giggled behind her hand. However, Jiang Chen's expression was one of discomfort. He could not enter the entertainment industry. It would be disastrous. The unspeakable sense of trepidation began to spread within him, his scalp tingling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He simply loved writing too much, which was why he had deliberately concealed his songwriting talent, fearing that being asked to write songs would detract from his writing time. He ought to be allowed to experience the role of music director, to refine his lazy disposition. Meanwhile, Luowei pouted, proudly explaining something to Su Jingqiu. Is that so? Su Jingqiu gazed incredulously at Jiang Chen, who lay languidly in the lounge chair, as if turned to mush. The shock on her face lingered. Just moments ago, Jiang Chen had demonstrated the melody of Yin Xing de Qi Bang in front of both of them. Luowei, comparing it to the melody on the paper, simply strummed and sang a few notes, her beautiful eyes sparkling uncontrollably. She had also listened, and indeed, the song was exquisitely beautiful, surpassing any she had performed since her debut. Such a song, and Jiang Chen had carelessly folded it into a paper airplane and tossed it about? This was simply too much. After contemplating for a long while, Su Jingqiu eventually conjured a single word in her mind. Extravagant. Indeed, that was precisely it. She could be certain that any singer fortunate enough to possess songs like Teen Gu or YNXing to CH being would treasure them as priceless gems. A single song of such caliber could establish a firm foothold in the music industry. However, Jiang Chen seemed to regard it with utter indifference. If it weren't for Luowei's persistent requests, he would have been too apathetic even to transcribe the melody of YNXing to CH being. This fellow was astonishingly casual. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chen had no intention of discarding these creations, had the wind not swept the paper airplane off the roof. It is likely that no one would have ever discovered this song. Yet, it was too late for regrets. When Luowei once more suggested that Jiang Chen assumed the role of the new entertainment director at CHNWIYL, XJNGCH hesitated for a moment, but surprisingly raised no objections. She had scrutinized all 4 of Jiang Chen's songs. If she were to encapsulate her impression of him in a single word, it would be genius. A true prodigy. Each of his 4 compositions boasted an extraordinary level of quality, rare even among the seasoned veterans of the music scene, where no one could guarantee the consistent excellence of their creations. Inspiration often hinges on fortune. Remarkably, Jiang Chen was merely 24 years old and had not devoted all his time and energy to songwriting. If only he were less engrossed in writing. XJNGCH sighed, recognizing the lamentable waste of such talent on writing. What merits could a writing career possibly hold? After 3 years of producing nothing substantial, he would be better off earnestly crafting songs. Indeed, Luowei shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen and let out a soft huff. Her lovely eyes then narrowed slightly as she continued to delight in the lyrics and melodies in her hands. She was in high spirits. YNXing to CH being resonated deeply with her, aligning perfectly with her typical singing style, as if it had been custom-made for her. After thoroughly examining the lyrics for a while longer, she contentedly tucked them away. She then gracefully approached Jiang Ch inside and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Darling, thank you. This is a reward for you." Her tender lips brushed against his cheek. However, Jiang Chen was in no mood to savor the gesture. He turned away with a pained expression. "Do not mind me. I am mourning the impending loss of my youth." Luowei stifled a laugh at his words. Ever since he accepted the position of music director, he had appeared listless, as if all his vigor had been drained away. What youth? 3 years of writing. And yet nothing to show for it. Luowei playfully pinched his waist and pouted. "I think you should abandon your dream of becoming an author. That career simply does not suit you. You would do better to focus on songwriting, where you are sure to achieve success." Jiang Chen's expression grew even more distressed. Was he not lamenting his aspirations as a writer? He was mourning his very existence. "I do not wish to talk. My stomach aches," he groaned, turning away in discomfort. Noticing his continued refusal to acknowledge her, Luowei stood up in irritation. Hands on her hips. "Then you may continue to reminisce here. You have already promised me that you will start at CHNWIYL in 3 days. Unless you can produce a respectable book within this time frame, you must dutifully report for work." With that, she huffed and descended the stairs. Although she had already acquired the new song, time was short before its release, and she had numerous matters to attend to. XJNGCH sighed and followed her down. Jiang Chen turned to gaze at the sky, lost in thought. 3 days. Only 3 days remained. Was his life truly set to conclude in just 3 days? While the role of music director differed from a direct debut, once he embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. No, this was not the outcome he desired. One should not easily capitulate to fate. The situation had not yet reached the point of surrender. At this juncture, what could be done? What means remained to halt this course? Luowei's earlier words echoed in his mind. Unless you can write a respectable book within these 3 days, you must dutifully report for work. Suddenly, Jiang Chen had an epiphany. Who had said he could not become an accomplished author? As long as he could produce a work, was that not sufficient? By then, even if he resigned from the position of music director and dedicated himself to writing at home, surely the young lady would acquiesce, right? Enlightened by this thought, he abruptly sat up and slammed his hand on the table, his thoughts crystallizing with clarity. Yes, how had he not considered this before? The leisurely life of a writer. Yes, indeed. If he wished to continue enjoying a relaxed life at home without stepping into the entertainment industry, he must preserve his identity as an author. The light in his eyes intensified, the feeling of dread subsiding, and he sprang up from the recliner. Let us act decisively. Slipping into his slippers, he returned to his room and opened his computer. Time waits for no one. He must embark on his journey as a writer immediately. However, he had little time. And becoming an exceptional author in a short span was no easy feat. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen typed writing competition into the search bar. As an author who had produced no works for 3 years, he did not intend to start from scratch at a leisurely pace. Instead, he planned to enter a writing competition directly. Such contests inherently generate buzz, quickly disseminating his pen name and works. The computer screen soon displayed search results, but they comprised primarily various websites featuring fantasy and urban-themed literary competitions. Jiang Chen browsed for a while, shaking his head in disappointment. This was not the content he sought. Publishing novels on such platforms required copyright agreements, which did not meet his needs, and the genres were not to his liking. After a moment's thought, he re-entered literary writing competition into the search bar. This time, the results were fewer but largely aligned with Jiang Chen's requirements, consisting of writing competitions from major literary forums. No signing was necessary. One only needed to submit their work. After silently sifting through the options, his gaze landed on the title of one particular competition. The page unfolded, revealing the rules for a women's literary writing competition, complete with a registration link. WHO 11 Literary Forum, 17th National Women's Literary Novel Writing Competition, theme, love, genre, unrestricted, word count, over 500, 000, entry method, forum submission, evaluation method, live online voting, registration requirement, forum real name authentication account, a women's literary novel? Jiang Chen felt a twinge of indecision. This writing competition was hosted by Hushi's largest literary forum, a semi-official institution with considerable influence, and it required no signing, aligning perfectly with his needs. The only drawback was that it was a women's literary writing competition with a love theme. As a grown man, when has he ever indulged in the saccharine tales of romance novels? What should he do now? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, lost in thought once more. Romance? What novels he had perused contained any semblance of love? Several renowned masterpieces sprang to mind, yet he had dismissed them all. Although these works were exquisitely crafted, they lacked the essential element of romance required for the writing contest. Suddenly, a book he had fervently read late into the night surfaced in his memory. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Wait, that book seemed to narrate a love story. Why not write about it? With this thought, he hesitated no longer. Registering an account on the forum and promptly clicking the registration link below, a page appeared on the screen requiring details of his work. Title, pen name, male, female protagonists, book's message. After perusing the options, Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on the title section. Should he use the original title? However, that title contained elements of the supernatural, which appeared misaligned with the theme of romance for the competition. Perhaps a new title would suffice. Although the book primarily revolved around tomb raiding, it did not lack love stories. Thus, he decided to name it Those Years We Blown Out the Lanterns. He lightly tapped the keyboard, entering the corresponding information. Title, Those Years We Blown Out the Lanterns, pen name, Zhang Lang Kai Ji, male, female protagonists, Hu Xiaoba, Yang Mei Li, book's message. Are you ready? This will be a novel approach to a love story. After completing the details, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and opened the document on his computer, commencing the first line. My grandfather was named Hugo Ba. Chapter 17, The Shock of Sun Ruei Nan. It struck Jiang Chen as somewhat peculiar, perhaps due to his rebirth. Upon returning to this world, he discovered that all the memories from his previous life seemed to be stored away. In the depths of his mind, there existed a place filled with numerous drawers, each containing fragments of his past. By gently pulling open any one of those drawers, the memories would emerge vividly in his consciousness. He could revisit his entire life like flipping through an album, with each scene and fragment as clear as if it had just occurred. Only the moment of his sudden death lingered like a fugitive with the key, capable of manifesting unexpectedly, leaving him in a cold sweat. This sensation, although bizarre, was truly remarkable. He could even recall himself as a child, urinating on his homework. Therefore, when the recollection of that terrifying tomb-raiding masterpiece flickered in his mind, the memories of staying up all night to finish the book gradually unfolded. Jiang Chen hardly needed to reflect. The original text flowed effortlessly from his mind. His fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed. Within minutes, thousands of words appeared on the document interface. During this time, Luowei had come in with breakfast and a fruit platter, and upon seeing Jiang Chen intently typing, she felt a mix of amusement and frustration. What's this? You still haven't given up? Of course not, Jiang Chen snorted. It's impossible for me to work in the entertainment industry. I aspire to be a great author. Just wait and see what you'll say then. Well, keep at it, Luowei replied, stamping her foot in exasperation, but she quickly dismissed it. Let Jiang Chen indulge in his endeavors. After all, this was likely his final struggle. Over the past 3 years, he had uttered such sentiments countless times without ever producing anything substantial. Once he failed again, he would naturally relinquish his aspirations. She placed the fruit platter down and left with Su Jingchu downstairs. The room remained with Jiang Chen, who was still fervently typing away. At 4:32 p.m., a notification chimed. The editor, Xiao Sun, at the Huaxia Literature Forum, suddenly received a message. Author registration application. He paused, glancing at the time in the bottom right corner. Only 5 minutes remained until the registration deadline. The writing contest, designed by the forum, spanned 2 months, with the first month open for registration. However, those genuinely wishing to enter usually completed their applications within the first half of the month. After all, registering too late leaves little time for writing, and the display period for the work is too brief, without ample time to achieve results. What is the significance of participating? He kindly advised, Hello, I am Sun Ruei Nan, an editor at the Huaxia Literature Forum. The registration period is nearly over, and applying now will make it challenging to achieve results. I suggest you participate in the next round of writing competitions, which we hold every few months. There is no rush, many opportunities await. No need, I'll participate in this round. Sun Ruoei was taken aback and couldn't help but smile. Having been an editor for many years, he had encountered countless stubborn newcomers. This individual likely had just begun learning to write, brimming with confidence in his work, yet unaware of the depths of the writing profession. Is this your first time writing a book? Yes. I advise newcomers not to be overly stubborn. With only a month remaining until the competition ends, even if you write 2,000 words daily, it won't suffice to complete a beginning. It's better to prepare thoroughly and join the next round. I've seen too many newcomers like you who ultimately give up in disappointment due to lack of results. My suggestion comes from a desire to preserve your confidence and creative passion. I'm not like them. Sun Ruoei shook his head helplessly. He had seen stubborn newcomers, but none quite like this one. What makes you think you're different? Is your brain sharper? Does inspiration flow endlessly the moment you lie down? Or do you have an inexhaustible reservoir of stories? Can you effortlessly conjure up plots just by tapping the keyboard? Can you complete 150,000 to 200,000 words in a month? I can do all that. Sigh. Sun Ruoei was at a loss for words. Listen to my advice, young one. Prepare well and participate in the next competition. Writing is not as simple as you imagine. He believed the individual was either stubborn or blindly confident, a common trait among many. He too had started learning to write this way, filled with enthusiasm and confidence, only to face countless rejections. After years of painful trials, he gradually learned the craft of writing. You're so verbose. Sun Ruoei was infuriated by this message. His good intentions had been met with disdain. Alas, ultimately, he sighed and chose to approve the newcomer's application. Although only 2 minutes remained until the registration deadline, it still fell within the acceptable time frame, and he had no right to reject the application. Moreover, some individuals must collide with the iron gate to understand pain. Since this young man was so resistant to advice, he might as well let him try. Their essay saying, one cannot teach a person, they must learn through experience. After this creative endeavor leaves him battered and bruised, he will undoubtedly realize the practicality of the advice he just received. The Villa Studio. Upon submitting his application, Jiang Chen discovered that he could now upload his own works. The words of editor Sun Ruoei did not weigh heavily on his mind. Only he was aware of his own circumstances. In his world, this book had pioneered an entirely new genre. How could it possibly not become popular? With this thought in mind, he clicked on the works page and began to upload his content. Huaxia Literature Forum. At 5 in the afternoon, the submission deadline for the female literature competition, themed around love, had passed by over half an hour. Sun Ruoei organized all the submitted materials, preparing to report them. However, his gaze froze momentarily upon noticing a pen name called Jiang Chen. He recalled that this pen name belonged to the stubborn newcomer, didn't he? The title of the work was Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Chi Chui Guidadeng. What a peculiar title, he mused as he glanced at the book's information. It seemed to narrate love stories from the last century. The success of a book depends not solely on its title, the essence lies in its content. Newcomers typically lack proficiency in both writing and plot development. Most importantly, they often dismiss feedback. Given Jiang Chen's obstinate nature, he was likely one of the most challenging newcomers, brimming with ambition yet lacking substance, yearning for instant fame through his literary endeavors. The reality for these newcomers, however, is that they often struggle to produce even 2,000 words in a day. He shook his head and sighed softly. Upon closer inspection of the book's information, he noted that Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Chi Chui Guidadeng had been updated, prompting a chuckle from him. He dragged the mouse to click on the book's detailed information, eager to scrutinize the beginning to validate his assumptions. Yet, when the book's page unfolded, his expression abruptly changed, as if he had seen a ghost. For the book's information prominently displayed the staggering number of words updated today, 66,000. This Jiang Chen had managed to write 60,000 words on his first day. He rubbed his eyes several times to ensure he was not mistaken. It was not 600 or 6,000, but 60,000 words. How could a newcomer possibly write 60,000 words in a day? Was this pre-written material? Even the most accomplished authors would hesitate to release such a volume of unpublished work at once. What about future updates? Was this individual merely scribbling without thought? He hastily clicked on the main text of the book, Chapter 1, the blank paper of that year. My grandfather was named Hugo Ba, in Jingdu, Huaxia Media University. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the class bell rang, signaling the end of a lecture in the auditorium. The professor, in his 50s, was writing the assignment on the blackboard while the students gradually began to pack their belongings. It was Friday, and with no classes for the next 2 days, everyone was mentally planning their weekend activities. Some intended to participate in club events, while others planned to spend the night at internet cafes. Local students from Jingdu were looking forward to heading home. Moo, do you want to go shopping together later? Bai Moo was diligently noting down the assignment when her roommate, whose hair was dyed a soft pink, leaned in with a cheerful inquiry. Shopping? Bai Moo felt a flicker of temptation but hesitated before shaking her head. No, I want to read this afternoon. Oh, come on. Why do you always think about studying? The girl with the pink hair lightly tapped her head in exasperation. At this rate, how will you ever find a boyfriend? I hear there might be some handsome guys around this afternoon. Bai Moo's face flushed slightly. In truth, she was not solely focused on studying. She had become intrigued by a female literary writing competition on the Huaxia Literature Forum the previous night, which featured many new works. Feeling a bit of a reading drought, she wanted to see if there were any books that piqued her interest. As a seasoned bookworm, she had loved reading since childhood, particularly novels, often losing herself in them to the point of neglecting her own needs. However, no one around her knew this, as her academic performance had always been exemplary, leading others to believe she was simply dedicated to her studies. I think I'll just read. I'll go shopping with you this weekend, Bai Moo said, a hint of shyness in her voice. All right, then I'll bring you some snacks tonight. Seeing that she genuinely had no desire to shop, the girl with the pink hair ceased her persuasion, gently pinching Bai Moo's cheek before turning to invite other roommates. Bai Moo gathered her things, bid farewell to her roommates, and returned directly to her dormitory. Perhaps due to most students having plans that afternoon, the dormitory, which was usually bustling, felt rather quiet at this hour. The corridor was almost devoid of any figures. Her dorm room was also eerily silent. Her roommates had evidently made their own arrangements. Those with boyfriends had gone to meet them, while others accompanied the pink-haired girl to go shopping. Bai Moo placed her backpack on the desk, climbed onto her bed, and lay down. In truth, she relished this serene atmosphere. As a devoted book lover, she preferred to read in such a tranquil environment, free from outside disturbances. However, moments of peace were rare in school, as her dorm mates could be quite raucous. Thus, she did not linger too long. After resting for a bit, she took out her phone and opened the Huaxia Literature Forum's website. The female literary novel writing competition had a dedicated showcase page where all the participating novels could be found, totaling over 1,000 titles. The display page featured several leaderboards on the side, popularity, updates, and even a critique board. Rather than aimlessly searching on the main page, Bai Moo directly navigated to the popularity leaderboard. The books listed there were the ones currently garnering the highest number of votes. Jiang Chen Ren Kuo Ren, Ba Dao Zong Kai Ai Shang Hua, Shan Hun Ho, Hao Min Lao Gong Ma Jiat Song Buju Lu, Buzhuang Lu, Ba Zong Mei Tian Do Xiang Si Pawa. Bai Moo's fingers glided gently over the leaderboard, though her brow furrowed slightly. She had already read many novels of this genre. Was there truly nothing more refreshing? After swiftly scanning through all the titles on the leaderboard without finding what she desired, she sighed and shifted her gaze to the updates leaderboard. The listings there showcased the works with the highest word counts updated that day. Such books typically emphasize quantity over quality. Nonetheless, Bai Moo was not particularly concerned. She was in dire need of reading material, provided it was suitable. Initially, she had not held much hope of discovering a good book on the updates leaderboard. However, when she glanced at the first book listed, she found herself momentarily stunned. The top of the update list is titled Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guidedeng. The update encompasses a staggering 60,000 words. Gazing at this somewhat peculiar book title, Bai Moo felt a twinge of confusion. Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guidedeng? What sort of book is this? An update of 60,000 words in a single day seems rather astonishing. Nonetheless, the title appears to evoke a sense of romance. Could it be a narrative about romantic tales from the 1950s and 60s? It seems there were no electric lights during that era. Out of curiosity, Bai Moo swiped her finger and opened Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guidedeng. Author, Jiang Lang Kai Jin, book dedication. Are you prepared? This will unveil a brand new perspective on love stories. Bai Moo couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Lang Kai Jin. It seems to be a masculine pen name. Can a man truly excel in writing women's literature? Moreover, he pretentiously claims that this will offer a fresh way to experience love stories. Does he look down upon us female readers? Humph. Bai Moo scoffed inwardly. Throughout her life, what type of love stories had she not encountered? How dare he underestimate her? She slid past the homepage with indifference and delved directly into the text. Chapter 1. The blank paper of that year my grandfather was named Hugo Ba. To Bai Moo's astonishment, despite the immense update, Jiang Kai-jin's prose was remarkably eloquent. The narrative imbued a strong sense of nostalgia and emotional resonance. It appeared to be a commendable work. Bai Mumu mused to herself, no wonder this author is so audacious. She adjusted her posture and continued to read intently. As time passed, she gradually became immersed in the story, maintaining her initial position without shifting. In the empty dormitory, she could even hear her own increasingly heavy breaths. Entertainment Circle Fear Rating, 98, Chapter 18. Girls also need the restroom minutes ticked by. On the Huaxia Literature Forum, Sun Ruwei Nan spent over an hour finally finishing the 60,000 words of Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Qi Chui Gua De Deng. He ignored several work messages urging him to submit materials. In truth, he had not intended to spend so much time on this book. He simply found himself unable to control his urge to read. His usual skimming ability faltered before this text, compelling him to read attentively. The writing displayed a maturity that made it irresistibly engaging. Most importantly, the story presented a novel theme, tomb raiding intertwined with romance and a hint of horror. Jiang Kai-jin was undoubtedly a masterful writer, among the very best. Recalling his recent conversation with Jiang Kai-jin, Sun Ruwei Nan felt as if he had been soundly slapped. Could this really be a newcomer? He found it hard to believe. Was it possible that a man in his 40s was masquerading as a novice? Skeptical, he clicked on the author's information, only to find Jiang Kai-jin's age listed as 24, with a trendy cartoon avatar. Upon seeing this, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be true? A young man in his 20s capable of crafting such a narrative? Was it real? In Kyoto, at Huaxia Media University, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the curtain at the balcony door and sending a thermos tumbling from the table with a resounding clatter. Bai Mumu felt as though her heart skipped a beat and couldn't help but scream. She abruptly turned, her face a mask of terror as she scanned the dormitory. Upon realizing the noise originated from the fallen cup, she exhaled deeply in relief, closed the balcony door, and returned to her bed. Yet, she couldn't resist trembling once more. For reasons unknown, the once serene and comfortable dormitory now seemed excessively silent and eerie. Especially after securing the doors and windows, the only sound was her own breathing, sending shivers down her spine. She felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon her. Her heart raced furiously as she turned her head, glancing around the dormitory for an extended time. After confirming there was nothing amiss, she slowly exhaled and resumed gazing at her phone, astonished by the text on the screen. This book Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Qi Chui Gua De Deng, contained elements that were rather bizarre and terrifying. Was this truly a love story? Bai Mumu hesitated to continue reading. Yet, inexplicably, her hand reached for the phone once again, unable to resist the urge to delve deeper. What was this strange impulse? A blend of fear, yet an insatiable curiosity to continue reading. Bai Mumu wore a distressed expression, and after much deliberation, she gritted her teeth and found a spot against the wall to resume reading. Time passed slowly, and dusk gradually enveloped the sky. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Mumu completed Chapter 10, The Great Adventure of the Underground Lake. She exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Incredulous as she scrolled through her phone. Was that it? What happens next? Would Hu Xiaoba and the others escape alive? She felt as though the plot had only just begun to unfold, yet the author chose to leave it dangling. How infuriating. At the chapter's conclusion was a casual message from the author. Tired from writing? Taking a nap? We'll continue tomorrow. Bai Mumu stared at this lazy note, feeling speechless. What on earth was this author writing? Wasn't it supposed to be a sweet love story? How could it be so terrifying? This book truly ought to be banned. She gritted her teeth and removed Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Qi Chui Gua De Deng from her bookshelf. However, shortly thereafter, she swallowed hard and couldn't help but add Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Qi Chui Gua De Deng back to the shelf, repeatedly clicking to urge for updates at the chapter's end. This book is addictive. Despite its frightful nature, it irresistibly compelled her to read on. Bai Mumu felt on the brink of tears when she finally turned off her phone, hoping to calm her racing heart. She suddenly noticed that the dormitory seemed to have darkened. The already silent room felt even more ominous and eerie. Creak. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, as if something was gently moving within the room. A flurry of terrifying images flashed through her mind, sending chills down her spine, rendering her paralyzed with fear. After what felt like an eternity, when nothing further occurred, she finally relaxed a bit. Yet her face quickly flushed with confusion and embarrassment. I need to use the restroom, she moaned, curling up beneath the covers. With a pair of pitiful eyes, she anxiously surveyed her surroundings, yet dared not descend from her bed. A persistent feeling gnawed at her, as if something lurked beneath, waiting for her. The pitch-black corridor outside, devoid of life, appeared far more terrifying. Alas, who is the scoundrel behind the phrase "the well has run dry"? Why pen such a chilling tale for a women's literature competition? It is utterly outrageous. At 9:50 in the evening, the girl with pink hair returned from shopping, accompanied by her roommates, their laughter filling the air. Yet, an oddity soon caught their attention. The dormitory, which should have been illuminated, was shrouded in darkness. What could be the reason? Was Mumu not in the dormitory? The girls, puzzled, pushed open the door and flicked on the lights, only to be startled by the scene before them. There knelt by Mumu, her face flushed, clutching her stomach in an unusual position on the bed. Her beautiful eyes, wide open, gazed at them with a look of desperation. "Mumu, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" The girls rushed forward to inquire. By Mumu, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Wu, why did you return so late? I needed to use the restroom." "Mumu, you are far too timid. You couldn't even muster the courage to use the restroom alone in the dormitory?" The girl with pink hair exclaimed, her tone tinged with exasperation. No. Inside the restroom, Bai Mumu weakly protested. "I got scared after reading a book." "Humph. What is there to fear in reading? Did you perhaps read a horror novel?" The pink-haired girl scoffed. "No, I was reading a novel from the women's literature competition. The theme is love." Bai Mumu's soft voice trailed off, barely audible. "Is that so? That book those years, We Blown Out the Lanterns, is truly a love story? Why does it not feel like one?" "Haha, Mumu. You claim to be brave yet are frightened to the point of not daring to step outside after reading a love story." The pink-haired girl burst into laughter. "Send me that love story. I must see how terrifying it truly is." With a gentle sigh and a blush on her cheeks, Bai Mumu took out her phone and sent those years, We Blown Out the Lanterns to their dormitory group chat. Ding dong. Almost simultaneously, the girls' phones chimed with notifications. "This is the one. Hee, let me take a look," the pink-haired girl snorted, opening the group message. "Oh dear, those years, We Blown Out the Lanterns?" The title sounds rather romantic. "Is it about love stories from the 50s and 60s? She remarked, rolling her eyes before diving into the text. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather is Hugo Ba. Chapter 19, The Years Are Calm and Good. It was 11:30. The designated lights-out time for the dormitory at Huaxia Media University. As the clock struck, the entire girls' dormitory was plunged into darkness, the corridors eerily silent. The following day, being a weekend, the surroundings were quieter than usual, the sounds of footsteps outside fading swiftly. Yet the atmosphere in dormitory 323 felt unsettling. The night breeze stirring the curtains as though someone hid within, quietly observing them. "Ah, Mumu, I could strangle you." The pink-haired girl nervously poked her head out from under the covers, scanning the darkened dormitory. For reasons unknown, after reading those years, We Blown Out the Lanterns, she felt an uncanny presence lurking within the dormitory. "Why did you send me that book? Now I can't sleep at all. Whoa. I have a date tomorrow." Bai Mumu had already curled into a ball under her covers. "I didn't mean to. You insisted on reading it. And just moments ago you even urged me to update you." Half an hour earlier, all the girls in dormitory 323 had opened those years, We Blown Out the Lanterns. Initially, they had intended to mock Bai Lu's cowardice, but now they all huddled under their blankets, too frightened to peek out. "This book is simply terrifying. Why would an author write something like this? Woo, I feel deceived. This is not a love story at all. Oh no. I think I need to use the restroom again. You go by yourself. I refuse to step outside. I want to report this book. Or perhaps we should share it with others." After a moment's pause, one girl suddenly suggested. The dormitory fell silent for a brief instant before several girls picked up their phones, convinced that such an exquisite love story deserved to be shared. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Jingqiu returned home, weary from the day. After leaving Su Luowei's place, she had accompanied Luowei to record a song. Before heading to the company to register copyrights for Jiang Chen's songs, keeping her busy until now. Jiang Chen's performance at the villa had utterly surprised her, leaving her struggling to comprehend that those high-quality songs had sprung from the hands of a languid, lazy man. Over the past 3 years, her impression of Jiang Chen had been entirely upended. What on earth is the matter with him? Wasn't he supposed to be an illiterate, mediocre writer incapable of producing any work in 3 years? How did he suddenly seem to have transformed? With a hint of confusion and skepticism, Su Jingqiu finished her shower, exhaling softly as she emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, comfortably lounging on the sofa. The living room was softly illuminated by a small night lamp, casting a warm glow that rendered the night particularly tranquil and serene. She relished this moment of relaxation. Reaching for her phone from the table, having just washed her hair, she intended to watch a video while waiting for her hair to dry, a habit she had long maintained. However, just as she was about to click on a video, her phone chimed with a new message. It was from her best friend. Jinger, I came across a love novel on Moments today. It looks quite good. Thought I'd share it with you. Su Jingchu raised an eyebrow, puzzled, as her friend typically showed little interest in reading. Why was she sharing a novel so late? Furthermore, contemporary novels often revolved around wealthy CEOs and romantic entanglements, devoid of substance. With a hint of disinterest, she clicked on the link only to discover it was a love-themed novel titled Those Years, We Blown Out the Lanterns, authored by Jiang Chen. Staring at the title and description, she felt it differed significantly from the other types of love stories she had previously encountered. Those Years, The Things We Did Together? Such a title appeared rather romantic. Was it a nostalgic account of love? A tale set in the 50s and 60s? Su Jingchu, now in her 30s, held a fondness for novels imbued with a sense of history. Such stories felt genuine, tranquil, and resonated more closely with life. No wonder her friend recommended it so late at night. It was a book she herself yearned to read. With a slight smile, Su Jingchu pondered. Why not forego the videos tonight and delve into the book instead? Her silly friend rarely recommended a novel. It would be a shame not to indulge. She flipped through the pages and discovered that this book seemed to be participating in the women's literature writing competition organized by the Huaxia Literature Forum, and its performance appeared to be quite commendable. Without further hesitation, she gently tapped on Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guodideng. Chapter 1. The blank paper of that year. My grandfather's name was Hugo Ba. She could not tell how much time had passed. Su Jingchu suddenly felt a chill enveloping her. Raising her head, she realized her hair had already dried. Time had unknowingly slipped into the early hours of the morning. She instinctively wrapped her bathrobe tighter around herself. Yet for some reason, the cold sensation lingered, and the silence in the room was somewhat terrifying. She could even hear the cold wind sweeping past the windows, producing a faint whooshing sound. In the living room, the once warm and cozy night light now seemed eerie, resembling a pair of emotionless eyes silently observing her. Su Jingchu shivered involuntarily. She hastily stood up and turned on all the lights in the living room, hoping it would bring her some comfort. To her surprise, under the illumination, the room was filled with shadows that the light could not reach. Sitting on the sofa, she gazed at the shadows beneath the couch and the distant doorway. Her heart tightened with unease. Surely, within those shadows, there couldn't be anything terrifying lurking, could there? What if she didn't dare to return to her room? Su Jingchu felt a mix of conflict and embarrassment. As a woman in her 30s, how could she be frightened to the point of avoiding her own room due to a romantic novel? If this were to be revealed, she would surely be the subject of ridicule. Who was the wretched author of Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guodideng? Who taught him to participate in the women's literature writing competition with such a book? Su Jingchu took a few deep breaths, pondering how, at her age, she could be so easily frightened, and wondered how the 18 or 19-year-old girls would fare. Surely they would be reduced to tears. After surveying the living room for a moment, ensuring there was nothing amiss, she finally relaxed slightly and leaned back on the sofa. Subsequently, she clicked on the link her best friend had sent her, realizing she had been tricked. How dare this foolish woman send her such a book at night? Now she was too frightened to enter her room. She would definitely confront her later. However, now she pondered over her phone for a while, then opened the link and shared it on her blog, a space she dedicated to sharing and documenting her life. Clearing her throat, she posted a message. Time is peaceful. At midnight, having finished this book, I am deeply moved and unable to sleep. A link to Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guodideng was attached below the text. Such a wonderful book should not be enjoyed alone. This tranquil night should not only deprive her of sleep. Moreover, she felt she was not wrong. Indeed, she was deeply affected and unable to find rest. Su Jingchu's account boasted several thousand followers, and soon she received replies. Wow, really? I'm currently out of reading material. I'll check it out too. Thank you for sharing. It seems to be a romance novel, my favorite genre. I'll save it for later. I love reading such emotionally engaging books at night. Thank you. May good fortune accompany you always. After reading the comments, Su Jingchu silently closed her blog and, gritting her teeth, called her best friend's phone. She had to ask this foolish woman why she had sent her such a book in the middle of the night. Chapter 20. New book performance. The next morning, Su Jingchu appeared at Su Luowei's home, bearing the weight of enormous dark circles under her eyes, startling Su Luowei, who had just woken up. Last night, Su Jingchu had stayed awake until after 3. Had it not been for setting several alarms that morning, she might not have risen at all. Jingjia, what happened? Did you not sleep well last night? Su Luowei inquired with a look of concern. Since they had met, Su Jingchu had always presented herself as a capable and strong woman, and this disheveled appearance was quite rare. Ah, don't even mention it. I encountered a wretched friend and a heartless author last night. Su Jingchu sighed, taking a sip of her coffee, forcing herself to sound spirited. I must admit, na xian yan. Woman yi chi chue, guo de deng is exceptionally well written, to the point where I became utterly engrossed and lost control. Which author? Su Jingchu's mouth twitched slightly. This matter is rather pointless to discuss now. I'll tell you later tonight. Let us focus on work for now. She suddenly couldn't suppress a yawn, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, which embarrassed her. Su Luowei was nominally her boss, and although their personal relationship was amicable, she didn't want to appear too languid during work hours. Clearing her throat, she continued, here's the situation. The notice for the new music director's impending appointment has been issued. The trainees are stable for now, but I've observed that 2 of the debuted artists seem somewhat unsteady. Su Luowei nodded gently. The studio had 6 or 7 artists who had debuted. If that entertainment company truly intended to target Shenwei Entertainment, it would undoubtedly aim for these artists. Recently, there had been various rumors circulating within the studio, likely connected to these wavering artists. Have you found out which entertainment company is targeting us? After contacting several old friends, I received some information. I heard from a friend that after Yao Sikhun left Shenwei Entertainment, she seems to have joined Qingqing Entertainment. Su Jingchu's expression revealed hesitation. She was uncertain about the authenticity of this news. Qingqing Entertainment? Su Luowei furrowed her brow. Qingqing Entertainment is a relatively well-known entertainment company in the country. Although its scale is not comparable to the top few, it is certainly not insignificant. Its notoriety lies in the fact that it exclusively signs female artists. Almost all of Qingqing Entertainment's artists are women. A few years ago, when she debuted, Qingqing Entertainment had extended an olive branch to her. However, she declined, as the company did not have a favorable reputation in the industry. The founder of Qingqing Entertainment is a well-known female star in the industry, Chen Yuman, who is a first-tier celebrity and debuted 5 to 6 years earlier than her, having released albums and starred in several television dramas, enjoying considerable popularity. Qingqing Entertainment has been established for 5 to 6 years, and after several years of development, its scale is quite impressive. She had not anticipated that the company targeting them was Qingqing Entertainment. She felt they had never had any entanglement, had they? Seeing Su Luowei silent, Su Jingchu's expression also turned anxious. Although Qingqing Entertainment only signs female artists, its strength in the entertainment industry is not to be underestimated. Chen Yuman is exceptionally beautiful and was once a top-tier star in Huaxia, possessing extensive connections and resources. She could not comprehend why QNGCH Nyl, which was flourishing, suddenly set its sights on them at CHNWIYL. Faced with such a formidable adversary, how should they respond? XJNGCH glanced around, but saw no sign of GNCHN. What was GNCHN's current state? Was he prepared for his new role as the music director starting Monday? Speaking of GNCHN, Luowei, I seemed to gradually regain her composure, her expression becoming peculiar. She had initially thought he would remain despondent for a while longer, but unexpectedly, since yesterday afternoon, he appeared to have completely returned to normal and resumed his diligent writing. At this point, she could only shake her head helplessly. GNCHN's obsession with writing was a mystery. He simply could not shake it off. XJNGCH furrowed her brow, uncertain whether GNCHN was truly capable of fulfilling the role of music director. It was surprising that he had not adequately prepared and instead was preoccupied with writing. This fellow clearly lacked literary talent. What was he wasting his time on? Currently, CHNWIYI was beset by both internal and external crises. It was uncertain whether appointing him as the music director was a boon or a bane. At 11:30 in the morning, GNCHN emerged from his room, yawning. The young lady had just messaged him, saying she would head to the company with XJNGCH to handle some matters and advised him to eat lunch on time, as breakfast had already been prepared for him on the rooftop balcony table. GNCHN glanced at the time, deciding to combine breakfast and lunch, which would save food and allow him a bit more time for a nap. Indeed, after washing up, it was already noon, having just finished breakfast. He considered this his lunch. GNCHN took a piece of bread to his studio and leisurely opened his computer. After releasing his new book yesterday, he had shut down his computer without checking the specific data. Today, he planned to update 60,000 words and first assess the situation. In truth, he was somewhat apprehensive about publishing N11NIN on the platform for the Women's Literary Writing Competition, as it was essentially a tomb-raiding novel rather than a romance. He had impulsively decided to publish it yesterday without much thought. However, after a careful consideration during his nap, he realized there were indeed several other books that seemed more aligned with romantic themes, such as SH Nu and Shi NJI and Q11 Juan. But now that the rice had been cooked, it was a bit too late to make alterations. So be it. who said there could be no love stories within tomb raiding tales. His book was not entirely off topic. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Chen opened the backend data for N11 and IN, WMIN, YQ Chu Gu de Diang. Upon glancing at the numbers, he was left momentarily speechless. Readers, 34, 335, bookshelves, 12, 392, requests for updates, 3, 394, recommendations, 1, 244, comments, 1, 024. What was happening? Over 30,000 people had read his novel last night. Chapter 21. The Shock of the Forum Management. Jiang Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What was going on? Was this women's literary writing competition truly that popular? Or did women in this world simply have an affinity for tomb raiding novels? The tidy studio exuded a faint, calming fragrance, yet Jiang Chen's heart was enveloped in confusion. Luowei, knowing he preferred to stay in the studio, had thoughtfully arranged some flowers and plants to enhance the air quality. However, he was usually too lazy to tend to them, necessitating periodic replacements of withered plants. At this moment, the small money plant had only been replaced a few days prior, unaware of its impending fate. Swaying gently in the breeze while curiously observing its new owner at the computer desk, Jiang Chen was perplexed. He had initially thought this book would take longer to yield results. To his astonishment, it had achieved commendable success within just one day. Unbeknownst to him, many women who had read his book the previous night shared it across various social platforms, eager to spread the word like sharing a prized treasure with their closest friends, resulting in several thousand sleepless women that night. As Jiang Chen scrolled through the data, he mused about the current literary drought among women, astonished that they would even enjoy a romance intertwined with tomb raiding themes. He clicked on the homepage to check the reviews, but upon reaching the comments section, he found it filled with scathing remarks. Damn, author, are you even human? Such a terrifying book, and you dare submit it to a women's literary competition? Oh, Jiang, I want to kill you. Do you know what time I went to bed last night? Do you have any idea? I got up in the middle of the night to change my pants, and my mom thought I had wet the bed. Dog author, if you don't update today, I will definitely send you a blade. Are you all exaggerating? I read this book while walking on the dark road, and I felt nothing. Isn't it just tomb raiding? Finished. Upstairs, are you still alive? Do you need help calling the police? Jiang Chen was once again taken aback. What was going on? Where were the likes? Where were the praises? Why was it all insults? Had these women gone mad? The book was indeed somewhat unconventional. But could he be blamed for that? He had merely thought of this novel with romantic elements yesterday. If he didn't write it, what else could he write? Jiang Chen's lips twitched as he continued to scroll. After some time, he did find a few positive comments, such as, "Author, please update soon. I am eager to see what happens next, even though it is a bit scary, and thank you, author. My girlfriend read this book last night and couldn't sleep, so I had to stay with her. Tonight, I was scolded by the teacher because I anonymously sent her this book. Brothers, did I do the right thing? It's scary, but I really like it. What should I do? I hope I'm not a pervert. Why only update 60,000 words? Author, can you even do it? If you can't, let me take over." Jiang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Apparently, his novel still had its admirers. After all, the data could not lie. He had just checked the rankings, and within a single night, N11 and I North had secured 8th place on the popularity list and 9th on the update request list. Such results were quite commendable for a newcomer author, especially considering that his book had only been published for a day. Among the contest entries, it was unlikely any other book could boast such a terrifying growth rate. As for the negative comments, they might simply be an unexpected reaction. Perhaps these women were using this peculiar method to urge him to update sooner. Women often enjoyed such whimsical antics. He sighed lightly, recognizing that the women in this world were perhaps overly enthusiastic. Shaking his head, he helplessly closed the website and opened the document on his desktop to begin inputting today's chapter. In the afternoon, at the headquarters of WHO 11W and LNTN in JNGD, an urgent meeting was being convened in the conference room. A dozen senior executives surrounded the table, their expressions somewhat peculiar. So, starting from last night, were all the complaints received by the backend targeting this book? At the head of the conference table sat a bespectacled middle-aged woman named Jiang Chen, the person in charge of the women's literature writing competition hosted by the Huaxiao Literature Forum. Upon arriving at the office this morning, she received a report from her assistant regarding a multitude of complaints and grievances concerning the competition. Initially, she felt quite anxious, fearing that something had gone awry during the contest. However, as she listened attentively to her subordinate's briefing, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. The assistant informed her that the complaints, numbering in the hundreds, were all directed at a single book titled Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guidedeng. While the book contained no inappropriate content, the author had portrayed the tomb raiding narrative with such vividness and terror that it left female readers unable to sleep, prompting a flurry of complaints. In just one night, the book had achieved remarkable statistics, ranking third on the popularity list, first on the update request list, first on the update list, and first on the criticism list. With a staggering readership of 340,000, 120,000 users adding it to their shelves, 394 requests for updates, 224 votes of recommendation, and 24 comments. Jiang Chen recited the figures on the paper, her expression a blend of incredulity and astonishment. The speed at which this book's popularity surged was nothing short of astonishing. How could it amass such impressive statistics within just a day? Was it possible that the author, Jiang Kai-jin, had manipulated the votes? Zhang Jia. The technical team has investigated, and all the data for this book is legitimate, with no signs of vote manipulation, her assistant clarified. According to the investigation, the surge in data was attributed to a significant number of readers sharing and forwarding the book. The back-end statistics indicated that over half of the readers for Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guidedeng, were newly registered users on the forum, with female users making up 80% of that demographic. In just one day, the forum had seen more than 20,000 new registrations. Upon hearing this, the attendees in the conference room were taken aback, murmurs of astonishment rippling through the air. The Huaxia Literature Forum, a well-established literary platform, had long held a respectable position in the literary community, bolstered by its semi-official status. However, in recent times, the rise of various web literature platforms had diminished its influence, leading to a decline in new user registrations and a waning activity among long-standing members. If this trend continued, the forum risked becoming a mere shell of its former self. The higher-ups were aware of this decline and had been organizing various activities and competitions to rekindle interest. Yet even under these circumstances, surpassing 1,000 new registrations daily was a commendable feat. The revelation that last night had brought in over 20,000 new users was unexpected, as this volume typically took a month to achieve. Could it be that these new users were drawn in by this book? As the crowd perused the report filled with negative reviews and complaints from readers, their expressions were a mixture of conflict and bewilderment. What do you all think of this book? How should we handle it? Jiang Chen inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Under normal circumstances, a book receiving such a deluge of complaints would have been promptly removed from the competition. However, the book's performance was exceptional, achieving remarkable standings across 4 lists in just one day, a clear precursor to a potential bestseller. Even the criticism list, typically a space for generating discussion, had it prominently featured at the top. Such an anomalous situation had never before occurred. I propose we disqualify this book from the competition. A serious-faced individual at the table stood up. I have read this book, and while it details a tomb-raiding story with commendable writing, it strays too far from the romantic theme of our competition. We are, after all, hosting a women's literature contest, and the presence of such a terrifying book could adversely affect our female readers. This is the very reason we received hundreds of complaints overnight. If we do not take action, we will face even greater public scrutiny. I disagree with this viewpoint. Immediately, someone voiced dissent. Although the book centers on a tomb-raiding narrative, it is not lacking in romantic elements. I believe it aligns perfectly with our competition's theme. Additionally, after such a prolonged silence on our forum, we have finally encountered a promising new book. We should support it and allow more readers to discover it. The earlier speaker snorted derisively. There are many new books with potential, but I contend that this one has merely capitalized on the sensationalism of a horror-themed tomb-raiding story on a women's literature platform, garnering excessive attention as a result. Such tactics may attract fleeting interest, but in the long run, the truth will emerge. We must not be blinded by immediate benefits at the cost of our integrity. You're talking nonsense. You have no idea about the current state of the forum. What do you know? The atmosphere in the conference room quickly grew tumultuous, with a cacophony of voices clashing as the dozen or so executives divided into 2 opposing factions. One side argued vehemently that this horror novel had no place in a women's literature competition and should be removed immediately. Conversely, the other side contended that Na Xian Yan had not violated any guidelines, and given its outstanding data, withdrawing it would be an unfortunate loss. Jiang Chen observed the raucous meeting, feeling a headache beginning to form. In truth, she was also somewhat indecisive. The purpose of the Huaxia Literature Forum in hosting the women's literature writing competition was to enhance its influence. However, Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guidedeng, seemed to be an opportunistic choice for participation, creating a sensational buzz. As a semi-official platform, any ensuing controversy could prove detrimental. What should be done? She lightly tapped her pen against the table, lost in contemplation. Zhang Jia. At that moment, her assistant hurriedly entered, a look of urgency on her face. The book Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guida Deng has just updated with an additional 60,000 words. And now it has risen to 6th place on the popularity list. What? Jiang Chen was taken aback by this revelation. The conference room gradually fell silent. How many words can an average author typically update in a day? 4,000? 6,000? Even 10,000 in a day would be considered an impressive output. But how many words had Jiang Lang Kai-jin updated? 60,000? And this had happened for 2 consecutive days, exceeding the realm of normal manuscript submissions. No one would publish that many words from stored drafts. If readers became accustomed to 60,000 words daily, how could the author maintain such a pace in the future? Was this individual some sort of writing monster? The conference room was momentarily enveloped in silence, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Jiang Chen, too, remained speechless as she accepted the computer from her assistant and began to examine it closely. Indeed, the main page for Na Xian Yan, Women Ichi Chue Guida Deng, now displayed a word count that had surged from 60,000 to 120,000. At the end of the latest chapter, the author Jiang Lang Kai-jin had left a note. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. I will stop here for today and take a nap. I will update another 60,000 words tomorrow. Below this message were dozens of comments expressing astonishment. Wow, author, are you even human? 60,000 words a day? Alas, I had resolutely decided not to read today. Yet how could one resist such a staggering 60,000 words? My goodness, without further ado, I cast my vote. Keep it up. Remarkably, I intercepted the package containing the blades I sent yesterday. Bring it on. I shall not be deceived again. I must finish my business in the restroom before continuing. As I perused the myriad comments from readers, Jiang Chen-nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Yesterday, 60,000 words were updated. Today, another 60,000. And tomorrow, yet another 60,000? How much can this individual write daily? And how many manuscripts does he possess? Is it possible that he is composing 60,000 words in real time? In the conference room, everyone diligently examined the data related to those years. At that moment, the 4 lists of the Women's Literature Writing Competition, the Popularity List, Urgent Update List, and the Complaints List were entirely dominated by the name those years. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in any previous competitions. Jiang Chen-nan's thoughts became increasingly convoluted, and after a prolonged hesitation, she finally reached a decision. She tapped on the table and addressed everyone present. Retain all competition rights for those years. We once blown the lamp together, and instruct the public relations team to prepare immediately. Withdraw? Impossible. This book is bound to explode in popularity. With such an update frequency, such metrics, and such quality, combined with its inherent topics and appeal, how could it not succeed? The competition we organized will garner significant attention due to this book. It is a win-win situation. To abandon this book out of fear of public opinion would be foolish. The matter for our organizing team to consider should be how to mitigate the impending public sentiment impact, rather than foolishly discussing whether to withdraw this book. Sister Zhang, are you intending to suppress public opinion through the public relations team? I believe we have all fallen into a cognitive trap. Jiang Chen then shook her head, and a dozen managers looked at her with confusion. Why should we attempt to suppress public opinion? The louder the discourse online, the more attention we receive, is it not? Jiang Chen then continued, we must adopt a different perspective. For instance, if Jiang Lang Kai-jin deliberately writes a terrifying romance novel for the Women's Literature Competition, scaring hundreds of thousands of young ladies, while we, the organizers, are also victims, and we condemn Jiang Lang Kai-jin. This book possesses romantic elements that fully meet the competition requirements, leaving us with no recourse. The room fell silent for a moment before everyone's eyes widened in realization. Wow, no wonder they are the person in charge. Their marketing acumen is truly commendable. Indeed, Jiang Lang Kai-jin is a villain and a scoundrel. But what does it have to do with us? We, the organizers, are the good ones. Even if public sentiment erupts, we can entirely distance ourselves from the situation. Let the netizens criticize Jiang Lang Kai-jin instead. With this thought, everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Let us proceed. Retain Jiang Lang Kai-jin's competition rights and allow him to continue writing. It is his actions that frighten the young ladies. What does that have to do with us? Jiang Chen rubbed his somewhat numb fingers and stretched heavily in his chair. The 60,000 words had just been uploaded. Several hours of intense writing left him feeling a bit sore. When was the last time he worked so diligently? The explosive success of his new book fortified his confidence immensely. Didn't Su Luowei say that as long as I could produce a decent piece, that would suffice? This book finally meets the criteria, doesn't it? Let us see what Su Luowei has to say then. He stood up to stretch his stiff body and checked the time on his phone. 4:30 in the afternoon. If it doesn't delay him, he could still take a short nap. He yawned, prepared to shut down his computer for a nap, when suddenly, his chat software in the lower right corner began to flash. Upon opening the window, he found a friend request. Hello, I am your senior. The profile indicated that the sender was a woman in her 20s, quite beautiful and graceful. Jiang Chen gazed at the window in confusion, and after a moment, he disdainfully curled his lip, wondering why the internet was rife with enchanting women trying to sell tea. That profile picture looked like a stock photo, didn't it? Senior? Bah. He yawned again and typed in the reply box. Sorry, I don't like seniors. I only like cute juniors who can act spoiled. He then promptly clicked the button to decline the friend request. Finished. Time for a nap. Jiang Chen shut his computer and exited the studio. Ding dong. In the exclusive dressing room of the pop diva, her phone suddenly chimed. Yen Shuixian picked it up and frowned slightly. Subsequently, she exited the chat software, found Su Luowei's number in her contacts, and dialed. Jiang Chen was in the midst of a deep slumber when his phone suddenly rang at the bedside. Hello? He answered, his voice slightly nasal. On the other end, Su Luowei's furious voice erupted. Jiang Chen, I was worried about you during your first stint as music director and specifically asked my senior to assist you. And you had the audacity to speak nonsense, saying you don't like seniors, but only like cute juniors who can act spoiled. You need to tell me clearly, which adorable junior do you like? Huh. Jiang Chen took a while to process her words. Huh. The person who sent him a friend request was indeed Su Luowei's senior, not a tea-selling enchantress. Dear, please let me explain, Jiang Chen said, furrowing his brows and struggling for a moment to articulate. If I told you she was trying to trick me into buying tea, would you believe me? Su Luowei certainly wooed tea by Jiang Chen's excuse. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen rubbed his somewhat numb ears and returned to the studio. There was no alternative. If he didn't do this, Su Luowei would surely not let him off tonight. Reluctantly, he powered up his computer and sighed. Women are indeed troublesome. They not only love to create drama, but also enjoy stirring up trouble. Most of a man's troubles in life stem from women. As a child, he was controlled by his mother, and as an adult, he is managed by his wife, and in old age, he will still be governed by his daughter. He can't lie down while watching TV, can't smoke more than one cigarette, and has to apply for permission to drink soda. Now it seems he can't even like a cute junior. Hello, senior, there was a misunderstanding earlier. After accepting Yen Shuixian's friend request, Jiang Chen began to explain. The situation is that this morning, 5 or 6 girls kept adding me, trying to sell me tea. So I mistook you for one of them. After a lengthy pause, a message finally appeared in the chat window. Okay. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. All right, senior. If there's nothing else, I have a few matters to attend to, so let us chat another time. Upon finishing his thoughts, he prepared to shut down his computer and return to his afternoon nap. What kind of elder sister was this? Merely a distraction from his rest. Who said he was going to become a music director? Once the young lady returned tonight, he would promptly declare his identity as a writer who had run dry of inspiration. He envisioned a tranquil life at home, writing without the burden of a job. As for the music director position, all that was required was to select 2 songs for Su Luowei each month. Did it truly matter whether the company had a music director or not? After all, his mind was brimming with melodies. He could easily provide a few whenever the opportunity arose. Just as he was about to press the shutdown key, the window trembled again, revealing a message. Luowei's studio is facing some issues. Are you aware? Jiang Chen paused, retracting his fingers slowly. Jiang Chen Entertainment was encountering problems? When had this occurred? How had he been oblivious? Su Luowei had merely mentioned that the music director intended to resign, and he had assumed it was a typical job change. What issues? He inquired, perplexed. Luowei certainly hasn't he informed you. She has spoiled you too much. Jiang Chen's lips twitched again. Why did personal matters escalate into discussions about family dynamics? What of it if a young man was somewhat pampered by his wife? Did it offend anyone? After a lengthy pause, Yen Shuixian continued. Some entertainment companies are deliberately targeting Jiang Chen Entertainment. Recently, Luowei's music director resigned. Artist schedules have been intercepted, and various recruitment messages are circulating. Are you aware of all this? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow deeply. He had no knowledge of these matters, only that the music director was leaving. It was no wonder Su Luowei and Su Jingchu had been in frequent discussions lately. He had initially thought it was about a new song release, but it seemed much more complicated lay beneath the surface. The young lady was hastily pushing him into the role of music director, which must have had something to do with these issues. Perhaps they had been too busy recently to explain in detail, and he would learn more once he assumed office. So, the reason he was being urged to enter the entertainment industry stemmed from someone deliberately targeting Jiang Chen Entertainment. Damn it! Who was the malefactor aiming to undermine him? Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger. He understood that being targeted while trying to develop in the entertainment industry was commonplace. This realm was a vast arena for fame and fortune, presenting a glamorous facade, yet harboring a shadowy underbelly. However, it was entirely unacceptable for it to encroach upon his life. Did they not realize he had a fear of working in the entertainment industry? Just wait until he discovered their identity. Otherwise, he would ensure they regretted crossing paths with him. After cursing inwardly for a while, he continued typing on the keyboard. All right, I understand. Yan Shuaxin. Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward. What I meant is, I understand. This input method has some issues. It likes to guess what I'm thinking. Smiley face. Is there anything else? The elder sister was evidently agitated. What exactly are you saying? I truly cannot fathom why Luowei chose to marry you. Given your frivolous demeanor, Jiang Chen's expression gradually regained its composure. He mused that it was impossible to navigate the entertainment industry without facing opposition. Such circumstances were merely a part of the norm. The fact that Jiang Chen Entertainment had thrived without incident for so long was already miraculous. However, if someone intended to bully Su Luowei, that would be tantamount to courting disaster. Despite any grievances he might have held against Su Luowei, she was his wife. Only he could mistreat her. No one else had that right. If anyone dared to target Jiang Chen Entertainment, he would swiftly retaliate. Strike one hand and strike the other. They would learn that any future encounter with Jiang Chen Entertainment would not only be painful for their hands, but for their feet as well. The entertainment industry was inherently a realm of interests and cruelty. Without strength, one would inevitably be victimized. In his previous life, he had not married, despite a somewhat ambiguous relationship with a beautiful capital boss. When he departed from that world, he remained solitary. After traversing into this new existence, he found it hard to believe that he had so swiftly entered into a whirlwind marriage with Su Luowei. Thus, he cherished this connection. A leisurely life was certainly appealing, but it was imperative that he alone could bully Su Luowei. Jiang Chen gazed at the document titled Those Years on his computer, his thoughts gradually deepening. He had initially intended to lay everything bare upon Su Luowei's return tonight, yet the current situation seemed ill-timed. He needed to resolve the issues facing Jiang Chen Entertainment swiftly so that he could write in peace at home. However, he sighed, furrowing his brow. To remedy this predicament, he would have to enter the entertainment industry. The mere thought of it sent a shiver down his spine, as if the fear of water was gripping him upon gazing into an endless expanse of dark ocean, where the waves roared like hands grasping at his throat, threatening to engulf him with another glance. In such a state, he found it impossible to work diligently. What could he do? Jiang Chen took several deep breaths, striving to quell the turmoil within. Was there a way for him to extricate himself unscathed after resolving Jiang Chen Entertainment's issues? If he merely assumed the role of music director without stepping into the limelight or reverting to the path of his previous life, perhaps that would be tolerable. Therefore, it was crucial that he could withdraw at any moment. Yet, Jiang Chen frowned again. Once he set foot into the entertainment industry, how could he extricate himself so easily? The entanglements of personal relations, interests, and investments would ensnare him like chains, gradually pushing him deeper into the abyss. Unless there was a means to sever all chains. Was there such a method? Jiang Chen inhaled sharply, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the table. Thud, thud, thud. Simply quitting and announcing his departure from the industry? That was impossible. As time progressed, the entanglements would only multiply. Even if he declared his exit, it would not eradicate the ties, making matters more troublesome than they currently were. Exposing some scandal to force a withdrawal? No, that wouldn't work. Jiang Chen Entertainment would also be affected, and such solutions were far from ideal. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed ever deeper. Was there truly no other way? Who could navigate the entertainment industry without constraints, leaving whenever they pleased, without anyone daring to impede them? Was there such an identity? Identity. Wait a moment. Identity. A spark ignited within Jiang Chen's mind, his eyes brightening as a bold thought suddenly emerged. Yes, as long as he assumed the role of music director while simultaneously crafting an identity that allowed him to depart from the industry at will, that would be perfect. This identity needed to be powerful, sufficiently significant. Then he could pause his entertainment industry obligations at any time. What identity would suit his aspirations? A writer? Or something else? Jiang Chen contemplated the manuscript of Those Years on his desk, mulling it over for a while. Gradually, a somewhat audacious notion began to take shape. Yes, a writer. The literary world. Only this vocation would be the most ideal. A writer could remain at home, writing whenever inspiration struck or halting whenever desired. As long as his identity was sufficiently strong, he could seize his entertainment industry engagements at will. Thus, he must strive to become the most renowned writer in the country in the shortest time possible, perhaps even a literary leader. The power of the literary world is immense, for it is only through such strength that the shackles of the entertainment industry can be effortlessly severed. On the screen, the window trembled several times, interrupting his train of thought. Yan Shuexin seemed to have sent a few messages, her tone replete with harsh criticism. Jiang Chen, after reading them, felt somewhat speechless. He wondered where this senior sister had emerged from and why she always spoke in an instructive manner. In his previous life, a doctor had mentioned his hearing was not particularly good, advising him to only listen to gentle words. Thus, in this life, he resolved to heed the doctor's advice and steer clear of women, no, of strong women. His senior sister spoke so intimidatingly that he almost thought Su Luowei had suddenly lost her ambition, startling him. He typed on the keyboard, "I am aware of the company's matters. Is there anything else?" The elder sister was evidently quite agitated. "You are truly beyond redemption. Do you not understand why Su Luowei appointed you as the music director?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "To be honest, I am also unclear as to why Luowei chose me for the position of music director. Could you perhaps persuade her for me? My lifelong dream has been to become an author, crafting timeless literary masterpieces. In pursuit of this dream, I once neglected food and drink. Yet what I received in return was misunderstanding and disrespect from others. If you could assist me with this, I promise to treat you to a meal." The computer screen fell completely silent, with no messages received for a long time. Jiang Chen extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, leaning back contentedly in his chair. "Huh, a senior sister indeed, competing with me?" Unexpectedly, the small window flickered again. "Jiang Chen, I am not jesting with you. Luowei is my junior sister, and her affairs cannot be overlooked. Hence, I will intervene to help resolve the issues faced by Chunwei Entertainment. However, I can only offer assistance for 3 months. During this time, feel free to consult me with any problems. But if 3 months pass and you still lack the ability to hold the position of music director, I will suggest to Luowei that a change is in order, as you are not suited to continue in that role." Jiang Chen gazed at the message on the screen, letting out a deep sigh. Why was this woman so oblivious to the larger picture? He truly did not require his elder sister's intervention or assistance. Sitting upright, he adopted a more serious demeanor. "Jiang Zongxianyu, little Yan, I believe you've misunderstood something." Yan Shuexin, "Jiang Zongxianyu, being a writer is my dream, and thus I have no intention of remaining in the position of music director for more than 2 months. Jiang Zongxianyu, after 2 months, I will resolve the troubles of Chunwei Entertainment and then withdraw from the entertainment industry, returning to my life as a writer. Jiang Zongxianyu, when the time comes, if you could persuade Su Luowei, I assure you that my promise of a meal remains valid." With this plan of retreat, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of tranquility. It was akin to a hydrophobe establishing a temporary island in the vast sea. Though not lasting, the mere act of standing on solid ground alleviated the intensity of his anxiety. During his tenure as music director, he would tackle all issues with vigor. Naturally, this process could not extend too long, otherwise, the entanglements would only multiply. He set a time frame of 2 months for himself. Within this period, he aimed to resolve all troubles and adversaries, ensuring Chunwei Entertainment firmly established its footing in the industry, allowing the young lady to relish her role as a small business owner with ease. Afterward, he would relinquish the position of music director and return home to continue his writing. This plan was flawless, safeguarding both the prospects of Chunwei Entertainment and his leisurely existence. If the young lady was happy, so was he. Everyone would be content. After sending the message, 5 or 6 minutes passed without Jiang Chen receiving any reply on his computer. He wondered if his words had left the other party flustered. Shaking his head with a smile, he recognized that his time was limited, and he had no inclination to squander it with his elder sister. Just as he was preparing to leave, a notification chimed, revealing a new message. "Yan Shuexin, huh? How audacious." Jiang Chen shrugged, promptly exiting the chat application and shutting down his computer. In this world, speaking the truth invariably garners disrespect and misunderstanding. His true aspiration was to be a writer. Why did no one comprehend that? In the dressing room, Yan Shuexin set her phone down, her cool demeanor seemingly encased in frost. She had long heard whispers that her junior sister's husband was ill-suited, but she had not anticipated that his character would be even more despicable than she had imagined. Cynical and arrogantly self-assured, he claimed he would resolve all of Chunwei Entertainment's troubles within 2 months and then announce his withdrawal from the music scene. What sheer folly! What did he think the music industry was? A realm one could enter or exit at will. She could not fathom how her junior sister could allow such a person to become the music director. Yin Xuexin sighed inwardly, recognizing that the current situation for Chunwei Entertainment was far from optimistic. The departure of Yao Sikan from Chunwei Entertainment to join Qingqing Entertainment was no secret. Anyone with a modicum of curiosity in the industry could easily uncover the information. At present, many in the entertainment world were fully aware that Qingqing Entertainment was poised to launch an offensive against Chunwei Entertainment. Luring away the music director was merely the first step. What further tactics lay ahead remained unknown. However, this did not prevent spectators from reveling in the spectacle. As a modest studio like Chunwei Entertainment dared to contend with a colossal company like Qingqing Entertainment, few held faith in Chunwei Entertainment's prospects. Even her manager had heard that morale within Chunwei Entertainment had become somewhat unstable. This was not a favorable sign for an entertainment company. Alas, the judgment of her junior sister in selecting people was questionable. Yin Xuexin shook her head, recalling how, when Su Luowei had resolutely decided to marry Jiang Chen, the few elder sisters had attempted to dissuade her for a long time, to no avail. Now, with Chunwei Entertainment facing such a significant crisis, Jiang Chen remained as unaffected as if nothing were amiss. This kind of man. Yin Xuexin coldly shook her head, contemplating quietly for a moment before turning to her manager. Lanjia, please cancel all my upcoming engagements for the next few days. What? Do you wish to take a break? Yes, something has arisen at Luowei's studio that I must attend to. Very well, I will inform the company. Lan Ran was unconcerned, yawning and expressing her fatigue. It was entirely normal for a diva like Yin Xuexin to occasionally wish for a respite, and no one would think twice about it. However, Yin Xuexin felt a twinge of curiosity, as Lan Ran rarely displayed such weariness in her presence. Lanjia, did you not sleep well last night? Not exactly. Lan Ran appeared somewhat embarrassed, conflicted, and after some thought, retrieved a folded piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Yin Xuexin. A few days ago, I visited a friend in the industry and was struck on the head by a paper airplane while passing through a small path. The paper airplane had something written on it, and I have been pondering it for the past few days. A paper airplane? Yin Xuexin took it with curiosity, noticing that the paper was indeed covered in creases. Once unfolded, it revealed only 6 short lines. Red beans. Not yet fully appreciating the blooming snowflakes, we tremble together, understanding what tenderness truly is. Xuexin, do you think this might be the lyrics to a song? Lan Ran animatedly shared her conjecture. That place is an upscale community, and it is said that many musicians within the circle have purchased residences there. Could it be a fateful arrangement from the heavens, presenting a song directly before me? I am contemplating whether to return to that place and inquire about the composer so that I may contact him and request a song on your behalf. Over the past few days, Lan Ran has been seeking resources for Yin Xuexin's new song. Yin Xuexin's demands for the music are nearly fastidious, resulting in her contacting numerous musicians without finding a suitable piece, nearly falling into despair. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a paper airplane, which instantly ignited her imagination. However, Yin Xuexin shook her head dismissively. The handwriting on the paper was increasingly illegible, appearing far from that of a serious musician. Besides, with so few lines, it hardly conveyed anything substantial. Ultimately, what legitimate musician would fold their song into a paper airplane and let it fly about? It is highly likely that it was merely some child from the neighborhood scribbling. Sister Lan, you are too exhausted. Take this time to rest. Do not rush the new song. She returned the paper to Lan Ran. All right. Lan Ran understood that Yin Xuexin did not share her perspective, her expression somewhat dejected. You could visit my friend during your free time. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xuexin suddenly handed her a phone number. Your friend? Which one? A psychiatrist specializing in mental health prevention. I've heard he excels at relieving stress and has therapeutic and preventive effects on various mental illnesses. Lan Ran rolled her eyes and reclined on the sofa. Chapter 24. The uniquely passionate Chen Yumansi Chun. You have thoroughly offended Chunwei Entertainment this time. In a spacious and tranquil office, the emerald green tea on the table emitted wisps of steam. Yao Si-chun sat at the tea table with a man and a woman, savoring the cherished Westlake Longjing before them. Unlike the common imitations found in the market, genuine Westlake Longjing features a flat, smooth appearance with straight, pointed tips, showcasing tender green leaves that are both uniform and substantial. After brewing, the tea exudes a lasting fragrance and a rich, sweet flavor, its color a delicate, clear green. At the head of the table sat a stunning woman, clearly well-versed in the art of tea. Her slender fingers performed a series of actions, warming cups, placing leaves, washing tea, brewing, pouring, and serving, with a graceful fluidity, both aesthetically pleasing and soothing. Are you not afraid that Su Luowei will cause you trouble? The middle-aged man chuckled. Yao Chun, seated opposite him, appeared to be in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of composure. What if I offend her? What if I do not? I raise my cup and shake my head, offering a self-deprecating smile. Luowei is my junior sister. I have penned songs for her for 6 years. Yet she has always cast her gaze upon that ineffectual man, never sparing me a glance. I once believed that after her marriage, she would quickly realize Jiang Chen was unsuitable for her and awaken to the truth. Yet 3 years have passed, and she still harbors no intention of leaving that pathetic excuse for a man. I truly cannot comprehend it. I am not young anymore, and do not wish to wait any longer. It is such a pity for a woman as remarkable as Su Luowei to be married to Jiang Chen. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Yao Chun took a slow sip of his tea, bitterness lacing his voice. Though I am not from a wealthy background, I have always worked harder than anyone else. Now, I have garnered some recognition in the music industry. If I were with Luowei, I could surely assist her in achieving greater success. I simply do not understand what I lack that makes me unworthy of her attention. Why does she refuse to glance my way? What is so special about Jiang Chen? He has had no income for 3 years and relies entirely on a woman to support him. I cannot accept losing to such a person. He drained his cup, a flicker of resentment evident in his eyes. The middle-aged man refilled his cup with a calm demeanor. The beautiful woman brewing tea smiled slightly, replenishing the pot with fresh water. Although she occupied the primary position at the table, she remained silent, quietly engaged in her task, as if the discussion at the tea table were of no concern to her. Had someone familiar with her been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For she was none other than Chun Yuman, a renowned actress in Huaxiao and the helm of Qingqing Entertainment. Ah, the pain of love, the wounds it brings, the hatred it fosters, the middle-aged man sighed, shaking his head. In the past, you treated Su Luowei too well. She was blinded by fleeting emotions. Now that you have chosen to leave, Chunwei Entertainment finds itself in unprecedented peril. She will soon realize your importance, and at that time, she will naturally seek your return. A cold smile flitted across Yao Chun's face. Having chosen to depart, I shall not return lightly. I am resolute. No matter how hard I strive to assist Luowei, the only beneficiary will be that good-for-nothing man, idling away at home. Presently, rumors circulate within Chunwei Entertainment that Luowei intends to appoint this ineffectual man as the new music director. How absurd. Luowei has lost her senses. As long as she remains with him, I shall not relent. When Chunwei Entertainment finally collapses, she will understand who has quietly supported her all these years and who will stand by her side when troubles arise. Well said. What resolve? The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up. This matter will receive full cooperation from Qingqing Entertainment. The entire entertainment circle is nearly aware of our impending actions against Chunwei Entertainment. Coupled with your resignation, unrest brews within their ranks. Anyone with discernment can see that Chunwei Entertainment is in its twilight, beset by internal and external strife. Few dare to align themselves with Chunwei Entertainment. As for the artists already signed under them, I have arranged for someone to make contact. It will not be long before we can draw a group to our side. Next, I will instruct the media to begin generating discourse. In 2 days, I assure you, the internet will be rife with negative news concerning Chunwei Entertainment. Here, the middle-aged man paused, a grin spreading across his face as he continued. I believe that under these circumstances, no brand will wish to collaborate with Chunwei Entertainment. If we can maintain this situation for 2 months, they will inevitably falter. Yao Chun's eyes gleamed with complexity. The middle-aged man's assertions were accurate. Momentum is paramount in the entertainment industry. Once the decline of Chunwei Entertainment becomes apparent, even without intervention, people will instinctively shy away from them, and Su Luowei will soon realize his significance. Observing Yao Chun's silence, the middle-aged man smiled gently and shifted the discussion to other topics. After exchanging a few more words, Yao Chun, burdened with thoughts, lost interest in savoring the tea. He took a deep breath and rose to take his leave. The middle-aged man, smiling, escorted him to the door before leisurely returning to his seat. Is everything arranged? Chen Yuman inquired, glancing at him with her beautiful eyes. All is arranged. The middle-aged man smiled with a sense of assurance, stating that he had reached out to every conceivable music producer, declaring that for at least the next 2 months, no producer would dare to openly side with Chunwei Entertainment. After all, Chunwei Entertainment was merely a small studio, and the disparity in strength was quite evident. Those who navigate the entertainment industry are not fools. They understand the art of selection. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuman's rosy lips curled into an alluring smile. That is reassuring. I trust your arrangements. After speaking, she discarded the slightly tepid tea in her cup and poured herself another cup of warm tea. delicately sipping it with her crimson lips. The middle-aged man observed her, letting out a slight sigh. Yuman, must you collaborate with this Yao Sikan? Are you feeling jealous? Chen Yuman lifted her gaze, casting him a fleeting look, accompanied by an enchanting smile. The man settled into his chair, remaining silent. Chen Yuman raised the teapot and poured a cup for him, playfully chiding. To me, Yao Sikan is merely a pawn. You should know my true ambitions. It is precisely because I know that I feel envious, he replied. Yuman, we have known each other for over a decade. When will you settle down? I have accompanied you through your whims for years. Surely, you must have had your fill of playing around? If you do not marry me soon, the pressure from my family will become unbearable. Chen Yuman shot him an irritated glance, expressing her discontent. What is there to marriage for you men? I do not wish to spend my life with a man. The man's expression darkened slightly at her words. Fine, I promise you, once I secure Su Luowei, I will obediently return home with you to marry and start a family. Sensing his displeasure, Chen Yuman glanced at him playfully and stifled a giggle. The man's mood improved considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he stated earnestly, this is my final indulgence in your whims. Once this affair concludes, whether you desire it or not, you shall return with me to marry and lead a proper life. Understood. Chen Yuman seemed slightly annoyed by the topic. Placing her cup on the table, her brows furrowed in vexation. The middle-aged man sighed, choosing not to say more, and left the office. Once he departed, Chen Yuman's demeanor returned to normal. She glanced at the teacup recently used by Yao Sikan, wrinkling her nose in disdain. She wrapped it in a tissue and discarded it in the trash. How dare that toad aspire to court a swan? The foul man dares to dream of Su Luowei? Su Luowei belongs solely to me. Chen Yuman, no one can take her away. Chapter 25. Darling, could you help me write a song? Mu Ning, do you truly believe our newly appointed music director at Chunwei Entertainment is that infamous slacker writer, as rumored online? In the dormitory of Chunwei Entertainment, a girl with a bun hairstyle clutched her phone, her face etched with concern. Her name was Xia Tingqing, a newly signed trainee at Chunwei Entertainment this year. The dorm housed 4 girls, all fresh recruits at Chunwei Entertainment. Sitting opposite her was a girl named Yi Mu Ning, who was quite beautiful. However, her complexion was slightly flushed, clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit. With a ponytail, her clear eyes radiating a sense of determination, seemingly having just returned from a workout. Although her time at the company was brief, this young lady had already risen to become the leader among the trainees due to her innate talent and hard work. Xia Tingqing cherished her moments with Yi Mu Ning, hence she sought her opinion first when concerned. Perhaps captivated by the topic, the other girls in the dormitory turned their attention to them. Hey, did you know? I heard that Jiang Chen has been lazing around at home for 3 years, entirely reliant on Sister Luowei for support. I can't fathom why Sister Luowei would marry such a person. Can someone like that truly excel as the music director at Chunwei Entertainment? Our situation is dire. We just signed, and now we have such an unreliable music director. Originally, they believed Chunwei Entertainment was on an upward trajectory, only to find it taking a sudden downturn. Yi Mu Ning, whose bed was adjacent to the balcony, furrowed her brow slightly, but remained silent. Recently, the turmoil surrounding Chunwei Entertainment had become somewhat of an open secret within the industry. Anyone with a modicum of interest could uncover the broader picture with a bit of inquiry. She had discreetly messaged the company's agent, Sister Jing, the previous day, inquiring about the new music director. Sister Jing had promptly responded, confirming that the new music director was indeed Jiang Chen, Sister Luowei's husband, the so-called writer who had produced nothing in 3 years and lived off Sister Luowei's earnings. Yi Mu Ning sighed softly within. Sister Luowei was her idol. Upon graduating from school 6 months prior, she had rejected offers from major entertainment companies to join Chunwei Entertainment directly. Little did she anticipate that within less than 3 months, the company would face such significant turmoil. By the way, have any of you been approached by people from other entertainment companies recently? A girl suddenly inquired. The dorm fell silent for a moment. No one spoke, but their expressions betrayed a hint of discomfort. In the entertainment industry, discreet communications with other companies are considered taboo. While they had indeed received contact information from several other firms over the past few days, such matters were not to be publicized. The girl seemed to realize her faux pas, awkwardly covering her mouth and lapsing into silence. Casual conversation came to an abrupt halt. With training scheduled for the afternoon, they had only a brief hour of respite. Yet, the girls were all somewhat distracted. Chunwei Entertainment felt precariously unstable. Although these trainees were insulated from the power struggles within the company, they could not help but worry about their futures. They had all signed contracts for several years, and if Chunwei Entertainment failed to provide sufficient resources for their debut, their prospects would be squandered. In that moment, everyone's thoughts grew convoluted. Yimu Ning sighed internally. She too had received several messages from Jiang Chen Entertainment yesterday. The contents of those messages were straightforward, merely advising her to leave Luowei Entertainment and join them instead. Jiang Chen Entertainment generously offered to resolve any subsequent breach of contract issues should she choose to switch companies, ensuring she would have no concerns. Although Yimu Ning had ignored their overtures, she was aware that she was not the only one receiving such messages within the company. Moreover, several trainees were beginning to waver. The following morning, as Jiang Chen emerged from his room, yawning, he found that Su Luowei had already left. The girl seemed to have been quite busy these past few days, having returned late the previous night, utterly fatigued. After bathing, she had immediately nestled into Jiang Chen's arms and fallen asleep. The updates for those years continued, yet Jiang Chen chose not to confront Su Luowei about it. He cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles at Luowei Entertainment. He has already prepared himself to commence work there. Last night, before drifting off to sleep, he contemplated inquiring about matters related to Luowei Entertainment. However, upon noticing the weary visage of the young girl, he chose to remain silent. Regardless, he has resolved to assume the role of music director at Luowei Entertainment, and in due course, questions will naturally reveal themselves. Over the past 2 months, anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions towards Luowei Entertainment shall come to understand the peril of swimming in a cesspool. Having been granted a second chance to re-enter the familiar yet strange entertainment industry, Jiang Chen has pondered extensively on how to confront the chaotic circumstances that lie ahead. In his previous life, he devoted decades to the entertainment realm, working diligently and maintaining a low profile, forging connections, neither provoking others nor being unduly ostentatious. He only retaliated when others crossed the line. Though this approach was exhausting, it ensured his development remained as smooth as possible. Yet this time, he yearns for a different path into the entertainment world. The former method was simply too burdensome. Beneath the vast allure of fame and fortune lies a relentless demand for and suppression of human nature. Over time, such a strain not only affects the body, but also the psyche. As he re-enters the entertainment industry, he desires to truly relax and liberate himself. Why should he concern himself with so many connections and the expansion of friendships? In the end, they are merely superficial. 1 or 2 genuine friends in life suffice. The rest are but fleeting clouds. Interpersonal communication should not be such a burden. With work commencing tomorrow, Jiang Chen intends to set 3 guiding principles for himself. Upon entering the entertainment industry, he will avoid actions that bring him unhappiness, refrain from indulging his competitors, and eschew situations that allow others to take advantage of him. If there is but one principle to guide his work, it is to focus solely on himself. He harbors no desire to amass all the wealth in the world, nor to toil endlessly for popularity. Concepts of unspoken rules, connections, and the depth of relationships shall be cast aside. As long as Su Luowei is happy and he is content, nothing else holds significance. There is a saying among the youth, when faced with indecision, simply go a little mad. Embracing a touch of madness brings ease to all. People should indeed allow themselves to be a little crazy when the moment calls for it. As he puts away the papers, Jiang Chen opens his computer. This afternoon, as usual, he updates his novel by 60,000 words. Those years has ignited a fervor online. Strangely enough, Jiang Chen finds it curious that this horror-themed tomb-raiding novel, cloaked in the garb of a love story, has struck a chord with readers. Those who have read it seem to possess an insatiable urge to share, fervently recommending this sleepless love tale across their social platforms. Consequently, his novel statistics have soared, achieving remarkable growth. After completing his writing, he takes a moment to check the data and discovers that the number of readers has surged to over 200,000, with 8,000 adding it to their bookshelves. In just 3 days, such figures can be deemed nothing short of miraculous. He believes that with a few more days of exposure, the book's popularity will only escalate. At that point, his pen name, Zhang Lang, will gradually emerge in the public eye. He cannot help but wonder what expression of shock will adorn the young girl's face when she learns of his success. That evening, Su Luowei returns home late. Around 11, even Su Jingxu opts not to return to her own home, choosing instead to stay in the villa. Today, they finally completed the recording of the song. Clad in a snug silk nightgown, Su Luowei emerges from the bathroom, her hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. She slowly climbs into bed, curling up in Jiang Chen's embrace, whispering softly. After they took their most crucial step together that night, the young girl seems to embody a more feminine allure. Though her face betrays her exhaustion, Jiang Chen gently strokes her head, yet a frown of concern crosses his brow. In 3 years of marriage, he has never witnessed Su Luowei exhibit such fatigue. It seems the matters at Luowei Entertainment have indeed caused her some anxiety, compelling her to become busier of late. Gazing at the delicate figure nestled in his arms, his discontent intensifies. Have you written a book these past few days? Luowei suddenly murmurs softly. Jiang Chen looks down to find the young girl already fast asleep, her dark hair framing her fair complexion, a stunning visage quietly resting before him, her lips occasionally moving as if speaking in dreams. In that moment, the animosity between them seems to dissolve into the ether, and he no longer harbors grievances about being overworked and exhausted. Suddenly, a wave of tenderness washes over Jiang Chen as he gently caresses Luowei's hair. Of course not. Writing is a formidable challenge, far from being easy. Then could you help me write a song? This time, Jiang Chen refrains from replying verbally, silently affirming within himself, of course I can. As long as you desire it, I will write songs for you endlessly. Thank you, husband. The next morning, Jiang Chen is awakened by Luowei's gentle nudging. She lies in his embrace, her hair teasing his skin. As he groggily opens his eyes, she playfully scolds him. Get up, you lazy bum. We promised to go to work today. Jiang Chen wraps his arm around her slender waist, intending to roll over and catch a few more moments of rest, only to be thwarted by her persistent nudging. Get up, you lazy pig. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Chen sits up. It seems that indulging in sleep is not to be. He glances outside to see the dawn just beginning to break. The sun has yet to fully rise. To start work at this hour is sheer torment. How did he endure such a routine in the past? After a yawn, he rises from bed. Given the circumstances, if he does not help stabilize the young girl's workspace, he can forget about sleeping in for the next 2 months. The air of the early morning is always refreshing and invigorating. After opening the window to breathe in the chilled, crisp air, Jiang Chen finds his morning drowsiness dissipating significantly. Having not risen early in quite some time, he gazes at the dim light outside, feeling an unexpected surge of emotion. Years ago, he was accustomed to waking at this hour to head to the practice studio for training. Back then, a popular saying circulated, "Have you ever seen the sun at 4 in the morning?" Yet he has seen not only the sun at 4, but even shooting stars at that hour on 2 occasions. Reflecting on this arduous journey, he cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He wishes to express gratitude to his past self, yet he also acknowledges the hardships of that time. Would living a simple, ordinary life, enjoying the little things, have led to happiness? After contemplating for a while, he realizes that this question bears no definitive answer. Everyone has their own choices to make. With a smile and a shake of his head, he stretches and strolls toward the bathroom. Having traversed a path filled with struggles, he decides to embrace whatever life brings. One must endeavor to explore diverse ways of living. Otherwise, the relentless pursuit of success can lead to exhaustion. After completing their morning routine, Luowei emerged with a frown, her gaze fiercely directed at Jiang Chen. During their washing up, Jiang Chen had playfully smeared foam on her face, forcing her to wash her face twice more. Today, after 3 washes, she blamed him entirely. Jiang Chen sensed that since the candlelit dinner incident, Luowei had been looking for opportunities to vent her frustrations on him. The foolish woman believed that his actions were intentional, which had caused her discomfort for several days. However, due to her busyness in recent days, she had not found a chance to express her anger. Today, as they headed to work together and he dared to tease her again, she immediately put her hands on her hips. Luowei firmly believed in portraying herself as a dutiful and gentle wife in public, while in private, she was determined to challenge Jiang Chen. She often engaged in petty disputes with him, deliberately provoking conflict, ultimately seeking victory through pouting and acting spoiled, compelling Jiang Chen to appease her. Over the past 3 years, this had become a unique form of emotional communication between them. At this moment, Luowei clearly seemed ready to initiate a new round of playful conflict. Jiang Chen gazed at his petite wife, dressed in a delicate nightgown, her hair slightly tousled from sleep, hands firmly planted on her hips, exuding an impressive aura. Unable to resist, he stepped closer. Luowei intended to speak further, but upon lifting her gaze, she was taken aback to find Jiang Chen standing so close that he blocked her view of everything else. "What are you doing?" She instinctively retreated, only to realize that the wall was directly behind her. With a mischievous smile, Jiang Chen grasped her hands and lifted them high. Luowei's back pressed against the wall, her hands pinned, leaving her immobile. Jiang Chen even had the audacity to use one hand to teasingly lift her chin. Lacking the strength to resist him, she could only allow him to elevate her chin. As the sun gradually revealed its warm rays through the window, illuminating the villa, Luowei found herself treated with such dominance by Jiang Chen for the first time. She looked up at him, momentarily entranced. Jiang Chen stood close, his back to the sunlight. "What do you intend to do? Let go of me." Her heart raced uncontrollably. Jiang Chen observed the blush rapidly spreading across her cheeks, reminiscent of a ripened apple, and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, this girl was allergic to romance. Even the slightest romantic gesture would leave her flustered and speechless, unable to resist. And no, we have to. Su Luowei felt utterly drained, her heart pounding fiercely. She sensed Jiang Chen's intentions and began to panic. Husband, today is not the right time. However, Jiang Chen paid no heed, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and kissing her. Little girl, I will not be deterred. Will you dare to be fierce again? When they finally descended the stairs together, Su Jingchu had already returned with breakfast and was anxiously waiting for them. My goodness, you two have finally risen. The single Su Jingchu hadn't thought much of it, assuming they were merely enjoying a lazy morning. Especially since Su Luowei had returned late the previous night, and Jiang Chen had a notoriously laid-back demeanor. Su Luowei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hid behind Jiang Chen, unable to speak. After all, Jiang Chen had just playfully bullied her, and her previous injuries still lingered. Jiang Chen shrugged, actually having been quite mindful of the time. But Su Luowei had taken considerable effort to calm the blush on her face. They finally emerged over an hour later. Upon entering the living room to have breakfast, Jiang Chen noticed, aside from Su Jingchu, an unfamiliar woman seated on the sofa. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, delicate brows, a subtly prominent nose, and a slender, graceful figure. Her softly curled long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and through the strands, one could catch a glimpse of her elegant neck. Upon closer inspection, her beauty rivaled that of his petite wife. The woman sat gracefully, perusing a fashion magazine with an air of quiet elegance, seemingly enhancing the brightness of the entire villa. In contrast, Su Jingchu appeared almost like a mere breakfast delivery person beside her. Who is this woman? Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Jiang Chen pondered, feeling perplexed. Yet, he couldn't recall ever having met her before. Moreover, this was undeniably his home, and the woman showed no inclination to rise upon seeing him. Her cool gaze flickered over him before shifting to Su Luowei. Senior sister, what brings you here? Su Luowei's face lit up with joy as she hurried forward. The woman then stood, embracing Su Luowei. To be honest, Jiang Chen had witnessed numerous instances of two women embracing each other. However, he had never encountered the sight of two equally stunning women sharing such a close embrace. The moment felt almost sensual, and he couldn't help but appreciate the scene unfolding before him. With Su Luowei's warmth and the woman's icy allure present simultaneously, it was challenging to discern whose beauty surpassed the other's. If one were to compare their figures, it would require swimsuits and a beach setting. Coughing lightly to clear his thoughts, Jiang Chen recalled Su Luowei's earlier address of the woman. Senior sister? Wait, senior sister? Could she be Yin Xuexin from that day? Jiang Chen's eyes widened, finally recalling why the woman seemed familiar. She was indeed the one who had attempted to sell him tea the other day. No wonder she was so stunning. She wasn't tea, just a pretty picture from the internet. Jiang Chen's expression turned peculiar. Goodness, when did the online world become so vividly real? Here is your breakfast, Su Jingchu said, raising the bag she held, gesturing for him to come eat. Thank you, just place it on the table. I will ensure to give you a 5-star review later. Su Jingchu appeared bewildered. Husband, let me introduce you. This is Yin senior sister. Su Luowei interrupted his playful banter. Jiang Chen coughed again, thinking to himself that he certainly knew who she was. After all, they had recently discussed tea business together. Hello, Yin senior sister, he greeted, raising his hand. Having clarified the woman's identity, his interest waned. She was undoubtedly trouble, far from benign. As expected, Yin Xuexin regarded him with indifference, her tone icy. You may call me Xiaoyan. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more stubbornly she held grudges. Had he merely pretended to be aloof that day for it to affect her to this extent? Ignoring her, he sat down at the table and picked up a fried dough stick. I've heard experts say that one should never skip breakfast. I suggest we all eat something to tide us over. Su Luowei, however, was not easily deceived. She cast a glance at Yin Xuexin and then at Jiang Chen, quickly discerning the oddity of the situation. Annoyed, she stepped forward and pinched Jiang Chen sharply at his lower back. Darling, did you say something strange to Yin Shiji the day before yesterday? At that moment, Yin Xuexin had also taken a seat at the opposite end of the dining table, her gaze entirely devoid of focus on Jiang Chen, as if the entire affair had no bearing on her. Impossible. I merely expressed my gratitude to Yin Shiji and mentioned treating her to a meal, Jiang Chen assured, covering his back. Really? Su Luowei questioned, her skepticism evident. Of course, if you don't believe me, just ask her. He had indeed mentioned wanting to treat Yin Xuexin to a meal, and he was quite sincere in his intention. However, Yan Shuexin merely huffed coldly, offering no rebuttal. Jiang Chen had intended to invite her for a meal, yet his tone had been somewhat teasing, not genuinely appreciative. Humph. At least you're honest. Su Luowei, oblivious to the underlying tension, haughtily snorted and settled into the chair beside Jiang Chen. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, pondering the true purpose of her visit. Why come here to disrupt the peace when she could be selling tea leaves instead? After some commotion, they all finally took their seats at the dining table and began their breakfast in earnest. After sipping a couple of bowls of porridge, Yan Shuexin finally articulated her intention. Luowei, I will accompany you to the company today to see if there's any way I can assist. At her words, Su Luowei's eyes brightened instantly. Yan Shiji, despite having debuted merely 2 years earlier, was a genuine diva of the music industry. Yan Shuexin had always focused solely on her identity as a singer and rarely participated in any other shows beyond music-related work. Thus, her mastery in music, connections within the entertainment realm, and influence far surpassed Su Luowei's. Given the immense pressure facing Chunwei Entertainment, if her senior was willing to lend a hand, many problems could undoubtedly be resolved. Silly girl. A hint of gentle affection gleamed in Yan Shuexin's cool eyes. Su Luowei was her only little junior, and during their time studying under their teacher, their bond had been the strongest among the sisters. Who else would I help if not you? I have some resources at hand. I've heard that Chunwei Entertainment has lost many announcements recently. Let us allocate these resources to stabilize the situation for the artists. Su Luowei nodded eagerly. She had been preoccupied with recording songs in recent days and had barely managed the company's affairs. With the music director's departure and various announcements being hijacked, compounded by other entertainment companies luring talent away, the internal atmosphere had become quite unsettled. Although she wished to remedy this, her lack of resources often left her powerless. Thank you, Shiji. Yan Shuexin shot another cold glance at Jiang Chen, stating flatly, however, these resources can only serve as a temporary fix. To ensure the artists in the company feel secure, it ultimately depends on whether the newly appointed music director can gain their trust. I can reach out to a few veteran musicians to invite them to take on the role of music director at Chunwei Entertainment to help you stabilize the situation. Su Luowei paused, her large eyes blinking in confusion as she glanced at Jiang Chen. Yan Shiji should be aware that Jiang Chen was set to assume the role of music director. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. If it weren't for the troubles facing Chunwei Entertainment, he would prefer to decline the position of music director. Shiji, Jiang Chen has already agreed to take on the role of music director. I believe he can do well. After a moment's contemplation, Su Luowei addressed Yan Shuexin. Although her senior meant well, as a wife, she felt compelled to provide Jiang Chen with more support. After all, Chunwei Entertainment began with the character Chen. A faint expression of helplessness flickered in Yan Shuexin's eyes. This girl was usually quite sharp-witted. Why did she become muddled at such a crucial moment? The day before, she had merely exchanged a few words with Jiang Chen and discovered that he not only lacked competence, but was also exceedingly arrogant. He spoke of the entertainment industry and then of the music scene, and now seeing him in person was even more disappointing. He appeared so laid-back, devoid of ambition. A classic case of having grand aspirations, yet lacking the means. How could he succeed as a music director? Though Su Luowei professed her belief in Jiang Chen, she seemed unable to suppress her underlying concerns. Darling, where did I put the suit I prepared for you last night? Today is your first day at work, and you must make a good first impression with a formal outfit. Oh, and I also prepared a script for you, including your self-introduction and speech. Once you take the stage. She stood up. As the new music director, Jiang Chen was expected to showcase his abilities and introduce himself during his first meeting. She hoped he could quickly gain acceptance from everyone, so she had made extensive preparations, such as an expensive tailored suit and a professionally written script. This was crafted by a student in broadcasting, and the writing is excellent. Just read it out loud, and everyone will surely regard you with newfound respect. She placed a document filled with text before Jiang Chen. The script spanned 5 or 6 pages, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness. This script looks like it must be at least 10,000 words. How long do they expect me to speak up there? Previously, in the entertainment industry, he had detested when leaders took the stage to speak. They rambled endlessly, wasting time. Was he also to become such a person? The girl seemed intent on finding the suit, but Jiang Chen quickly pulled her back. Why wear that? It's not like we're going to a wedding. I wouldn't want to wear it even for a nap. It's too uncomfortable. As he re-entered the entertainment industry, he intended to keep things casual. He certainly wouldn't subject himself to discomfort for the sake of pleasing others. The so-called first meeting of leaders was merely a demonstration of capability. What purpose did a suit serve? He was to be the music director, not a life insurance salesman. The pressing issue at Chunwei Entertainment was the instability of morale. The most critical task was to restore that stability swiftly. An exquisite suit and a lengthy, passionate speech would be of no use. To gain trust, it ultimately relied on one's abilities. Thus, he had no intention of spending more than 5 minutes on stage. Many CEOs of large companies don't wear suits when presenting at press conferences, as the focus is on the product itself, not the attire. This script was unnecessary as well. Su Luowei paused. Then how will you introduce yourself? Improvisation. Improvisation? What if you get nervous and can't think of anything to say? A truly talented writer would never feel nervous or at a loss for words. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's just an initial meeting with a group of trainees. It's not a significant event. No need for excessive preparation. While he had become a great author, it was entirely due to channeling the talent in his mind. Yet, in the world of cultured individuals, one cannot simply label it as copying. What resides in my mind is something you do not possess. It is called inspiration, not plagiarism. The treasures of earth must surely be inherited by its inhabitants. What? You disagree? If you disagree, find a fellow earthling to debate with yourself. Upon hearing his words, Su Luowei was momentarily stunned, and then, feeling somewhat agitated, she crossed her arms and sat down in her seat. This suit and the manuscript were meticulously prepared by her for Jiang Chen's first day at work. Beside her, Yan Shuexin cast a cooler gaze towards Jiang Chen. This fellow truly is a hopeless case. Chapter 27. Jiang Chen's self-introduction. In the end, Jiang Chen remained steadfast in his choice. He donned a comfortable, fitted casual work outfit, complemented by understated athletic shoes. This ensemble was indeed the optimal choice for someone who transitions from the office to dining establishments. Although Su Luowei was a bit annoyed, she noticed that Jiang Chen seemed less resistant to the role of music director and thus decided to let him be. The four of them split into 2 cars on their way to the company. Having not seen Yan Shuexin for quite some time, Su Luowei hesitated before pulling Jiang Chen into Yan Shuexin's vehicle. The woman drove a luxurious car with a British flair. Its black exterior and white interior perfectly matched her cool demeanor. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and pedestrians gradually appeared on the road. Su Luowei occupied the front passenger seat, engaging in conversation with Yan Shuexin, while Jiang Chen sat alone in the rear. Fortunately, in this executive-level sedan, the most comfortable position was typically in the back seat. After getting in, he reclined against the backrest, resting his head on the plush headrest, and found it quite enjoyable. Having risen earlier than usual, he felt a disruption to his biological clock and soon could not resist yawning. The journey to the company would take approximately an hour, so Jiang Chen planned to take a short nap during this time. Yan Shuexin's beautiful eyes glanced through the rearview mirror, her cold gaze landing on Jiang Chen. His languid demeanor further diminished her impression of him. Who among music directors appears so lethargic so early in the morning? Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin casually chatted, with soft music playing in the background, a melodious female voice. After listening for a while, Su Luowei's eyes suddenly brightened. Sister Yan, is this the new song by Su Rongfei? Indeed. Deep Love is Sister Su's new work, and it is composed and written by Sun Yongjian, the music director at Cushy Entertainment. This heartfelt love song has received a favorable response in the market. I heard that Sister Su invested a significant amount to acquire this song, intending to include it in her next album. Su Rongfei is a seasoned female singer who rose to fame early in the entertainment industry and graduated from Moda Music Academy, nearly 10 classes ahead of Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin, which is why they both refer to her as Sister Su. It's beautiful, Su Luowei couldn't help but praise. Su Rongfei's voice was indeed enchanting, melodic, and graceful, embodying the essence of a goddess. In contrast, her own voice lacked such qualities, leaning more towards gentleness and tranquility. However, this song was not yet the final version. Yan Shuexin shook her head. I heard that it took Sun Yongjian over a month to write this song. And what we have now is merely a draft. It won't be perfected for another week. Sister Su sent me this draft, asking me to help her find the right emotions. The release of a song is not as straightforward as it appears. It often requires extensive adjustments behind the scenes. Whether in lyrics, melody, or the emotional delivery of the performer, all elements are crucial. The complete version of the song is sure to be even more captivating. After pondering for a moment, Su Luowei suddenly turned to Jiang Chen in the back seat. Darling, what do you think? She had brought Jiang Chen into the car in hopes of easing the tension between the two. Yan Shuexin, a rising star in the music industry, would surely benefit from Jiang Chen's ability to write songs such as Fairy Tale and Invisible Wings, indicating that his musical prowess was not to be underestimated. If they could resolve their misunderstandings, it would be ideal. Yan Shuexin subtly furrowed her brow. Cushy Entertainment is a relatively large company in the industry, and Sun Yongjian is a well-known veteran musician. Naturally, His compositions hold merit. What could Jiang Chen possibly contribute? The younger sister seems a bit muddled regarding emotional matters. In all fairness, Jiang Chen had already closed his eyes, intending to catch some sleep, but he was unexpectedly brought back into the conversation by Su Luowei. He was too lazy to elaborate further, simply commenting, "Mediocre, difficult to succeed." The angle of this song is rather ordinary, and the melody is unremarkable, relying solely on Su Rongfei's unique vocal quality for support. It can be listened to, but its potential for success is quite limited. After hearing Jiang Chen's remarks, Yan Shuexin's icy demeanor intensified. Before any song has been subjected to market scrutiny, no one can predict its ultimate outcome. To speak so carelessly? Has director Jiang ever composed anything superior to Deep Love? No. Jiang Chen reflected and realized he had never penned anything like it at home. So you're speaking nonsense? I am merely stating the truth. Yan Shuexin huffed coldly, choosing not to respond, clearly dismissive of Jiang Chen's words. The car fell into a brief silence. With neither party willing to speak further, Su Luowei observed the two with a helpless expression. What on earth is going on between them? They have never met. Yet they cannot seem to get along. At 9 o'clock in the morning, all trainees at Chunwei Entertainment received a message. In 1 hour, the newly appointed music director would meet everyone in the large practice room and conduct a brief self-introduction. This news left all the trainees momentarily stunned. The new music director is arriving? Could it truly be Luowei's inept husband? If it is indeed him, what should they do? Filled with deep concern and curiosity, all the trainees headed towards the large practice room after completing their morning duties. Chunwei Entertainment boasts 3 practice rooms, 2 small and 1 large. As a startup company with limited resources, they do not occupy a high-end office, but rather lease a standalone factory in an entrepreneurial park. Such a factory not only offers lower rent, but also ample space, allowing for simple renovations to be put to use, helping to save a considerable amount of money. The large practice room alone spans 500 square meters. It features a stage that stands 15 meters tall, creating a spacious environment that would be impossible to achieve in a high-end office building. This largest practice room serves as the venue for the company's events and assessments, where all trainees are evaluated monthly. Seated in the audience are the music director, supervising teachers, and Su Jingqiu, among others. These assessments are not merely for monitoring the trainees' daily training, but also to enhance their adaptability to the stage, imposing strict requirements. If any trainee fails to meet the standards in 3 consecutive assessments, they will be promptly advised to withdraw. At 9:50, all 23 trainees of Chunwei Entertainment gathered in the large practice room, all female. In this respect, the developmental trajectory of Chunwei Entertainment bears a resemblance to that of Qingqing Entertainment. Concerned that Jiang Chen might take offense, Su Luowei preferred to sign female artists, resulting in an overwhelming number of women within the company, almost transforming it into a matriarchal society. The girls entered the large practice room in small clusters. The once boisterous group fell into an unexpected silence, for Su Jingqiu had arrived. The fledgling trainees felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of Su Luowei's manager, who held the reins of their artistic fates. On the opposite side of the vast practice room, a small platform, accommodating 4 or 5 individuals, was set up. Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin had already taken their seats on this elevated stage, affording them a vantage point to observe the entire scene, while the trainees found it difficult to spot them. Typically, it would not be required for the music director to make an appearance on the first day, engaging with the trainees. However, given Jiang Chen's lack of experience in this role, Su Luowei, after much contemplation, decided to accompany Yan Shuexin to the platform ahead of time. "Silly girl, you are far too emotional," Yan Shuexin remarked, her tone tinged with exasperation. Earlier, she had suggested several suitable candidates for the music director position, all of which were met with rejection by Su Luowei. It seemed her junior had firmly resolved that Jiang Chen should be appointed as the music director. "Senior sister, Jiang Chen indeed possesses talent. It is merely that he is yet to be recognized. I firmly believe he can succeed," Su Luowei asserted, though her expression bore the semblance of self-encouragement. Yan Shuexin shook her head inwardly, lamenting her junior's infatuation. Let Jiang Chen have a chance. If he falters, perhaps she will finally grasp reality. Time swiftly passed until the clock struck 10. All the trainee girls settled cross-legged on the floor beneath the stage. Yet the much-anticipated music director had yet to make an appearance. The stage lay bare and silent. Initially, the girls maintained their patience and waited quietly. But after 5 or 6 minutes, murmurs began to ripple through the group. "Why is he still not here? Did he oversleep? Perhaps. I heard Sister Luowei's husband sleeps until noon every day. Goodness, with a music director like this, will I ever make my debut? Sigh. I have lost all hope for Chunwei Entertainment." "Me too," I am considering other companies. Shoo, keep your voices down. We don't want to be overheard. Yi Muning, seated among the girls, overheard their hushed conversations. She gazed at the empty stage ahead, biting her lip in frustration. At that moment, her heart was filled not with disappointment, but bewilderment. Why had Sister Luowei married such an unreliable man? Why was this unreliable individual appointed as the music director? Why had he not yet arrived? Even if the music director was untrustworthy, Sister Luowei's presence would provide reassurance. Su Luowei was her idol, a gentle and soothing presence whom Yi Muning admired deeply. She cherished Chunwei entertainment and did not wish for anyone to speak ill of it. Yet, it seemed that events were veering toward the worst possible outcome. Yi Muning's gaze remained fixed on the stage, her fingers clenched tightly, betraying her growing concern. Beside her, Su Jingchu felt a sense of urgency. Where has Jiang Chen gone, taking so long in the restroom? Observing the trainees' reactions, she could sense the palpable unease within Chunwei Entertainment. Just a fortnight earlier, a 5-minute delay from the music director would have elicited no complaints, even if he had been delayed for half an hour. Jiang Chen had already left a languid impression on the trainees. How would he lead them moving forward? As she contemplated whether to make a phone call, a sudden clap echoed through the practice room as the staff dimmed the lights, leaving only the stage illuminated. At last, Jiang Chen appeared, clad in casual attire. He ascended the steps at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of calmness and patience. In truth, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. His tardiness was unintentional. The complex layout of the facility had bewildered him, causing him to lose his way after visiting the restroom. Fortunately, judging by the expressions of those present, it seemed they had not been waiting overly long. Below the stage, the trainee girls began to whisper amongst themselves. Is he really the new music director? Sister Luowei's husband? I believe so. I've seen his photos online. He looks decent, but he seems like a slacker. Can he truly handle the responsibilities? He looks so lethargic. Arriving late like this, can he effectively fulfill the role of music director? If we could rate him, I would definitely give him a poor review. Seeing Jiang Chen finally appear, Su Jingchu let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of his tardiness, his presence was what mattered. If he could deliver a solid self-introduction, perhaps he could salvage some of the initial impressions. The meeting with the music director comprised 2 segments, a demonstration of skill and a self-introduction. Both she and Su Luowei had witnessed Jiang Chen perform. If he could replicate that exceptional display, the situation would surely improve. Under the watchful gaze of all, Jiang Chen strode to the center of the stage and grasped the microphone from its stand. The girls below continued their quiet discussions, curious about how he would introduce himself. Hello everyone, I am Su Luowei's husband. No, that would not suffice. Perhaps, hello, I am a slacker author. Hey, you all better not make me laugh. I can barely hold it in. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen lifted the microphone and walked directly towards the piano situated at the side of the stage. The girls were momentarily taken aback. Was he foregoing a verbal introduction in favor of showcasing his abilities? In the music industry, this was a unique approach to self-introduction, demonstrating one's musical talent without excessive words. After the melodies intertwined, a foundational impression would form, leading to smoother interactions during subsequent introductions and exchanges. Typically, only those with formidable talent would employ such an approach, as it required a level of proficiency that inspired confidence. Could Jiang Chen truly do this? The girls exchanged murmurs, while Su Jingchu felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow. She had hoped he would first engage the audience before revealing his talent, as this would foster a sense of camaraderie and potentially alter their perceptions of him. Yet, Jiang Chen had chosen the most challenging path. Under the collective gaze of all, he seated himself at the piano, while he yearned to deliver an impressive opening statement before gradually showcasing his prowess. He ultimately felt that demonstrating his capabilities through action would be the most effective means of proving himself. Since the establishment of the 3 stipulations yesterday, he resolved to abandon any superficial endeavors. The entertainment industry is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. A music director must, indeed, validate his prowess through music. He gazed quietly at the piano before him. It had been a long time since he last played, and sitting once more at its keys felt akin to reuniting with an old friend. Some observant girls suddenly sensed a subtle change in Jiang Chen. This newly appointed music director did not appear as languid and insubstantial as rumored. Rather, he exuded an indescribable calmness and depth. The girls rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they had misjudged him. Why did Jiang Chen seem somewhat different from their expectations? Jiang Chen set the microphone on the stand beside the piano. Please enjoy the performance brought to you by Director Jiang, a female staff member announced at the opportune moment. On the platform, Su Luowei sat up straight, unable to contain her curiosity. Which song would Jiang Chen choose to sing? fairy tale, or the trouble with the moon. In Chapter 28, silence enveloped the large practice room, with all eyes fixated on Jiang Chen. Yet, his thoughts were somewhat pensive. What kind of song should he sing at this moment? What piece could adequately demonstrate the capabilities of a music director? An uplifting anthem? A melancholic ballad? Names of numerous songs floated through his mind, each representing a fragment of memory. However, the choice proved to be quite daunting. Suddenly, the words spoken by Yan Shuexin in the car resurfaced in his thoughts. The song titled Deep Love, a new creation by Su Shiji, was penned and composed by Sun Yongjian, the music director of Yuesha Entertainment. Such heartfelt love songs have consistently garnered favorable responses in the market. So, is this the type of song that is currently well received? With this thought, his fingers instinctively brushed against the piano keys. As Jiang Chen recalled the song Deep Love, he also remembered Yan Shuexin's cool gaze, tinged with a hint of skepticism. He understood her intentions clearly. This senior sister was eager to assist. However, he did not intend to tread the conventional path in his foray into the entertainment industry. He sought to break free, to embrace recklessness. He no longer wished to endure the burdens of the past, nor did he intend to compromise with anyone. His time was limited, and to resolve matters swiftly, he must adopt unconventional methods. While he appreciated Yan Shuexin's assistance, he recognized that a team could only thrive with a singular voice. As the music director, his voice must prevail. Regarding this matter, everyone, regardless of their status, must exercise restraint. He decided to play a love song, selecting one with a profound theme. Jiang Chen's fingers danced across the piano keys. In the spacious practice room, a melancholic piano melody gradually resonated. The trainee girls, one by one, wore astonished expressions. This music director seemed to play the piano rather well. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu were momentarily taken aback as well, for the melody Jiang Chen played was unfamiliar to them. It was neither fairy tale nor the trouble with the moon. What song could this be? Could it possibly be Jiang Chen's fifth composition? Su Luowei gasped, covering her mouth. This was her first time witnessing Jiang Chen play the piano. Over the past 3 years, he had never mentioned his piano skills. Yet, as she experienced the fluidity of the melody and the perfect rhythm, she realized that his playing was not inferior to her own, and perhaps even superior. She had always assumed Jiang Chen was merely a dull figure seated before a computer, tapping away at the keyboard. Su Luowei bit her lip, her stunning visage reflecting both charm and reproach. Just how many secrets had he concealed? Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chen began to sing softly, unable to resist. I become a stubborn fish, swimming against the current to the very end. The song flowed through the practice room, and the girls gradually became astonished. For the lyrics and melody Jiang Chen sang were entirely unfamiliar to them. Upon closer inspection, they realized this was an original piece penned by their director Jiang. Beside her, Su Jingchu, momentarily stunned, finally regained her composure and exclaimed, "Wait, is this an original song?" The girls were taken aback. An original composition? Could it be that this seemingly lackluster director not only played the piano, but also composed music? They refocused their attention on Jiang Chen's voice and soon discovered that this song was, indeed, quite melodious. The gentle yet sorrowful melody, combined with his somewhat husky voice, was particularly captivating. Revisiting it several times, the conclusion remains the same: losing you. The melody flowed softly on stage. Jiang Chen's eyes gently closed, as if he were feeling or searching for something. This immersion in emotion during his performance was a hallmark of professional singers, who often unconsciously reveal such states while singing. This scene once again astonished the girls. Jiang Chen's demeanor mirrored that of a seasoned vocalist. Yet, was he not a writer? What was transpiring? Finally, the melody ascended to its zenith. I am condemned to lifelong solitude by love, neither retaliating nor letting go. The circles I cannot complete with my pen, the connections my heart cannot fulfill. It is you. Yan Shuexin was momentarily speechless. From the moment the song began, she sensed that Jiang Chen, seated at the piano, had transformed entirely. His former languid demeanor vanished, replaced by an air of composure and confidence. It seemed that no matter what transpired, he could effortlessly command the song and the stage. Moreover, this song appeared to be a response to Su Shiji's Deep Love, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Compared to Deep Love, Jiang Chen's melody seemed to surpass it. The subtle strains conveyed a heart-wrenching sensation. Could this truly be an original composition by Jiang Chen? How could this be possible? Beside her, Su Luowei's expression reflected her astonishment as well. She had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would perform yet another song she had never heard before, and with such a similar theme. Was this not a direct challenge to Su Shiji? If this song were to be released, would it impact Su Shiji's Deep Love? Why is love condemned to solitude for all? Unable to escape, unable to break free, the knots that cannot be untied, the fates that cannot be resolved. It is you. Jiang Chen's somewhat hoarse voice rose once more, the melody imbued with profound sorrow and loneliness, enveloping the entire practice room. The girls stood in a daze, absorbing the melody and the emotions of deep love woven within it. They suddenly realized the extent of Jiang Chen's vocal prowess. This emotive singing technique was characteristic of only the most elite singers. Each of them had graced that stage before. Yet their performances paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's at that moment. Unable to resist transforming into a stubborn fish, swimming against the current until the very end. The vows made in youth, fervently sworn, have silently sunk into the depths of the sea. As Jiang Chen concluded a segment of lyrics, the piano's melody continued to resonate beneath his fingers. He opened his eyes, gazing at the black and white keys that danced before him, and a wave of sentiment washed over him. How long had it been since he had sung a song with unrestrained passion? How long since he had freely expressed his emotions through music? An inexplicable urge to vent surged within him, a desire to release the pent-up emotions accumulated over the past 3 years. With this thought, the strength in his fingers striking the keys intensified. The pitch gradually ascended at that moment. I am sentenced to a lifetime of solitude by love, neither retaliating nor letting go. The circles I cannot complete with my pen, the bonds I cannot fill in my heart. It is you. The high notes pierced through the air, as if capable of penetrating the very eardrums of those present. The girls stared, their expressions gradually becoming dazed. The sound was so close, they could even see the veins on Jiang Chen's neck. The song surged forth unexpectedly, each wave of sound growing stronger and more powerful. Was Jiang Chen losing his mind? Why is love sentencing all beings to solitude? Unable to break free from the knots that bind our brows, the calamities we cannot escape? It is you. Just as the girls were beginning to crumble under the intensity, Jiang Chen's pitch soared once more. He was showcasing his skills. Yan Shuexin, standing on the high platform, suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Su Luowei turned, bewildered, to look at her senior. Yan Shuexin, in disbelief, fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen on stage. She had felt the deliberate rise in pitch just moments ago. This song did not require such a high tone, but she quickly understood Jiang Chen's intention. He was showing off. Yan Shuexin gestured towards Jiang Chen on stage, stating, "He is indeed showing off." Upon hearing this, Su Luowei quickly grasped the situation. She finally comprehended why Jiang Chen had suddenly raised his volume. It was indeed to demonstrate his skills. Precisely. Yan Shuexin's intuition was correct. Jiang Chen was performing to showcase his prowess, to release the emotions he had harbored for years. If he wished to earn the trust of the trainees, he naturally had to display sufficient strength. For the trainees, discussing emotions or melodies might be superfluous. A group of young girls had not yet reached that depth of understanding in music. To impress them, sheer vocal prowess was sufficient. Below the stage, over 20 girls stood with mouths agape, gazing in disbelief at Jiang Chen. The piercing voice and soul-stirring melody had, in that moment, nearly overturned their perception of the stage. Was such a high note truly attainable by a human? I have lost you. I have lost you. Unable to resist transforming into a stubborn fish, swimming against the current until the very end. Finally, Jiang Chen's voice began to taper off, the piano melody gradually descending into silence. However, the girls' expressions remained somewhat dazed, the powerful high notes seemingly lingering in their ears. In the practice room, silence enveloped the space. No one spoke. After taking a few calming breaths, Jiang Chen rose to his feet. It had been a long time since he had sung a song without reservations. The exhilarating freedom to express his emotions and voice felt truly refreshing. After a while, the emotions in his eyes began to retract, though a hint of longing still remained. Grasping the microphone, he approached the edge of the stage, ready for his self-introduction. The group of girls remained transfixed. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, contemplated for a moment, and then raised the microphone. "Hello, I am your new music director." The entire venue fell into silence. His self-introduction consisted of merely a single sentence. He did not wish to adorn himself with flamboyant words, so he chose the simplest language. Upon finishing this statement, he departed from the stage. Yet, no one attempted to stop him, nor did anyone feel it necessary to do so. Su Jingchu stood at the foot of the stage, her face a picture of shock as she took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's manner of introduction was so simple that it could be described as blank. Yet it seemed extraordinarily effective. She glanced at the trainees seated on the floor. The more than 20 trainees remained quietly seated, their expressions and gazes still somewhat dazed and astonished, without a hint of noise. It took several minutes for the girls to gradually regain their senses, exchanging incredulous glances with one another. This new music director, Was he truly the legendary slacker writer? The husband of Luowei? The aura and stage presence Jiang Chen had just displayed had given them a tangible sense of what true shock meant. There was no embellishment, no subtlety. Merely pure eruption and power that left everyone speechless. The stage in the practice room was more familiar to them than anyone else. Yet precisely because of this familiarity, they felt even more astounded. Each of them had stepped upon that stage, undergoing assessments every month. Those seated here had all performed on that stage more than 10 times. Meanwhile, the music director had always sat below the stage, responsible for evaluations and scoring. They had previously believed that the pressure of being assessed on stage was the greatest. However, now that their roles had reversed, they still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. If Jiang Chen were to be seated below the stage during the next assessment, what would they do? Could they still deliver a performance as they had just witnessed? If their performance fell short, would they face harsh criticism? In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, tension enveloping the room. Jiang Chen stated, "The name of this song is M.O." On the high platform, Su Luowei looked at the text message that had just arrived on her phone, and a hint of a smile finally graced her beautiful eyes. As soon as Jiang Chen left, she couldn't help but send him a message. "Darling, what song did you just sing?" The reply was but a single word, M.O. This man, secretly writing songs without informing her, had caused her much worry. Su Luowei felt a twinge of annoyance, yet after putting away her phone, she felt quite satisfied. She decided to forgive Jiang Chen for his teasing earlier that morning, considering it a reward for him. M.O.? Yan Shuexin softly repeated the name, her expression complex. She sensed the depth of emotion, the sorrow, and the steadfastness of love in this song. It resonated with Shin Ai, a perfect counterpoint. Could it be that he had written this specifically for today? But how could that be possible? She merely played some music in the car for a while. How could Jiang Chen possibly have prepared similar songs in advance? Jiang Chen's performance today truly exceeded her expectations. She could sense that Jiang Chen's singing ability was remarkably impressive, and his stage presence rivaled that of top-tier singers. Even if she were to take the stage for that song, she might not surpass Jiang Chen's rendition. What on earth is happening? The new music director has already departed. Consequently, the trainee girls swiftly received a notice of disbandment, leaving the main practice room in small groups, each face bearing an indescribable expression. Today's initial meeting was entirely different from their previous imaginations. The new music director seemed quite capable. What should they do next? Should they continue at Chunwei Entertainment or consider other companies? Su Jingchu publicly announced that all training for the morning was cancelled, allowing everyone to take half a day off. Thus, the girls did not head to other practice rooms, but instead walked towards their dormitory, laden with thoughts. What should I do? I feel so conflicted. This director Jiang seems quite formidable. I feel the same. I received a message from Qingqing Entertainment last night. The new director Jiang's aura on stage was so powerful, it should be fine, right? To be honest, the songs he composed were quite melodious. I agree. And his vocal skills are truly impressive. Yimu Ning walked at the edge of the crowd, not participating in the discussions of the other girls. Her eyes sparkled far more than they had in the practice room, now exhibiting an array of unusual colors. Jiang Chen's recent performance on stage had left her profoundly astonished. She never anticipated that Luowei's husband, the writer, could be so adept at singing. But wasn't he, Jiang Chen, supposed to be a slacker writer? A so-called writer who had produced nothing in 3 years. What is going on? Yimu Ning took a deep breath, unable to arrive at an answer. Nevertheless, as long as matters began to unfold positively, that would suffice. Luowei was her only idol, and Chunwei Entertainment was the first entertainment company she had joined. If possible, she still hoped to remain at Chunwei Entertainment. Mu Ning. While she pondered, a voice suddenly called her name from beside her. Yimu Ning turned to see a girl standing under a tree, waving at her. She halted her steps. The girl beneath the tree was Lin Leong, one of the artists who had already debuted under Chunwei Entertainment. This was not the first time Lin Leong had sought her out in recent days. Yet Yimu Ning held no fondness for her, finding Lin Leong's intentions rather dubious. However, since they were from the same company, she hesitated momentarily before approaching Lin Leong. Lin Leong was 2 years her senior, tall and well-proportioned, rumored to have once been the school belle and to have modeled for several fashion magazines after graduation. Mu Ning. Lin Leong flashed a somewhat haughty smile. So, you've met that slacker director, right? Disappointed, are you? Yimu Ning remained silent, waiting for Lin Leong to continue. Sure enough, Lin Leong adjusted her hair and continued. I told you, Chunwei Entertainment is utterly failing. Think about it. With director Yao gone, what remains of this company? No matter how talented Su Luowei is, she cannot write songs. We are all artists in this company. We must be more astute and secure our future paths. Director Yao just called me again. He said he admires you. If you are willing to leave Chunwei Entertainment for Qingqing Entertainment, He can arrange for you to sign an S-level contract. This is a privilege reserved for artists post-debut, and the profit-sharing ratio is significantly more favorable than your current contract. You are still a trainee, and securing such treatment is already quite impressive. Trust me, Xingqing Entertainment is a major company with far greater growth potential than Chunwei Entertainment. You will certainly have more opportunities there. Lin Liang rambled on, only to realize Yi Mu Ning had yet to respond. A bit awkward, she smiled and continued, Mu Ning, what are you thinking? I must tell you, such opportunities are rare. If Director Yao did not see your exceptional training, he wouldn't have me keep in touch with you. Liang, have you already joined Xingqing Entertainment? Yi Mu Ning did not answer her question, but instead quietly regarded her before asking. For some reason, Lin Liang felt a bit uncomfortable under Yi Mu Ning's gaze. Yet to persuade the trainee captain, she mustered the courage to nod. Indeed, you know my songs have always been overseen by Director Yao, and Xingqing Entertainment has offered better conditions. I understand now. Yi Mu Ning nodded thoughtfully. Understand what? Lin Liang was momentarily taken aback. Are you willing to join Xingqing Entertainment? Yi Mu Ning shook her head, her refusal quite decisive. I believe Director Yao may have misunderstood something. Misunderstood what? Lin Liang asked, puzzled. Director Jiang is not a slacker director. Huh. Lin Liang seemed not to have heard clearly. Director Jiang is not a slacker director. Yi Mu Ning reiterated with sincerity. Without waiting for Lin Liang to respond, she nodded and turned towards the practice room. She did not intend to return to the dormitory. There was still some time before the midday break, and she had yet to master the dance the teacher had taught last time. She planned to practice a bit longer. Under the tree's shade, Lin Liang stood frozen in place. Director Jiang is not a slacker director? What does that mean? Is the legendary slacker writer undergoing a transformation? Or has Yi Mu Ning lost her mind? Chapter 30, Jiang Chen, how dare you tease a female artist? On the way to the office, Su Luowei explained why Jiang Chen had always been reluctant to showcase his talents. He is overly dedicated to writing, deliberately concealing his songwriting abilities. Is that so? Yan Shuexin appeared somewhat astonished. She hadn't anticipated he possessed such outstanding musical talent. Everyone knew Jiang Chen, while publicly recognized as a writer, had produced nothing in 3 years, categorically a slacker. Yet he could compose a song like Mo, his skill level rivaling that of many professional musicians. Perhaps appointing him as the music director of Chunwei Entertainment might truly be worth a try, although his personality is somewhat. Jiang Chen tends to invest all his time in writing, which is a waste of his talent. Senior sister, you must persuade him. That fellow is utterly incapable of writing. Su Luowei clung to Yan Kuxin's arm, playfully appealing. Yan Shuexin paused at her words. She felt she had heard something similar just a few days prior. In 2 months, I will help Chunwei Entertainment establish itself firmly in the entertainment industry, then resign as music director and return to being a writer. If you could assist me in persuading Su Luowei, I shall uphold my promise of a meal. By the way, it was Jiang Chen who said that. Yan Shuexin recalled, her expression suddenly turning peculiar as she looked at Su Luowei. This couple, could they be engaging in some new game? Although her heart was somewhat conflicted, she still nodded. Out of both sentiment and reason, she ought to stand by Luowei. Moreover, Jiang Chen was indeed ill-suited to be a writer. 3 years of silence had sufficiently proven his lack of talent. Remove that bookshelf. Who placed it here? Don't you know I loathe reading? It gives me a headache just looking at it. He continued, this computer's configuration is utterly inadequate. It's excruciatingly laggy while gaming. Hurry and replace it. And what is with that redwood sofa? It's so rigid and uncomfortable. Get a genuine leather one. In the spacious office, Jiang Chen was directing a beautiful girl who was bustling back and forth. He reclined in his chair, exuding a relaxed demeanor. When Luowei and Yan Shuexin entered Jiang Chen's office, they were immediately struck by the scene before them, causing Luowei's brows to furrow in frustration. Jiang Chen, the once cheerful national goddess, was now furious, her eyebrows shooting up in anger. This scoundrel. Just moments ago, she had been praising him to YNSHG on the way here. Little did she know he was up to no good. SHG. The girl's small face was initially sorrowful, but upon seeing Luowei, she rushed to her side, as if she had found a savior. Her name was Xmeo, a junior from the same school as Luowei. She had merely passed by this place, only to be called by Jiang Chen to assist in tidying up the office. She thought Jiang Chen, being the husband of Luowei and the newly appointed music director of CHNWI Entertainment, was simply requesting a little help, so it should not pose any problem. However, it turned out he was not merely tidying up, he was practically dismantling the entire office for a complete renovation. She was just a delicate girl, certainly not a member of a renovation crew. SHG, He just asked me to move a bed for him. XMNEO clutched Luowei's hand, her face filled with grievance and indignation, as if she had just suffered a severe bullying from Jiang Chen. Luowei was nearly beside herself with rage. XMNEO was her junior, not yet graduated. If it weren't for the teacher urging her to gain some experience at CHNWI Entertainment, she wouldn't be here. YNSUXN's gaze was also somewhat frosty. As the new disciple of XJNGCH, she too was a little junior of hers. Seeing Luowei suddenly appear, GNCHN coughed and straightened up. He had merely noticed that the girl looked somewhat dazed, reminiscent of his younger sister in a past life. Thus, he had playfully teased her, unaware that she was actually Luowei's junior. Is Luowei really a sister to a junior? He mused, glancing around the office, which was quite nicely decorated and bathed in sunlight. He picked up a pen and paper, adopting a serious demeanor as if contemplating something profound. Cough. Where was I? Ah, yes, to pacify external troubles. One must first stabilize internal affairs. Currently, the greatest issue at CHNWI Entertainment is the instability among the staff. While I have initially calmed the trainees, much work remains to be done, especially concerning the debut artists. The trainees and debut artists are two entirely different groups, with distinct goals, perspectives, and focal points. Merging them would not only hinder peacekeeping, but could also lead to more complications. A more suitable approach would be to manage them separately. In contrast, the trainees are easier to handle. The girls who have yet to debut are primarily concerned with debut resources. They can be thoroughly reassured first. However, before that, there is an even larger issue to address. XJNGCH. XJNGCH herself is not problematic. She has consistently worked diligently beside Luowei, embodying the qualities most favored by leaders. Yet, she differs from other leaders. Upon re-entering the entertainment industry, he had set 3 rules for himself. Only engage in activities that bring him joy, avoid exhausting tasks, refrain from meaningless endeavors, and never cater to others or allow them to take advantage of him. At times, he allowed himself to be a little eccentric. Such a mindset is utterly rebellious in the entertainment industry, making progress difficult, but he was indifferent. He did not rely on others to achieve his goals. However, XJNGCH would certainly not comprehend this. This rigid woman would undoubtedly cause him considerable trouble in his work. He needed to put an end to all of that. With that thought, his pen transitioned from casual doodling to methodical writing. Observing GNCHN's overly serious FAAD of working hard, Luowei took a deep breath, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. GNCHN was undeniably talented, yet he had an unfortunate penchant for tomfoolery and laziness. XMNEO, sitting nearby, playfully stuck out her tongue at GNCHN. This brother-in-law is truly incorrigible. He was clearly slacking off just now. Yet now he is pretending to work so earnestly. Luowei pulled XMNEO's hand and sat down on a nearby sofa. While YNSUXN remained aloof, arms crossed, her beautiful eyes glancing at Jiang Chen, who was feigning seriousness at his desk. She couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. Although this man appeared to possess considerable musical talent, his working style was rather unreliable. Currently, the internal stability of CHNWI Entertainment had not been fully established. As the music director, Jiang Chen could not afford to relax. In her view, now was the time to engage each artist and trainee individually, to understand their thoughts and help them plan their future development paths to stabilize morale. Yet, Jiang Chen's leisurely demeanor suggested that he had no such intention. SHG, how are the trainees doing today? XMNEO inquired curiously as she settled beside Luowei on the sofa. She was aware that Jiang Chen was scheduled to meet with all the trainees that morning, but since XJNGCH had only notified the trainees, she, as a debut artist, had not gone to join the gathering. In truth, she was quite curious about her sister's husband, the slacker writer. Had Jiang Chen ever worked as a music director, or would he embarrass himself publicly with foolish remarks? Not bad, Luowei replied, lifting her head and casting an exasperated glance at Jiang Chen. This music director stunned all the trainees on stage by singing a song he wrote. What? XMNEO's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chen can sing? He writes songs too? No way. Is it possible that the song was actually written by Luowei and falsely attributed to her husband? She stole a glance at Luowei, silently speculating. After all, her sister was famously generous towards her husband. Even the teacher sighed and shook their head when mentioning this about Luowei. What a fine girl, all ruined by a man. XMNEO sighed inwardly, then smiled brightly as she asked, So does that mean we can relax a bit? She knew that recently. CHNWI Entertainment seemed to be encountering some issues. Everyone was anxious, with Luowei and Jiang constantly busy, making it difficult for her to find someone to talk to. Luowei shook her head, expressing the complexity of the situation. During this period, individuals from other entertainment companies had been incessantly reaching out to the trainees and artists within their firm. Her brother-in-law had merely managed to instill a preliminary sense of intimidation among the trainees. However, to genuinely secure their loyalty, it was imperative to engage each individual in earnest discussions. Clearly, Luowei's thoughts aligned with Yan Shuexin's perspective. Su Mingyao, seemingly grasping only part of the situation, nodded slightly while casting a furtive glance towards Jiang Chen. This fellow was still there, pretentiously engrossed in writing something, as if he feared that others might not recognize his diligent work ethic. Was he truly capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a music director? I have already arranged everything concerning the trainees. Their profiles are meticulously organized, Su Jingchu declared as she entered, drenched in sweat and burdened with a hefty stack of documents. She turned to Jiang Chen, inquiring, "Which trainee shall we begin our discussions with?" Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to the considerable pile of documents, his lips twitching slightly. As he had anticipated, the troublesome situation he feared had indeed materialized. Su Jingchu, diligent and earnest, possessed a rather rigid and antiquated mindset, lacking in adaptability. In his words, she was adept at maintaining established enterprises, but inept at fostering new ventures. The arrangement for the music directors' meeting exemplified this, and the current scenario was no different. Did they truly need to meet with each trainee individually to stabilize their morale? "Old Chu, do you know what 3 things I detested the most during my previous employment?" he queried. Su Jingchu rolled her eyes, thinking, "You're the real old fool. A slacker who lounges at home and claims to be working." "What are they?" she asked, somewhat irked. "First, meetings. Second, meetings led by superiors. Third, being summoned for a one-on-one meeting with the boss." Jiang Chen replied earnestly, "You expect me to conduct small meetings with each and every individual? That puts this director in a difficult position." This was precisely what he dreaded. He had no intention of remaining in the position of music director for long. Thus his approach and methods diverged significantly from the norm. Unfortunately, Su Jingchu and the others had grown accustomed to a methodical approach. Their thought process is vastly different from his. "I believe that for our company to expand and strengthen, the first step should be to minimize meetings. Communication should occur via phone when necessary. Meetings often waste time," he asserted. Su Jingchu thought to herself that he was merely seeking to shirk responsibility and avoid meeting with the trainees. Annoyed, she slammed the documents onto the table. "That cannot happen. The internal morale among the trainees is currently very unstable. As the new director, you must act swiftly to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, if Tingqing Entertainment makes any further moves, our Chenwei Entertainment could descend into chaos." "Old Chu, your work ethic is commendable, and I appreciate that," Jiang Chen said. "However, your perspective is too narrow. The way you handle issues only serves to exhaust yourself without yielding any benefits." Su Jingchu's face darkened as she inhaled deeply, preparing to voice her concerns. Yet, Jiang Chen had already plucked a document from the thick stack on the table. A brief glance revealed that it met the necessary criteria. The document contained information about a 19-year-old girl, currently the most outstanding trainee at Chenwei Entertainment. Yi Muniang, a newly recruited trainee this year, had displayed exceptional dedication, swiftly rising to the position of team leader within just over a month of joining the company. "Very well," Jiang Chen exclaimed, tapping the document. "Allow me to demonstrate what true work efficiency looks like." Chapter 31. The first day at work. Bullying a young girl. Jiang Chen's tone was somewhat arrogant, and his words bordered on hubris, causing discontent among the women in the office. Su Luowei contemplated whether to confront him to instill some humility. Su Jingchu was also incensed, but after taking several deep breaths, she ultimately chose to acquiesce to Jiang Chen's directives. After all, he was the genuine music director. Though Chenwei Entertainment was founded by Su Luowei, the majority of the shares were actually held in Jiang Chen's name, a fact known to very few. She had always acted as Su Luowei's manager and had handled many of the initial formalities when the company was established, making her more knowledgeable than others. Su Luowei's benevolence towards Jiang Chen surpassed what most people could fathom. Thus, although he was infuriating, he was indeed the true owner of Chenwei Entertainment. Ultimately, it was not her place to dictate how he managed his company. She could only offer suggestions without overstepping her bounds. With this in mind, Su Jingchu clenched her teeth, suppressing her frustration, and retrieved her phone to call Yi Muniang. "Hello, Muniang. Do you have a moment to come to the office? The music director is looking for you." After ending the call, Su Jingchu exhaled deeply and turned to leave, but Jiang Chen called out to her once more. Hold on, old Chu. Please bring me a standard trainee contract, the most basic one. Old fool, again with the old fool, Su Jingchu thought, feeling an urge to slam the documents onto Jiang Chen's face. She clenched her fists in annoyance and then bent down to rummage through a nearby cabinet until she produced a blank contract. In the entertainment industry, contracts were tiered according to artist levels, with varying terms and benefits for each category. The contract Jiang Chen requested was the most basic trainee agreement, with the lowest profit-sharing ratio and minimal benefits. Here you go, Su Jingchu said, handing him the contract with an air of irritation. Though her gaze shifted to one of skepticism and caution. What did Jiang Chen intend to do with such a contract? Surely, wouldn't he attempt anything reckless? Yi Muniang was the most promising trainee, and she did not have this contract. She had been specifically signed under Su Jingchu's recommendation. Su Jingchu held great affection for the young girl, who was not only beautiful and talented, but also incredibly diligent and resolute. Qualities reminiscent of the young Su Luowei. Su Luowei, whom she had nurtured into a national goddess, remained her proudest achievement. Had it not been for Su Luowei's insistence on marrying Jiang Chen, Su Jingchu would harbor no regrets. Seeing another promising talent akin to the former Su Luowei stirred her emotions. Yi Muniang was someone Su Jingchu intended to cultivate as a core artist for the company. The contract Yi Muniang signed was of the highest tier, with the most favorable profit-sharing terms. Once she officially debuted, her contract would transition into that of a formal artist, with improved benefits and profit-sharing ratios. She took a few steps closer to discern Jiang Chen's intentions. All right, old Chu, you may take your leave, Jiang Chen said, waving his hand. However, I suggest you observe closely. Such a valuable learning opportunity is rare. After today, you will have a clearer understanding when negotiating with artists in the future. Su Jingchu was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath and rolled her eyes dramatically, exasperatedly placing all the materials in her hands onto the desk. She truly did not wish to linger here for even a second longer. As a seasoned agent with over a decade of experience and nearly 100 signed artists, how could Jiang Chen audaciously suggest that she learn from him? With a cold snort, she decided to ignore Jiang Chen and turn towards Su Luowei. Once seated on the sofa, Su Luowei glanced at her with a hint of helplessness, then wrapped her arm around Su Jingchu in a gesture of comfort. To be honest, Su Luowei felt somewhat at a loss about whom to support in the dispute between Su Jingchu and Jiang Chen regarding work matters. She believed Su Jingchu's points were quite valid. At this juncture, the music director should ideally have a private discussion with each artist to help stabilize their spirits swiftly. However, the division of labor within the entertainment company was clearly defined, with Jiang Chen serving as the music director of Chenwei Entertainment. Within his jurisdiction, even she had to comply. Well, Jiang Chen might have his own reasoning. After much contemplation, Su Luowei could only offer such consolation. Su Jingchu was likely quite agitated. It took a considerable amount of time for her to calm down. Let us see what this newly appointed music director is capable of. She huffed emphatically. Observing her still irate demeanor, Su Luowei sighed in resignation and shook her head. 5 minutes later, Yi Muniang's graceful figure appeared at the office door. She had evidently just rushed in from the practice room, clad in a snug dance outfit, with beads of perspiration adorning her forehead. Tap, tap. The young girl politely knocked on the door. Come in, Jiang Chen said casually from his chair. Yi Muniang appeared to be in good spirits, her ponytail swaying energetically as she entered the office. Upon spotting Su Luowei and the others on the sofa, she froze momentarily. Sister Luowei, Sister Jing are both here? And is that Tianho Yin Xuexin? Why is she here too? Suddenly confronted with her idol and the legendary Tianho Yin Xuexin, Yi Muniang stood still in a daze. She had not been at Chenwei Entertainment for long, and had only met Su Luowei a few times, leaving her somewhat flustered. Sister Luowei, no, Su Zong. Su Luowei noticed her nervousness and smiled gently, offering comfort. Do not be anxious, just pretend we are not here. Director Jiang has matters to discuss with you, so please proceed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Muniang nodded and stiffly made her way towards Jiang Chen's desk. However, even as she turned, her heart raced tremendously. What a predicament. She couldn't help but pinch herself with her right hand. Why was she so uncooperative? How embarrassing. But they were Su Luowei and Yin Xuexin, one a national goddess, the other a rising superstar. How could she not feel nervous upon seeing both of them? After taking several deep breaths, she managed to suppress her inner turmoil. At Jiang Chen's beckoning, she took a seat in the chair opposite his desk. Director Jiang, you called for me. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze scrutinizing Yi Muniang carefully. The 19-year-old girl appeared somewhat naive, yet undeniably a beauty. Her looks rivaling those of the young Su Luowei. However, their temperaments were entirely different. The impression this girl gave was one of delicate resilience. Outwardly, she seemed the proud national goddess, yet privately, she was quite clingy. In contrast, Yi Muniang, for reasons unknown, appeared very polite, yet exuded an air of aloofness that seemed impenetrable. Despite her evident anxiety and tension, she gradually steadied her emotions and raised her head, curiously observing Jiang Chen. This legendary national soft rice man was someone she had only heard rumors about online until today, never having encountered him in person. Initially, she presumed this new music director was someone who could do nothing but rely on Sister Luowei, merely coasting through life. However, Jiang Chen's earlier performance on stage made it clear that his true capabilities were far beyond appearances. With his prowess, he could easily debut as a singer. Yet, the current demeanor of the newly appointed music director seemed somewhat. Jiang Chen lounged comfortably in his chair, perusing a document. Yi Muniang? Yes, she replied. Yet her mind was once again clouded with doubt and confusion. Was this languid man truly the same dynamic music director she had seen on stage earlier? Could he genuinely lead Chunwei Entertainment to greater heights? Jiang Chen nodded, closing the document in hand. Indeed, Yi Muniang was exceptional and met his requirements perfectly. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he saw a flicker of his former self in her. She trained diligently, day and night. The sweat on her forehead suggested she had just been practicing. Su Jingchu had clearly announced that they would have the afternoon off. He picked up another contract from the desk and handed it to her. I just reviewed the contract you signed with the company, and I find it somewhat unsuitable. If you wish to develop further at Chunwei Entertainment, you may consider signing this revised contract. This was the very contract Su Jingchu had brought over earlier. As he re-entered the entertainment industry, Jiang Chen suddenly desired to experiment with a novel collaboration approach. In his mind, he held a treasure trove of classic songs, many of which were signature pieces that artists relied on for their careers. He could offer these songs to the artists to perform. However, at Chunwei Entertainment, any artist wishing to access his resources must first amend their contracts to reduce the profit-sharing ratio. The worth of a hit song is immeasurable. To seize the opportunity, artists must be prepared to give more. With Yi Muniang's diligence and excellence, she was more than deserving of this chance. Though this may seem like a capitalist exploitation tactic, Jiang Chen did not intend to pocket the extra funds resulting from the revised contracts. Instead, he would channel this money into a designated account, gradually distributing it as benefits for the company's artists. Having experienced life in his previous existence, he understood that while work was crucial, a leisurely life was equally important. The greatest dilemma for artists in the entertainment industry is their inability to dictate their schedules. Once the cycle of performances, endorsements, promotions, social engagements, variety shows, and interviews begins, it can become an unending cycle, suffocating like a mountain. Less famous artists might enjoy some leisure, but once fame arrives, various tasks descend upon them like snowflakes. He did not wish for the signature songs he provided to become the harbingers of tragedy. Once an artist achieves fame, it becomes exceedingly difficult to halt their momentum. Canceling work commitments necessitates hefty penalties, and artists who have finally altered their destinies can swiftly find themselves in financial turmoil. Thus, he reserves a sum of money for all artists who sign revised contracts, serving as a foundation for their confidence in life. Should any artist wish to cease their strenuous efforts, they can readily hit the pause button. If one day, someone finds themselves unable to continue and desires to retire, the surplus funds will be returned in the form of a retirement bonus. This is both a delightful surprise and a future regulation of Chunwei Entertainment. In his company, the existence of reckless individuals is simply intolerable. Money can be earned, and fame can be cultivated, but it is imperative to maintain a balanced work pace. In the future, the company will also regularly arrange paid vacations, travel activities, and training opportunities to help artists alleviate work-related stress. If it is not exploitation, why not directly provide benefits to the artists? Because Jiang Chen does not wish to contravene market principles. Regardless of the capital involved, the industry is perpetually squeezing artists. Should he defy market norms, it would be akin to carelessly distributing money to others. He is neither foolish nor possesses an abundance of funds to squander. The songs in his mind are not trivial. If artists desire his resources, they must pay the corresponding price. At least, this is the facade presented. Yi Muniang was momentarily stunned. She gazed at the contract placed before her, the words trainee basic contract glaring at her, her expression gradually becoming vacant. The others in the office were equally taken aback. Is this truly the trainee basic contract? Yi Muniang took a considerable amount of time to cautiously lift the contract from the table, hardly able to believe her eyes. You have not misread it. Jiang Chen nodded. He could not elucidate the rationale behind the contract adjustments to Yi Mu-ning, so he merely picked up the draft paper from the table and handed it to her. This was a song he had just penned. Take some time to ponder this. If you agree to revise the contract, what is written on this paper will belong to you. He never resorts to coercion. If one desires resources and fame, a contract revision is only fair and reasonable. Listening to his words, Yin Shui Xin and the others could not help but furrow their brows. This was because the draft paper Jiang Chen had just picked up was unmistakably something he had scribbled casually while pretending to work diligently. What on earth does this guy intend to do? Yi Mu-ning glanced at the paper, noticing the melody and the chaotic scrawl. Is this truly a song? Why is it inscribed on a haphazardly scribbled draft paper? What does this mean? Why dismiss herself with a casually written song? Su Jingchu could no longer contain herself and stood up. Yet Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating it was time to consider the opportunity presented. Review the contents carefully before making a decision, he advised. Chapter 32 The pain that breathes the sky is a deep blue, and the clouds are beautiful. On the branches by the roadside, birds chirp playfully. However, when Yi Mu-ning stepped out of the office with the contract in hand, her expression remained vacant. She felt as though her mind was a blank slate. Just 10 minutes prior, when she received Sister Jing's call, she felt a flutter of excitement. When Sister Jing announced a half-day break in the practice room, the trainee girls speculated that the new music director would likely want to speak with each of them individually. After all, with Chunwei Entertainment facing turbulent times, this seemed the most prudent approach. Therefore, although the girls were on break, they dared not wander off. Patiently awaiting Sister Jing's notification. Among all the girls, she was the first to receive a call. The newly appointed music director even bypassed those artists who had already debuted to meet with her first. This signified the company's regard for her, suggesting that the higher-ups believed she possessed more potential than those already in the industry. Realizing this made Yi Mu-ning elated. She had been at Chunwei Entertainment for 3 months, consistently outshining her peers with her dedication. Every day in the practice room, she was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. When Sister Jing learned of this, she entrusted Yi Mu-ning with a key to the practice room, allowing her the freedom to practice whenever she wished. She loved singing and adored the stage, a passion that had ignited within her since childhood. At the age of 9, her father, in an effort to fulfill her desire to sing and dance, worked tirelessly, earning over 30,000 yuan through overtime, to enroll her in a professional dance training class. Dancing was indeed arduous, especially during leg stretches, which could be excruciating. Many of her female classmates often broke down in tears, yet she never shed a tear. Despite the pain and hardship, she persevered. Her love for the stage was profound, and she yearned for the day she could stand under the spotlight, sharing her voice and dance with everyone, reaching every corner of the world. She held her own aspirations and convictions. She wished for her mother, even from the farthest distance, to hear her songs. However, when Jiang Chen slowly pushed that contract toward her, for a fleeting moment, she felt as if all her years of effort had been rendered meaningless. Despite all the suffering and trials she had endured over the years, the very things she fought to uphold were mercilessly torn to shreds by that man. Although Jiang Chen offered her a song, advising her to consider it before making a decision, the content scrawled on that disheveled draft paper felt more like a laughable and insipid excuse. If the company wished to force a trainee to leave, there were countless ways to do so. I just reviewed the contract you signed with the company, and I find it somewhat unsuitable. If you wish to continue your development at Chunwei Entertainment, you may revise this contract. Jiang Chen's words pierced her ears like a thorn once more. So, in the eyes of this music director, her efforts only merited the most basic trainee contract? Yi Mu-ning bit her pale lip. She had worked so hard and cherished her time at Chunwei Entertainment. Why? Why treat her this way? Clearly, Luowei and Sister Jing were present, both of whom liked her. Why did they not utter a single word? Did they endorse this treatment as well? Yi Mu-ning suddenly halted, her expression somewhat dazed as she lifted her gaze. The path ahead seemed obstructed by some unseen force, the light dim. She looked up and realized she had unknowingly arrived at the dormitory entrance. Inside, the sounds of other girls laughing and playing faintly echoed. She clutched the trainee contract tightly in her hands. Biting her lip, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. If Chunwei Entertainment were to abandon her, where could she possibly go? What other place could fulfill her dreams? At that moment, she seemed to drift back to that night when she was 6 years old. The cacophony of the crowd, the urgent wail of an ambulance, the blinding red and blue lights. She stood alone, clutching her toy, silently at the back of the crowd. Her gaze was vacant, her face a mask of confusion and helplessness. With a click, the door swung open. The girl with the bun seemed ready to step out. But upon seeing her, a sudden shock overcame her. Oh my, Muning, what are you doing here? You startled me. Xia Tingqing chuckled, patting her own chest. But her smile gradually froze as she noticed something was amiss with Yi Muning. In her memory, Yi Muning had always been remarkably resilient and diligent. Yet now she stood at the door with a vacant gaze, her eyes red and glistening, pale tears slowly cascading down her fair cheeks, dropping to the ground. Heavens! Muning, what has happened to you? Xia Tingqing hurriedly pulled Yi Muning into the dormitory. This unexpected scene drew the attention of all the girls within. The girls quickly descended from their beds, encircling Yi Muning. Muning, what is wrong? Who bullied you? Did something happen? Yet, Yi Muning remained silent, slowly walking into the dormitory. Returning to her bed, she gently hugged her knees, biting her sleeve as tears streamed down, drop by drop. Witnessing this, the other girls exchanged glances, bewildered. Yi Muning had never cried like this before. What on earth had transpired? Typically, even when faced with the sternest of instructors or the most grueling training, she simply gritted her teeth and persevered. Her strength was hardly reminiscent of a typical girl. But this time, before everyone, she had dissolved into tears. Hey, has Muning returned? Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open again, and a girl with a bit of baby fat entered cheerfully. I just saw you in the music director's office. Hurry, tell me, was there something good? The girl abruptly halted her speech upon noticing the peculiar atmosphere in the dormitory. She then saw Yi Muning quietly weeping on her bed. Huh, what happened? She paused in her tracks, staring blankly at the other girls. However, they all shook their heads. Muning just came back like this. We have no idea what is going on. Wait a moment. Xia Tingqing suddenly asked, did you just say Muning went to the music director's office? The girl with baby fat nodded. Yes, I happened to pass by and greeted Muning. Xia Tingqing turned her gaze to the floor in front of Yi Muning, where a document lay discarded. When Yi Muning returned to her bed, the document had slipped from her hands. At the time, she thought it was inconsequential. Yet now, it seemed this document might be closely related to Yi Muning's current condition. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and picked it up. The prominent title on the cover quickly captured the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. What is this? Trainee Basic Contract. It appeared to be the lowest tier of contracts. Why would Muning bring this contract? Was it given to her by the new music director? It must be. When I saw her earlier, she didn't have this document. The girls glanced at the silently weeping Yi Muning and then at the contract in their hands, and they began to piece together the implications. No way. Is the new music director really asking Muning to switch to a trainee basic contract? Has he lost his mind? Yi Muning is the best performer among all the trainees. When Muning joined the company, she had signed an S-level trainee contract. I remember it was specially approved by Sister Jing. No other trainee had such a contract. The S-level trainee contract not only provided a monthly salary, but also an additional 25 share, whereas this basic trainee contract only offered 10. That director Jiang is truly insane. This is infuriating. It is utterly reckless. The girls looked at Yi Muning, who was curled up on the bed, silently sobbing, feeling a sense of heartache. Yi Muning was the most outstanding and diligent among all the trainees. If she was treated this way, what would happen to them? Had Shenwei Entertainment truly decided to abandon them? I will go find Sister Jing, Xia Tingqing declared, clutching the contract, her lips pressed together. Everyone could see Yi Muning's potential. She could not believe that Shenwei Entertainment would give up on Yi Muning. She needed to inquire with Sister Jing about the nature of this contract. Was it merely the misguided decision of that scoundrel music director, or was it a corporate decision? Don't act impulsively. The girl with baby fat quickly stopped her. Let's clarify things first. What if it is a misunderstanding? With Muning in this state, what misunderstanding could there be? Xia Tingqing dismissed her concerns. As the two argued, a piece of scrap paper suddenly slipped out from the folder containing the contract. What is this? Xia Tingqing was taken aback and bent down to pick up the paper. On the scrap paper, part of it was filled with random doodles, while another section was filled with lines of short phrases. The first line bore a 5-word title, The Pain That Breathes. The new book is not easy. Please support it. Seeking bookshelf placements, comments, and a little free gift. Chapter 33, Yi Muning's Shock. Jiang Chen, why are you joking about such matters? In the office, Su Jingqiu could no longer contain herself. When Yi Muning, with a vacant expression, passed in front of her holding the contract, Su Jingqiu felt her heart wrench painfully. She could admire Jiang Chen's talent and respect his position as music director, but to watch him disregard her labor's fruits was unacceptable. Su Jingqiu had conducted a thorough investigation into Yi Muning's situation. She understood what this 19-year-old girl had been persevering for and why she worked harder than anyone else. Such a resilient girl had limitless potential for the future. She could create even greater value for the company. Therefore, She was willing to offer Yi Mu-ning more support and assistance. Yet, the vacant, bewildered, and helpless expression that had crossed the girl's face had left Su Jingchu feeling as if something were obstructing her heart. As the music director, Jiang Chen's decisions were not for her to meddle with. However, the fact that he jokingly treated such a diligent and earnest trainee lightly was intolerable, filling her with both anger and guilt. Who said I was joking? I am serious. Jiang Chen cast her a casual glance. It was precisely because Yi Mu-ning was serious that he insisted on altering the contract. He did not wish to see Yi Mu-ning continue down the same path he had taken, for once fame was attained. It would only bring greater pressure and tighter nerves. He understood what the song he had just given Yi Mu-ning represented. He did not want a song of acclaim to become a shackle for a young girl. Any core artist of Chunwei Entertainment must comply with the company's requirements, lowering their share to secure a fallback. All right. Su Jingchu took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she inquired. Then why must Yi Mu-ning switch to the trainee basic contract? Are you aware that she is the most outstanding and diligent among all the trainees? She is a promising newcomer that the company intends to nurture with great emphasis. Other entertainment companies have even offered contracts to lure her away. I am well aware of this, but what of it? Jiang Chen's expression remained impassive. It is precisely because I am aware that I plan to focus on cultivating Yi Mu-ning. Otherwise, would the pain that breathes be so easily relinquished? Su Jingchu, vexed, gritted her teeth. You know this, yet still casually alter the contract? What? Do you intend to instruct me on being a music director? Jiang Chen was prepared to confront Su Jingchu, who liked to meddle in the affairs of others. If I feel that Yi Mu-ning's contract requires modification, I shall naturally amend it. You are merely an agent within the company, tasked with fulfilling your responsibilities as instructed. The most efficient management of a team is to ensure that only one voice prevails. He did not wish for his decisions to be perpetually undermined by external interference. Previously, Su Jingchu had managed Chunwei Entertainment, and it was customary for him to require time to transition and acclimatize with her. However, he could not afford to proceed at a leisurely pace and was compelled to adopt more vigorous methods to force this adaptation. If the song Silence aimed to help Yen Shui Xin maintain restraint, then it was equally essential for Su Jingchu to comprehend how to collaborate effectively with him. Su Jingchu did not anticipate Jiang Chen's assertiveness, which was utterly unreasonable. Her chest heaved violently, and her anger rendered her momentarily speechless. Su Luowei hurried forward to assist her in regaining composure. This is infuriating. Su Jingchu glared at Jiang Chen, taking several deep breaths to regain her calm. Su Luowei patted Su Jingchu's back, harboring her own confusion. Jiang Chen was not typically unreasonable. What had prompted such an irrational decision? Was he merely attempting to emphasize their respective roles? Sister Jing, let us take a moment to listen to Jiang Chen's explanation, Su Luowei suggested hesitantly, attempting to mediate. Luowei, you are always too lenient towards him. He clearly knows nothing and is acting recklessly. How could we so carelessly abandon an exemplary trainee like Yi Mu-ning? Su Jingchu, exasperated, retorted. At that moment, Yen Shui Xin and Su Ming Yao also rose from the sofa. They were not well versed in the internal affairs of Chunwei Entertainment, yet they found Jiang Chen's recent actions rather inappropriate. How could an already signed trainee's contract be so whimsically altered, especially in a manner that resulted in reduced terms? Who would agree to such a thing? If it was merely to delineate authority swiftly, using a trainee as a pawn seemed quite improper. Su Ming Yao, sticking out her tongue, hastily fetched a glass of water from the cooler and handed it to Su Jingchu. After taking several sips, Su Jingchu managed to calm herself. Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the others in the office, she understood that they were likely unaware of the underlying circumstances. With a soft sigh, she began to explain, you may not be fully acquainted with Yi Mu-ning's situation. This young lady is only 19 years old, yet she is the most dedicated and remarkable trainee I have encountered, even more so than Luowei from back in the day. As she spoke, she glanced in Su Luowei's direction. Su Luowei's face flushed slightly. She had indeed worked hard in her time, though perhaps not to the extent of utter devotion. I had been curious as to why such a young girl would train with such fervor. 2 months ago, one night, I worked late at the office and passed by the practice room, where I found her still training. Out of curiosity, I entered and asked her about it. Although her expression shifted slightly, she merely smiled and stated that she wasn't afraid of exhaustion. Recognizing her reluctance to share, I stayed and conversed with her for quite some time. Through our discussion, I discovered that she is quite an open and humorous girl, finding my past anecdotes amusing. Ultimately, as the hour grew late, I posed the same question again. This time, she fell silent for a long while before slowly revealing her truth. Upon hearing this, The expressions of the women in the office turned curious. What had Yimu Ning confided? Su Jingchu sighed and continued. This young girl told me that her mother passed away in an accident when she was 6 years old. She has always cherished the memories of her mother and recalls how her mother loved to sing and hum. Thus, she yearns to become a singer, hoping that her mother can hear her voice. She believes that if she achieves great heights, her voice will reach her mother, even from afar. She expressed that her mother used to sing to her, and now that she has grown, it is her turn to sing for her mother. As Su Jingchu reached the end of her tale, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Therefore, she strives harder than anyone else, aspiring to one day perform on a grand stage for her mother. Hearing Su Jingchu's heartfelt words, the women in the office fell into a contemplative silence. None of them having anticipated that the seemingly resilient and diligent Yimu Ning harbored such a poignant backstory. No wonder this young girl fears nothing. Beneath her facade of strength lies a yearning for her mother. The atmosphere in the office grew somber. The women's expressions turned peculiar, and they all glanced at Jiang Chen. Even Su Luowei casting a reproachful glance his way. In retrospect, Jiang Chen's previous actions did seem rather excessive. This young girl works so hard to secure opportunities, yet he presents her with a trainee basic contract. What a significant blow that must be to Yimu Ning. They all witnessed the moment she left the office. Clutching the contract, looking utterly despondent, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, meeting the disapproving stares of the four women, feeling utterly speechless. How could he possibly know the intricate details of Yimu Ning's situation? The information had not been included in the documents he received. In the dormitory, a girl with a bun softly recited the words on the paper. You always say there is plenty of time, that you can wait for me. I used to be oblivious, but tomorrow may not guarantee a future. Longing is a pain that breathes. It resides in every corner of my being. Singing your beloved songs brings pain. Reading your letters brings pain. Even silence brings pain. Regret is a pain that breathes. It circulates through my veins. The pain of not being caring enough. The pain of misunderstanding you. I swear I will no longer lie. The more I love you, the tighter I will hold you. I am becoming more like a shell, fearing my heart being touched. If you return, that would be wonderful. If I could start over, that would be splendid. The girl's voice resonated in the quiet dormitory. What is this about? Xia Tingqing wondered aloud after finishing, scratching her head in confusion. She flipped the paper over and discovered a musical score on the reverse side, momentarily taken aback. It seemed to be a song. Upon hearing this, the other girls gathered around, intrigued. No one noticed that Yimu Ning, who had originally been sitting on the bed, seemed to tremble slightly with her long eyelashes after listening to those brief phrases. Subsequently, she raised her head in disbelief. Were the lyrics she just heard from Qing Yin truly written on that piece of paper? For some inexplicable reason, as she listened to each line of the lyrics, her heart, previously filled with grievances and sorrow, felt as though it had been profoundly stirred by something. If she had not misheard, could this song be? A thought that left her utterly astonished slowly emerged from her heart. Chapter 34. Nostalgia is a pain that breathes, truly a song, with the melody inscribed beside it. The girl with baby fat glanced at the content on the draft paper beside her and remarked with surprise. But why was this draft paper containing the song wedged within this contract? Xia Tingqing was puzzled. Do you all think this song was written by director Jiang? One girl inquired, prompting everyone to turn their gaze to Yimu Ning, who had brought back the contract document and should be the most informed. At this moment, the tears on Yimu Ning's face had dried, and she stared blankly at the draft paper. The scene of Jiang Chen handing her that draft paper replayed in her mind from over 20 minutes ago. If you are willing to amend the contract, the contents on this paper will belong to you. She nodded in a daze, her voice faltering as she said, It was given to me by Director Jiang. He said that if I was willing to revise the contract, he would give me what was on this paper. Upon hearing this, all the girls were momentarily stunned. What kind of request is this? To amend the contract and gift a song? Mu Ning, don't believe his nonsense. How can you amend a contract for a song? Indeed, you have an S-class trainee contract. The profit-sharing ratio of a basic trainee contract is far too low. This is outright fraud. The girls began to discuss angrily. However, Xia Tingqing's gaze remained fixed on Yimu Ning. Compared to before, Yimu Ning's emotions appeared to have improved significantly, and she seemed more willing to speak. Could this transformation be related to the content on that paper? She glanced at the draft paper in her hand and suddenly proposed, How about we try singing this song? The girls in the dormitory looked at her in astonishment. Yet, Xia Tingqing did not hesitate. She had observed closely that Yimu Ning had only stopped crying after hearing the lyrics of this song. It seemed that this song had a profound impact on Yimu Ning. If they sang it, might it feel even better? With this thought, She did not wait for Yi Mu-ning's response and promptly turned to retrieve a guitar from the cabinet by the wall. It was common for trainees to practice singing, and everyone almost always had a guitar. She returned to the bedside with the guitar and, seeing that Yi Mu-ning did not seem to object, felt more assured in her thoughts. She sat down on the bed opposite Yi Mu-ning and placed the draft paper on the small table beside the bed. She had already gone through the melody on the draft paper, though she was still somewhat unfamiliar with it. Therefore, she did not rush into singing, but instead silently recited the lyrics and melody several times. Finally, she gently strummed the guitar strings, cleared her throat, and, in accordance with the draft paper, began to sing slowly. In Tokyo Tower, gazing for the first time, watching the lights imitate falling stars, I have finally arrived. Yet I am even sadder, completing our dream alone. The girls in the dormitory gathered around, curiously watching her sing the lyrics from the paper. As a melody imbued with a hint of melancholy flowed from her lips, gradually echoing through the room. However, no particular expression appeared on the girls' faces. After all, the melody of these initial lines did not seem extraordinary. The melody was rather plain, only tinged with a slight sense of sorrow. You always say there is still plenty of time. You can wait for me. I used to not understand. Tomorrow may not guarantee a future. Xia Tingqing continued to sing a few more lines. The melody gradually began to rise, suddenly becoming quite captivating. The girls exchanged glances, surprised by each other's expressions. If this song was indeed written by the new director Jiang, it seemed to possess some merit. However, was it not a bit excessive to ask Yi Mu-ning to amend her contract for such a song? Xia Tingqing continued, "Nostalgia is a pain that breathes. It lives in every corner of my being. Humming the song you loved is painful. Reading your letter is painful. Even silence is painful." As the climax approached, the girls were all rendered speechless. Even Yi Mu-ning, lying on the bed, appeared momentarily stunned. The chorus of this song was simply beautiful. The girls gazed in awe at Xia Tingqing, who held the guitar, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Yet, she felt as if she had grasped the essence of this song and hurriedly focused her attention, determined not to lose her grip. She immersed herself in the song once more. "Regret is a pain that breathes. It flows through my veins, swirling back and forth. The pain of not being considerate hurts. The pain of not understanding you hurts. The pain of wanting to see you but being unable to is the most painful." It was truly beautiful. The song was incredibly moving. The girls' eyes sparkled with surprise, yet they hesitated to believe their ears. They were all aware of Xia Tingqing's singing abilities, which were not particularly outstanding among the trainees. Yet at this moment, they felt that the melody emerging from her lips was so captivating and enchanting. God, this voice is so captivating. The melody and lyrics evoke such heart-wrenching emotions. It's written so beautifully. Is it truly penned by that new director Jiang? How impressive. This song is bound to be a hit. A gentle breeze swept across the balcony, playfully lifting the sheer curtain intermittently while sunlight danced, casting fleeting shadows upon the dormitory floor, alternating between brightness and dimness. Yi Mu-ning's hair fluttered lightly in the caress of the breeze. The tear stains on her face had dried, and she stared blankly at Xia Tingqing, her ears filled with the sound of her singing. "I swear I will no longer lie. The more I love you, the tighter I will hold you. My smile has become a facade. My soul feels adrift. I am increasingly like a seashell, afraid of my heart being touched. If you return, that would be wonderful. If I could start over, that would be wonderful." 2 minutes later, as the final note fell from the guitar in the hands of the girl with the bun, she took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked at her roommates. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, with only the gentle breeze rustling the trainee contract on the table, creating a soft sound. It was a long while before one girl murmured, "That was truly beautiful. What song is this? I feel like I could cry." "Me too. I don't know why, but my eyes are inexplicably becoming red as I listen to this song. Nostalgia is a pain that breathes. This must be a love song, right?" Unexpectedly, Director Jiang excels at composing love songs. I have never encountered such a melody before. If this song were to be released, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. Indeed, love songs of this caliber are exceedingly rare, the girls chimed in. "Wait a moment. No, that is not right." On the bed, Yi Mu-ning's mouth slightly parted, her small fists clenched tightly, her fingers turning pale. She repeatedly emphasized in her heart, "This is not a love song." At this moment, her eyes brimmed with incredulity. If she had previously harbored mere disbelief and doubt after Xia Tingqing's performance, she was now entirely convinced. This is certainly not a love song. Rather, this is. Her eyes involuntarily grew red once more. At that moment, Xia Tingqing suddenly recalled something, her gaze falling upon the basic trainee contract on the desk, swallowing hard. Was Director Jiang implying that by merely signing this contract, one could obtain such a song? As soon as she finished her sentence, all the girls in the dormitory fell silent. Then, their gazes collectively fixed on that contract. The dormitory enveloped in stillness. Xia Tingqing's words had awakened them. If signing the basic trainee contract could secure such a song, how would they choose? No one spoke. Yet the fervent light in their eyes inadvertently revealed their true thoughts. What a joke. Is there even a choice? If they could debut with this song, it would surely be a hit. Contracts are utterly trivial in comparison to this matter. What does a 25% profit share matter? What does a 40% profit share matter? If it does not succeed, even 100% from the company would be of no use. Xia Tingqing smiled slightly, raising her head to say something, only to find that Yi Mumming had come down from the bed at some point. She stood barefoot on the floor, trembling fingers grasping the draft paper from the table, her beautiful eyes blankly staring at the lyrics on the paper. Xia Tingqing stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed yet envious, saying, "Mumming, I was joking. This love song was specifically written by Director Jiang for you. It seems the company intends to nurture you." Upon hearing this, the other girls cast envious glances at Yi Mumming. No wonder Director Jiang wanted to renegotiate the contract. Such a song is destined to be a hit. How could they offer such a high profit share? Indeed, the company has truly invested heavily this time. Such an excellent song. And yet it is not reserved for Su Zong to sing. It seems Mumming will soon make her debut. Yi Mumming did not hear what the others were saying. At this moment, only one voice resonated in her heart. This song is not a love song. It is not a love song. This song is written for my mother. She clutched the draft paper tightly, her hands trembling. Tears once again streamed down her cheeks. The girls in the dormitory were somewhat taken aback by the scene before them, exchanging glances, all wearing puzzled expressions, unable to grasp the situation. Yi Mumming wiped the corners of her eyes, no longer hesitating, and dashed towards the door with the paper in hand, leaving the girls in the dormitory wide-eyed and speechless. After a moment, Xia Tingqing suddenly remembered, "Hey, Mumming, you're not wearing any shoes." In the office, Su Jingqiu took a deep breath, her tone unfriendly. Her thoughts were quite simple. Yi Mumming is the most diligent and promising trainee at Shenwei Entertainment and should not be subjected to such grievances. She did not inquire about other matters, but she resolutely disagreed with this one. The other women in the office turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen upon hearing this. Even Su Luowei, usually vocal, maintained an unusual silence, refraining from supporting Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, somewhat speechless. He had only just grasped the situation regarding Yi Mumming. However, he did not believe his previous arrangement was flawed. It was precisely because Yi Mumming was diligent and outstanding, driven by an undeniable reason to strive, that he felt it necessary to modify the contract. Otherwise, matters would only worsen, just as they had in his own past. He had the capability to elevate Yi Mumming to a larger stage and provide the resources necessary for her to become a star. But the prerequisite was that she must proceed at his pace. Though somewhat tyrannical and unreasonable, he could not help but make this decision after careful consideration. Perhaps modifying Yi Mumming's contract and altering her life and destiny was unfair to her, but for Jiang Chen, it was a path devoid of alternatives. If negligence led Yi Mumming down his old path, he would never find peace in his life. Thus, he wished to establish a set of rules for Shenwei Entertainment. Not only for Yi Mumming, but for every artist in the future at Shenwei Entertainment. If one desires fame, they must revise their contract. Financial remuneration would not diminish. But one must adhere to the company's rhythm. The savings from modifying contracts would serve as a safety net for artists, granting everyone the courage to say no. This principle would not waver for anyone. I have stated it. I am the music director of Shenwei Entertainment, and if I deem it necessary to revise the contract, it shall be revised. You are the agent. Focus on your duties without meddling in every matter, Jiang Chen asserted firmly. Su Jingqiu felt increasingly infuriated, soon overwhelmed by profound disappointment. She had initially believed that with Jiang Chen's talent, he would at least manage the position of music director well. However, she did not expect his handling of the situation to be utterly chaotic. Su Luowei noticed Su Jingqiu's disappointment. Yet she chose not to express anger towards Jiang Chen as Su Jingqiu had. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly approached Jiang Chen from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. "Darling, I too feel that the contract given to Mumming was somewhat excessive. Why not call her back and have a proper discussion?" She understood that although Jiang Chen appeared indifferent on the surface, he was actually quite stubborn. Sometimes, a softer approach was necessary. A rigid attitude would only yield counterproductive results. If she provoked Jiang Chen's temper, the situation could worsen. Perhaps Su Luowei's approach alleviated the tense atmosphere in the office slightly. "I don't care." Su Jingqiu took a deep breath, her tone somewhat calmer, but still resolute. I personally recruited Yi Mumming. I will not allow her to leave Chenwei Entertainment without reason. If Jiang Chen refuses to discuss it, then I will seek her out myself. She was clear in her thoughts. If such a promising trainee as Yi Mumming chose to leave Chenwei Entertainment due to today's events, it would be an irrefutable loss for the company. If you go to negotiate yourself, then this music director position will be yours. Jiang Chen slammed the table, irate. He felt a hint of frustration. His luck seemed to be rather unfortunate. Originally, I intended to establish a boundary with Su Jingchu through this matter, making her aware of how to collaborate effectively with me. However, I did not anticipate that the most outstanding trainee, Yi Muning, harbored a hidden narrative, complicating the situation further. I recognize that Su Jingchu does not possess a malicious heart, yet she tends to meddle excessively. Her concern often leads to chaos, and at times, her incessant fussing hinders progress. I firmly believe that once Yi Muning returns to her dormitory and attentively reviews the content on paper, she will certainly know how to make the right choice. It is unreasonable to expect me to explain to Yi Muning that this is a remarkable song, and that if she is willing to embrace it, altering the contract is not a significant matter. After all, the effort expended is my own. It feels akin to pacifying a child. I understand that Yi Muning's situation is unique, which is why this predicament has arisen. Had it been any other trainee facing this scenario, the outcome would have likely been much more favorable. My partner, Su Luowei, also found herself at a loss on how to navigate the current situation, resorting to soothing Jiang Chen's emotions. She was equally perplexed as to why Jiang Chen insisted on changing the contract for Yi Muning. Was this matter truly so critical? Jiang Chen massaged his temples, overwhelmed by the headache. The crux of the matter lay in his utter ignorance of when Yi Muning would finally see that draft paper. What if this naive girl only discovered the truth tomorrow? Would those women not drive him to madness tonight? Su Jingchu has always maintained a singularly focused approach to her work, allowing no room for error. If this issue is not resolved today, greater troubles and conflicts may loom ahead. Jiang Chen exhaled a sigh and instinctively reached for a cigarette from the pack. Alas, his luck was truly dismal. Su Luowei recognized that this gesture indicated Jiang Chen had likely reached a compromise. Smoking served merely to alleviate his frustration. She smiled gently, winking at Su Jingchu, as if to say, the matter is settled. After a moment of inhaling and exhaling the smoke, Jiang Chen finally spoke. Please call Yi Muning back. He relented. Realizing that what he initially sought was to engage with this group of women as an ordinary person, yet he was met with disrespect and misunderstanding. It was time to lay everything bare, no more pretense. This song possesses exceptional quality. It is destined to be a success, believe it or not. All right, I shall call her now. Su Jingchu sighed in relief upon hearing this. Jiang Chen was finally willing to concede. The one who tied the knot must untie it. If Jiang Chen could voice his thoughts, it would certainly be more effective than her attempting to convey them herself. She retrieved her phone, located Yi Muning's number, and just as she was about to press the call button, a series of hurried knocks echoed at the office door. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone turned their heads to see Yi Muning standing at the entrance of the office, her eyes slightly swollen and red, clutching a draft paper tightly, as if she had just finished crying. The sight of her startled everyone in the office. Moreover, their gazes involuntarily drifted downward. Noticing that this suddenly appeared young lady was barefoot, she stood on the cold floor, her pale feet stained with a bit of dirt, yet their beauty remained apparent. Her skin was delicate and smooth, her slender ankles and graceful curves, combined with her dainty toes resembling finely crafted jade sculptures, were utterly enchanting. She was visibly gasping for breath, as if she had just sprinted over without shoes. Su Jingchu's gaze fell upon the draft paper in Yi Muning's hand, and her heart sank. She recognized it as the haphazardly scribbled draft by Jiang Chen. That scoundrel Jiang Chen not only made a cruel jest with the trainee basic contract, but also attempted to deceive this endearing girl with a mere scrap of paper. Witnessing Yi Muning's dazed expression stirred a pang of sympathy within Su Jingchu. She could only imagine the despair and unfairness Yi Muning would feel upon discovering that Jiang Chen had handed her nothing more than a chaotic doodle. Muning, what brings you here? Su Jingchu stepped forward, her expression conflicted as she spoke. I was just about to call you to come over. What Director Jiang mentioned earlier was a joke. Please do not take it to heart. At these words, Yi Muning froze, staring blankly at her. She had come specifically for that song on the paper. If her assumptions were correct, the significance of that song to her surpassed all else. As long as she could obtain it, she would be willing to sign any contract. Yet, what did Sister Jing mean by saying Director Jiang was joking? Was he not planning to give her the song after all? Was it because she had failed to respond promptly that Director Jiang was upset? I'm sorry. Yi Muning's face turned pale, her expression flustered as she attempted to explain. However, her voice dwindled to a whisper, and she lowered her head, biting her lip. Indeed, it was all her fault. When director Jiang had handed her the song, he had emphasized its importance, yet she had not taken it to heart. This was her mistake. She could not deceive herself, nor could she offer any excuses. Did this mean she could not even hold on to this song? This song? Which clearly, Yi Muning's demeanor left the others in the office astonished. Su Jingchu took a couple of steps forward, wishing to offer further consolation. However, Jiang Chen remained seated silently, gradually extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. He noticed the pained expression in the young girl's eyes, realizing she must have comprehended the content of the draft paper. Indeed, perhaps only she could grasp it so swiftly. Jiang Chen's calm voice resonated in the office. I was not joking. That draft paper is indeed for you. The prerequisite remains the alteration of the contract. This is the company's policy. His tone was steady. At this moment, it seemed there was no need for further explanation. Yi Muning's state had already spoken volumes. Su Jingchu's expression shifted to one of urgency. Why was Jiang Chen suddenly bringing up the contract matter? She was about to interject when Yi Muning abruptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with disbelief and gratitude. Without hesitation, she trembled as she declared, "Thank you, Director Jiang. I am willing." At this proclamation, everyone in the office fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 36. The draft paper contained a song. Munin, what did you just say? Su Jingchu gazed at Yi Muning in disbelief, questioning her own hearing. I'm sorry, Sister Jing. Yi Muning bit her lip, her voice choked as she continued. It was all my fault. I should not have hesitated. Please grant me another chance. I am willing to amend the trainee basic contract. You are willing to alter the contract? Su Jingchu was momentarily taken aback. What is truly going on? Why is she unable to comprehend? Yi Muning is currently bound by an S-level trainee contract with the company, and QNGCH has even proposed more favorable terms to lure her away. What could possibly motivate her to consider renegotiating her contract? Indeed, as long as the company allows me to sing this song, I am willing to concede anything. Yi Muning clutched the draft paper tightly in her hands, speaking earnestly, her tone laced with a hint of desperation. Upon hearing her words, the individuals in the office paused momentarily before their gazes fixated on the paper in Yi Muning's grasp. The draft, scrawled on by Jiang Chen in a haphazard manner, was held tightly by the young girl as if it were an invaluable treasure. Xiaoyi, could you show me the paper you hold? Yan Shuexin inquired, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity as she approached. If her memory served her right, this draft appeared to be the same one Jiang Chen had carelessly written on while pretending to work moments ago. Surprised by Yan Tianho's sudden address, Yi Muning blinked, and then, with a hint of anxiety, replied, of course. She glanced at the draft paper in her hand before handing it over to Yan Shuexin. Taking the draft, Yan Shuexin observed the chaotic scribbles and, to her astonishment, discovered lines of succinct phrases accompanied by melodies. Su Mingyao and Su Luowei gravitated closer, positioning themselves behind Yan Shuexin, all of them gazing intently at the paper. Their mouths fell agape in disbelief. The paper contained lyrics to a song? As she read the lines and melodies, Yan Shuexin's expression shifted. The pain that breathes began with a view of the Tokyo Tower, watching lights mimic the fall of starlight. Longing is a pain that breathes. It resides in every corner of my being. Humming the song you love brings pain. Reading your letter brings pain. Even silence is painful. Regret is a pain that breathes. Her gaze lingered on the lyrics, and her astonishment deepened. As a renowned diva, her musical sensibility far surpassed that of Xia Tingqing. After merely a glance at the lyrics, she recognized that this was undoubtedly a remarkable song. A great song possesses depth, and the lyrics here are rich with meaning and a unique perspective. All hallmarks of an exceptional composition. Yan Shuexin's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light. She was certain that this draft was indeed the one Jiang Chen had hastily scribbled. Could it be that Jiang Chen had composed such a song in just a few fleeting minutes? But how could that be possible? His demeanor at the time was anything but serious. Yan Shuexin was acquainted with many talented music producers, some of whom she regarded as mentors. Yet she had never witnessed anyone craft a song of such completeness in such a brief span of time. At that moment, Su Jingchu also noticed the lyrics on the paper. However, her musical aptitude was the lowest among all present, and she struggled to discern the quality of the song in such a short time. She looked at Yi Muning with confusion. Muning, is this song the reason you are willing to renegotiate your contract? Yi Muning nodded, hesitating briefly before biting her lip. I understand that Director John's willingness to offer me this song is already a significant favor. If renegotiating the contract is insufficient, I could extend the duration of my contract. Su Jingchu was momentarily taken aback. Yi Muning's current contract with Chunwei Entertainment was for 5 years, a relatively lengthy duration for a trainee, as most signed for 3 years. Within that time frame, if a trainee performed exceptionally, they could negotiate a debut contract. Had her conditions not been favorable, promising various benefits post-debut, it would have been impossible to secure such a lengthy commitment. Is it really worth it for this song? Su Jingchu thought to herself, questioning if Yi Muning should sacrifice so much for it. Yet, as she began to voice her thoughts, she remembered her role as the agent for Chunwei Entertainment and fell silent. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Muning was far more aware than she realized. She understood that if she followed the usual trajectory, in 5 years, should she attain a level of fame comparable to first or second-tier stars, she could easily switch to another company for better contractual terms. However, she was acutely aware that all of this hinged on her gaining recognition. She knew the value of the pain that breathes better than anyone else. This song was destined to become a hit. Debuting with this song was akin to being airlifted into the ranks of second-tier stars, bypassing the need to learn to walk and being able to run immediately. Moreover, this was merely the beginning of her career. In any other entertainment company, an entirely unknown trainee would never have the opportunity to sing such a song. The quality of this song was simply too precious to be wasted on a trainee. Within Chunwei Entertainment, the individual best suited to perform this song would be Sister Luowei, as only she could generate sufficient profit for the company. Jiang Chen's decision to allow her to sing it was a generous act indeed. In contrast, the standard contract offering a mere 10 share seemed utterly trivial. Meanwhile, Su Luowei and Su Mingyao had also finished reading the lyrics on the paper. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. The quality of this song was extraordinary. Jiang Chen was using it to cultivate a trainee? Su Luowei had witnessed Jiang Chen's songwriting process on multiple occasions, so despite her astonishment, she managed to maintain her composure. However, Su Mingyao's jaw dropped wide open. This was her first encounter with Jiang Chen's work. She glanced between the draft paper in Yan Shuexin's hand and Jiang Chen at the desk, repeatedly switching her gaze. Unable to suppress her shock. Wasn't this senior brother-in-law a slacker writer? How could he produce such a masterpiece? Moreover, hadn't he just been slacking off? In Chapter 37, Yi Muning's The Pain That Breathes, the astonishment reflected in Su Luowei and the other's eyes was palpable, and Su Jingchu sensed it as well. With a complex expression, she turned to Yi Muning. Muning, please sing this song for me. Let me experience it too. Initially, she had reacted most vehemently, believing Jiang Chen to be erratic and had even expressed her frustrations. Yet now, the situation appeared to have shifted dramatically. Yi Muning was eager to renegotiate her contract, and it seemed that the one being unreasonable was herself. Is this song truly that exceptional? She cast a glance at the draft paper, pondering why Yin Tianho and the others were so stunned. Unable to make a judgment, she decided to have Yi Muning sing it for her. I'll fetch the guitar. Su Mingyao eagerly raised her hand. In truth, her situation was not much better than Su Jingchu's. As the junior disciple of Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei, she was still a student, and her playful nature resulted in her professional skills lagging far behind her seniors. In that brief moment, she could only vaguely sense that the paper contained a remarkable song, but the specifics of its excellence eluded her grasp. In this office, she arrived the earliest, so no one understood better than her that the piece of draft paper was originally just a blank A4 sheet beside the printer, which Jiang Chen had instructed her to take. Therefore, she was utterly certain that the contents on the paper were written by Jiang Chen himself. During that pretentious moment, Jiang Chen actually completed a song? How astonishing! Su Mingyao suppressed her shock and fetched a guitar from the adjacent office. Yan Shuexin returned the draft paper to Yi Muling. She too was eager to hear what Jiang Chen's song could achieve. The young girl took the guitar and the draft paper, but seemed momentarily taken aback. Why was she suddenly being asked to sing? Especially in front of Luowei and Yan Shuexin, she appeared quite nervous. It's all right. Don't be anxious. Just sing earnestly. Su Luowei gently reassured her while lightly patting her back. All right. Yi Muling gazed at the draft paper, taking a deep breath as her expression shifted from nervousness to steadiness. She was the most outstanding trainee at Chunwei Entertainment, possessing both exceptional skills and psychological resilience. During evaluations on stage, the atmosphere was hardly better than it was now. She understood this was a unique assessment, although Jing Jie and Luowei had not explicitly stated it. The decision of whether this song should be entrusted to her was not solely reliant on the music director's favor. Resources in an entertainment company were precious, and every allocation required assessment to ensure fairness. Hence, Yi Muling inhaled deeply, held the guitar, and sat down on a chair. For the sake of this song, she was determined to excel. She needed to prove that she could perform this song beautifully. Seated, She did not rush to sing, but first took the draft paper, carefully reviewing it twice. She had already heard Xia Tinqing sing it once in the dormitory, so she had a basic impression of the lyrics and melody, needing only a brief familiarization. In the office, no one spoke. Everyone patiently awaited her performance. Only Jiang Chen reclined lazily in his chair, curious to see if Yi Muling, with her current trainee level, could master this somewhat unique song. After a while, Yi Muling finally set down the draft paper and cleared her throat. Then, she extended her delicate, fair fingers and began to strum the guitar strings, a gentle melody emerging. At the Tokyo Tower, gazing out for the first time, watching lights mimic falling stars, I have finally arrived but feel even sadder, accomplishing our dreams alone. As the melody enveloped her, Yi Muling softly opened her mouth. Her voice was enchanting, ethereal, and her fundamentals were solid, perfectly hitting the notes. The moment she began, Luowei couldn't help but nod approvingly. This girl was indeed the most exceptional among all the trainees, possessing the potential to become a professional singer. It was no wonder Jing Jie intended to nurture her. Moreover, this young girl was also adept at dancing, with a fine physique and appearance. With sufficient resources invested, her growth would undoubtedly astonish everyone. You always say there's plenty of time. You can wait for me. I used to not understand that tomorrow may not bring a future. At first, Yi Muling's singing seemed hesitant, perhaps due to unfamiliarity. But soon, she found a unique feeling and gradually immersed herself in the song. In the office, everyone listened intently to the melody, occasionally nodding in affirmation. The melody of the song was indeed well crafted, and the girl's expression was commendable. Yet suddenly, Yi Muling's eyes brimmed with tears. The lyrics, "Tomorrow may not bring a future," evoked vivid memories of a particular day. Returning home from school, she had begged her mother to take her to the park to watch the sugar figurine performance. Her mother had smiled and pinched her nose gently, saying, "Why the rush? The old man selling sugar figurines comes every day. I'll take you tomorrow." However, the following day, the old man indeed returned, cheerfully gifting her a rabbit-shaped sugar figurine. But the gentle figure who had promised to be by her side never appeared again. 2 tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Longing is a pain that breathes. It inhabits every corner of my being. Singing the song you loved brings pain. Reading your letters brings pain. Even silence brings pain. In the office, several women were taken aback. Initially, they were attentively listening to the melody, nodding occasionally in approval. But the moment Yi Muling began to sing, their minds went blank. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being tightly squeezed, overwhelmed by heartache, regret, nostalgia, and yearning. They could not find the words to describe the emotions that Yi Muling so vividly expressed at that moment. Yet, this no longer mattered. For at this instant, as they beheld the tearful Yi Muling, they began to comprehend the true essence of the song. Even Yin Xuexin, who was reputed to be at the top of her game, failed to recognize that the emotional core of the song was a tribute to one's mother. No wonder the young girl was so invested in this song. Yin Xuexin glanced at Yi Muling and the draft paper, her expression becoming increasingly complex. Meanwhile, Su Jingchu was rendered speechless by the shock. At the moment the song resonated, she finally understood why Yi Muling had made such a choice. Rushing over without even putting on her shoes, this song truly belonged to her. Only she could sing it well. For her, this song was priceless. In the office, the atmosphere gradually fell silent. Everyone was attentively listening to Yi Muling's voice and melody. 2 minutes later, her singing began to draw to a close. If you could return, that would be enough. If I could start over, that would be enough. The song and melody halted at that moment, yet Yi Muling's choked voice did not cease. At this moment, she could no longer suppress her emotions, softly sobbing, "Mother, your daughter misses you. Can you hear me?" The office was eerily quiet, with only the sound of Yi Muling's intermittent cries. No one interrupted her. This girl had suppressed her emotions for far too long. She needed to release them. After an unknown period, Yi Muling's sobs gradually subsided. She suddenly stood up and deeply bowed to Jiang Chen, who was seated. "Director Jiang, thank you. If you allow me to sing this song, I am willing to agree to any conditions you set. I beg you." The girl's voice trembled, filled with sorrow, evoking immense sympathy. Coughing lightly, Jiang Chen realized it was his turn to speak. He tapped his fingers on the table, preparing to stand and deliver some pretentious remarks. However, Su Luowei stepped forward, gently embracing Yi Muling. "Don't worry, this song is yours. I've already assured Director Jiang. What happens when pretentiousness is interrupted? It is indeed quite distressing." Jiang Chen felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton, a sensation both uncomfortable and disheartening. He had meticulously crafted his own clever remarks, only to have them preempted by the young lady. It was akin to waking in the dead of night, hunger gnawing at him. and rising to prepare a packet of instant noodles. The water boiled, the bowl was clean, yet upon tearing open the last packet, he discovered the absence of the seasoning sachet. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, his gaze vacant. Joy had evaporated. In the office, Yi Mu-ning, under the comforting words of Su Luowei, gradually stifled her sobs. Su Jingchu had managed to procure a pair of slippers for the young girl, advising her to return home and rest well, postponing the contract renegotiation until the following day. After Yi Mu-ning departed, an unusual silence enveloped the office. The women seemed unable to shake off the recent events, exchanging glances before turning their peculiar gazes toward Jiang Chen. They all comprehended the profound meaning behind Yi Mu-ning's rendition of Hui Hushi de Tong. No one anticipated that what initially appeared to be a simple love song would resonate so deeply, as if it had been tailor-made for Yi Mu-ning. How had Jiang Chen conjured such a piece? Darling, did you perhaps delve into Mu-ning's circumstances beforehand? Su Luowei inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Su Jingchu and the others gradually came to the same realization. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence it was. Could it be that Jiang Chen had inquired about Yi Mu-ning's situation, crafting this song to persuade the young girl to sign the contract? If that were the case, it would be utterly despicable. Jiang Chen, sensing their doubtful gazes, internally rolled his eyes. He had written the song on a whim, unaware of Yi Mu-ning's plight. If I were to claim that all of this was destined by the heavens, would you believe me? The women collectively shook their heads. Very well, Jiang Chen said with a hint of frustration as he stood up. I shall confront Yi Mu-ning and demand she return my song. Not so fast, Su Luowei responded, pinching him lightly at his lower back, effectively halting his reckless intentions. Upon reflection, she was inclined to believe Jiang Chen's words. After all, even she was not entirely aware of Yi Mu-ning's circumstances. Had it not been for Su Jingchu's curiosity, perhaps they would remain oblivious. Yi Mu-ning had always concealed her innermost thoughts, rarely revealing them to anyone. The song had allowed her to express emotions that had long been suppressed, which could be a positive development for her. Might it truly be, as Jiang Chen suggested, that everything was orchestrated by fate? For a moment, silence reigned as peculiar thoughts began to surface in their minds. Perhaps there were indeed inexplicable phenomena in this world. This song had inexplicably found its way to Yi Mu-ning, or perhaps it was a message from her mother in a distant place, communicating through a mysterious means that she had always been there, watching over her daughter. Observing the contemplative expressions of the women, Jiang Chen remained silent. Though he too was reluctant to embrace the supernatural, his very existence was a testament to life's inexplicability, a matter beyond thorough examination. Ultimately, he concluded that living one's life to the fullest was paramount. Yi Mu-ning's acquisition of the song was not solely a matter of chance. It was also a reflection of her diligent efforts. Had he discovered that her daily performance was lackluster, perhaps the one receiving the song would have been another trainee. Enough daydreaming. The trainees have stabilized, so take this stack of materials and move along, he interjected brusquely, gesturing to the pile of documents on the table. With matters resolved, he needed to emphasize the rules to Su Jingchu. Startled, Su Jingchu instinctively retorted, "You've only interviewed one person. How can you declare stability? Even if Yi Mu-ning is fine, what about the other trainees?" Unwittingly, she found herself interfering with Jiang Chen's decisions. Having previously managed Chunwei Entertainment alone, adjusting to a new dynamic proved challenging. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. Su Luowei had not had the time to oversee the company, and Su Jingchu had been responsible for many decisions, naturally tending to every matter. Now, with Jiang Chen as the music director, he held dual roles as both boss and director, necessitating a clear division of responsibilities to ensure smooth operations. "Old Chu, how on earth did you manage to infiltrate the company? Did you sneak in through the back door?" Jiang Chen quipped. Su Jingchu bristled at the insinuation. "What do you mean infiltrate? I am a top-notch agent. The national goddess Su Luowei was brought forth by my efforts." "Jiang Chen, I concede that you did well in retaining Yi Mu-ning," she admitted begrudgingly. "However, the situation at Chunwei Entertainment is not as optimistic as you perceive. Other entertainment companies are incessantly reaching out to our artists and trainees, resulting in considerable instability among the staff. If we do not stabilize the situation now, we will be at a greater disadvantage later. Thus, we must approach this with seriousness, conducting interviews with each trainee methodically. That is the most prudent course of action." As she spoke, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. Tap, tap, tap. A girl with a bun hairstyle appeared, followed by 7 or 8 others. "Excuse me, is Director Jiang here?" the girl at the front asked, visibly anxious and somewhat embarrassed. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jingchu was momentarily taken aback. She recognized these girls as fellow trainees who had joined the company alongside Yi Mu-ning. "What brings you to see Director Jiang?" Su Jingchu inquired, gesturing for them to enter. The girls seemed astonished to find so many people in the office aside from Jiang Chen, Jing Jie, Luowei Jie, and even Yan, the goddess. They all appeared somewhat tense. Even the usually carefree Xia Tingqing seemed a bit intimidated. "We've come to speak with Director Jiang about the contract." The girl stammered. "Contract?" Su Jingchu's brows furrowed. "What about the contract? Haven't you all signed already? How is it that after just 3 months, you wish to negotiate for better terms?" Her expression hardened as she realized that other entertainment companies were offering increasingly enticing deals to lure away their trainees. Had it not been for the contractual penalties, many of them would have likely packed their bags and left. "No, it's not that." Xia Tingqing was taken aback and quickly waved her hands, stating, "We merely wish to amend the trainee contract." As she reached the end of her sentence, her voice dwindled to a whisper, and her head lowered shyly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Mu-ning and the others gradually pieced together the entire sequence of events from her account, including the conversation with Director Jiang and the conditions he had proposed. The moment they signed the amended contract, the song Hui Hushi de Tong would belong to them. They were all familiar with this song and understood its significance. If they could debut with this song, it would be akin to riding a rocket to success, particularly for Xia Tingqing, who had even sung the song herself. The catchy melody and lyrics left her yearning for more, instantly igniting her aspirations for debut. If only she could possess a song of such caliber for her own debut. Regrettably, this song had already been earmarked for Yi Mu-ning, leaving the others to watch enviously. Thus, under the spell of envy and desire, the girls felt a surge of ambition. Did Director Jiang imply that by merely amending the trainee contract, they could attain a song of that level? If that were the case, it would be no different than a pie falling from the sky. The girls deliberated for a long while in the dormitory, but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the new song. They resolved to band together to fight for their opportunities. After all, in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry, one must sometimes take the initiative to get ahead. Opportunities would not simply present themselves. They could hardly bear the thought of losing a chance to other trainees due to their inaction, wishing they could slap themselves for such negligence. "What did you say?" Su Jingchu was momentarily stunned. "You wish to amend the trainee contract?" Not just Su Jingchu, but the other women in the office were equally astonished. "Yes." Xia Tingqing's voice was barely above a whisper as she hung her head, unable to meet Su Jingchu's gaze. Su Jingchu instinctively opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words. The trainees before her had been meticulously selected, all signed to A-level contracts with a profit-sharing ratio of around 20%. Yet now, they stood before her, demanding to switch to the basic trainee contract. What on earth was happening? Su Jingchu felt as if the world had turned unreal. She had been an agent for over a decade. She had nurtured national idols. She had signed over 100 artists. But at this moment, she could not fathom the situation unfolding before her. In the office, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes gradually turned toward Jiang Chen, seated at the desk. The idea of amending contracts was initially proposed by Jiang Chen, and now it seemed only he could make the final decision. Furrowing his brow, he grasped the girls' intentions. They all wanted to amend their contracts. How could that be possible? Did he think his songs were as common as cabbages, available for anyone to claim? Yi Mu-ning had earned her opportunity to amend her contract solely through her hard work. What did amending a contract signify? It meant enhanced resource allocation, better treatment, a more comfortable life, and increased income. Although the profit-sharing ratio might be lower, the actual earnings would be significantly higher. Moreover, there were additional benefits yet to be mentioned, such as a substantial retirement fund. Altogether, the benefits amounted to a meteoric rise in their fortunes. He remained silent, shifting a large stack of documents in front of him and began to peruse them slowly. Curiosity piqued. Everyone watched his movements intently. After a while, he seemed to find what he was searching for, extracting a single document from the pile. "Xia Tingqing, right?" "Yes." Upon hearing her name called by Director Jiang, Xia Tingqing jolted upright. Having been with Chunwei Entertainment for 3 months and having participated in 6 evaluations, her results included 5 A's and 1 B. Jiang Chen continued to flip through the documents. Indeed, Xia Tingqing nodded gently, a smile spreading across her face. She felt a sense of confidence about her achievements. Her results ranked her among the top trainees. After all, only Yi Mu-ning had ever achieved an S-level score within Chunwei Entertainment. Yet here she was, boasting 5 consecutive A's. Did she truly believe she could switch to a basic trainee contract with such accomplishments? However, Jiang Chen slowly closed the document and fixed his gaze upon her. His life experiences and depth of character allowed him to exude an aura of authority without raising his voice. As a top-tier star, he had run his own company and managed numerous artists. When he became serious, it naturally imposed a sense of pressure. In an instant, the previously mild atmosphere in the office shifted dramatically. The expressions of the girls morphed into a mixture of surprise and fear, leaving them speechless. Xia Tingqing's smile gradually faded, replaced by disbelief as she looked at Jiang Chen. Yet, the moment her gaze met his piercing eyes, she felt a shiver run down her spine and promptly lowered her head. She had expected praise, only to find the new music director to be so stern and intimidating. Beside the sofa, Yan Shuexin observed Jiang Chen's sudden transformation with astonishment. Today, he emanated an enigmatic aura. Though only 24 years old, he commanded respect comparable to many industry veterans. This was evident both on stage and now in the office. Was he this fearsome at home as well? She tugged at Su Luowei's hand, gesturing toward Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Luowei's cheeks flushed crimson. In truth, Jiang Chen was generally quite affable at home. However, when angered, he could become genuinely terrifying. Continuing to provoke him in such circumstances would surely lead to repercussions. Yan Shuexin recognized Su Luowei's change in demeanor and sighed inwardly, realizing her junior sister was completely under Jiang Chen's thumb. Do you truly believe that Yi Muning earned that song purely by chance? Jiang Chen's stern voice resonated once more. The office fell into a deep silence. The trainee girls were evidently taken aback by the unexpectedly fierce demeanor of the music director, who appeared to be only slightly older than them. They hung their heads like wilted plants, speechless. You have all witnessed Yi Muning's diligence. She is the most outstanding among the trainees. The basic trainee contract was awarded to her by the company as recognition of her efforts. I see in her the qualities I aspire to, and her hard work has deeply moved me. Yet, when I look at all of you, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, I can find no redeeming qualities. You still dare to fantasize about signing the basic trainee contract? Upon the completion of his statement, the girls' faces turned a ghastly shade. Meanwhile, Su Jingqiu and Su Mingyao exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting the peculiarity of Jiang Chen's remarks. Jiang Chen repeatedly emphasized the basic trainee contract, asserting that only those trainees who are sufficiently diligent and exceptional are worthy of signing it. It appeared as though this contract held a significant prestige, yet the trainees were acutely aware that within all entertainment companies, the basic trainee contract is the least favorable. Shenwei Entertainment was certainly no exception. This stark sense of disconnection and unreality left them momentarily at a loss for words. How could such a dismal contract ever be considered a reward? Nevertheless, the expressions of the trainee girls in the room conveyed a silent truth. Indeed, this contract was a reward, and they all yearned to sign it. In that instant, the complex gazes of the women in the office reflected their newfound realization of the profound allure that the song Hui Hushi de Tong held for this group of trainees. They had previously allowed themselves to be confined by Yi Mu-ning's unique situation, assuming that the song resonated with her circumstances, thus prompting her willingness to renegotiate her contract. However, upon deeper contemplation, it became evident that Hui Hushi de Tong, even when stripped of its particular significance, is undeniably a remarkable piece of artistry when analyzed solely through its lyrics and melody. Such a song, upon release, could never fade into obscurity. Among the group, Su Luowei and Yin Shuexin were established stars with years of experience. Yet, even they had never encountered such a song upon their own debuts. A high-quality composition like this would be fervently sought after by even the most renowned artists in the entertainment industry, let alone newly debuted trainees. Chapter 40. Possible. The once spacious office of the music director felt somewhat cramped due to the presence of the trainee girls. Despite the multitude of individuals present, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Jiang Chen remained silent, and none of the trainee girls dared to speak first. Behind Su Jingqiu, Su Mingyao glanced at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes, blinking suddenly. As she sensed the girl's yearning for Jiang Chen's song, an idea spontaneously blossomed in her mind. Although she had already debuted under Shenwei Entertainment, in reality, she was no different from an unsung amateur. After all, she was still a student, and most of her time needed to be devoted to her studies. Only upon graduation could she officially step into the entertainment world. Yet, if she could obtain such a song before her graduation, would she not become the most formidable female artist in her entire school? At that moment, her eyes sparkled with countless little stars, envisioning the envy of her classmates. She would become the new leader of her cohort. Do you still believe you are qualified to sign this basic trainee contract? Jiang Chen's admonition had not yet concluded. Within the office, nearly all the girls were on the brink of tears. I am sorry. We understand our mistakes. Xia Tingqing lowered her head, biting her lip. Her face etched with sorrow. She felt both wronged and heartbroken. having never been reprimanded in front of so many people, especially in the presence of Luowei Jie and Yin Tianho. This heightened her embarrassment and shame. If possible, she would have wished to dig a hole in the ground and disappear forever. Well, you have disappointed me greatly. Return and reflect upon this. The basic trainee contract is not something you can sign at this moment. It requires more effort and dedication. I hope that next time, you can present something that moves me. Jiang Chen waved her hand and stated. The girls, somewhat downcast, silently made their way toward the exit. Jiang Chen's recent reproach had evidently struck them hard. They had not anticipated such an outcome when they decided to approach this director Jiang. With such a stern young director, how would they endure their time in the company moving forward? However, just as the last girl reached the door, a voice resonated within the office. Lao Chu. Arrange an assessment at the end of the month to select the best performing trainees. It was Jiang Chen's voice. The girls paused involuntarily, all ears now, attentively listening to the conversation behind them. Assessment? Selection of trainees? What was Director Jiang intending to do? Understood, Su Jingchu nodded, though uncertain of Jiang Chen's intentions. She promptly agreed. Assessing trainees was indeed within the music director's purview. Later, we will select another trainee and renegotiate a contract. Jiang Chen's voice rang out once more. The room fell into a hushed silence, everyone stunned, including Su Jingchu. Select another trainee and renegotiate a contract. What could this mean? In an instant, all the trainee girls halted, gazing in astonishment at Jiang Chen, who stood before the desk. Yet, Jiang Chen offered no further explanation. She casually picked up a sheet of white paper from the desk, uncapped her pen, and began to write slowly. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Luowei and Yin Xin exchanged startled glances before abruptly standing from the sofa. Could it be that Jiang Chen was about to compose a song? They approached the desk more closely, confirming that Jiang Chen was indeed writing something. She was composing on the spot. The sight rendered them momentarily frozen, hesitant to intrude upon Jiang Chen's creative process. The entire office was enveloped in silence. The trainee girls remained in the room, curiously observing this unfolding scene. No one urged them to leave, nor did anyone pay them any heed, as all attention was focused on Jiang Chen. Yin Xin maintained her usual cool demeanor, yet her brows were furrowed in concentration as she attentively watched Jiang Chen's writing. This was her first time witnessing Jiang Chen's songwriting process with such earnestness. Su Luowei clenched her fingers, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Su Mingyao quietly tiptoed, attempting to glimpse the contents of Jiang Chen's writing. Unfortunately, from her angle, the paper remained obscured. Jiang Chen wrote slowly, yet no one displayed impatience. All stood patiently, the trainee girls particularly silent, fearful of being discovered and ushered out. Time ticked away, and finally, after 10 minutes, Jiang Chen set down her pen and handed the paper to Su Jingchu. This will do, have the trainees sing it. It is sufficient. The girls exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by the rapid completion of a song. Was the music director's creative process truly so casual and abrupt? Did it not require revision? Su Jingchu inhaled deeply and stepped forward to accept the white paper from Jiang Chen. She had witnessed Jiang Chen's songwriting before at Luowei's home. However, at that time, Jiang Chen seemed to be revisiting previously crafted songs, so she hadn't been particularly astonished by the speed. However, the lyrics on this piece of paper were entirely unfamiliar to her. In other words, had Jiang Chen composed a new song within the mere span of 10 minutes? Could this individual possess such extraordinary talent? Su Luowei and Su Mingyao, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly leaned forward to snatch the white paper from Su Jingchu's hands, scrutinizing the lyrics and melody inscribed upon it. Although Yin Xuexin did not exhibit the same urgency as the other two, her steps instinctively gravitated towards them. Eventually, the three beautiful women collectively focused on the content of the page. Perhaps the sunlight from the south shines upon the winds of the north. Perhaps time is blown away, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps the story remains with only one unforgettable person. The paper bore neatly arranged lines. Each line contained a similar number of characters, and every line commenced with the word perhaps, resembling a meticulously crafted poem. Could such lines qualify as lyrics? How would one set them to music? The trio's gazes were imbued with uncertainty. If each lyric was somewhat similar, would the rhythm not sound peculiar? What was Jiang Chen's intention? After perusing the lyrics, the three women, laden with profound confusion, turned their attention to the accompanying score. 2 minutes later, Yin Xuexin's exquisite eyes widened in astonishment. With her deep understanding of musicality, she quickly deciphered the composition, even mentally rehearsing the melody alongside the lyrics. Subsequently, she reached an astonishing conclusion. This was indeed a remarkable song. Although the lyrics did not convey particularly intense emotions, and the melody was relatively simple. She had just hummed it in her mind and discovered that the tune was incredibly catchy and effortlessly memorable. Such a song would leave a lasting imprint in one's memory after a single listen, making it exceedingly suitable for popular rendition. Hence, she could almost guarantee that the song's popularity would be significant. Su Luowei and Su Mingyao soon followed suit, their beautiful faces gradually revealing expressions of disbelief. They too quickly recognized the distinctive nature of the piece. The song was simple yet delightful to the ear. They exchanged glances at the composed Jiang Chen at the desk, and an incredulous thought arose within them. Is there truly such a vast disparity in intellect between individuals? How could Jiang Chen possibly compose a song of this caliber in just 10 minutes? At the office entrance, a group of trainee girls gazed at the astonished expressions on Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei's faces. Their curiosity piqued. It felt as though countless kittens were playfully scratching at their hearts, filled with wonder. What sort of song could director Jiang have penned that evoked such astonishment from the esteemed diva and the national goddess? Chapter 41. Red Bean as well. All right, you all may return now and prepare diligently for the upcoming assessments at the end of the month. The trainees' questions remained unanswered as Su Jingqiu ushered them out of the office. From the expressions of Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei, she discerned that this was indeed an exceptional song, a truly remarkable one. This song would serve as the optimal choice to stabilize the trainees. Thus, she could not allow its brilliance to be exposed prematurely. Reluctantly, the trainee girls departed the office, yet their thoughts were akin to being tantalized by invisible claws, leaving them restless and yearning for answers. What kind of song had director Jiang composed? Would it be as melodious as The Pain That Can Breathe? They were all eager to uncover the truth, but it seemed that Jingjia had no immediate plans to reveal the song. Emerging from the office building with complex emotions, the girls reflected on their visit to the director's office, which was fraught with ups and downs. From initial hopes for a new song and contract to facing a harsh reprimand, they had thought all hope was lost, only to be pleasantly surprised at the last moment when Director Jiang presented a new song as a reward for the next trainee assessment. As they passed the practice room, the girls couldn't help but replay Jiang Chen's earlier words in their minds. At the end of the month, we will conduct an assessment. I want to see the reports of the best performing trainees. We will select one trainee to revise their contract. The end of the month, the trainees' gazes ignited with fervor. Director Jiang's intentions were clear. At the month's conclusion, he would select another trainee to amend their contract. Therefore, the song's ownership would inevitably be revealed at that time. As long as they performed outstandingly, they would have a chance. This time, they would not let the opportunity slip away. Once Su Jingqiu had seen all the girls out of the office, she silently turned around and began to clear away the extensive documents cluttering Jiang Chen's desk. He was right. The trainees at Luowei Entertainment no longer needed individual consultations. With The Pain That Can Breathe, and perhaps, she was almost certain that in the upcoming month, all trainees would fervently practice in the studio. As for the news from other entertainment companies, unless they could produce songs of equal quality, it would merely be a waste of their phone bills. Her eagerness to clear away the documents stemmed from her desire to avoid facing Jiang Chen's smug demeanor. Yet, Jiang Chen would not let such an opportunity pass. He strolled leisurely around the office, commenting, Jingqiu, I believe you were correct. These trainees indeed require thorough discussions. It's astonishing how each one is merely inclined to sign basic contracts, lacking any ambition. Please help me determine which trainee would be most suitable for a conversation. I wish to engage in some ideological work with them. Young people should embody the spirit of youth, wouldn't you agree? Su Jingqiu gritted her teeth, inhaled deeply, and remained silent. Su Luowei stepped forward, pinching Jiang Chen to halt his teasing. Jiang Chen finally huffed and resumed his seat at the desk. Were it not for Su Luowei's intervention, he would have insisted Su Jingqiu dig a hole to hide in. Su Luowei regarded him with curiosity and fascination. Darling, did you compose both of these songs on the spot? If Jiang Chen could indeed write a complete song in 10 minutes, that was truly impressive. How could it be possible? Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. He had become somewhat apprehensive about such inquiries. He intended to resolve Luowei Entertainment's issues and withdraw from the entertainment industry, wishing to keep the contents of his mind concealed. Oh, Su Luowei acknowledged, realizing that this answer aligned closely with her suspicions. When Jiang Chen had spontaneously sung Fairy Tale, she had suspected he had stealthily penned numerous songs. However, this rascal had always hidden away to write at home, which made her hesitant to pry further. Now that Jiang Chen had become the music director of Luowei Entertainment, her curiosity bubbled over. How many songs have you written over the years? How many songs? Jiang Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. 100? Or perhaps 200? He could hardly recall the details, but such is the nature of humanity. During moments of ennui, one often resorts to reminiscing about the past to pass the time. Over the span of 3 years, who knows how many songs he has penned? Of course, he certainly could not divulge everything at this moment. Ahem, not many. Just a few. Including the recently composed Kunung, there is hardly anything left in my repertoire. Is that so? Su Luowei appeared somewhat skeptical. She had always felt that Jiang Chen's mind resembled a treasure chest, producing a new song at crucial junctures. Yet, one must not underestimate the complexity of songwriting. It is not as simple as one might think. Over the past few days, Jiang Chen has already unveiled 7 songs, a remarkable feat in itself. To compose even a few high-quality songs within 3 years is quite an achievement. Many musicians might take a decade or more to create just one song of such caliber. Very well. Meanwhile, Yan Shuexin seemed to be listening intently to Jiang Chen's words, but no one noticed that after he finished speaking. Her fingers clenched tightly around the paper bearing Kunung. Wait a moment. She gazed intently at the lyrics on the page, her eyes flickering with a sudden realization. It can't be, can it? Why does this hasty handwriting seem so familiar? Now, could you kindly elaborate on the troubles that Chunwei Entertainment is currently facing? Jiang Chen, oblivious to Yan Shuexin's change in demeanor, rapped his knuckles on the table and inquired. To be honest, he was still rather unclear about the specific issues plaguing Chunwei Entertainment. Issues that left Su Luowei and Su Jingchu feeling utterly powerless, as if even Yan Shuexin, the diva of the music industry, could not offer much assistance. Upon hearing this, Su Jingchu and Su Luowei exchanged glances. Su Luowei's cheeks flushed. She realized that amidst the busyness of recent times, she had not properly informed Jiang Chen about the detailed situation of Chunwei Entertainment. It is as follows. Su Luowei began to explain earnestly. There is a company 5 minutes later. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow lightly. So, the so-called troubles of Chunwei Entertainment stem from this Yao Sikhun and Qingqing Entertainment, an entertainment company founded by an actress, with a music director who is like a toad yearning to eat swan meat? Do not be complacent. Qingqing Entertainment has extensive connections in the entertainment industry and substantial strength. Moreover, Yao Sikhun is well acquainted with Chunwei Entertainment. If they were to join forces, creating difficulties for Chunwei Entertainment would be a simple matter. Su Jingchu, seeing Jiang Chen's nonchalant attitude, could not help but add. Currently, most of Chunwei Entertainment's announcements have been intercepted by Qingqing Entertainment, with only Luowei's side remaining relatively unaffected. Rumors are swirling outside that Chunwei Entertainment is about to be blacklisted, which is why there is such unrest within our company. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. What is there to fear? It is merely a mid-sized entertainment company. I expected something far more significant. Since they dare to harbor ill intentions toward Chunwei Entertainment, we should confront them directly and see whose fist is harder. Do you think this is child's play? Going head-to-head? Can we compete against their strength? Qingqing Entertainment is several times larger than us. Su Jingchu quickly cautioned. I must insist that you refrain from reckless actions. Luowei and I have already discussed this. At this moment, everything must be approached with caution. After all, we share no deep-seated enmity with Qingqing Entertainment. Regardless of the tactics they employ, we should remain unresponsive. In time, they will inevitably grow bored and withdraw. While we may incur some losses in announcements during this period, from a long-term perspective, this is indeed the most prudent course of action. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, shaking his head in exasperation as he returned to his seat. 2 foolish women, in an industry as merciless as this, still clinging to such compassionate and indecisive sentiments. If not them, then who else would be bullied? However, he had only just assumed the role of music director and was currently responsible solely for the musical resources of the company's artists and trainees. The overall management and development of the company had always been under the purview of Su Jingchu and Su Luowei. As long as Su Jingchu did not interfere with his work and decisions, he did not intend to involve himself too deeply in those matters for the time being. After all, since its inception, Chunwei Entertainment had been managed by the two of them, and they were certainly more familiar with the various operations of the company. Moreover, the differences in their management philosophies could not be resolved in a short span of time. Aside from her diligence, Su Jingchu had little else to commend her for. Her penchant for arguing was unparalleled. Continuing to debate with them seemed futile. He understood that competition in the entertainment industry primarily revolved around resources. As long as he could provide a sufficient amount of resources, Chunwei Entertainment would not encounter significant problems. Even if Qingqing Entertainment was well prepared, they would only end up with a face full of dust, achieving little reward for their efforts. Very well. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently, then reclined his chair, seeking a comfortable position to lie back. Since his work was complete, the director deserved a moment of rest. Our company's working hours are rather early, which is quite inhumane. Henceforth, Do not rouse me before 10 o'clock. He yawned and retrieved an eye mask from his pocket, something he had specifically prepared before leaving home. In the office, the women stared at him, somewhat astonished by his impending slumber. Hadn't he been at work for less than an hour? Was he already preparing to rest? You all should exit my office if you have nothing to do. Do not disturb my rest. Before donning the eye mask, Jiang Chen issued a final instruction. You, as the music director, cannot possibly. Su Jingqiu instinctively began to speak. However, as her words reached the halfway point, it was as if her throat had been constricted, and she gradually fell silent. This was because she had suddenly noticed the sheet of white paper in Yan Shuexin's hand. The paper bore the lyrics Jiang Chen had just written for Kunong. Gazing at the faintly visible writing on the back of the page, her emotions became exceedingly complex. For she recognized that Jiang Chen was indeed correct. This fellow, despite having only been at work for an hour, had seemingly resolved the company's most pressing issue. He had immediately captivated over 20 trainee girls with a song, M.O., leaving a profound impression with just a single introductory sentence. The piece he casually wrote upon returning to the office, Hui Hushi de Tong, had even compelled Yi Mumming to willingly and tearfully amend her contract. And as far as she knew, during that period, his primary focus had been on teasing Su Mingyao, culminating in this very song, Kunong, a song capable of astonishing both the diva Yan Shuexin and the national goddess Su Luowei, a song that elicited longing gazes from all the trainee girls, eagerly lining up to revise their contracts. And all of this was accomplished by the individual before her within a mere hour. Such efficiency was truly remarkable. The office fell into a momentary silence. Meanwhile, Yan Shuexin suddenly quivered, her eyes wide with astonishment. She finally recalled why the handwriting on the paper seemed familiar. Just a few days prior, her manager, Lan Ran, had shown her a sheet of paper strikingly similar to this one. The handwriting is equally hasty, composed of short phrases line by line, inscribed on white paper. Yet the title on that sheet is not possible, but Hongdo. Chapter 42. How many songs has Jiang Chen truly composed? Jiang Chen has donned an eye mask and reclined in a chair. The office is enveloped in silence, with Su Jingqiu and Su Luowei exchanging wide-eyed glances. Yan Shuexin, however, exhibits a rather complex and peculiar expression. If Hongdo is indeed a song penned by Jiang Chen, how many songs has this individual written over the years? However, the sentences on the paper discovered by Lan Ran are merely a few lines long. She is uncertain whether these are songs by Jiang Chen. Should she seize this opportunity to inquire? She glanced at Jiang Chen, who lay lazily in his chair, and as she was about to voice her thoughts, she gradually retracted them. This fellow is exceedingly lethargic. Even if she were to ask, he likely would not confess. It would be prudent to first confirm with Lan Ran. Su Jingqiu felt a twinge of discomfort. The ongoing issues at Chunwei Entertainment have left her overwhelmed, her nerves frayed, and she has scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep in several days. Yet even so, the problems remain unresolved, and they seem to be escalating into a more dire situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen nonchalantly flirts with female artists while effortlessly resolving issues. It feels akin to being a model student who, after a decade of diligent study, finally gains admission to the most ordinary of universities. Just as she gleefully reviews her acceptance letter, she receives news that the neighbor, a well who idles away his days, has been granted direct admission to Qingbei University. This disparity is truly disheartening. Su Jingqiu gritted her teeth, taking a long moment to suppress her complex emotions. It cannot be denied that Jiang Chen's performance in that brief hour has thoroughly quelled her desire to intervene. From this day forth, any thoughts of meddling in Jiang Chen's role as music director will inevitably conjure memories of the pain that breathes impossible. The women in the office exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's unexpected performance today, it is indeed surprising that within just 1 hour as music director, he seems to have resolved a significant portion of the issues. Nonetheless, his blatant nonchalance while reclining in the chair is rather infuriating. Very well, let him rest a while. He did rise rather early this morning. Su Luowei, ever compassionate towards her husband, shook her head in his defense. She understood that Jiang Chen typically wakes after 10 o'clock, and such an early rise is a rare occurrence. With Su Luowei speaking up, Su Jingqiu felt compelled to withhold further objections, merely adding, "The trainees have been addressed, but the established artists have yet to stabilize. This is also the responsibility of the music director. Recently, Qingcheng Entertainment has been relentlessly encroaching on our announcements, and the morale of our artists has been quite unstable." Su Jingqiu sighed. "Let me and Sister Yin handle the artists." Su Luowei considered. "Sister Yin possesses some resources. I believe we can stabilize their morale with sufficient offerings. I am more familiar with these artists than Jiang Chen, and with Sister Yan's assistance, It should be manageable. It seems there is no other option. Su Jingchu nodded in resignation. After a brief discussion, they were about to rise and depart the office when a rather agitated girl burst in, her expression fraught with urgency. Sister Luowei, Sister Jing, something terrible has happened. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu were taken aback. They recognized the girl as an assistant to one of the company's artists. Xiaoyun, what has occurred? Su Jingchu inquired. This girl was initially brought over from her previous company. Having learned under her supervision, she usually conducts herself with great composure. Yu Fei has been assaulted, the girl exclaimed. Her face clouded with distress. What? Su Jingchu and Su Luowei gasped in unison, rising abruptly. Chu Yufei is the youngest signed artist at Chunwei Entertainment. Merely 18 years of age. She is quite adorable and generally sharp-witted. How could she have been attacked? Moreover, unlike other trainees and artists, she is pursuing a career in acting and lacks expertise in music and dance. According to company arrangements, she should be on the set of a television drama today, portraying a maid, an engagement personally secured by Su Luowei just days prior. The filming was proceeding smoothly. What could have gone awry? Where's Yu Fei? Su Luowei asked. She has returned to the company. I called her over, the girl replied as she hurried toward the office door. Within the office, the women exchanged uneasy glances. With such an unexpected turn of events, Jiang Chen could no longer remain in slumber. He sat up, puzzled. An artist from Chunwei Entertainment has been attacked? What is going on? He removed the eye mask and straightened himself. 3 minutes later, the assistant returned, followed by a girl who appeared no older than 16 or 17, exuding an impression of youthfulness. She was petite, clad in a beige dress, her hair slightly disheveled, and her demeanor somewhat listless. Yet as she entered the office, all eyes converged upon her face. One side of the girl's cheek had become red and swollen, the once delicate visage now puffy and marred, with distinct fingerprints visible along the swollen edges. Upon seeing her cheek, the women in the office gasped in unison. How many slaps did she endure? What happened? Su Luowei's expression hardened as she pulled Chu Yufei closer, examining the injuries on her face. Who did this? She demanded angrily. The girl bit her lip, lowering her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, seemingly reluctant to speak. Tell me now, Su Luowei urged, pulling her gently yet firmly. Under Su Luowei's stern gaze, the girl appeared intimidated. And after a lengthy pause, she finally whispered, it was Lu Siki. Su Luowei was taken aback. Lu Siki? Who is that? Su Jingchu's expression shifted suddenly upon hearing the name, disbelief flickering in her eyes. She glanced between Chu Yufei and Su Luowei, her expression gradually growing complex as she slowly articulated. Lu Siki is an artist from Qingqing Entertainment, 10 years older than Yu Fei, and one of the lead actresses in that television drama. At this revelation, the office fell into silence. Qingqing Entertainment. Once again, it is Qingqing Entertainment. Su Luowei's face turned pale with anger. There was no need for further elaboration. It was clear to everyone that this incident was orchestrated by Qingqing Entertainment, deliberately targeting an artist from Chunwei Entertainment. Su Luowei inhaled deeply, her fingers clenched in fury. She never anticipated that such a large company would stoop so low as to assault a young girl. Sister Luowei, it's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lifted her head and forced a smile. She was aware of the recent discord between Chunwei Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment, which had kept Su Luowei preoccupied and often out of sight. She felt it best not to trouble Sister Luowei during this time. However, this action inadvertently tugged at the scar on her cheek, causing her expression to momentarily stiffen. What reason did she give for hitting you? Su Luowei asked through gritted teeth, observing the swelling on her face. Under Su Luowei's intense gaze, the young girl lowered her head slightly. There was a scene involving slapping, and Sister Siki told the director she wanted it to feel more authentic. So, the director allowed you to film it that way? Chu Yufei nodded. Sister Siki was one of the lead actresses, while she merely played a maid, so the director naturally valued her opinion more. Why didn't you refuse? Su Luowei exclaimed angrily. Even if it's acting, one shouldn't strike others like that. The young girl hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head even further. The director said if I didn't do it, I would be replaced. In the office, silence enveloped everyone as no one dared to speak. The harsh realities of the entertainment industry were well known. Chu Yufei was a talented young girl Su Luowei had discovered during her time at the film studio. She had neither attended a film academy nor was she trained professionally, which made every acting opportunity crucial for her. Before the scene began, she may have anticipated the blows and recognized that Lu Siki was deliberately being malicious. Yet, to secure her role as a maid, she persevered through the ordeal. Su Luowei could vividly imagine the scene where the young girl was slapped in front of dozens of people, having to grit her teeth and deliver her lines afterward. Gazing at the young girl's slightly swollen cheek, she bit her lip, her eyes turning icy. After a long pause, the young girl noticed the silence and curiously looked up at her. How many times did you shoot this scene? Su Luowei took a deep breath and inquired. 6 times. Chu Yofei replied, managing a strained smile. Sister Luowei, really, I'm fine. Please don't worry. When the director spoke to me about the scene, I had already prepared myself. In the end, he even praised me, saying I performed well and would consider casting me again. Su Luowei's fingers clenched tightly, but her expression remained calm, concealing the turmoil within her. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Let Xiaoyan take you to get some medicine. Chu Yofei nodded politely to Su Luowei and then followed her assistant out of the office. Once she departed, the office fell into a deeper silence, with no one daring to break it. Suddenly, Su Luowei inhaled deeply and turned her back to the others. Everyone's gaze shifted to her in astonishment. But only Jiang Chen noticed the moment she turned, as her eyes appeared slightly reddened. Time seemed to stretch on, and gradually, Su Luowei's body began to tremble, with droplets of tears forming on the floor beneath her. The young girl was crying. Jiang Chen rose from his seat, watching Su Luowei's fragile figure shudder, his heart aching like it was being sliced by a knife. Having been married to Su Luowei for 3 years, he had never witnessed her cry before. This was the first time he saw her shed tears. He understood that the incident with Chu Yofei being struck weighed heavily on Su Luowei's heart. For those 6 slaps were nothing short of an unwarranted calamity for the young girl. She was punished solely for being an artist under Chinwei Entertainment, with her boss being Su Luowei, which led to her being bullied on set by an actress 10 years her senior. In front of the young girl, Su Luowei had managed to suppress her anger and sorrow, but now that Chu Yofei was gone, her emotions could no longer be contained. Beside her, Su Jingchu felt equally unsettled. However, having worked as a manager for over a decade, she understood the entertainment industry well. It could be glamorous at times, yet terrifyingly brutal at others. Being slapped was not uncommon in this field, and she had witnessed even harsher treatment. No matter how much one felt wronged or enraged, one had to endure, for there was no rationale that could be articulated. After a moment of contemplation, she approached Su Luowei and advised, Luowei, do not be disheartened. In this industry, who escapes unscathed? It is always the strong preying on the weak. We are not yet a match for Qingqing Entertainment, so we must bide our time. For now, it would be best to keep Yofei away from the set and postpone this engagement until the storm passes. Su Luowei bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. After a while, with a nasal voice, she shook her head, then Yofei's suffering would be in vain. But what other options do we have? Su Jingchu sighed. If she returns to the set, she might encounter more bullying from Lu Siki. Qingqing Entertainment is far more powerful than us. Even if we sought justice, we would likely be met with ridicule. Su Jingchu's voice was filled with helplessness. I will go see Chu Yofei later and offer her some compensation. Thankfully, the young girl is quite sensible and did not throw a tantrum. Su Luowei remained silent, but Jiang Chen knew her heart was undoubtedly heavy. With the young girl's intelligence, she understood the implications of Su Jingchu's words all too well. It was precisely this understanding that brought forth her tears rather than prompting her to confront Qingqing Entertainment for justice on behalf of Chu Yofei. She knew she lacked the power to effect change, and Chu Yofei's beating was destined to be in vain. Nearby, Yan Shuexin gently patted Su Luowei's back in a gesture of comfort. Though she had seen and heard of similar incidents on her path to stardom, witnessing it unfold before her eyes still left her feeling uneasy. Deep down, she resonated with Su Jingchu's perspective. The current situation for Chinwei Entertainment was precarious, and the overall development of the company took precedence. Even if they were to swallow their pride, they had no means to confront Qingqing Entertainment. In the face of such a significant power disparity, no amount of grievance could be voiced. Jiang Chen longed to console the young girl, but after taking a deep breath, he fought to restrain himself. In this moment, everyone could lose their composure, but he could not. He recognized that Chinwei Entertainment was facing its most significant setback since its inception. The young girl and Su Jingchu had previously underestimated the ruthlessness of competition in the entertainment industry. Particularly for the young girl, her journey had been remarkably smooth. Within just 3 years, she had risen to become a beloved national goddess, with Su Jingchu always protecting her and Yan Shuexin as her mentor. Along with esteemed teachers above her, she had never experienced much hardship or setback. Even during the past year, when she began establishing her own entertainment studio, the obstacles she faced were merely minor disturbances. Now, Chinwei Entertainment was on the verge of a full-scale confrontation with Qingqing Entertainment. The entertainment industry has finally revealed its most authentic and gruesome side before this naive young lady. She requires this experience to fully comprehend the brutality of the entertainment world. Undoubtedly, in her heart, QNGCHNYL has already been condemned to the gallows. XJNGCH had previously stated that there was no deep-seated animosity between CHNWIYL and QNGCHNYL, but after today, that has changed. Causing tears to fall from the young girl's eyes has become the greatest enmity between the two parties. He will exhaust every means to ensure that QNGCHNYL vanishes from the entertainment realm, under the joint persuasion and comfort of YNSUXN and XJNGCH. Luowei fell silent, merely biting her lip with determination. She was acutely aware that at this moment, she had no power to contend with QNGCHNYL, no matter how unwilling or wrong she felt. It was futile. QNGCHNY had been established much earlier, was larger in scale, and possessed a broader network. With her current influence and connections, she simply lacked the strength to rival a single entertainment company. She stood motionless for a prolonged period, her initial feelings of anger, reluctance, and grievance gradually giving way to a sense of helplessness. The swollen bruise on CHYUFI's cheek, along with her cheerful reassurances that all was well, seemed to be imprinted in her heart, lingering without dissipating. Her fingers clenched tightly. Could this truly be the end? YOSCHN had deliberately delayed the release of her new song, and QNGCHNY had stealthily intercepted their announcements. These incidents were all bearable to her. However, to see a young girl subjected to such cruelty by CHNWIYI was something she could not tolerate. This matter, she absolutely refused to let it go. Was there any recourse? GNGCHN. She suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes slightly reddened as she looked towards GNGCHN at the desk. Darling, do you have any solutions? In this moment of despair, he was the only person who came to her mind. All eyes turned towards GNGCHN. To be candid, had Luowei not brought him up, they might have forgotten that a newly appointed music director was present in the office. Nevertheless, the women exchanged glances with little hope. After all, this was his first day on the job. While he seemed somewhat gifted in songwriting, what could he possibly do in the face of such corporate rivalry? At this level, even the diva YNSUXN could not contend with QNGCHNYL. Under everyone's scrutiny, GNGCHN remained composed and gently tapped the table. Of course, I have 3 methods. At his words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. GNGCHN has 3 methods. What are they? Luowei's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she fixated on him. The first is to return the favor in kind. The actress who struck her, wasn't it LSQ? With your status as a national goddess. Simply find a reason to summon her, and publicly slap her 6 times. I doubt she would dare retaliate. This way, CHYUFI's anger will be alleviated, and you will feel somewhat better. Upon hearing this, the office's occupants were momentarily stunned. XJNGCH, however, retorted angrily. Do you truly consider the competition between companies a mere game? I can assure you that if Luowei were to actually do that, it would headline every entertainment news outlet the next day. At that point, not only would CHNWIYL be irreparably damaged, but Luowei would be finished as well. YNSUXN sighed helplessly from the side. GNGCHN's suggestion was undeniably juvenile. The entertainment industry was not a place for such violence, and even if one retaliated, their reputation would suffer immensely. Luowei's gaze reflected a hint of disappointment. Yet she pressed on. Is there a second method? Indeed, there is, GNGCHN replied, shrugging and gesturing towards XJNGCH. The second method is to heed old CH's advice. Let us play the role of the ostrich. Go home, eat, sleep, and treat today as if it never happened. If we endure this period, perhaps QNGCHNYL will abandon their pursuit of us. However, this approach relies on luck. If QNGCHNYL refuses to relent, we may all be doomed. Upon hearing this, XJNGCH rolled her eyes again, but did not counter further. This was indeed a strategy she had always supported. Given the current circumstances of CHNWIYL, actively confronting QNGCHNYL would be tantamount to courting death. It was far wiser to tread carefully, avoiding direct confrontation. As long as they focused on their own path, QNGCHNYL would likely not seek unnecessary trouble. Luowei's expression of disappointment deepened, and she slightly turned her head, not wishing GNGCHN to see her disheartenment. Is there anything else? Certainly, there is one final method. GNGCHN slowly approached Luowei, waiting for her to look up at him in confusion. He then raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from her cheek. What I just mentioned was merely a jest. The last method is to entrust the matter to me. I will ensure that QNGCHNYL pays a price, and that LSQ publicly apologizes to your CHYUFI. Luowei. I gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment, for in that moment, his demeanor was earnest, a side of him she had never witnessed outside of his musical performances. What can you achieve by taking charge? LSQ clearly acted under QNGCHNYL's orders, allowing her to act so ruthlessly. XJNGCH sighed nearby. With QNGCHNYL backing her, we have no recourse. It was evident that she did not hold much faith in Jiang Chen's final proposition. All right. Yet, under Jiang Chen's steady gaze, Luowei took a deep breath and earnestly nodded, I trust you. She believed in Jiang Chen, for he rarely adopted such a serious tone. She understood he would treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Luowei, do not act impulsively. XJNGCH interjected hastily. Jiang Chen's tone clearly hinted at impulsiveness. Entrusting him with the task could lead to unforeseen consequences. CHNWIYI was Luowei's labor of love, and it would be a grave pity if it were ruined by a moment's haste. Luowei shook her head, seemingly emboldened by Jiang Chen's support. Her gaze grew resolute. Jiang, I have come to a realization. I suffered because of CHNWIYL. I must provide her with an explanation for this incident, otherwise, I will never be able to reconcile with myself, and CHNWIYL will never be able to account to all the artists. I support Jiang Chen, and no matter the method he employs, as long as it avenges YUFI, I will accept any outcome. Hearing this, XJNGCH opened her mouth to say something, but fell silent upon meeting the determined gaze in Luowei's eyes. After a lengthy pause, she sighed. This couple was truly a source of constant concern. She raised her head and cast a pleading glance at Yen. At this moment, if the diva could intervene, it might yield some positive effect. Yen understood XJNGCH's silent plea. However, after pondering briefly, she chose not to directly persuade Luowei, but instead directed her gaze towards Jiang Chen. What do you plan to do? At this moment, what first surfaced in her mind was the wrinkled white paper inscribed with the lyrics of Hong Do. Could it be that Jiang Chen dared to make such a statement because he still held a trump card? Perhaps that song Hong Do was one of the compositions he had penned? The others also turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen, eager to hear his response. Was this really so simple? Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen merely shrugged. Spend 200 yuan to bribe the cleaner at Qingqing Entertainment to pour boiling water on all their money trees. And then have her unplug the internet every hour to vex them. A sudden silence enveloped the office. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Is this your plan? Su Jingchu exclaimed, her mouth agape, struggling to comprehend. Su Luowei's delicate face also fell. Her beautiful eyes filled with questions as they turned to Jiang Chen. Yan Shuexin sighed softly, resting her forehead in her hand. Su Mingyao pouted and made a face at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and returned to his seat, contemplating how humorless these women were. Had it not been for the sorrowful expression on the little girl's face, which prompted him to lighten the atmosphere in the office, he would not have uttered such words. Did they not realize that the most sophisticated business battles often require such straightforward tactics? Su Jingchu, this old woman, was perpetually on edge. What should have been a trivial matter had been escalated into a tense situation, purely a result of her overzealousness. He leaned back slowly in his chair, lighting a cigarette. The women, left without an answer, felt perplexed, yet Jiang Chen's demeanor seemed to grow increasingly serious. He suddenly grabbed a pen and paper from the table and slowly wrote down 3 names: Qingqing Entertainment, Yao Sikan, and Lu Siki. As he gazed at the names on the paper, his brow furrowed in contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, producing a steady sound. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue on the white paper and the pen tip on his desk. Everyone refrained from interrupting him. However, apart from Su Luowei, the other women exchanged odd glances. Following the recent events, their confidence in Jiang Chen had waned. Although he appeared earnest, an inexplicable sense of distrust lingered in their hearts. Minutes passed, and Jiang Chen continued to frown. In truth, the troubles faced by Chunwei Entertainment were not insurmountable for him. The songs he had already composed were sufficient to help the company weather the storm. If that proved inadequate, he could simply write more. Yet, his intentions extended beyond mere survival. The sudden hostility from Qingqing Entertainment, while posing a significant threat to Chunwei Entertainment, simultaneously presented an exceptional opportunity, one that could allow Chunwei Entertainment to carve out a niche in the entertainment industry. He aspired to seize this opportunity, eliminate Qingqing Entertainment's influence, and establish Chunwei Entertainment firmly within the industry. After all, he had no desire to squander excessive time in the entertainment world. The petty maneuvers of Qingqing Entertainment served as a stepping stone for him. As long as he could rise atop them, the advancement of Chunwei Entertainment would be inevitable. Yet now, he lacked a thread, one that could connect Qingqing Entertainment, Yao Sikhun, and Lu Siki, a line that would enable Chunwei Entertainment to continually ascend. As time ticked away, the sunlight gradually shifted from the desk to the floor. After more than half an hour, Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, a preliminary plan forming in his mind. He sat up, took the pen from the table, and marked a large X next to each of the names on the paper. The women looked on, puzzled by his actions. Jiang Chen offered no explanation, his gaze steady on the glaring names and the large crosses. After a while, he finally solidified his plan, sighed softly, and coldly crumpled the paper, tossing it into the trash. It had been years since he had encountered a ban. He had not anticipated employing such tactics once more, and especially not against a small entertainment company. Chapter 45. The Overbearing President Jiang. Hello, Grandma, Chu Yofei said as she returned to her dressing room at Chunwei Entertainment. Sister Yin had just mentioned a trip to the pharmacy for some medicine, leaving her to wait in the lounge for a while. As she stepped into her dressing room, her phone suddenly rang. It was her grandmother calling. Dear child, why is the phone you bought for me so dark? I can't see you at all. Her grandmother's voice came through, tinged with confusion. Grandma, I'm at work right now. It's not convenient for a video call. Chu Yofei replied softly after a moment's pause, deliberately turning off the camera to hide the bruises on her face. Oh, I see. Her grandmother seemed oblivious to her unusual demeanor. Silly girl, how is your new job? Are you tired? Not at all. Chu Yofei managed to smile after a long pause. Everyone is very kind to me. I've received several offers from the company recently. I can earn quite a bit. My dear, it's my fault for not being able to support you through school. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to start working so early. Your father left us too soon. And your mother has been away all these years. You've endured so much hardship with me. Her grandmother suddenly turned somber. Grandma, why are we talking about this all of a sudden? Chu Yofei said, her tone slightly coaxing. All right, I won't bring it up again. Just make sure to take care of yourself over there. It doesn't matter how much money you make. Just ensure you have enough for yourself. I'm still strong enough to get by for a few more years. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, the director praised me today, saying I acted well. Sister Luowei takes good care of me. Everything is going great, so please don't worry, Chu Yofei reassured her gently. On the other end of the line, her grandmother continued to offer reminders, which Chu Yofei responded to one by one. Grandma, I need to get back to work, she softly reminded. Only then did her grandmother realize, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Oh dear, I've rambled on again. I want to keep you. You get back to your work. After her grandmother reluctantly hung up, Chu Yofei stared at the dimming screen, slowly placing her phone back on the table. In truth, she was not busy at all. She simply could no longer maintain her fade. Suddenly, her nose felt a sting, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. She hadn't cried when she was hit on set, nor had she shed a tear upon returning to the company. But the moment she heard her grandmother's voice, all her grievances and emotions surged forth, breaking free from her restraint. Gazing into the mirror at her swollen cheeks, she bit her lip and could no longer suppress her soft sobs. Indeed, she felt deeply aggrieved and in pain. Yet, she could not allow herself to cry. In this world, she found herself devoid of any place to rely on. When she received her first role in a film studio, she vowed to herself that no matter the difficulties she faced, she would persevere and remain steadfast. She aspired to become a great star like Luowei Jia, earn enough money to bring her grandmother down from the mountains, and ensure a better life for them both. Thus, after leaving the film set, she constantly reminded herself to hold back her tears and remain composed. However, when she was alone in that small room, when her grandmother's voice faded from the phone, and when the world returned to silence, she could no longer contain her emotions. In this confined space, she yearned to be herself once more. Time passed, and when Zhang Ruoyun pushed open the door to the makeup room, Chu Yufei had already wiped away her tears, though her eyes were still slightly red. Zhang Ruoyun entered with a plastic bag from a pharmacy, accompanied by a slightly older woman. Yufei, I heard you were injured? The woman inquired upon entering the makeup room, her voice filled with concern as her gaze fell upon Chu Yufei's cheek, covering her mouth in shock. Tao Wanrong had encountered Zhang Ruoyun on her way back to the company, and, noticing the medicine in her hand, had curiously asked about it. Upon learning that it was for Chu Yufei, who had been hurt, she hurried over to check on her. Initially, she thought Chu Yufei had only suffered minor injuries, but she was taken aback by the sight before her. Who did this to you? The woman questioned, incredulous. Chu Yufei had recently signed with the company, and, like Tao Wanrong, was an actress. At Chunwei Entertainment, they were the only two artists pursuing acting careers. so they were relatively familiar with one another. She found the adorable young girl endearing. Yet it was unexpected for the seemingly fine girl to return in such a state after leaving that morning. Sister Rong, I'm fine. Chu Yufei managed a faint smile. How could you be fine? Tao Wan Rong said, her heart aching as she gazed at the visible wounds on the girl's face. As a fellow struggling actress, she was all too aware of the complexities and harsh realities of the film set. This poor girl had clearly been bullied by other actors. Such a beautiful face. How could it be treated this way? How many times did you get hit? She asked gently, picking up a makeup remover wipe from the table, while softly tending to Chu Yufei's face. 6 times, came the quiet reply. The cold, damp cloth against her stinging cheek made the young girl flinch. Who did this? How could they be so brutal? Chu Yufei remained silent, but Zhang Ruoyun interjected with a cold snort. Who else could it be but Lu Siqi from Jiang Chen Entertainment? Tao Wanrong paused, taking a moment to sigh deeply. Upon hearing the name of Jiang Chen Entertainment, she began to comprehend the situation. The recent tensions between Chunwei Entertainment and Jiang Chen Entertainment had reached all the artists. Yet she had not anticipated such a vicious attack. She had initially considered having Chu Yufei approach President Su for assistance. But upon realizing the aggressor was from Jiang Chen Entertainment, she felt a sense of helplessness wash over her, gradually dismissing that thought. Chunwei Entertainment was currently under significant pressure from Jiang Chen Entertainment, burdened with numerous troubles, making self-preservation a challenge. Although President Su was a top star, she was undoubtedly busy and preoccupied. There was little chance she would have time to address such matters. Never mind, Yufei, just endure it. This is how the entertainment industry operates, especially for us small actors. We must bear some grievances, she softly consoled. 2 years ago, when I first debuted, I faced several similar incidents, and I cried back then. Now, I have grown accustomed to it. A few slaps are within the realm of acceptance. As long as it isn't too excessive, we just have to endure. Gently, she continued to wipe Chu Yufei's delicate face. Jiang Chen Entertainment is several times larger than our company. We simply cannot provoke them. Sister Jing told me just yesterday that we must prioritize stability during this period. Please do not blame President Su. She is genuinely kind. However, the entertainment industry is one where strength speaks volumes, and in such situations, she is powerless. Chu Yufei nodded faintly. I understand. Deep down, she was acutely aware that if circumstances allowed, Luowei Jia would undoubtedly seek justice for her. Yet, Jiang Chen Entertainment was simply too formidable. Chunwei Entertainment was Luowei Jia's labor of love, and there were other artists in the company as well. It would be irresponsible to jeopardize the entire company due to her own troubles, as that would not be fair to the other artists. Thus, she bore no resentment towards Luowei Jia. Her willingness to sign her had already been a significant help. Enduring this minor grievance on set didn't seem like much in comparison. After all, was this not how the entertainment industry functioned? Every senior in the company had faced their share of hardships. Tao Wanrong continued to apply ointment to Chu Yufei's cheek with a cotton swab. Just then, a series of notifications echoed through the small makeup room. The 3 phones received messages simultaneously. Chu Yufei glanced at her phone, puzzled. The message from the company read, Notice, due to an unwarranted injury sustained by our artist while working, all artists are to suspend work and rest at the company starting today. Salary will continue to be dispersed. Stunned, Chu Yufei pondered the implications of a complete suspension of activities. What was the company planning? Beside her, Zhang Ruoyun appeared momentarily dazed after reading the message, muttering in disbelief. No way. Could it be that the conversation I overheard outside President Zhang's office was true? What conversation? Chu Yufei and Tao Wanrong exchanged bewildered glances. Well, Zhang Ruoyun hesitated for a moment before continuing. When I passed by President Zhang's office, I overheard him earnestly telling President Su that he would ensure that the woman named Lu would properly apologize to our Chu Yufei. Both Tao Wanrong and Chu Yufei were momentarily stunned. Our Chu Yufei? What does that mean? It seemed to suggest something along those lines. Zhang Ruoyun reflected and nodded affirmatively. I heard very clearly from outside. President Zhang's tone was serious and domineering. Sister Jing seemed to disagree at first, but President Su always listened to President Jiang. After hesitating, she could only concede. Both Tao Wanrong and Chu Yufei's mouths gradually fell open. The domineering President Jiang was going to stand up for Yufei? Chapter 46. The Wind is Rising. How to prevent artists from being bullied again before addressing the issues with Jiang Chen Entertainment. Should we have discussions with each artist? Remind everyone to act discreetly during this period and to prioritize their safety? While these ideas may hold merit, they only serve as a temporary fix rather than addressing the root cause. The situation has led to a palpable sense of unease within the company, and it has inadvertently introduced a plethora of unnecessary complications. Moreover, should any artist endure further mistreatment, the pressure on the company would intensify dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to make an audacious decision to temporarily halt all artists' work. The actions taken by Qingqing Entertainment against Chenwei's artists are not merely a matter of personal animosity. The ultimate objective is to compel Chenwei Entertainment into submission. Allowing the artists to continue their engagements would likely result in more individuals facing harassment and unwarranted compromises. Only by minimizing external activities can their safety be ensured. Jiang Chen, why do you intend to suspend the artist's work? Su Jingshu questioned, unable to comprehend Jiang Chen's reasoning. Moments earlier, Jiang Chen had sent a mass text to all artists and assistants using the company's dedicated phone. She wished to refrain from questioning his decisions, yet upon reading the message, she could not suppress her concerns. Halting the work of all artists is no trivial matter. The current artists are already expressing discontent due to a reduction in engagements. I had previously discussed with Luowei the possibility of leveraging Yan Tianho's resources to stabilize them. Now, with your abrupt decision to pause all announcements, it seems likely the artists will protest. Several artists have already voiced their dissatisfaction over interrupted contracts, and adding a complete suspension would only exacerbate the situation. Beside her, Su Luowei also gazed at him with confusion, uncertain of Jiang Chen's motives. Halting work does not equate to a lack of income. During this period, the company will provide assistance. Jiang Chen clarified, then fell into another reverie. In truth, he too was wavering on how to manage the artists within the company. Suspending everyone's work serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it is a protective measure. On the other, it is a radical overhaul aimed at revitalization. In a time of turmoil, it may appear that a conciliatory approach would unite hearts. However, from Su Jingshu and Su Luowei's remarks, he understood that several artists have already gravitated towards Qingqing Entertainment. He believes that if he can present sufficient resources, he could swiftly regain their loyalty. Yet, this is not the outcome he desires. For an entertainment company, artists are both the core and the foundation for growth. The potential for future success hinges on the ability to nurture exceptional talent. The company's advancement significantly depends on the caliber and collaboration of its artists. If those cultivated are quick to contemplate betrayal at the slightest hint of crisis, is there any merit in continuing their development? Resources are not to be squandered. One must invest wisely in suitable individuals. Contemplating this, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, his resolve solidifying. The excessive actions of Qingqing Entertainment have spurred him to abandon any lingering compassion. The previous approach of gradually soothing the unrest within the company and slowly deploying resources to compete with Qingqing Entertainment is no longer suitable for the current predicament. Since some artists have already decisively aligned with Qingqing Entertainment, he deems further appeasement unnecessary. Rather, he must adopt a more aggressive strategy. This moment is critical for the company, presenting a chance for transformation. Only those who choose to remain and support the company through adversity will be nurtured and rewarded with abundant resources. Conversely, those who betray the company in times of difficulty may be allowed to depart. This is a necessary cleansing, a renewal of purpose. Thus, this can be regarded as a test. In the span of 1 month, any artist who stands firm alongside the company will reap substantial rewards. However, if one cannot endure even for a month and collaborates with Qingqing Entertainment against the company, then so be it. Chenwei Entertainment is destined to carve out its place in the entertainment industry, but he does not intend to carry those traitors along with him. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, noticing the attention of several women fixed upon him. After some contemplation, he resolved not to disclose his plans to everyone. The assessment strategy is somewhat intricate, and casually revealing it may diminish its effectiveness. He pondered for a moment, then abruptly retrieved a sheet of paper from a nearby desk. The women in the office were momentarily taken aback. What was he up to now? Su Luowei, feeling considerably more composed, approached Jiang Chen from behind and observed him fervently writing on the paper, the title unmistakably familiar to her. Just days prior, she had unearthed a similar piece titled Qi Feng Lu from the cabinet where wedding photos were stored. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Hadn't this song been incomplete due to a lack of inspiration? Was Jiang Chen now attempting to finish it? She recognized it as a song of exceptional quality. Yet the creation of such masterpieces is invariably arduous, necessitating extensive preparation and revision. Thus, she had refrained from urging Jiang Chen, believing he would naturally complete the song when inspiration struck. However, she had not anticipated this moment would arrive so swiftly. As she observed Jiang Chen's fervent writing, her heart raced with anticipation. Yan Xuexin and Su Mingyao also approached curiously, glancing at the paper. Qi Feng Lu, another song they had never seen before. The lyrics flowed forth beautifully, Along the path of youth's drifting traces, hesitating just before departing the station, I cannot help but chuckle at the bittersweet longing for home. I once struggled to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, yet I found solace within its dreams, unperturbed by the authenticity of reality or the mockery of others. Jiang Chen's pen danced across the page, producing a continuous stream of exquisite lyrics. The two women gradually became enraptured, their expressions shifting to sheer astonishment. The quality of these lyrics is truly remarkable, contrasting sharply with the previous piece titled Kunam, which seemed to diverge entirely in direction. These lines alone convey a profound beauty and depth of meaning that cannot be conjured without a solid literary foundation. They need not even consider the melody. Merely reading the lyrics suffices to ascertain that this is undoubtedly a remarkable song. Of course, Jiang Chen had no time to ponder their thoughts. He swiftly completed the lyrics and proceeded to compose the melody. Luowei bit her lip, her anxiety escalating. Would Jiang Chen succeed in completing the song this time? Su Jingqiu approached, her expression one of confusion. She, too, was aware of Qi Fenglu, having seen it days ago when only half the melody had been penned. What was Jiang Chen's intention in completing this unfinished composition? Under the watchful gazes of the women, Jiang Chen's pen moved with remarkable speed. In barely a minute, he had reached the point where the melody had previously been interrupted. Su Luowei clenched her fingers tightly, and Su Jingqiu furrowed her brow. Then, Jiang Chen's pen continued to glide across the page, the subsequent melody unfurling gracefully. Su Luowei could barely contain her astonishment. Was Jiang Chen truly capable of completing this song? As time ticked by, 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen finally set down his pen, examined the filled page, and handed it directly to Su Luowei. Su Luowei eagerly took the sheet of paper, immersing herself in its contents with great seriousness. Yin Shui Xian and Su Ming Yao leaned closer, captivated by the lyrics and melody inscribed upon it. Indeed, Jiang Chen had penned yet another song, and of remarkable quality at that. The lyrics were captivating, and the melody seemed to possess an exquisite beauty. Sitting in his chair, Jiang Chen observed the expressions of the three women shift from shock to an even deeper astonishment, which slightly improved his mood. Each of these women was strikingly beautiful in her own right, and now they surrounded the words he had written, their faces a tapestry of wonder and surprise. If he were to compose 2 more songs on the spot, they might very well leap from their seats in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Jingqiu appeared equally curious about the content Jiang Chen had crafted in the latter part of the song. She took a couple of steps forward, wanting to join Su Luowei and the others in their scrutiny. However, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed immediately. Wait a moment. An odd presence seemed to be trying to intrude. Clearing his throat, he interrupted Su Jingqiu's movement, simultaneously drawing the attention of all 3 women toward him. I intend to confront Qing Chung Entertainment head-on. Who is in opposition, and who supports this notion? The reason he chose to reveal Qi Fenglu at this moment was to instill a sense of confidence in these women. Qing Chung Entertainment was merely a mid-sized entertainment company, not the omnipotent force it was often perceived to be. Upon hearing this, the women paused momentarily. I oppose. Su Jingqiu promptly raised her hand. She still believed that Chunwei Entertainment should prioritize stability, and impulsive risks should not be taken lightly. Otherwise, all the hard work over the years would be in vain. Jiang Chen turned his gaze directly to Su Luowei. Clearly, her opinion held the utmost significance in this matter. The extensive groundwork he had laid was primarily to bolster the confidence of this young lady. Clutching the paper tightly, she took a deep breath and nodded. I support this. Looking at the song Qi Fenglu in her hands, for reasons she could not quite fathom, a wave of confidence surged within her. With Yin Xing de Qi Bang and Qi Fenglu, she believed she could significantly elevate her popularity in a short span, solidifying her status as a national sweetheart. At that point, she would possess greater strength to counter Qing Chung Entertainment. Su Jingqiu cast a hesitant glance at Su Luowei, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refrained. All eyes turned to Yin Shui Xian. Although she was not affiliated with Chunwei Entertainment, as Su Luowei Sr. and a newly emerged diva in the music industry, her opinion was undoubtedly significant. However, at that moment, Yin Shui Xian appeared somewhat conflicted, her brows furrowed as her gaze remained fixated on the paper Jiang Chen had just handed over. To be honest, she had initially supported Su Jingqiu's perspective, but Qi Fenglu had unexpectedly caused her to waver. During this time, she had been preparing new songs for her album. Aside from collaborating with musicians within the industry, she had also attempted to write songs herself. Initially, she felt some confidence in her compositions. Yet, after witnessing several of Jiang Chen's works, an inexplicable realization struck her. Her songs were akin to elementary school essays. Indeed, she felt that her creations paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's. This revelation left her feeling astonished and somewhat ashamed. As a diva, how could she allow a mere 24-year-old man to surpass her in songwriting? Moreover, she was aware that Jiang Chen likely had another song titled Hong Do in his repertoire. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly nodded. I support this. Jiang Chen's musical talent appeared to exceed her expectations. Perhaps it was time to trust him. Upon witnessing this, Su Jingchu was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Hadn't Yin Tianho always sided with her? Why had she suddenly switched allegiances? Confusion reigned. Yin Tianho, how could she so easily place her trust in a man? In the office, the last remaining girl had yet to voice her opinion. Su Mingyao pretended to deliberate for a moment, then enthusiastically raised her hand. Actually, I think. However, Jiang Chen had already announced the final decision. All right. The voting results are 3-1. Let us unite and confront Qing Chung Entertainment. Su Mingyao. Chapter 47. The Fifth Song. In the artist lounge of Chunwei Entertainment, a potted plant stood quietly, striving to infuse a touch of fresh greenery into the room. However, as more artists entered the lounge, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and bewildered. Sai, Yaro, did you just receive the text message? Several artists who had received the message hurried back to the company. Their schedules had already dwindled, with many resources snatched away by other entertainment companies. Their primary objective in attending various events was to meet directors and secure more job opportunities. In the entertainment industry, resources were of utmost importance. At that moment, it was lunchtime, and Chunwei Entertainment had its own cafeteria. Yet, upon receiving the text, the artists lost all appetite for lunch and gathered in the company's main lounge. What did this message truly mean? Were all artists' schedules being suspended? Surely not. Their schedules were already pitifully sparse. If work was halted completely, would they be left to fend for themselves? Though there were daily wages and allowances, these were merely enough for subsistence and did little for their future prospects. Do you know what this message from the company means? No idea. Could it be a mistake? Who is this Jiang Chen? You don't know Jiang Chen? He's Luowei Jie's husband, the new music director. Ah, the so-called slacker writer? Haha, the message was sent by him. Does he even understand the role of a music director? Is he just messing around? It's possible. After all, I've heard he was just a writer for 3 years. Sigh. How did Luowei Jie end up with such an eccentric husband? What are we supposed to do with this new music director? Perhaps we should ask Jing Jie for clarification later. In the makeup room, Chu Yufei, Tao Wanrong, and Zhang Ruoyun exchanged startled glances as they listened to the complaints and grumblings drifting in from the lounge. Could Jiang Zhongjian's sudden decision to halt all artists' work truly be related to Chu Yufei's incident? But why would he take such action? Was it to protect the artists? Would he be overprotective? For the artists, schedules and resources were paramount. Chu Yufei gently bit her lip. If this matter was indeed connected to her, what was she to do? She did not wish for her actions to negatively impact the work of her fellow artists in the company. In the office, seeing that both Su Luowei and Yin Shuixin had supported Jiang Chen, Su Jingchu let out a deep sigh. She understood that there was little more she could say about the matter. Su Luowei had always supported Jiang Chen, yet she could not fathom why Yin Tianho had suddenly changed her stance. If Yin Shuixin had cast a dissenting vote like her, perhaps they could find an opportunity to persuade Luowei. However, given the current situation, Su Jingchu could only shake her head in resignation. Whatever happens, may fate decide. She hoped Jiang Chen would not act recklessly. Darling, what do you plan to do? Su Luowei inhaled deeply and gazed at Jiang Chen. Of course. I shall take a nap first, rejuvenate myself, and then deal with that scoundrel, Qingqing Entertainment. That damned Qingqing Entertainment has disrupted my rest multiple times. I shall put an end to it. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, yawned, and cursed while retrieving his sleep mask from his pocket. After such a lengthy delay, he could finally rest properly. A nap? The women looked at him in utter disbelief. Su Luowei paused momentarily, her expression forlorn, as she had expected Jiang Chen to have some grand plan. Yin Shuixin's lips twitched involuntarily. An inexplicable feeling of being deceived washed over her. I knew it. I was just about to voice my disagreement. Su Mingyao pouted, muttering under her breath. Jiang Chen, you suddenly halted all the artists' schedules. Do you not intend to provide an explanation? What if someone inquires about it? Su Jingchu could not help but speak up upon observing Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor. Rest assured, I shall not provide any explanation regarding the artists. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Since he had decided to implement evaluations for the artists, he naturally would not engage in any appeasement efforts. Otherwise, if all the artists remained, what would be the point of reform? Why? Su Jingchu took a while to process his response, questioning him in confusion. There is no why. It is simply the way it is. Jiang Chen had no intention of disclosing the evaluation details. His irresponsible attitude left Su Jingchu feeling anxious. I must inform you that Qingqing Entertainment has been actively poaching our artists lately. What if our contracted artists choose to breach their contracts and switch to Qingqing Entertainment? These individuals were painstakingly signed by me. Do you intend to let them all go? Jiang Chen paused, seemingly perturbed, and thumped the table emphatically. Absolutely not. Lao Chu, you are not to let any of them go. It appeared that Jiang Chen understood the gravity of the situation, and Su Jingchu silently sighed in relief. Just as she was about to say something more, Jiang Chen continued. If any artist proposes to terminate their contract, approve it, but under no circumstances are they to be released. They must remain with Chunwei Entertainment for at least another month. Su Jingchu was left bewildered. She did not grasp Jiang Chen's meaning. They could terminate the contract, but could not let them go. What did that signify? If you allow them to escape, wouldn't that be akin to leaving instant noodles devoid of seasoning? Jiang Chen murmured. No one was to escape his seasoning. Ultimately, when Su Jingchu and Su Luowei emerged from Jiang Chen's office, they were still unable to comprehend his intentions. What is this seasoning in instant noodles about? Jiang Chen's absurdity left them frustrated. Su Jingchu yanked the zipper of her handbag shut with irritation. Beside her, Su Luowei smiled helplessly. Before they left, Jiang Chen assigned tasks to both her and Yin Xuexing. Over the next few days, she was not only occupied with recording Qi Feng Lo, but also had other preparations to attend to. Therefore, she had no time to come to the company and entrusted everything to Jiang Chen to handle chaotically. Fortunately, Su Jingchu was still around to oversee matters. Jiang Chen likely had his own plans. She reassured herself, let us trust him. I can sense that he is serious this time. Su Jingchu let out a resigned sigh. At this point, is there any other option? I hope he truly has a way to deal with Qingqing Entertainment. Unbeknownst to anyone, upon exiting the office, Yin Xuexing's expression was somewhat peculiar and complex. Her brows knitted together, as if lost in thought. Was the paper airplane that Lan Ran had given her a few days ago a note from Jiang Chen? After leaving the office, her curiosity about the truth of the matter intensified. Mo, Hui Hushi de Tong, Kunung, Qi Feng Lo. Each of Jiang Chen's 4 songs boasted unparalleled quality. If Hong Do was also penned by him, what caliber of artistry would it exhibit? Would this be his 5th song? She could not help but recall the lyrics inscribed on the paper. Being a connoisseur of songs, those simple lines lingered in her mind. Finally, she inhaled deeply, unable to resist calling her manager. Lan Ran, where did you find that paper airplane with Hong Do written on it? Chapter 48, The Devil's Assessment. The paper airplane was discovered at the entrance of the Garden Road in Su Luowei's villa community. After concluding the call, Yin Xuexing swiftly received a definitive answer and took a deep breath. Hong Do was indeed a song written by Jiang Chen. Not far away, Su Luowei and Su Jingchu waited for her at the corner. Yin Xuexing concealed her shock and walked forward slowly. Su Luowei was headed out to record a song, while Su Jingchu would remain at the company to handle work. Thus, she intended to accompany Luowei to the recording studio. Once the two left the company premises, Su Jingchu shook her head and headed towards her office. Jiang Chen had composed such a plethora of songs. She needed to organize them immediately and apply for copyright. However, as she passed by the artist's lounge, she suddenly overheard a discussion. I believe that since Sister Luowei is willing to marry Director Jiang, she must not be that bad, right? Do you think that text message was sent in error by Director Jiang? Should we remind him? Uft, you all really dare to dream. A disdainful voice chimed in. Su Jingchu furrowed her brows slightly, recognizing it as Lin Liang's voice. According to the information she had received, Lin Liang had been quite flamboyant lately. It was only a matter of time before she secretly signed with Qingqing Entertainment, severing ties with Chunwei Entertainment. Jiang Chen is merely a freeloader, lounging around at home. What capability could he possibly possess? Lin Liang's voice was both acerbic and scornful. If it weren't for Su Luowei's relentless protection, that guy wouldn't even qualify to meet us. I tell you, with him as the music director, the downfall of Chunwei Entertainment is imminent, and Su Luowei will surely regret it. I advise you all to consider your future paths. Do not follow Chunwei Entertainment to its demise. As for me, I plan to seek contract termination with Su Jingchu tomorrow. Director Yao of Qingqing Entertainment has already agreed to bear all breach of contract liabilities. Humph, when that time comes, I shall revel before that old woman. Since joining the company, I have been enduring her displeasure, and I have long found her quite intolerable. Su Jingchu clenched her teeth outside the door as she listened. Lin Liang, this treacherous little vixen, seemed to have already predicted the downfall of Chunwei Entertainment, thus exhibiting an attitude that was both arrogant and reckless. Several times, she nearly lost her composure, wanting to storm into the room and reprimand her. demanding that she immediately pack her belongings and leave. However, at that moment, the words that Jiang Chen had just emphatically declared echoed in her mind. You must not let any of them go. If you allow them all to escape, then what will be left in the instant noodles but an empty package? An empty package? What exactly did he mean by that? Su Jingchu furrowed her brows in contemplation. Why was it necessary to retain these disloyal artists for at least a month? Couldn't they simply be dismissed? Jiang Chen, who seldom engaged in serious matters, had a penchant for uttering perplexing phrases. Wait. As she pondered this, a sudden spark of insight ignited in her mind. Could it be that Jiang Chen's true intention was? Her eyes widened in disbelief, shimmering with an incredulous light. Lin Lariong's audacity stemmed from her certainty that Chunwei Entertainment would collapse. But what if, just what if, Jiang Chen was indeed confident enough to handle Qingqing Entertainment, and it was ultimately Qingqing that would meet its demise? What then? Jiang Chen's willingness to speak that way in front of Su Luowei suggested that he must possess some means to confront Qingqing Entertainment. She discovered that once she aligned her perspective with Jiang Chen's, her thoughts began to take on an unexpectedly clear form. What if, in the forthcoming month, it was not Chunwei Entertainment that faced continuous setbacks, but rather Qingqing Entertainment? How would the artists currently voicing their complaints and doubts in the lounge react then? If an artist, unable to contain her impatience, approached her to terminate their contract, intending to jump ship to Qingqing Entertainment, only to discover within a month that it was Qingqing that faltered, what would their reaction be? Especially Lin Lariong, who was scheduled to come and terminate her contract with her tomorrow, would undoubtedly flaunt and mock her. But what if, a month later, Lin Lariong found her support suddenly unreliable? How would she confront herself and her colleagues at that moment? Su Jingchu felt a shiver run through her as she contemplated this scenario, her scalp prickling and her toes involuntarily digging into the ground. If she were in such a situation, she would undoubtedly choose to dig a hole and bury herself. The sheer embarrassment and horror of it all was overwhelming. No wonder Jiang Chen, that scoundrel, insisted on keeping all these people, even if he agreed to terminate contracts. It was clear he intended to halt everyone's work and not consult a single artist. He was not at all concerned that the artists' loyalties might waver. In fact, he aimed to create an atmosphere of instability among them. This was all deliberate. Su Jingchu's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. She felt she had almost grasped the truth. Indeed, it must be so. Jiang Chen was certainly intentional in his strategy. He had orchestrated a unique assessment for all the artists. Within the time frame, he said, each artist must make a choice, to believe or to betray. His insistence on retaining all of them was because he desired to savor their choices and reactions gradually. He viewed them all as mere seasoning packets. Should anyone choose to betray Chunwei Entertainment, what awaited them would not be a sunny pathway, but rather the gates of hell that Jiang Chen had meticulously prepared for them. Only those who chose to stay would be allowed to continue alongside Chunwei Entertainment. This was entirely an examination of loyalty. They were pawns in this test, while Jiang Chen stood atop, impassively observing them as if they were part of an extraordinary farce. Was this man a devil? Su Jingchu's eyes sparkled with a mixture of astonishment and fear. No wonder Jiang Chen had continuously emphasized the importance of not letting go of his seasoning packets, for he perceived the conflict with Qingqing Entertainment merely as a bag of instant noodles. Defeating Qingqing represented the noodle cake, while Lin Lariong and all the artists of Chunwei Entertainment were the flavoring agents. Without the seasoning, what purpose did the noodles serve? Only with the addition of these flavorings could the noodles become truly delectable. Upon realizing this, Su Jingchu felt a chill rising from her heart. Jiang Chen was indeed toying with human emotions. She took several steps back in sheer astonishment, her steps somewhat unsteady as she exited the lounge. At that moment, her feelings were exceedingly complex. She recognized that although she had unraveled Jiang Chen's intentions, she seemingly had no choice but to adhere to the course he had meticulously laid out, with no alternative path available. She lacked the courage to intervene, for even she was curious to witness the expression Lin Lariong would wear when Qingqing Entertainment was utterly annihilated. She yearned to witness that moment. As Su Jingchu contemplated this, she inhaled deeply. Jiang Chen was truly wicked. The allure of the flavor packets he had prepared was extraordinary, making it difficult for her to resist becoming ensnared. She felt as though a strange door was slowly opening before her, ultimately converging into the complex expression on her face as she meandered, her steps disordered and intricate, toward the office. Chapter 49. To have Su Luowei bear a child. As several women departed, Jiang Chen's office gradually fell into silence. The sun outside remained bright, yet the slowly rising sun caused the light within the room to diminish. A serene and leisurely atmosphere began to emerge, presenting an opportune moment for a nap. However, Jiang Chen did not close his eyes, but rather gazed quizzically at the young lady before him. With everyone else having left the office, only Su Mingyao remained. Standing foolishly before the desk, she blinked her large eyes, her face a mixture of hope and hesitation, seemingly wanting to speak to Jiang Chen but too shy to initiate, waiting for him to prompt her. Jiang Chen merely glanced at her and deduced her thoughts. What's the matter, little Su? Are you not leaving? Do you intend to engage in some underhanded dealings behind Su Luowei's back? Su Mingyao's eyes widened in shock, and she jumped up in a flurry. Pa? Who wants to engage in underhanded dealings with you? I'm merely standing here contemplating. With that, she huffed and stormed out of the office. Slamming the door behind her, Jiang Chen thought to himself that this foolish girl had written her intentions all over her face, while still daring to claim she was merely pondering. Did she truly believe that his songs were as easily obtainable as cabbages? After writing several songs today, he had already far exceeded normal working hours. Continuing would be inhumane. Once Su Mingyao departed, the office finally settled into complete tranquility. A gentle breeze occasionally fluttered through the window, lightly swaying the small potted plants by the wall, bringing Jiang Chen a refreshing sensation. Jiang Chen let out a great yawn, comfortably reclining in his chair. After such a long period of toil, he finally had the opportunity to indulge in a proper nap. The rigors of work were undeniably inhumane. It was imperative to swiftly resolve the troubles and bring this ordeal to an end. Has Jiang Lang Kai-jin updated today? At 4:50 in the afternoon, Zhang Qin then inquired of her assistant beside her. Not yet, the young assistant replied, shaking her head while clutching a tablet. She refreshed the competition page and discovered that Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Chi Chue Guo De Deng still stood at 1.85 million words. Zhang Qin then couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. What was going on? Jiang Lang Kai-jin had consistently updated around 3 to 4 in the afternoon for 3 consecutive days. Yet today it was already 5 o'clock and there was still no update? Could it be that the previous 6,000 words of updates had exhausted his stockpile of manuscripts? Feeling a bit agitated, she accessed the forum's back-end data. In recent days, Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Chi Chue Guo De Deng had been steadily gaining traction online, subtly hinting at an impending explosion in popularity. However, the competition organizers had also received a multitude of complaints. These complaints were universally directed at Jiang Lang Kai-jin, with many being from frightened female readers who were too terrified to sleep. They vented their grievances regarding Jiang Lang Kai-jin's outrageous behavior, demanding that the platform promptly remove this book. Although the volume and intensity of these complaints were considerable, Zhang Qin then remained largely unfazed. As she understood that readers often spoke contrary to their true feelings, this was evident from the data that, within just 3 days, the demand for updates from Jiang Lang Kai-jin had surged dramatically. This indicated that the quality of the work was exceptionally high, successfully captivating the audience. What truly troubled her was the influx of complaints from other participating authors. Most of the authors in the female literary writing competition were women, all crafting love stories. Yet, in a competition themed around love, a tomb-raiding novel suddenly emerged, occupying a prominent position on the rankings, which incited significant discontent among the female authors. They were diligently adhering to the guidelines, while this scoundrel Jiang Lang Kai-jin resorted to sensationalism, exploiting horror narratives to torment the female readership for publicity. Such conduct was utterly reprehensible. The female authors collectively demanded that the organizers immediately revoke this book's eligibility for the competition. Initially, Zhang Qin Nan believed she could withstand the pressure and suppress all these complaints. It was evident to any discerning observer that Na Xian Yin, Women Yi Chi Chue Guo De Deng had the potential to become a colossal success. In due course, their forum and writing competition could harness this momentum to garner substantial attention. How could they casually remove a book capable of achieving such widespread acclaim? However, what truly vexed her was that after 3 days of consistent updates, Jiang Lang Kai-jin had suddenly gone silent today. Could it be that this fellow, unable to bear the pressure, had chosen to cease updating? If that were the case, what significance would her perseverance hold? Has there been any reply to the message sent to Jiang Lang Kai-jin this morning? Zhang Qin then turned to her assistant. None. The assistant shook her head. Zhang Qin then exhaled deeply. What on earth was Jiang Lang Kai-jin up to? Had he truly not glanced at his computer all day? Was he genuinely composing words diligently? She picked up her teacup from the table, slowly sipping her tea, mentally grumbling. Jiang Lang Kai-jin, do not even think of becoming a eunuch in the palace. Otherwise, I shall surely send you a razor blade. The entire afternoon passed without anyone disturbing Jiang Chen's slumber. Su Jingchu left the lounge with a complicated mood, returning directly to her office, where she remained in a daze for a while before beginning to handle various tasks. She had a multitude of responsibilities. First, the sudden cessation of work for so many artists in the company was akin to a breach of contract, necessitating her to explain to the brand representatives and clients one by one. Fortunately, there were not many announcements during this period, so addressing these matters did not consume too much of her energy. Secondly, she needed to register the copyrights for the songs Jiang Chen had composed during this time. This was a task that Luowei had specifically entrusted to her before leaving. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's songs would be authorized for the company's artists to perform, and the copyrights needed to be registered in advance. Moreover, Chunwei Entertainment would also need to sign a copyright authorization contract with Jiang Chen. Although Chunwei Entertainment was entirely owned by the couple, with most of the shares under Jiang Chen's name, copyright matters must be explicitly clarified to avoid a plethora of complications in the future. Jiang Chen was both a shareholder in the company and the copyright owner of the songs. Essentially, he was writing songs for himself, while the artists merely served as his employees. The earnings derived from the songs would first be subject to a deduction of performance fees by the company. In addition to copyright fees, the vast majority of the profits would ultimately flow into Jiang Chen's hands. As she pondered this, Su Jingchu couldn't help but entertain a strange thought. It seemed that everyone was finding ways to generate income for Jiang Chen. Su Luowei was an obvious case, her heart entirely devoted to Jiang Chen. After amending her contract, Yi Muning's profit-sharing ratio had soared to an astonishing 9-to-1. This meant that in the future, once Yi Muning debuted, the company would retain a whopping 90% of all her earnings. Wasn't this tantamount to Yi Muning finding ways to earn money for Jiang Chen? Yet, she was more than willing to do so, overflowing with gratitude as she engaged in this endeavor. From this perspective, the extent of this young girl's contributions to Jiang Chen was almost on par with that of Su Luowei. Even more absurdly, there were over 20 trainees in the company, all eagerly waiting in line to help Jiang Chen earn money. At this thought, Su Jingchu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Truly, the comparison of people can be infuriating. She toiled from dawn until dusk, merely earning a modest salary and a share of the profits. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen lounged at home, living a carefree life, with so many beautiful and talented girls generating income for him. This fellow was truly mastering the art of living the life of a slacker. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed, sitting up in his chair, his gaze wandering in confusion around the room. Damn it, who is speaking ill of him behind his back? At that moment, the sun had completely set outside, leaving the office in a state of dimness. Perhaps due to just waking up, Jiang Chen felt a chill enveloping him. He yawned, stood up, and closed the window. Just as he was about to turn on the office lights, his phone on the table suddenly lit up, vibrating with a buzz. Who would be calling at this hour, around 5 in the afternoon? Jiang Chen picked up the phone, only to see a name he was very familiar with on the screen. Chen Huifang. Hello, Mom. Jiang Chen answered the call with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, Chen Huifang was Jiang Chen's mother in this world. As a transmigrator, he had initially thought he would remain indifferent to familial ties in this world. However, Chen Huifang's presence had thoroughly shattered that notion. With her incessant chatter and warm maternal care, she always managed to evoke an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the nurturing push from a mother. In his previous life, Jiang Chen's mother passed away early, leaving him to wander aimlessly for over a decade before arriving in this world. The experiences of 2 lifetimes have transformed his perspective and inner world, rendering him largely impervious to the people and events around him, with one notable exception, Chen Huifang. As Jiang Chen's mother, Chen Huifang remains blissfully unaware of her son's sentiments. Regardless of Jiang Chen's state or mood, she incessantly imparts her maternal care, shaped by her own experiences as a mother. Son, have you had lunch yet? I had it at 6 this morning. Nonsense. 6 o'clock hardly counts as lunch. Chen Huifang would ramble on, and Jiang Chen could only acquiesce. This exchange has become the routine of their phone calls. Jiang Chen feels as though he and Chen Huifang are entirely different beings. His sole ambition in this life is to languidly enjoy life, ensuring that his little lady is content, while there is little else for him to concern himself with. In contrast, Chen Huifang is preoccupied with her husband at home and her son when he is away, seemingly with an endless stream of words and grievances. Most astonishingly, she never appears fatigued, brimming with energy each day. Yes, I understand. Jiang Chen would nod in response to Chen Huifang's endless musings. However, just as he was about to stifle another yawn, Chen Huifang abruptly made a complete turn. Chen, when do you and Xiao Su plan to have children? Jiang Chen nearly choked, coughing violently. Mom, why are you suddenly bringing this up? He had indeed contemplated this matter, wishing to nurture a family and focus on life itself. Yet, Su Luowei is a national goddess, and after years in the entertainment industry, his views diverged from those of ordinary people. In the entertainment realm, marrying in one's 20s is often seen as early, let alone having children. Furthermore, he had only recently taken that crucial step with Su Luowei, making the prospect of children seem distant. Suddenly, Chen Huifang, exasperated, retorted, "You and Xiao Su have been married for 3 years now, and there hasn't been a hint of progress. If I don't intervene, I fear I may never hold a grandchild in my lifetime." Cough, isn't this a special circumstance? Jiang Chen attempted to explain. What special circumstance? Chen Huifang dismissed his reasoning, her logic straightforward. Since you two are married and intend to live together, having children is inevitable. Why not do it sooner? It would be beneficial for Xiao Su's health, and we grandparents could lend a helping hand. By the time the child grows up, you won't be too old to parent. Do you plan to have children in your 40s or 50s, and then count your gray hairs as they grow? Chen Huifang's eloquence left Jiang Chen without a counter-argument, and he could only nod repeatedly. All right, I understand. What does Xiao Su think? Chen Huifang pressed further. Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed and, bracing himself, replied, "Luowei is still young. She may not be prepared." "Impossible," Chen Huifang countered decisively. "The girl spent several days with me during the new year. I know her well. I can see that Xiao Su genuinely likes you. So she isn't opposed to the idea. The real issue lies with you." Jiang Chen was taken aback. His mother was indeed bold in her observations. How could he possibly have issues in just 2 hours? Just days ago, he had Su Luowei begging for mercy. The lack of progress over 3 years was clearly due to the girl. "Of course, I have no issues." He quickly clarified, "We are both in good health. We just aren't ready yet." "Who told you that?" Chen Huifang's voice rose several decibels. "I'm asking if you have ever visited Xiao Su's family." Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. He indeed had never been to Su's family home in the 3 years since their marriage. Although Su Luowei would always accompany him home for the new year before returning to her own family, whenever Jiang Chen suggested visiting her home, unforeseen work commitments would inevitably arise. Understanding the unpredictable nature of the entertainment industry, he had not given it much thought. However, Chen Huifang's reminder made him realize that he had been married for 3 years without ever setting foot in his wife's family home. "I believe Xiao Su is not unprepared. Rather, it is likely that her family disapproves, causing the delay." Chen Huifang spoke with the clarity of experience. "I don't know what great deeds you accomplished in your past life to deserve such a wonderful woman. However, since you are married, regardless of her family's stance, it is essential for you to visit them. In many places, it is customary for the parents to meet before a couple can marry and have children. You must take on your responsibilities as a man and not place too much pressure on Xiao Su." It was indeed inappropriate for Jiang Chen to have never visited his wife's family in 3 years. He nodded silently. "All right, I understand." However, the topic of having children caused his thoughts to drift. He did wish for a more complete family. Yet his lack of progress with Su Luowei on such crucial matters had left him little room to consider this. Now, with Chen Huifang's sudden prompting, images of a little one in their home began to form in his mind. The notion of a child being born, with him spending each day at home caring for the child and accompanying his little lady, seemed rather delightful. He need not worry about his career. As long as Su Luowei wished to return to work, he could readily assist her in making a comeback to the entertainment world, allowing her to shine as a star. Jiang Chen had never married nor had a family in his previous life. Yet, at this moment, spurred by his imagination, he found himself somewhat swayed. If his little lady could indeed bear him a daughter, he could spend his days at home playing with her, engaging in games of hide and seek, which would be quite enjoyable. In the bustling streets of Mo, a woman could not help but voice her exasperation as she dragged her suitcase. Gazing at the throngs of vehicles and towering skyscrapers, her brow furrowed. Where's this place? Her hair was gently curled, adorned with a sun hat and oversized sunglasses, accentuated by alluring high heels and a form-fitting black dress. Beneath her sunglasses, her lips were painted a striking red, exuding an undeniable presence. Though her features were obscured, passers-by could still discern her beauty. The fitted dress accentuated her alluring curves, captivating the attention of many onlookers. Some unfortunate souls, too engrossed in their admiration, collided with parked bicycles nearby. Oblivious to the traffic congestion caused by her presence, the woman surveyed the unfamiliar streets and muttered, "Damn it, Jiang. Have you exhausted your talent? Why on earth is the Huaxia Literature Forum hosting events here in Mo instead of in Jingdu, where the headquarters are located?" She traveled a long distance from JNGD, yet found herself somewhat disoriented. After a moment's hesitation, she decisively pulled out her phone and dialed for assistance. "Hello. Luowei, I seem to be lost. DNGDing. Jiang Chen had just concluded a call with Chen Hu Fing when his phone vibrated again. This time, it was a message from a young lady. She informed him that she and YNSHG had finished recording the sample of QF Ing Liu and were currently waiting at the company entrance, inquiring if he would like to join them for dinner. Jiang Chen patted his stomach, realizing he was indeed quite hungry. He had slept straight into the afternoon, missing lunch entirely. Chen Hu Fing was right. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. One feels famished after skipping a meal. He vowed not to neglect his own hunger in the name of hard work again. Stretching and patting his belly, he picked up his phone and walked towards the company entrance. The corridor was eerily quiet, perhaps due to the fact that he had put a halt to all the artist's work, causing everyone to leave early. Even XJNGCH was nowhere to be seen. I hope she isn't hiding somewhere to slack off, Jiang Chen mused to himself. However, upon reaching the company's main entrance, he discovered that XJNGCH and the others had already been waiting for him in the parking lot. Luowei stood to one side, holding her phone with an expression of bewilderment, seemingly engaged in conversation. Yan Su-Xn maintained her usual cool demeanor, exuding a powerful aura among the group. XMEOS was also present, but perhaps still miffed from the morning's events. She deliberately snorted and turned her head away as he approached, refusing to acknowledge him. This little girl really holds a grudge. Is it necessary to remember for so long just because I didn't write her a song? Jiang Chen approached XMEOS, feigning a cough. I just placed a piece of paper on the desk, and I believe it might be quite suitable for you. Would you like to take a look? XMEOS paused, her eyes lighting up at his words. A piece of paper? Could it be? Even YN Su-Xn and XJNGCH turned their gazes towards him, intrigued. All right, I'll go check it out right now. XMEOS eagerly nodded, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, expressing her gratitude to Jiang Chen. Thank you, SHG Fu. I knew you wouldn't forget me. No need for thanks, just hurry along. It would be unfortunate if someone sees you later. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Yes. XMEOS nodded enthusiastically and dashed towards the office building. XJNGCH and YN Su-Xn exchanged astonished glances, both incredulous at the thought that Jiang Chen had indeed written a song for XMEOS. Could it really be true? Why does this seem somewhat off? Can he truly be this benevolent? 5 minutes later, XMEOS reappeared at the entrance of the office building, indeed holding a piece of paper. XJNGCH and YN Su-Xn looked on in surprise. Had Jiang Chen truly written a song? However, as XMEOS approached, her emotions seemed to unravel. She pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Chen, her face filled with indignation. You scoundrel! SHG Fu! How dare you deceive me? I searched high and low, and all I found was this. XJNGCH and YN Su-Xn stared in disbelief at the paper XMEOS held, which appeared to be an advertisement. QNGSH NOT in KNGFYUN, caring for children with cerebral palsy, starting with me. The corners of YN Su-Xn and XJNGCH's mouths twitched involuntarily. Jiang Chen chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. When did I ever claim there was anything else on the desk? He had discovered the advertisement when he entered the office earlier that day. He had intended to discard it, but since his office had just been refurbished and he had yet to prepare a trash can, he had carelessly left it on the desk. XMEOS realized she had been duped, and the memory of rummaging through the office in vain made her eyes brim with tears and frustration. She wiped her tears, feeling wronged as she turned away, vowing never to acknowledge Jiang Chen again. YN Su-Xn and XJNGCH exchanged glances, both speechless, realizing that the little fool XMEOS had encountered the rogue Jiang Chen, making it impossible to justify her grievances. At that moment, Luowei finished her call and approached with an expression of helplessness and apology. What's the matter? Jiang Chen gazed at the charming figure of the young lady, his mind involuntarily wandering back to Chen Hu Feng's earlier words. If Luowei were to bear him a daughter, holding the young lady on one side and the little girl on the other seemed quite appealing. Luowei, oblivious to the peculiar look in Jiang Chen's eyes, gently remarked, I was originally planning to go for dinner. But YY just called to say she seems to have accidentally lost her way. YY? Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. It can't be your roommate. Jiang YY, can it? Luowei nodded. Jiang YY was indeed her university roommate. She was a bridesmaid at their wedding. So Jiang Chen was acquainted with her. However, it seemed they had always been at odds, unable to see eye to eye whenever they met. She came to MD with the intention of surprising me, but it appears she took a wrong turn, Luowei explained. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, clearly reluctant. Jiang YY. That name sounded somewhat familiar. J-N-G-C-H. Overhearing their conversation, suddenly asked curiously. Isn't she the actress who slapped director Jiang D in public 2 years ago, as reported in the news? Luw, I was taken aback. Surprised that JNGCH had even paid attention to her roommate. However, that incident had garnered considerable media coverage, and many in the industry were well aware. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Indeed, Jiang YY was an actress. Just a year ago, having graduated from school, she landed the leading role in a major production due to her striking looks, directed by the renowned Jiang D. This production was a significant endeavor, featuring a strong cast of numerous A-list celebrities, with Jiang YY being the sole female lead. It was fair to say that upon the completion of filming, Jiang YY's fame would elevate her from a newcomer to the ranks of second-tier female stars. Entering the industry under such circumstances was akin to finding a gold ingot on the street. Even Luw, I had called to congratulate her. However, later on, for reasons unknown, the production team had already officially announced the cast online when Gong Yi suddenly declared her withdrawal from the role. In front of everyone on set, she fiercely slapped director Zhang across the face. The cause of her fury seemed to stem from her deep affection for a character in the script, which director Zhang had abruptly decided to eliminate. Enraged, Gong Yi sought out director Zhang to confront him, and after a prolonged argument yielded no resolution, she impulsively struck him. Subsequently, she announced her departure from the project. An infuriated director Zhang personally declared that he would make it impossible for Gong Yi to secure future roles. Indeed, from that day forward, her presence vanished from the screen. Su Jingchu brought up this incident, and Su Luowei's expression reflected a sense of helplessness. Gong Yi was undeniably a stunning beauty, yet during her school days, she was renowned for her love of reading, often reprimanded by teachers for discreetly perusing novels in class. Occasionally, she would engage in lengthy debates over a character from a book. While having a penchant for novels was not inherently problematic, Su Luowei was taken aback to discover that Gong Yi had failed to shed this habit after debuting in the industry. It was quite ordinary for scripts to undergo revisions when adapted into films and television series. So who could have predicted that Gong Yi would clash with the director over such matters, ultimately leading her to slap him? Now, over a year has passed, and one wonders how she is faring. Damn, this woman is nothing but trouble. If she gets lost, why not just ask a police officer for directions? Jiang Chen remarked. He felt an undeniable incompatibility with Gong Yi. Every encounter with her left him with a headache. However, Su Mingyao, sitting nearby, deliberately took the contrary stance. Let us go. Let us go, Luowei Jia. I also want to see Jia and ask her what really happened back then. I haven't seen that girl in ages. Let us go check on her. After a moment of contemplation, Yen Shuexin surprisingly nodded in agreement. She and Su Luowei were fellow disciples, and she had met Gong Yi a few times during their school days, leaving a memorable impression of Su Luowei as her roommate. Su Jingchu also nodded along, clearly intrigued by Gong Yi's story. Yes, the votes are 4-1. Su Mingyao raised her hand, eagerly announcing the outcome, then playfully stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Damn it, I'll sell you off to a wealthy family as a maid one day. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. With the women having made their decision, Jiang Chen's reluctance became less significant. The group resolved to set off to pick up Gong Yi and find a place for dinner. Jiang Chen initially intended to reiterate his opinion, but ultimately, under the strong protest of his stomach, he resigned himself to compromise. Half an hour later, the two cars they had driven finally arrived at the entrance of a kindergarten, where they found Gong Yi. To be honest, Jiang Chen could not fathom how a woman could be so foolish as to get lost from the airport all the way to a kindergarten. He even wished he could install a camera on her forehead to study how she managed to do it. Concerned that Yen Shuexin and Su Luowei's appearance might cause traffic congestion, Su Jingchu decided that Jiang Chen should get out and help Gong Yi with her luggage. Under the curious gazes of a group of children exclaiming, "Hello, big brother, you're so handsome. Are you a star?" Jiang Chen reluctantly placed the suitcase in the trunk and shut the car door. Years had passed, yet Gong Yi's appearance seemed largely unchanged. She still exuded a sultry, mature charm. Although she wore oversized sunglasses and a sun hat that obscured her features, her aura remained strikingly powerful. Jiang Chen knew that if she were to remove her sunglasses, the number of passers-by turning their heads would likely double. This woman was truly born to be an actress. With just a glimpse of her beauty and charm, she could effortlessly capture the hearts of male viewers. Besides her enticing figure, She possessed a face that could be described as both captivating and dangerously alluring. Thankfully, she had been blacklisted before making her debut. Jiang Chen quietly rejoiced, for otherwise, this woman could have wreaked havoc on countless impressionable youths on television, all of whom were the nation's flowers, and on a late night. They could hardly withstand such a siren's allure. Once Gong Yi entered the vehicle, the two cars did not linger and headed straight to a private dining restaurant. A private dining restaurant, in essence, is a farmhouse that accommodates only 3 to 4 tables of guests each day, typically situated in remote locations. These establishments feature various private rooms, each separated by independent courtyards, emphasizing privacy and confidentiality, making them highly favored by well-known figures across various industries. Of course, dining at such places does not come cheaply. A meal in a single courtyard often costs tens of thousands of yuan. The restaurant they were visiting was called Yu Yan Lu, with Yan Shuexin serving as a backer. Under her arrangement, the private kitchen staff had thoughtfully prepared a tranquil dining room for the group. Following the staff's guidance, the two vehicles drove directly into the courtyard. As soon as they got out of the car, Gong Yi enthusiastically embraced Su Luowei, exclaiming, "Long time no see, Wei. I missed you." "I missed you too." Jiang Chen, standing aside, couldn't help but conjure up images of spherical objects colliding. "Won't that hurt?" Just as he was lost in thought, Su Luowei suddenly reached out and playfully slapped his arm, pulling him from his inappropriate musings. "Luowei, why did this slacker come along?" Gong Yi noticed Jiang Chen's gaze and immediately entered a combative stance. Since their first meeting, she had never taken a liking to him. Jiang Chen's online alias was Jiang Zhongxianyu, which had led Gong Yi to constantly mock him as a salty fish. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Damn you, Gong Yi, if I hadn't just helped you with your luggage, you'd still be dawdling at the kindergarten entrance." Su Luowei seemed to be aware of their tendency to bicker upon meeting. With a hint of exasperation, she rubbed her forehead, linking arms with Gong Yi, and said, "Come on, Yi, let's go inside and chat. It's been ages. Tell me what you've been up to lately." Gong Yi let out a huff, turning her attention away from Jiang Chen, and like a big sister, reproached Su Luowei. "Luowei, you've been married for 3 years. Why do you still side with this scoundrel? I warned you from the start not to be fooled by his looks. This guy is nothing but a rogue, with a face thicker than a city wall." The two women walked arm in arm toward the private room. Meanwhile, Su Mingyao gazed at Gong Yi's figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The aura that this senior sister Gong exuded was truly formidable, her outfit striking a perfect balance of elegance and charm, precisely aligning with the image of a strong woman she had in mind. "She looks absolutely stunning." Unable to contain herself, she hurriedly followed in the footsteps of the two women. Only Jiang Chen stood silently in place, lighting a cigarette, filled with resentment and contemplation. He mused that a handsome boy was often targeted by others. How could his relationship with Su Luowei, which he secured through sheer talent, be misconstrued as deceit? Gong Yi was clearly slandering him. Yan Shuexin, standing nearby, suddenly nodded in apparent agreement. Jiang Chen felt a flicker of solace within, exhaling a deep plume of smoke before turning to ask, "Lao Yan, do you share the same sentiment?" Yan Shuexin regarded him with a hint of skepticism in her cool gaze before nodding. "I just suddenly realized that what Yi said isn't wrong. The term scoundrel truly suits you." With that, she turned away and walked towards the private room. Jiang Chen stood there, momentarily stunned. How outrageous. Su Mingyao, who had reached the entrance of the private room, suddenly recalled the animosity between them and turned back to make a face at Jiang Chen. He looked up at the sky, his expression stiff. After a while, he sighed softly. The books were indeed right. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she can be. Chapter 52. Oh no, my novel has been discovered. When Jiang Chen extinguished his cigarette and entered the private room, several women were already engaged in conversation. The room was elegantly arranged, with a table that comfortably seated 8. Yet the space was much larger than anticipated. The Chinese-style sofa, tea table, and wall paintings created a harmonious atmosphere, while a small table by the wall displayed some petite Rohan pines, exuding an ancient charm. "Yi, what have you been up to lately?" Su Luowei inquired curiously. After Gong Yi was blacklisted, Su Luowei had considered providing her with resources, but Yi had politely declined. Thus, over the past year, she had been unaware of Yi's endeavors. "My sister no longer acts," Gong Yi replied, appearing somewhat pleased as she declared, "Acting is too troublesome. The scripts are constantly revised, which is quite annoying. I prefer novels. So I began writing." "Ah, you're an author now?" The women in the room were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting surprise. Their gazes instinctively shifted towards Jiang Chen. If memory served correctly, Jiang Chen was also a writer, albeit one who seemed to be idling. Humph. What kind of writer is he? After all this time, he hasn't produced a single piece. Gong Yi clearly noticed Jiang Chen and scoffed dismissively. It's been 3 years. 3 years without writing anything. Su Mingyao immediately held up 3 fingers, emphasizing her point. Su Luowei turned her attention to Jiang Chen, recalling her words to him a few days prior. As long as he could write a decent book, she would not make him serve as music director. Jiang Chen had been busy typing away in the studio whenever he had a moment, yet it was uncertain whether he had produced anything of note. Sister Yi, did you become an author in just 1 year? Su Mingyao, now intrigued by Gong Yi, eagerly pressed on. Of course. I recently participated in the women's literature writing competition hosted by the Huaxia Literary Forum. My book was ranked first on the popularity list, and I came to Modu specifically for the event. Gong Yi nodded. However, as she spoke, a flicker of indignation crossed her face. Unfortunately, this afternoon, a ridiculous romance novel surpassed mine. Now I'm only in 2nd place. Wow, that is still quite impressive. Su Mingyao exclaimed, unable to restrain her admiration. She had initially thought Yi was merely dabbling in writing, not realizing she had achieved such remarkable success. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and glanced subtly towards Jiang Chen. You're far superior to certain pretentious frauds. In this private room, there was only one person who could be referred to as a fraud, and the implication was unmistakable. Jiang Chen silently cursed Su Mingyao, feeling somewhat astonished that Gong Yi had entered the Huaxia Literary Forum competition as well. What a coincidence. Wasn't he participating in the women's literature writing competition? Oh, right, Gong Yi was indeed a woman. Wait. The book that surpassed hers this afternoon couldn't he possibly be? Jiang Chen's expression shifted in surprise, while Su Jingchu's demeanor suddenly altered. The women's literature writing competition? She recalled a terrifying romance novel her friend had sent her, which kept her awake at night. It seemed to be participating in this very competition. She asked curiously, what's the title of the book that surpassed yours? What else could it be? Gong Yi's temper flared as she clenched her teeth. The title is Those Years, We Blown Out the Lights Together. Seeing this book infuriates me. Upon hearing this, the other women in the room, aside from Su Jingchu, grew increasingly curious about what made Gong Yi so furious. Su Jingchu's lips twitched. She had anticipated this title. She had been following this horror romance novel for the past few days, which had left her too frightened to sleep alone at night. Consequently, she had been concocting excuses to stay at Luowei's house. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It was indeed his book. He hadn't updated it today, so he was unaware of its latest status. He only knew that when he checked yesterday, it was still in 3rd place on the popularity list. He never expected it to leap to 1st place today. Those years, we blown out the lights together? That sounds rather romantic. Su Mingyao asked. Is it a love story set in the 50s or 60s? My grandmother told me that there were no electric lights back then. Gong Yi's expression turned peculiar. The title certainly suggested a love story, but only upon delving into its contents would one discover the horror lurking within, which was utterly unrelenting. Sister, I don't even know how to describe it. You simply have to read it to understand. This book is undeniably a piece of trash. Gong Yi sighed inwardly, wishing to expose this book's transgressions. However, after a moment's hesitation, she abandoned that thought. Despite her disdain for the book, she couldn't help but suppress her inner turmoil whenever she recommended it to friends. This book, categorized under romance, was akin to an enigmatic riddle. Revealing the answer outright would diminish its intrigue. Only through personal experience could one truly grasp the book's insidious nature. Before she opened Those Years, she never imagined it would rob her of sleep for days on end. Upon hearing her words, the other women in the room, aside from Su Jingchu, became even more intrigued. What kind of book could elicit such a conflicted expression from Gong Yi? Su Mingyao, driven by her curiosity, was the first to yield. Pulling out her phone to search for Those Years, we blown out the lights together. In a matter of moments, the screen displayed all the information about the book. Just as Gong Yi had said, this book was indeed participating in the women's literature writing competition, with a theme centered around love. When she clicked on the writing competition leaderboard page, she couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this book is incredible. It holds the top position on every list. Su Luowei and Yin Xuexin, intrigued as well, found the same competition homepage on their phones. Indeed, on the 4 ranking lists displayed on the competition page, the first place was unequivocally occupied by the book Na Xian Yin, Women Ichi Chue Guodideng. The popularity list, the urging list, the update list, even the list primarily for generating trending topics, the complaint list, was no exception. Their expressions turned more curious and perplexed. How could this novel dominate 4 lists simultaneously? Could it be that the love story within is both enchanting and heart-wrenching? compelling readers to both engage and critique. Su Luowei and Yin Xuexin, filled with curiosity, clicked on it. During their leisure time, they often read novels to pass the time, especially for Su Luowei, who occasionally needed to read scripts. She was not averse to novels. Meanwhile, Su Jingqiu observed the two preparing to delve into reading, her lips twitching slightly, as she contemplated saying something, but ultimately sighed and abandoned the thought. Never mind. Discussing such matters would only diminish their allure. Perhaps opening the book without prior knowledge was indeed the optimal way to experience it. Only in this manner could one truly grasp its essence. Chapter 53. Jiang Kai-jin is a genius. Author. Jiang Kai-jin book message. Are you ready? This will present a novel approach to love stories. Entering the homepage, the screen displayed the book's basic information. Dear, the author's pen name is Jiang Kai-jin, which is quite similar to your pen name. Jiang Zhongxianyu. Have you read this book? Jiang Chen's lips involuntarily twitched. Of course, he had read this book. Not only had he read it, but he had also posted about it on the Huaxia Literary Forum. Originally, he intended to use this book to demonstrate his writing prowess to Su Luowei, thereby declining the position of music director. However, with Chunwei Entertainment currently facing targeted harassment from Qingqing Entertainment and their artists being bullied, leaving the young lady heartbroken and distressed, he had to postpone this matter temporarily. Once the issue with Qingqing Entertainment was resolved, he would reveal his identity at an opportune moment, simultaneously severing the ties to the entertainment industry. For now, it was best to feign ignorance. He dismissively waved his hand. Such a mindless writing competition holds no interest for me. It's utterly meaningless. I could casually write a piece titled Shi Yang Yang Ai Shang Hong Tai Lang and probably still secure first place. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant remarks, the women in the private room rolled their eyes in unison, speechless. This writing competition was organized by the Huaxia Literary Forum, a semi-official national contest, and represented the highest level of competition in the field of writing. Rankings and certificates could be directly inscribed in one's resume, and yet, a mere hack of a writer like him dared to look down upon it? What sheep and wolves? If he truly submitted a work about animal love to the competition, wouldn't he be the laughingstock of everyone? Su Jingqiu directly rolled her eyes, and Su Luowei's face flushed slightly. Jiang Chen indeed had no talent for writing, and his words often elicited both laughter and tears. Gong Yi scoffed, expressing disbelief that this fellow, devoid of literary merit, dared to call himself a writer. In the private room, the women decided to ignore Jiang Chen and continued scrolling through their phones. As they swiped down the cover page, they reached the main text of the novel, Chapter 1, the blank paper of that year. My grandfather's name was Huguba. Time ticked away. The women became engrossed in the story. When the waiter entered with the dishes, Su Luowei couldn't help but shiver, snapping back to reality from the words on the screen. She lifted her head and noticed the incredulous gleam in Yin Xuexin and Su Mingyao's eyes. How could this romance novel be so terrifying? Moreover, despite the horror, it seemed to possess an unusual allure that continuously drew them to read on. What was going on? They had never encountered such a love story intertwined with tomb raiding and exploration, and though the plot was frightening, it felt refreshingly novel. Furthermore, Jiang Kai-jin's writing was exquisite. Every segment of the narrative appeared to conceal a hook, perpetually piquing their curiosity and compelling them to scroll further. Thus, even as the sense of dread intensified, they found themselves unable to resist the urge to continue sliding their fingers across the screen. It was undoubtedly a remarkable book. Wait. They suddenly realized why such a horrifying novel would appear on the popularity list of a women's literary writing contest. Furthermore, it was themed around romance. This was indeed peculiar. The women's gazes turned oddly inquisitive. They felt that after reading this book, even while seated in the brightly lit private room, they could sense a chill creeping up their spines, making them hesitant to look behind them. If a girl were to open this novel alone late at night, wouldn't she be too frightened to even leave her bed? The three of them gazed at the book title that, like a bully, dominated the top of 4 lists and suddenly understood why it not only ranked first on the popularity list, but also led the complaint list. It was entirely an unconventional novel. Gong Yi's earlier comment resonated with them. Indeed, this was a rogue novel, and Jiang Kai-jin was a rogue too. Just how audacious must one be to conceive of such a horrifying love story for a women's literary writing competition? Su Luowei inhaled deeply, turning to Gong Yi. How can a book that defies the competition theme maintain its popularity? Humph, the organizers. Gong Yi grew even more incensed during this time. Countless readers have lodged complaints about this book, but the uniform response has been that it contains romantic elements and aligns with the competition theme, with no violations whatsoever. What? Upon hearing this, the women exchanged incredulous glances. This was undoubtedly a horror tomb raiding novel. How could it not be deemed a violation? Gong Yi sighed, continuing, after all, the competition rules do not state that romance novels cannot incorporate other elements. Strictly speaking, this book does indeed comply with the competition theme. At this juncture, her discontent was palpable. This Jiang Lang Kai Jin has effectively skirted the rules, leaving the organizers powerless against him. At her words, the expressions of the group turned peculiar. Truly, in a vast forest, there exists an abundance of bizarre occurrences. They had never before heard of such absurdity. Jiang Lang Kai Jin audaciously writing a horror novel in a romance-themed competition left the organizers utterly helpless. Jiang Lang Kai Jin was indeed quite the scoundrel. Su Mingyao exclaimed furiously, "No, he should be called clever instead." Yin Xuexin furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. This Jiang Lang Kai Jin is likely a marketing genius. The group fell silent, curiosity piqued, glancing at her. Even Jiang Chen was taken aback. In the room, all the women were accusing Jiang Lang Kai Jin of his despicable actions, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Initially, he merely aspired to write a good book, never intending to cause such a stir among so many girls late at night. However, Yin Xuexin shockingly regarded him as a marketing genius. Chapter 54. Do you know any remarkable musicians? Everyone turned their gaze towards Yin Xuexin. The existence of something is justified. Although this book slightly deviates from the competition's theme, it still managed to secure the top position on the popularity chart, evidently not solely reliant on gimmicks. Yin Xuexin continued, stating that the plot of this book is remarkably innovative, depicting an unprecedented tomb raiding story. With exceptional prose that creates a profound sense of realism and suspense, allowing readers to resonate deeply, evoking a palpable sense of terror. If categorized under horror novels, it would undoubtedly become a classic. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, clearly in concordance with Yin Xuexin's sentiments. Jiang Chen raised his cup to sip some tea, silently acknowledging her analysis. He was the only one in this private room who knew just how popular this book had been. It was the pioneering novel in the tomb raiding genre, its explosive success prompting numerous authors to emulate it. Yet, this Jiang Lang Kai Jin chose to submit it to a female literary competition. Yin Xuexin continued, expressing her belief that Jiang Lang Kai Jin might indeed be a marketing prodigy. Have you considered that when readers click on this book, they might expect a sweet romance, unprepared for the impending horror, thus amplifying their fright and causing many girls sleepless nights? I suspect Jiang Lang Kai Jin intentionally submitted this book to a competition themed around romance. Such an unconventional strategy not only deepens the reading experience, but also garners more discussions and shares. However, such audacity and confidence are not easily possessed. Thus, Jiang Lang Kai Jin is not only a brilliant author, but undoubtedly a marketing savant as well. After Yin Xuexin's analysis, the women in the room were enlightened. Jiang Lang Kai Jin was indeed impressive. Su Mingyao found this hard to believe. Initially, she regarded Jiang Lang Kai Jin as quite wicked. Gong Yi bit her lip, wishing to refute, but eventually nodded in reluctant agreement. She recognized that Yin Xuexin and Su Jingchu were correct. Although Jiang Lang Kai Jin's methods were audacious, such boldness would not be possible without a modicum of skill. Moreover, this book was genuinely well written. Jiang Chen, however, wore an odd expression, picking up his teacup only to set it down again. He reflected on that afternoon a few days prior when he decided to publish Those Years We've Blown Out the Lights. At that moment, he had considered so much in just a few minutes. Could he truly be the legendary marketing genius? In the private room, the women unanimously agreed with Yin Xuexin. Setting aside the competition's theme, this book was indeed a rare gem, with excellent writing and narrative, creating a strong sense of immersion and authenticity, as if the author had genuinely plundered tombs. Furthermore, it adeptly captured attention and generated topics. No wonder it achieved such popularity in just a few days. Only Jiang Chen felt conflicted. Yin Xuexin's continuous praise lifted his spirits, and he yearned to hear more, yet abruptly, it ceased. He cleared his throat and remarked that, in his view, Jiang Lang Kai Jin was hardly a marketing genius, but merely someone who sought to gain fame through trickery. How could such a person even be a writer? It was a disgrace to the title. Moreover, regarding his book, he scoffed, having just glanced at it, claiming it was utter nonsense. How could this book even reach the top of the popularity chart? This writing competition was clearly lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately met with a barrage of criticism from everyone present. Su Mingyao retorted, "Humph, senior sister's husband. How can you criticize others when you can't even produce anything yourself?" I think Jiang Lang Kai Jin's writing is commendable, though terrifying. It compels one to keep reading. Su Jingchu nodded in agreement, asserting that Jiang Kaijin's choice to publish a tomb-raiding novel on a female romance platform while still achieving the top popularity ranking undeniably proved his talent in both writing and marketing. Dear, you are speaking out of turn again. Jiang Kaijin's work is genuinely quite good, Gong Yi remarked, although she was reluctant to defend him, finding Jiang Chen even more disagreeable. Yen Shui Xin is correct. Despite his flaws, Jiang Kaijin is indeed a marketing genius with high writing proficiency. This book has generated multiple discussions online in just 3 to 4 days, effortlessly topping various charts, leaving the organizers at a loss. No other author could achieve this. And many in our competition's author group have marveled at his strategy. Humph, overly ambitious and arrogant. Yen Shui Xin added directly, giving Jiang Chen a sidelong glance. However, the words of the others fell on Jiang Chen's ears like mere tickles, lacking any impact. I am Jiang Kaijin, and Jiang Kaijin is me. The more they praised Jiang Kaijin, the better Jiang Chen felt. He secretly sighed, realizing he truly was an extraordinary marketing genius. Eventually, seeing Jiang Chen remain unperturbed and entirely unfazed, the women could not help but sigh. This fellow had an exceptionally thick skin. As the meal progressed, everyone began to eat seriously, occasionally discussing other topics. However, Jiang Chen seemed oblivious. Whenever the women shifted to different subjects, he remained silent, focused solely on his meal. Yet, the moment Jiang Kaijin was mentioned, he would spring into action, vehemently denouncing both Jiang Kaijin and those years we blown out the lights as worthless. In essence, his stance was clear. Jiang Kaijin was nothing. Those years we blown out the lights? Utter nonsense. This infuriated the women in the private room, who passionately defended Jiang Kaijin and countered Jiang Chen's remarks. Yet, at this point, Jiang Chen resembled an unflinching pig in boiling water, merely squinting his eyes and chuckling, seemingly indifferent, neither rebutting nor engaging in conversation. His demeanor left everyone feeling as though they were striking a cushion, creating a sense of frustration. Finally, as the meal drew to a close, Jiang Chen, having eaten his fill, patted his belly and reached for his cigarette case, intending to step outside for some fresh air. He had enjoyed the meal immensely, indulging a bit too much, leaving his stomach feeling bloated. A stroll in the courtyard would help settle it. As he lazily exited the private room, Su Mingyao huffed twice, exclaiming, Jiang Chen, senior sister's husband, is utterly shameless, constantly dismissing Jiang Kaijin's work as nonsense, when in truth, he himself is the one who is truly nonsensical. How can there be such a disparity among those bearing the surname Jiang? Su Jingchu also shook her head, feeling somewhat helpless. He was just a fish in the river, a big fish at that, but even more incompetent. Su Mingyao made a face. Ever since Jiang Chen had deceived her with an advertisement, her opinion of him had significantly diminished. I've made my decision. Starting today, I shall be a fan of Jiang Kaijin. From now on, I will read every chapter he updates, she declared, raising her hand and mumbling. Su Jingchu nodded. In truth, she also believed that while Jiang Chen might possess some talent in songwriting, he was utterly lacking as a writer. Do you think he is envious of Jiang Kaijin? She suddenly pondered, glancing at the others. Upon hearing this, the women in the private room were momentarily stunned. Hadn't Jiang Chen always dreamed of becoming a great author? Su Jingchu continued her analysis. Now that he sees other writers suddenly achieving such remarkable success, with pen names so similar to his, do you think he harbors any thoughts? It was no wonder that every time Jiang Kaijin was mentioned, senior sister's husband reacted so strongly. It turned out he was envious. Su Mingyao appeared to have an epiphany. Certainly, this guy hasn't produced any work in 3 years. How could he not have some thoughts in his heart? Gong Yi added her analysis. Since ancient times, literary figures have always belittled one another. Jiang Chen constantly claims he wants to write a timeless masterpiece. It is easy for him to become disillusioned. At this point, she shook her head. I initially thought he was merely aimless and that his desire to become a writer was just talk. I never imagined he was so deeply affected, even to the point of being unable to suppress his jealousy of others. What good is jealousy? Su Jingchu scoffed. Luowei, you should persuade Jiang Chen more. She turned to Su Luowei. If he lacks the talent for writing, why waste time in that direction? I believe we need to devise a plan to help Jiang Chen realize that he simply isn't cut out for writing. It would be better for him to focus on Chunwei entertainment. Upon hearing this, Su Luowei's small face revealed a hint of concern. Although Jiang Chen had been lazy every day, he had always maintained a good attitude, remaining calm and not deliberately belittling others. Why was he behaving so unusually today? Was it truly due to jealousy? After 3 years of not producing any work and being appointed as the music director, had his anxiety finally begun to alter his mindset? Su Luowei sighed inwardly at this thought. Jiang Chen was not devoid of talent. He simply was not suited for writing. His songs were melodious, and his singing ability was remarkable. Jiang Chen was, in fact, a genius in music, merely having chosen an incorrect path. Such astonishing talent should be channeled into the realm of music, lest it goes unrecognized. I will ask him later. As the women's chatter gradually drew to a close, Su Mingyao suddenly inquired, Sister Yi, did you come to Modu solely for the Huaxia Literature Forum? Noticing her fondness for the spirited senior sister, she wished to spend more time with Gong Yi. To her surprise, Gong Yi shook her head, not entirely for the event. She rummaged through her bag and produced a small, exquisite notebook. I also hope to ask Luowei to help me find a musician. Her expression was quite proud. My novel's copyright has caught the attention of an investor who intends to adapt it into a television series. However, when discussing the soundtrack, the investors mentioned that having a song that aligns with the romantic plot would be even better. Thus, I wrote a set of lyrics and am seeking a suitable musician to compose music for it. Su Luowei took the delicate notebook and found that Gong Yi had indeed written the lyrics. Parting love, the aroma of coffee at the street corner still lingers with your scent. Our shadows stretch long and far. Each step feels heavy. Each step looks back. The city's lights cannot illuminate the confusion within my heart. It was evident that this was a love song centered on the theme of parting. Gong Yi's writing was quite impressive. No wonder she ranked highly in the writing competition. Luowei, you know many people. Could you help me find a talented musician to arrange this song? Gong Yi pleaded, holding Su Luowei's hand. Upon hearing this, the private room fell silent. The women exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly turning peculiar. They had just encountered a talented musician earlier, having shared some grievances together. 5 minutes later, the women stepped out of the private room and found Jiang Chen sitting alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing quietly at the moon, a cigarette in hand. Enveloped in silence, the smoke curled around him, and his silhouette appeared somewhat lonely and desolate. The women halted, exchanging surprised glances. In their memory, Jiang Chen had always been a carefree rogue, living life as he pleased. This deep and solemn demeanor was a first for them. This guy is rather pitiful. He has been a writer for 3 years and has produced nothing. He must feel quite miserable. Pretending not to care, Su Jingchu sighed softly. The other women nodded in silent agreement. Jiang Chen's current posture indeed exuded a subtle melancholy. Su Luowei, witnessing Jiang Chen's despondent state for the first time, felt a pang of sympathy. She approached him gently, embracing him from behind, and whispered, Darling, shall we give up on writing? Let's stay at Chunwei Entertainment and focus on writing songs together. I will always be with you as we develop our careers in the entertainment industry. She wished to shield Jiang Chen from further distress caused by his writing struggles and the doubts about his lack of writing talent. If only Jiang Chen would abandon writing, dedicate himself to songwriting, his innate talent would soon bring him fame in the music industry, silencing any doubters. Jiang Chen paused, having taken a few steps in the courtyard, only to find his stomach feeling uncomfortably full, so he sat down to catch his breath and smoke a cigarette. But why did this girl suddenly say such things to him? To abandon writing? To remain in Chunwei Entertainment? To develop in the entertainment circle? How could that be possible? His heart raced, the skin on his scalp tingled, and goosebumps rose all over him. It was already quite a stretch for him to serve as the music director. Jiang Chen's forehead broke out in a sweat as he stiffly turned to her. Confusion etched on his face. Wife, I harbor no grievances against you. Why do you wish to do me harm? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei stood there, glaring at him in anger. Jiang Chen not only broke free from her embrace, but also pinched her cheek. Woman, a forced fruit is not sweet. I advise you to abandon this thought. Su Luowei's brows furrowed. She was genuinely discussing writing matters with him. Yet, Jiang Chen had already returned to his stone bench, continuing to gaze up at the sky with a troubled expression. In the courtyard, several women watched as Su Luowei stomped her feet in frustration and Jiang Chen remained unyielding, feeling a shared indignation. This scoundrel, he shows no understanding of the sacrifices women make behind the scenes. Sister Jing, Luowei isn't truly considering having this guy compose music for me, is she? At the entrance of the private room, Gong Yi looked at Su Jingchu in disbelief. Just moments ago, Su Luowei mentioned that the song Li Biji Lian could be tried with Jiang Chen, and a group had just exited the room. Initially, she thought it was a joke, but the reactions of those present suggested otherwise. Both Su Jingchu and Yin Shuexin appeared to have no particular reaction to the matter. They remained there, waiting for Su Luowei to discuss the composition with Jiang Chen. It was indeed true. Su Jingchu rubbed her forehead, unsure how to explain to Gong Yi that Jiang Chen was indeed capable of writing and singing songs. What? Is he even capable? Gong Yi's eyes widened, her tone full of skepticism. She thought her dear friend Luowei must have been brainwashed by a man to consider having a slacker writer compose music. Luowei, it's my fault for not advising you to escape the marriage. Beside the stone bench, after a brief commotion between Su Luowei and Jiang Chen, they finally got to the point. Darling, there's something I need your help with. She produced a small notebook and handed it to Jiang Chen. Yi's novel is set to be adapted into a television drama, but it lacks a suitable song. Could you take a look at these lyrics and compose a tune? Jiang Chen paused, puzzled by the request for composition. He glanced at Gong Yi not far away before accepting the notebook. Li Bi Ji Lian. The lingering aroma of coffee at the street corner still held your scent. Our shadows stretched long and far. Each step felt heavy, each glance backward. The city's lights could not illuminate the confusion within my heart. As Su Luowei awaited Jiang Chen's review, she explained the background of the situation. It turned out that Gong Yi's novel was to be adapted into a drama, and they were seeking a reliable musician for the composition. However, most musicians in the industry typically compose the melody first before adding lyrics. Gong Yi's approach was entirely the opposite, starting with the lyrics and then seeking someone to compose the music, which clearly increased the difficulty. This song centered on themes of love and parting. I just looked at it, and Yi's lyrics are actually quite good. If a suitable melody can be composed, the song's quality should be impressive. Can you help Yi think of a way? Su Luowei spoke earnestly, her beautiful eyes blinking as she added a touch of pleading. She knew their relationship had not been great, and the difficulty of composing music for the lyrics was substantial. However, Gong Yi was her best friend from university, and she wanted to try to lend a hand. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, weighing the notebook in his hands. Although Gong Yi often clashed with him, she was indeed Luowei's best friend from university and had even been a bridesmaid at their wedding. Now that she was specifically speaking on Luowei's behalf, he felt it would be rude to decline. However, just as he was about to agree, he noticed Gong Yi whispering skeptically to Su Jingqiu, Sister Jing, can this slacker really write songs? Has Luowei been brainwashed by him? We can't just stand by and watch Luowei fall into this trap. We should have advised her to escape the marriage from the start. These lyrics were painstakingly crafted. Could he even understand them? Su Jingqiu's expression stiffened, unsure how to explain. She had once shared Gong Yi's doubts, but ultimately, her perspective had shifted dramatically. Jiang Chen was indeed a slacker, but his songwriting skills were genuinely impressive. Just today, his songs had reshaped her understanding multiple times, leaving her hesitant to voice any opinions. Jiang Chen felt a surge of irritation at Gong Yi's whispered doubts. He thought to himself, damn you, Gong Yi. You seek my help and yet remain insincere. Do you really think that having the little girl speak for you grants you the right to be arrogant? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the women, he feigned contemplation for a moment, then clapped the notebook in his hands. I can do it, but some of these lyrics need revising. What needs to be revised? Su Luowei exclaimed in surprise, knowing these were lyrics carefully penned by Gong Yi. Naturally, they need to be adjusted according to the melody. Some of the lyrics do not resonate well with the intended mood and should be omitted, Jiang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Gong Yi. Since she was the author of the lyrics, it was only right to first consult her opinion on any revisions. Gong Yi appeared visibly reluctant. Jiang Chen's comment about the lyrics not being well written struck a nerve. She had poured her heart and soul into crafting them over several days. The word choice and imagery were poignant, closely aligned with the scenes in her book. How dare this slacker, who had never published a book, claim her lyrics were subpar? These lyrics have been meticulously polished by me. Don't you dare alter them recklessly. Gong Yi protested. She was slightly older than both Su Luowei and Jiang Chen. And while she might have been more subdued in front of Yan Shuexin and Su Jingqiu, she adopted an authoritative tone in front of Jiang Chen. Rest assured, I will only modify the inappropriate lyrics. Everything suitable will remain intact, Jiang Chen assured nonchalantly. Let Jiang Chen give it a try. Su Luowei quickly interjected. Aware of Jiang Chen's songwriting abilities and confident he wouldn't act carelessly. However, Gong Yi merely pouted, thinking to herself, silly Luowei, how deeply you've fallen. She tugged at Su Mingyao, hoping everyone would join her in urging Luowei to reconsider. To her surprise, the others silently nodded, seemingly in favor of Jiang Chen's proposition. Even when she glanced toward Yan Shiji, she received a slight nod of approval, indicating that this course of action was plausible. Gong Yi was not foolish, sensing the atmosphere. She began to suspect that perhaps Jiang Chen truly could write songs. After a moment's hesitation, she finally acquiesced with a nod, looking at Jiang Chen. All right, then you can give it a try. I'll go grab my guitar from the car. Su Mingyao eagerly raised her hand. Her curiosity piqued as she was eager to see what kind of composition Jiang Chen would create. The group of women, equally intrigued, settled into various spots in the courtyard. Shortly, Su Mingyao returned from Yan Shuexin's vehicle with a guitar. Jiang Chen took it. Noticing that this guitar appeared smaller and more feminine than the one Su Luowei had given him, likely a special instrument for Yan Shuexin's practice, he strummed a few notes to test its tuning, silently acknowledging Yan Tianho's professionalism. The guitar was indeed well-tuned. Beside him, Yan Shuexin observed Jiang Chen as he assessed her guitar with an expressionless demeanor. This guitar was indeed her personal instrument. No one else had used it before, making Jiang Chen the first outsider to do so. Had it not been for the impressive songs he had played today, particularly Hong Do, she likely wouldn't have allowed him to touch her guitar. Yet now, her curiosity was piqued. What kind of melody would Jiang Chen compose for Gong Yi? This time, the theme and lyrics were provided on-site by Gong Yi, making it no easy task to craft a good song. Meanwhile, Gong Yi's gaze remained filled with skepticism. This individual, does he truly possess the ability to compose songs? One must hope he is not merely deceiving himself. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Chen concluded his guitar testing without making them wait any longer, his fingers deftly plucking the strings. A faintly melancholic melody began to flow gently from his hands. The song Li Bi Ji Lian, performed by Gong Yi, is a poignant ballad centered on the theme of sorrowful farewells. He had conceived a vision for the composition he was about to create. The five women present silently savored the melody, which perfectly embodied the essence of Gong Yi's lyrics. Subsequently, Jiang Chen spoke softly. Your good night is a subconscious pity. I hold it until the late night to cure my insomnia and dreams. That handwritten letter lies at the bottom of my suitcase, lacking the chance to bestow it with the meaning of the journey. His slightly hoarse voice, imbued with the pain of parting, resonated through the small courtyard. All the women stood entranced, for the lyrics Jiang Chen sang bore no resemblance to those in Gong Yi's notebook. What was happening? They soon realized that Jiang Chen's lines were of remarkably high quality. The catchy melody, combined with the subtle sorrow evoked by words like good night, insomnia, suitcase, and journey, conveyed a profound sense of impending separation. Gong Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Chen. Could it be that this individual truly could write and sing? At that moment, Jiang Chen's performance resembled that of a professional artist. Was this truly the same Jiang Chen who had once idled away his days? If everything has turned to mist, may I become mud, once again to touch you? If life were but a fleeting film, oh, let me awaken once more from this sweet dream. Jiang Chen's voice continued to fill the air, yet the expressions of the women grew increasingly peculiar. Despite his performance, he had not once utilized a single lyric from Gong Yi. Could it be that he had inadvertently forgotten? Should they remind him? Su Luowei's gaze was conflicted as she hesitated to approach. The chorus arrived. How I long to see you again, even if only for a fleeting glance before parting. The dim silhouette beneath the street lamp. The path through the forest growing ever longer. Su Luowei was momentarily stunned, as were all in attendance. Jiang Chen's lyrical melody remained steady, yet it conveyed a sharp sense of separation. Accompanied by his slightly raspy voice, it struck a profound chord with everyone present. How I long to see you again, even if only for a fleeting glance. This encapsulated the yearning of many a farewell lover. Yet in reality, how many people could even hope for a mere glance? Unbeknownst to them, they had already parted ways with many, never to meet again. The women listened intently to Jiang Chen's song, their thoughts of reminding him fading away. They wished to continue listening, for though the song was understated, it was undeniably soothing. Each youth carries regrets. Each has someone they can never meet again. Jiang Chen had vocalized this regret. How I long to see you again, at least to share a jest. The autumn equinox marked by the first fallen leaves. As we drift further apart, Gong Yi's mind conjured the scenes she had envisioned in her writing. The protagonists parting beneath the street lamp. The girl turned away, tears falling unbidden as she walked further away. The boy remained frozen in place, silent for what felt like an eternity. She realized that Jiang Chen's song almost perfectly matched her requirements. Both the lyrics and the melody were impeccable as a score for her narrative. If everything has turned to mist, may I become mud, once again to touch you? If life were but a fleeting film. Indeed, that was the sentiment. This song was precisely what she desired. Gong Yi's mouth fell open. Yan Shuexin inhaled deeply, her expression complex as she regarded Jiang Chen. She had begun to fathom his intentions, understanding why he had eschewed the lyrics from Gong Yi's notebook. Yet this only deepened her astonishment. For achieving this feat would be exceedingly difficult. But Jiang Chen had accomplished it. As the train whistle echoed, longing is your voice, we carry our past into the crowd, seeking a place to settle ourselves. How I long to see you again, even if only for a fleeting glance before parting. Jiang Chen's song gradually drew to a close. He gently strummed the guitar strings twice, concluding his performance. The courtyard fell into silence, all the women gazing at him in a daze. Jiang Chen remained silent, flicking ash from his cigarette, then gazing contemplatively at the sky as if lost in thought. After a moment, Luowei could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to inquire, "Darling, why is it that not a single lyric in your song matches those from Gong Yi's notebook?" Her eyes brimmed with confusion. Had it not been agreed that he would assist in composing music for Gong Yi's lyrics? "Oh," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly as he brushed off the ash. "I altered them all." Altered them? Luowei was taken aback. Had he not just stated that he would revise the subpar lyrics? None of the lines were good, so I discarded them all, he explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Luowei's mouth hung open in surprise, taking a while to comprehend Jiang Chen's intent. She was puzzled as to why he was so agreeable today, readily agreeing to help Gong Yi write a song. Little did she expect that he was simply waiting to reveal this. What you did was not merely a revision. You entirely discarded Gong Yi's lyrics and crafted a new song. The others exchanged glances, inwardly cursing Jiang Chen for his cunning. Their gazes inevitably drawn to Gong Yi. Jiang Chen's message was clear. Gong Yi's lyrics were unsatisfactory and thus needed to be replaced entirely. However, if this was merely a ploy to mock Gong Yi, they would not consider him excessively malicious. It was evident he had ulterior motives, to use this song to gain leverage over Gong Yi. Achieving this was no simple task. He could not use Gong Yi's lyrics, yet he had to create a song that would appeal to her, necessitating the composition of something superior. A feat far more challenging than merely adapting existing lyrics. Yet Jiang Chen had succeeded. Gong Yi felt the weight of the women's stares, her face flushing with embarrassment. What did Jiang Chen mean by this? Was he implying her lyrics were worthless? "Jiang Chen, what do you mean by this?" She bit out angrily. "I mean nothing of consequence," he replied coolly. "Your lyrics were so poor that they could only be transformed into this. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to seek someone else." "Damn it, behind my back, you expect me to write songs?" Gong Yi thought, her beauty not granting her the right to be delusional. She opened her mouth to retort, only to find Jiang Chen lazily rising and ambling toward the car. The women stood in the courtyard, exchanging glances, perplexed by the situation. Jiang Chen's actions took them all by surprise. No one anticipated that he would resort to such measures to manipulate Gong Yi. This fellow is exceedingly petty. Simply because Gong Yi had murmured a few words about him behind his back, he deliberately deleted all of her lyrics and composed an entirely different song. As the crowd gradually pieced together the sequence of events, they were inwardly astonished. It was evident that unless Gong Yi took the initiative to admit her faults and compromise, Jiang Chen's song would not be given away freely. The lyrics do not belong to you, nor does the melody. Thus, this song has no connection to you. If you desire it, you must come and plead for it. Jiang Chen had already secured his hold on this naive girl. Should Gong Yi dare to whisper about Jiang Chen again, she would likely never obtain this song in her lifetime. Moreover, even if Gong Yi sought out other musicians with the lyrics in hand, it would be a formidable challenge. After hearing this song, it would be difficult to find satisfaction in any other pieces, unless she could locate a musician far superior to Jiang Chen, capable of crafting a piece that transcends his work. Such individuals may not even exist in this world. This point, Yin Shuexin might have had many arguments about in the past, but now she too found herself uncertain.